Hello there. Welcome to a place of tranquility and warmth. As you settle in, get ready to be enveloped by comforting tales that whisper serenity into your soul. Let the gentle sounds of this video be your companion as you unwind and drift into peace. Wishing you a beautiful start to your day, one filled with light and gentle moments. Here, you can set aside your worries and simply embrace this calming moment. So go ahead, cozy up, and let the gentle narration guide you to a place of restfulness and calm. Enjoy the journey. Story 1. In the gentle heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little shop known simply as the Curious Emporium. Its signs swung lazily in the breeze, creaking with age and a hint of mystery. Inside, shelves brimmed with peculiar trinkets and forgotten treasures, each with a story waiting to be told. It was here that a young girl named Lila often found herself wandering after school, her eyes wide with wonder as she explored the shop's nooks and crannies. Lila was a curious soul, with a heart as open as the sky and a mind that danced with dreams and questions. On one particular afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent, casting a warm glow upon the world, Lila discovered something extraordinary. Tucked away in a shadowy corner beneath a dusty tapestry lay an unassuming little music box. Its surface was worn, etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. Intrigued, Lila gently lifted the lid, revealing a delicate figurine of a ballerina poised to dance. As the box began to play a soft, lilting tune, something magical happened. The air around Lila shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the music were inviting her to step into a world beyond. As the last note faded, Lila found herself standing not in the shop, but in a meadow bathed in moonlight, where flowers glowed softly, and the air was filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. Beside her stood a wise old owl, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, you have found the music box of whispers," the owl hooted gently, ruffling its feathers. "A rare and wondrous thing indeed. It can lead you to places unseen and teach you the secrets of the heart." Lila, though startled, felt no fear, only a comforting sense of belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the serene night. "Listen and learn," the owl replied, its voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "For this journey is not of distance, but of understanding." With that, the owl flapped its wings, and the meadow transformed into a pathway lined with glowing stones. Lila began to walk, her steps light and her mind open to the wonders ahead. On her journey, Lila met many companions, each teaching her something new. First was a gentle fox, whose coat shimmered like liquid gold under the moon's gaze. The fox spoke in riddles, teaching Lila the value of seeing beyond the obvious, of looking deeper into the heart of things. Next, she encountered a family of fireflies, their tiny lights flickering like warm candles in the cool night air. They taught Lila the beauty of small joys and the power of hope that glows even in the darkest times. Finally, she met a wise old turtle who carried the weight of years upon its shell. The turtle moved slowly but with purpose, showing Lila the importance of patience and the strength found in taking one's time. With each encounter, Lila's heart grew fuller, her mind richer with understanding. The challenges she faced were not battles to be won, but puzzles to be pondered, each resolved with thoughtfulness and kindness. As her journey drew to its close, Lila found herself once more in the meadow, the owl waiting patiently beside the music box. "You have done well, dear one," the owl said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have learned the secret that many seek but few find, the magic within the ordinary, the wonder in every heart." Lila smiled, feeling a serene peace settle within her. She knew that she had changed, not in ways visible to the eye, but in the quiet strength and wisdom that now guided her. With a gentle nod, the owl bade her farewell, and Lila found herself back in the Curious Emporium, the music box resting quietly in her hands. The shop was unchanged, yet Lila saw it anew, each object now a potential doorway to wonder. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned the music box to its place, knowing that its magic was not meant to be owned, but shared. As she stepped out into the cool evening air, the world seemed brighter, more alive, each moment a melody waiting to be heard. And so, with each step home, Lila carried with her the gentle lessons of the night, the music of the heart guiding her way, forever attuned to the whispers of the ordinary world's extraordinary secrets. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a sparkling brook, there existed a peculiar little shop known only to the locals as the Whispering Antiques. Its windows were draped with lace curtains, and the sign above the door was barely readable, worn by time and weather. Within its walls, treasures from forgotten eras lay tucked away, each with a story of its own, waiting to be discovered. The shop was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Everwood, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of the world. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in the breeze like golden confetti, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop, her curiosity piqued by tales of mysterious objects and their hidden wonders. Lila was a gentle soul, with hair the color of burnt sienna and eyes as bright as the summer sky. Her heart was full of dreams, and her imagination was a garden of endless possibilities. As she stepped inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of aged wood and lavender. The floorboards creaked softly beneath her feet, and the dim light cast a warm glow over the shelves brimming with history and mystery. "Ah, Lila," Mr. Everwood greeted her with a smile, adjusting his spectacles. "Come to find a piece of magic, have you?" "Yes, Mr. Everwood," Lila replied eagerly, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I want to discover something extraordinary." The old man chuckled gently, his laughter as soothing as a lullaby. "Then you must follow your heart, my dear. Magic often hides in the most unexpected of places." Lila nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement as she began to explore. Her fingers brushed over delicate teacups, glistening brooches, and dusty tomes until she came upon a peculiar object, a tiny, ornate mirror with a silver frame that felt warm to the touch. It was simple, yet captivating, with an aura of something ancient and mysterious. As Lila gazed into the mirror, she noticed something unusual. The reflection did not just show her face, but it seemed to shimmer like the surface of a pond at dusk. Intrigued, she held it closer, and suddenly she heard a soft, melodic voice like a whisper carried by the wind. "Seek the wisdom within, and the path shall reveal itself," the voice murmured, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Startled but enchanted, Lila looked around to see if anyone else had heard it, but the shop was quiet save for the ticking of a grandfather clock. She knew at that moment that the mirror held a secret that promised an adventure unlike any other. With the mirror tucked safely under her arm, Lila thanked Mr. Everwood, who simply nodded with a knowing smile, as if he understood the journey she was about to embark upon. Outside, the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, and Lila felt a flutter of excitement and anticipation. As she made her way back home, the mirror continued to whisper softly, guiding her through the meandering paths of Willowbrook. It spoke of dreams and possibilities, of places unseen and lessons unlearned. Lila listened intently, allowing the words to sink into her heart like gentle rain nourishing the earth. The days turned into weeks, and Lila found herself growing more attuned to the whispers of the mirror. It led her to hidden corners of the village she'd never noticed before. A meadow where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors, a hill that offered a breathtaking view of the valley, and an ancient oak tree whose branches seemed to reach for the stars. But the mirror also spoke of an intangible journey, one that required more than just physical exploration. It urged Lila to look within herself, to understand the fears that lurked in the shadows of her mind and the dreams that danced in the light of her imagination. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Lila sat beneath the old oak tree, the mirror resting in her lap. The world around her was hushed, wrapped in the soft, white blanket of winter. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the stillness to seep into her bones. "To see truly, one must look with the heart," the mirror whispered, its voice as gentle as a sigh. Lila pondered these words, her thoughts swirling like the snowflakes around her. She realized that the journey the mirror spoke of was one of understanding, of herself, her dreams, and the world she inhabited. It was a journey of wisdom, of seeing beyond the surface and embracing the beauty within. The mirror had shown her the wonder that lay hidden within the ordinary, the magic that resided in the simplest of things, a smile, a kind word, a moment of quiet reflection. It had taught her that true magic was not in grand gestures or fantastical spells, but in the love and kindness that connected all living things. With this newfound understanding, Lila felt a warmth spreading through her, a lightness that lifted her spirit like a bird taking flight. She knew that she was ready to face any challenge, not with force, but with the wisdom she had gained and the friendship she cherished. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Lila rose, cradling the mirror with reverence and gratitude. She had discovered something truly extraordinary, not in the world around her, but within herself. A wellspring of strength, compassion, and wonder. Returning to the village, Lila felt a sense of peace and belonging, knowing that she carried the magic of the mirror within her heart. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, wrapped in the warmth of her dreams, she knew that she was part of something much greater. A tapestry of life, woven with threads of love and light. And so in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the brook sang softly and the hills held stories untold, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and wonder, guided by the whispers of an enchanted mirror and the wisdom of an open heart. Story 3. Once upon a time, in the vibrant heart of the Whimsy Woods, where the trees wore hats of every color and the streams giggled as they flowed, lived a delightful little squirrel named Nutter. Nutter was not an ordinary squirrel. She had a bushy tail that sparkled with tiny twinkling lights at night, guiding the other animals like a beacon through the twilight. One fine morning, as the sun yawned and stretched its golden rays across the forest, Nutter scurried down from her favorite sycamore tree. She was on her way to meet her dear friend, Wriggle the worm, who lived in a cozy little burrow beneath a patch of daisies that swayed to their own rhythm. Wriggle was known for his cleverness and a penchant for wearing a tiny, polka-dotted bow tie. "Good morning, Nutter," Wriggle called out, peeking from his burrow with a warm smile. His voice had a gentle, musical lilt that matched the forest's sunny disposition. "Good morning, Wriggle. I have the most peculiar news," Nutter chirped, her tail flickering with excitement. "What is it?" Wriggle inquired, inching forward with curiosity. "The great giggling oak has stopped giggling," Nutter declared, her eyes wide with the wonder of it all. The great giggling oak, a centuries-old tree, was famous for its infectious laughter that filled the woods with joy every day. "Oh dear, that is peculiar indeed," Wriggle replied, adjusting his bow tie thoughtfully. "We must find out why and help it giggle again." And so the two friends set off on their adventure, weaving through the forest where mushrooms hummed and wildflowers sang. Their first stop was the weeping willow, where they met Flap the bat, who was hanging upside down, as bats do. "Hello, Flap," Nutter called up. "Have you noticed anything strange about the great giggling oak?" Flap, whose ears were so large they could catch even the softest whisper of the wind, unfurled his wings and fluttered down to join them. "I did hear something odd last night," he said in a voice as soft as moonlight. A strange, tinkling sound came from the direction of the oak. Intrigued, Nutter, Wriggle, and Flap made their way toward the oak. As they approached, they found a curious scene. The great giggling oak stood tall and proud, but around its base were scattered dozens of tiny, colorful bells. Each one was intricately crafted and gleamed in the dappled sunlight. Where did these bells come from? Wriggle wondered aloud, poking one with his tail. Just then a soft rustling emerged from the oak's branches, and out popped a cheeky little pixie named Pippin. Pippin had a mop of unruly green hair and wore a tunic made of flower petals that shimmered like dew. "Oops, I think those are mine," Pippin giggled, doing a little twirl in the air. "I was trying to add some extra sparkle to the oak's giggle, but I might have overdone it." Nutter, Wriggle, and Flap exchanged amused glances. "Perhaps the oak is overwhelmed by the extra noise," Nutter suggested gently. "Oh dear, I hadn't thought of that," Pippin admitted, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. "I just wanted to make everyone smile even more. Why don't we help you gather these bells and see if the oak finds its giggle again?" Wriggle proposed, always ready with a practical solution. With that, the friends worked together, collecting the bells one by one. Pippin fluttered around, singing a merry tune, while Nutter carried the bells in her nimble paws, and Flap expertly swooped and dived to catch the ones that had rolled into tricky spots. As they placed the last bell in a neat pile, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the great giggling oak. Slowly, a soft chuckle began to ripple through its branches, growing into a hearty, contagious laughter that echoed through the whimsy woods. The forest came alive with joy once more, and the animals joined in, their spirits lifted by the sound. "Thank you, my friends," the oak rumbled in a voice deep and warm. "It was a kind gesture, Pippin, but sometimes less is more." Pippin giggled, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "I'll remember that," she promised, giving a little bow. With the problem solved, the friends sat beneath the oak, sharing stories and laughter of their own. As the afternoon light began to fade into a soft, velvet dusk, Nutter's tail began to twinkle, casting a gentle glow over their little gathering. And so, in the heart of the whimsy woods, under a sky sprinkled with stars, the friends celebrated their friendship and the joy of a giggle restored. The forest cradled them in its tranquil embrace, ready to welcome the dreams that would carry them into a new day filled with wonder and delight. And with contented sighs and sleepy smiles, they drifted into a night as magical as the whimsical world around them. Story 4. In the heart of the enchanted meadow, where the grass shimmered with hues of emerald and azure under the gentle sun, there lived a group of friends who were as unique as the meadow itself. The meadow was cradled by rolling hills that sang when the wind brushed against their grassy slopes, and at night the sky would twinkle with stars that seemed to wink playfully at those below. First, there was Whiffle the whimsical rabbit, whose ears were so long and expressive that they seemed to have a mind of their own. Whiffle had a knack for finding the most unusual paths through the meadow, and was known for his delightful habit of hopping in spiral patterns, leaving behind trails of laughter wherever he went. Next was Glimmer, a tiny fairy with wings that sparkled like the morning dew. Glimmer's wings changed colors with her moods, which often made her look like a floating rainbow when she was especially happy. Her laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes, and she had a talent for crafting the most beautiful flower crowns. Then there was Niblet, the giggling gnome, who wore a hat that was far too big for his head, causing it to bob comically as he walked. Niblet was known for his infectious giggle that could lighten even the gloomiest of days. He had a talent for telling the tallest of tales, each one more fantastical than the last. Finally, there was Tilly the tortoise, who, despite her slow pace, always seemed to have a wise word or two to share. Her shell was covered in intricate, swirling patterns that glowed softly in the moonlight, and she loved nothing more than a good story shared with friends. One sunny afternoon, as the friends gathered by the crystal creek, which bubbled with the sound of soft giggles, they noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant meadow seemed to be losing its color. The flowers, which were once a riot of reds and purples, were now fading to a pale, washed-out hue. "Oh dear, this won't do at all," exclaimed Whiffle, his ears twitching in concern. "The meadow is losing its magic." Glimmer fluttered up, her wings a worried shade of grayish blue. "I've heard whispers among the butterflies that the colorful cloud, which hovers over the meadow and sprinkles it with shades of joy, has somehow lost its sparkle." Niblet scratched his head under his oversized hat. "Perhaps it's gone on a vacation and forgot to return. We must find out what's happened to it." Tilly nodded sagely, her eyes twinkling with determination. "Then we shall go on an adventure to bring back the colors. It's time to use our creativity and friendship to solve this magical problem." The friends decided to set off at first light the next morning. As the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they began their journey. The path led them through the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets of the ages, and over the singing stones, which hummed pleasant melodies under the weight of their footsteps. As they traveled, they encountered a series of delightful challenges. In the whispering woods, they met a mischievous squirrel named Nutty, who offered them acorns in exchange for a song. Glimmer's melodious voice, accompanied by Niblet's rhythmic clapping, soon had Nutty dancing with glee, paving the way for them with a trail of glistening acorns. When they reached the wobbly bridge, known for its unpredictable swaying, it was Tilly's steady presence that guided them across with ease. Her calm demeanor reassured her friends, and together they moved in harmony, their laughter echoing across the valley. Finally, they reached the foot of Rainbow Ridge, where the colorful cloud was said to reside. As they climbed, they encountered a peculiar sight. The cloud was sitting atop the ridge, looking rather deflated and dull. Whiffle approached the cloud, his ears drooping with empathy. "Dear cloud, whatever happened to your sparkle?" The cloud sighed, its voice like a gentle breeze. "I seem to have lost my colors somewhere along the way. Without them, I cannot sprinkle the meadow with joy." Glimmer fluttered closer, her wings shimmering with renewed hope. "Perhaps we can help you find them. We've brought some gifts that might just do the trick." With that, the friends began to offer their tokens of creativity. Whiffle danced his spiral patterns, leaving traces of laughter that swirled around the cloud. Glimmer sprinkled her fairy dust, which glowed with every color imaginable, while Niblet told a story so fantastical that it painted vibrant images in the air. Tilly, with her wise words, reminded the cloud of the beauty of friendship and how it, too, could help restore its missing hues. As the cloud listened, it began to change. Slowly at first, then with increasing brightness, the colors returned, swirling and mingling like a kaleidoscope. The cloud beamed with gratitude, its sparkle restored. "Thank you, dear friends," the cloud said, its voice now a chorus of harmonious notes. "You have reminded me of the magic that comes from within and the power of friendship." With a joyful swirl, the cloud floated back over the meadow, casting its vibrant colors once more. The flowers bloomed in exuberant shades, and the grass shimmered with renewed life. The friends returned to the meadow, their hearts light and full of joy. They celebrated with a picnic under the stars, surrounded by the beauty they had helped restore. As they shared stories and laughter, they knew that their friendship was the true magic that had brought the colors back to their world. And so, as the gentle night embraced the enchanted meadow, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that sometimes the most whimsical adventures and the brightest colors come from the bonds of friendship and the creativity of a kind heart. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of a vast and mysterious forest, there was a young girl named Marin. Marin lived in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, whose tales of the enchanted woods had filled her childhood dreams with wonder and curiosity. She had hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes that mirrored the endless blue of the summer sky. Every morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin would wander to the edge of the forest, where she would sit quietly, listening to the whispers of the trees as they danced in the gentle breeze. It was on one such morning, when the air was crisp and cool, that Marin discovered something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of a great oak tree, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and it seemed to pulse with a soft, warm light. Intrigued, Marin carefully lifted the lid and gasped as a gentle shimmering mist rose from within. It swirled around her, filling the air with the scent of honeysuckle and the sound of distant, tinkling laughter. In the heart of the mist, a tiny figure appeared, a sprite, no taller than a daisy, with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. The sprite introduced himself as Finn, the guardian of the forest's secrets. He explained that the box held a magical map, one that revealed the hidden wonders of the world to those with pure hearts and kind spirits. Marin's eyes widened with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always dreamed of discovering the forest's mysteries, and now, with the map in her hands, she felt a calling she could not ignore. Finn, seeing the spark of adventure in her eyes, offered to accompany her on the journey, and together they set off into the depths of the forest. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller and the air richer with the songs of unseen creatures. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the forest floor was carpeted in soft moss that cushioned their steps. Their first stop was a glen, where the air was filled with the music of 1,000 tiny bells. Here they met the bellflower fairies, whose laughter echoed like the chiming of silver bells. The fairies taught Marin the importance of harmony and balance, showing her how each bellflower played a part in their melodious symphony. Marin realized that just like the fairies, every creature and plant in the forest had its own role to play, contributing to the greater harmony of nature. As they continued on their journey, the map guided them to a hidden waterfall that cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The water sparkled with 1,000 colors, and Marin could see her reflection dancing on its surface. It was here that she met a wise old turtle named Tullius, who shared the ancient stories of the land and the wisdom of patience and perseverance. Tullius taught Marin that life, much like the river, was a journey of flow and change, and that each obstacle was an opportunity to grow. With each step deeper into the forest, Marin's heart grew lighter and her spirit more attuned to the world around her. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, hearing the gentle whispers of the leaves and the soft murmur of the streams. Their next destination was the Grove of Dreams, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities and the ground was soft as velvet. Here, Marin met the Dreamweavers, ethereal beings who wove the hopes and dreams of the world into a beautiful tapestry of stars. They taught Marin that dreams were the seeds of change and that through hope and imagination, she could shape her own destiny. Finn and Marin's journey continued, leading them to the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree of life stood tall and proud. Its branches reached out to embrace the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting all living things. It was here that Marin learned her final lesson from the forest, the power of love and connection. The tree of life showed her how every creature and element was intertwined, each one vital to the health and happiness of the whole. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in a golden glow, Marin and Finn returned to the edge of the woods. Marin's heart was full of gratitude and wonder, her spirit enriched by the friends she had made and the lessons she had learned. Upon returning to her grandmother's cottage, Marin shared her adventures and the wisdom she had gained. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes shining with pride and love. Marin realized that the journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined, deepening her connection to the world and to those she cared about. The enchanted map had revealed far more than hidden places. It had shown Marin the magic that lay within herself, the power of kindness, understanding, and love. From that day forward, Marin carried the lessons of the forest in her heart, sharing them with her village and inspiring others to look for the magic in their own lives. And so, in the embrace of the forest and the warmth of her home, Marin found not just a world of wonder, but a world of possibilities, where every day was a new adventure and every moment a chance to grow. As the fireplace crackled and the stars twinkled above, Marin drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of fairies and the gentle songs of the forest. And in her heart, she knew she would always be guided by the light of friendship and the wisdom of the trees. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in closer to hear the secrets of the wind, there lay a hidden world few had ever discovered. This was a place where sunlight filtered through a canopy of verdant leaves, casting playful patterns upon the forest floor, and where the gentle babbling of a brook seemed to sing a perpetual lullaby. The story begins with a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Lyra lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the woods, a place where the aroma of fresh-baked bread mingled with the scent of pine. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, gathering wildflowers, listening to the stories of her grandmother, and wandering the forest paths with her loyal companion, a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle, with his shell like a map of ancient times, had been with Lyra since she was a child. He moved slowly, with the deliberate grace of one who knew that every step was a journey in itself. His eyes, deep and knowing, often seemed to twinkle with the secrets he held. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra and Thistle embarked on their usual wanderings. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the forest was alive with the rustling whispers of creatures preparing for the coming winter. As they walked, Lyra noticed something peculiar. At the base of a towering oak, partially hidden beneath a carpet of leaves, was an object that shimmered like a shard of moonlight. Curious, she knelt down and gently brushed aside the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate engravings of stars and vines, and it seemed to hum with an energy all its own. Lyra's fingers traced the patterns on the box, feeling a warmth emanating from it. Thistle watched with his wise eyes, nodding slowly as if to say, This is a discovery worth pondering. Should we open it? Lyra asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell of the moment. Thistle, with a slow blink and a gentle nudge, seemed to give his consent. With a deep breath, Lyra carefully lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a small, luminescent stone, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen, a piece of the night sky captured within a stone. As she held it in her hand, a sense of calm washed over her, and she felt as though the stone was speaking to her in a language she had always known but never heard. The stone, as it turned out, was a key to a hidden world within the Whispering Woods. As Lyra and Thistle journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by the stone's gentle glow, they found themselves in a realm where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to bend and twist. Here, trees were not merely trees. They were ancient beings with faces carved by time and stories written in their bark. Streams flowed uphill, carrying the laughter of water sprites who danced upon the ripples. And the air was filled with the soft, melodic hum of magic. Lyra's heart soared with wonder, but she soon realized that this hidden world was in need of help. The balance of magic was faltering, and the creatures who dwelled there were growing restless. The ancient trees whispered of an old prophecy, one that spoke of a child with a pure heart who would restore harmony. Determined to help, Lyra set out on a journey through this enchanted realm, guided by Thistle and the glowing stone. Along the way, they encountered a host of gentle, kind-hearted beings, each with a role to play in the unfolding mystery. There was Whisper, the owl with feathers like moonlight, who spoke in riddles and wisdoms. His eyes, large and luminous, seemed to hold the history of the forest within them. He guided Lyra to a grove where the oldest tree stood, its roots entwined with the earth's heart. Then there was Zephyr, the playful breeze that carried scents of distant lands. Zephyr led Lyra across fields of wildflowers, where the petals sang in colors of the rainbow. With each step, Lyra felt herself growing lighter, as if she were becoming a part of the wind itself. Finally they met Fern, the gentle deer whose presence was like a soft lullaby. Fern's eyes were pools of tranquility, and her steps were silent as shadows. She showed Lyra the way to a hidden valley, where the magic of the forest gathered like a shimmering mist. As Lyra pieced together the clues of the prophecy, she realized that the stone was more than just a key. It was a beacon of hope. It had chosen her not because of her strength or knowledge, but because of her kindness and her willingness to listen. With the guidance of her new friends, Lyra learned how to use the stone's magic to restore the balance. It was a task that required more than just power. It required understanding, empathy, and a heart open to the wonders of the world. As Lyra and Thistle completed their journey, the hidden world began to heal. The streams sang a harmonious tune, the trees swayed with joy, and the creatures of the forest danced in celebration. The air was filled with a sense of peace, as if the very soul of the forest had been renewed. Returning to her own world, Lyra held the stone close to her heart, knowing that its magic would always be with her. She had learned that the greatest power lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that had guided her journey. And so, as the sun set behind the Whispering Woods, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Lyra and Thistle walked home. The world was the same, yet somehow different. Brighter, more alive, filled with the promise of new adventures. As they reached the cozy warmth of their cottage, Lyra placed the stone on her windowsill, where it would catch the light of the moon and stars. She knew that whenever she needed it, the magic of the hidden world was just a heartbeat away. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams, Lyra snuggled into bed, listening to the gentle crackle of the fireplace and the soothing whispers of the night. She fell asleep with a smile, knowing that her journey had only just begun. And in the quiet comfort of her room, the stone glowed softly, a silent reminder of the magic that lies within every heart, willing to see beyond the ordinary. The end. Story 7. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where leaves murmured secrets and streams sang lullabies, nestled the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. It was a place where magic lingered in the air, like the faint aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the village bakery. Lanterns flickered gently in the twilight, casting warm glows on cobblestone paths lined with ivy-covered cottages. The villagers were preparing for the annual Festival of Lights, a cherished celebration that illuminated the darkest night with lanterns of every color. However, this year, something peculiar had begun to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their lanterns dimmed, their once vibrant hues now a muted gray. It was as if the colors were being siphoned away, leaving only shadows in their wake. Concerned whispers filled the air as villagers gathered around the centerpiece of their town, an ancient oak tree whose branches stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. There, under its leafy canopy, stood the wise old owl, Archimedes, who was known for his wisdom and gentle guidance. His feathers were a tapestry of soft browns and whites, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of ages past. "We must solve this mystery," Archimedes hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Our festival depends on it, and so does our spirit." Among the gathered was a young girl named Leora, with hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and kindness. She had always been fascinated by the world around her, her heart open to the whispers of the woods. Leora stepped forward, her voice steady and calm. "I will help uncover the mystery," she said. Her words met with nods of encouragement from the villagers. With Archimedes' blessing, Leora embarked on her quest, her path lit by the soft luminescence of moonlight streaming through the canopy. She was not alone, for her companion on this journey was a small, mischievous fox named Fen, whose fur was a vibrant orange that seemed to glow even in the dim light. Fen was known for his cleverness and keen senses, making him the perfect ally. Together, they wandered deeper into the forest, where the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of moss and pine. The ground beneath them was soft, and the rustle of leaves underfoot formed a gentle rhythm that matched the beating of their hearts. As they ventured further, they noticed something unusual. The colors were not just fading from the lanterns, but from the very world around them. Flowers that once bloomed with brilliant hues now seemed muted, and even the vibrant wings of butterflies fluttered about in shades of gray. "I've never seen anything like this," Fen mused, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "It's as if something is draining the very essence of the forest." Leora pondered this, her mind working like a weaver's loom, threading together observations and possibilities. "Perhaps there is a creature or a magic that feeds on color," she suggested thoughtfully. They continued their journey until they reached a small clearing where a gentle stream babbled softly. It was here they found a clue, a single, shimmering droplet of color lying on the ground, like a fallen star. It glowed with an ethereal light, pulsing gently as if alive. Leora carefully picked up the droplet, feeling its warmth against her palm. "This must be what's being taken," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice drifted through the air, as if carried on the breeze. "Seek the Rainbow Keeper, and you shall find your answers." Startled, Leora and Fen looked around but saw no one. "The Rainbow Keeper?" Fen repeated, tilting his head quizzically. "I've heard tales of such a being, but I thought they were just stories." Determined, they followed the stream, its waters reflecting the starlit sky, until they reached a secluded glade. In the center stood a majestic willow tree, its branches swaying gently as if in tune with a silent song. And there, nestled among its roots, sat the Rainbow Keeper. The Rainbow Keeper was a creature of ethereal beauty, with wings that shimmered in all the colors of the spectrum. Her eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and her presence exuded a calm serenity that enveloped the glade like a warm embrace. "Welcome, seekers," she spoke, her voice a soothing melody. "I am the Keeper of Colors, and it seems my magic has been disturbed." Leora and Fen listened intently as the Rainbow Keeper explained that a mischievous sprite, drawn by the festival's energy, had been unwittingly gathering the colors, thinking them to be treasures. The sprite had not meant any harm, only to collect beauty to decorate its own home deep within the woods. Understanding the sprite's intentions, Leora's heart filled with compassion. "How can we help restore what has been taken?" she asked. The Rainbow Keeper smiled gently. "With understanding and kindness, you can teach the sprite the true value of colors, that they are meant to be shared and enjoyed by all." With a newfound purpose, Leora and Fen sought out the sprite, following a trail of rainbow droplets through the forest. It wasn't long before they found the sprite, a tiny creature with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed petals, flitting about its colorful collection. "Hello, little one," Leora greeted softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. "We've come to talk." Startled, the sprite turned, its eyes wide with curiosity but not fear. Leora explained the importance of colors to the village and the festival, how they brought joy and warmth to everyone's hearts. The sprite listened, its expression thoughtful. "I did not know," it admitted, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I only wished to make my home beautiful." Leora smiled kindly. "Your home can be beautiful without taking from others," she said. "We can help you find other ways to bring beauty into your life." With Fen's cleverness and Leora's gentle guidance, they showed the sprite how to weave flowers and leaves into beautiful garlands, how to paint with the colors of the earth itself. The sprite, delighted, returned the stolen colors, and the forest began to bloom once more with vibrant life. When they returned to Moonshadow Hollow, the villagers greeted them with cheers and gratitude. The lanterns were restored, their colors more brilliant than ever, and the Festival of Lights went on as planned, a celebration of unity and understanding. As Leora and Fen sat beneath the ancient oak, watching the lanterns dance in the night sky, Archimedes joined them, perching on a low branch. "You have done well, my young friends," he hooted warmly. "Sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with force, but with empathy and friendship." With their hearts full of warmth and contentment, Leora and Fen knew they had not only solved a mystery, but had also woven a new thread of harmony into the tapestry of their magical world. And as they drifted into dreams, the gentle glow of the lanterns whispered a promise of peace and endless wonder. Story 8. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint little village surrounded by the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was a young woman with eyes that mirrored the tranquil blue of the nearby stream, and her heart was as tender as the softest breeze that rustled through the leaves. Yet despite her kind nature, Leora found herself struggling with a change that had swept into her life as unexpectedly as the first snow of winter. The villagers always knew Leora to be a creature of habit, comfortable with her daily routine. Each morning, she would rise with the sun, her bare feet padding softly on the warm wooden floors of her cottage, to tend to her vibrant garden. The scent of blooming roses and sweet honeysuckle greeted her as she carefully watered each plant, the droplets catching the light and casting tiny rainbows. But recently, a strange magic had begun to stir within her garden. One morning, as she knelt beside the roses, she noticed a peculiar vine she had never planted. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and soft, ethereal lights twinkled along its tendrils, whispering secrets only the heart could understand. Leora was both enchanted and bewildered by its presence, for she could sense that this vine held a mystery she had yet to unravel. Her days became filled with curiosity and a touch of unease, as the vine grew rapidly, its silvery leaves spreading like a delicate lace across her garden. Despite her initial apprehension, Leora found herself drawn to the vine, feeling a strange connection to it, as if it mirrored the uncertainty blooming within her own heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat by the vine, her fingers tracing its delicate leaves. It was then that she heard a gentle voice, as soft as a lullaby carried on the evening breeze. "Do not fear change, dear Leora," it whispered. "Embrace it, for it is through change that we discover the depths of our true selves." Startled yet comforted by the voice, Leora realized she was not alone in her journey. The vine was there as a guide, a reflection of the transformation she resisted. But understanding this was just the beginning of her path to growth. She knew she needed guidance and support to navigate this unfamiliar terrain. That night, as the world slumbered under a blanket of stars, Leora dreamed of a wise old owl named Orin who lived deep in the whispering woods. In her dream, Orin perched atop a gnarled oak tree, his eyes glinting with ancient wisdom. "Seek me out," he hooted softly, "and I shall help you understand the magic within and around you." Awaking with a sense of purpose, Leora set out into the woods the next morning, her heart guided by the melody of the stream and the rustling leaves. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth, while sunbeams danced through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on her path. After a journey that seemed both endless and fleeting, Leora found herself standing before the oak tree from her dream. There, perched majestically amid the branches, was Orin, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, his eyes wise and kind. "Welcome, Leora," Orin greeted her, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You seek to understand the changes within your life and the vine that grows in your garden. Know this: change is not to be feared but embraced, for it is a part of the cycle of life, as natural as the seasons turning." Leora listened intently, her apprehension easing like the morning mist. "But how do I embrace something that feels so uncertain?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Orin spread his wings, inviting her to sit beside him. "Begin by observing the vine closely," he advised. "It mirrors your own journey, growing stronger and more beautiful each day, despite the unknown. You are like this vine, Leora. Allow yourself to grow, to stretch beyond the familiar, and you will find beauty in the unexpected." With Orin's guidance, Leora returned to her garden, her heart lighter, her soul ready to explore the depths of change. Each day she spent time with the vine, her fingers brushing its leaves, and in doing so, she began to notice the subtle transformations within herself. She became more attuned to the world around her, more open to new experiences, and more accepting of the changes she faced. Her friends in the village, noticing the shift in her demeanor, offered their support. A kind baker named Thomas, whose laughter was as warm as his freshly baked bread, shared stories of how he, too, had faced change with trepidation but found joy in new beginnings. A gentle seamstress named Mila, known for her vibrant fabrics that mirrored the colors of the forest, gifted Leora a cloak woven with threads of change, reminding her that she was not alone in her journey. As the days turned into weeks, Leora found herself embracing the unknown with a newfound courage. She discovered a sense of peace in the present moment, and in doing so, the vine in her garden bloomed with radiant flowers that shimmered like the night sky. In the gentle glow of dawn, Leora understood that change, though daunting, was a gift that allowed her to grow into her truest self. The vine had taught her that within every challenge lay an opportunity for transformation, and that with the support of friends and the wisdom of nature, she could navigate the ebb and flow of life with grace and strength. And so, as the village settled into the peaceful rhythm of twilight, Leora stood in her garden, her heart filled with gratitude. She whispered a silent thank you to the vine, to Orin, and to her friends, knowing that she was forever changed by the magic of personal discovery. With a gentle smile, she turned towards her cottage, the warmth of the hearth beckoning her inside. She knew that as the seasons turned, she would continue to grow and change, but she was no longer afraid. Instead, she welcomed the journey, ready to embrace whatever magic life had in store. And in the quiet comfort of her home, as the stars twinkled above and the fire crackled softly, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the beauty of transformation. And so the village, the woods, and Leora herself rested in a serene, contented peace, knowing that the gentle magic of change was always at work, guiding them all towards a brighter tomorrow. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and winding streams, there lay a cozy cottage with a thatched roof and a garden overflowing with vibrant flowers. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had twinkling eyes, the color of honey, and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and gentle nature, always eager to learn new things and lend a helping hand. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, Clara sat by the hearth, sipping a cup of chamomile tea. It was a perfect day for exploring, and her mind wandered to the attic, a place she had seldom visited. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams that streamed through the small attic window, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of old wood and parchment. As Clara gingerly climbed the creaky stairs, she marveled at the forgotten treasures hidden away in the attic. There were trunks filled with faded quilts, boxes of mysterious trinkets, and shelves stacked with books whose spines were worn with age. It was here, tucked away in a corner, that Clara discovered an old wooden music box. It was intricately carved with images of stars and moons, and though its surface was dulled by time, it held an undeniable allure. Curious, Clara carefully wound the tiny key and opened the lid. To her astonishment, the music that floated out was unlike any she had ever heard. It was a melody of pure magic, each note shimmering with light. As the music played, the room began to change. The attic transformed into a starlit sky, and Clara found herself standing amidst a celestial garden of glowing flowers and twinkling stars. In this enchanted realm, Clara met a whimsical creature named Pippin, a plump little squirrel with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Pippin chattered excitedly, welcoming Clara to the Garden of Dreams, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together in harmony. "You found the melody of wonder," Pippin exclaimed, his voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "It is said that those who listen can embark on journeys their hearts most desire." Clara felt a thrill of excitement. Yet, she soon learned that the music box was not simply a portal to a magical world, but also a guide through her own heart's journey. The melody had the power to reveal the hidden wishes and dreams of those who listened with an open heart. Eager to explore, Clara and Pippin set off on a journey through the Garden of Dreams. They wandered through fields of lavender, where the air was sweet and calming. They crossed bridges woven from moonlight and danced along paths paved with dew-kissed petals. Along the way, they encountered other curious inhabitants of this magical realm. There was Luna, the wise old owl who perched atop a silver birch. Her feathers were dusted with stardust, and her eyes were deep pools of wisdom. Luna shared tales of the sky and the secrets of the universe, teaching Clara the importance of listening to the world around her. "Trust the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the brook," Luna advised gently. "They will guide you when you are lost." Then there was Finn, the playful fox whose laughter was as infectious as the rippling brook. Finn taught Clara the joy of living in the moment, reminding her that happiness often lies in the simplest of things: a fluttering butterfly, a rustling leaf, the warmth of the sun on her skin. But the journey was not without its challenges. As Clara and her newfound friends ventured deeper into the garden, they came upon a vast shadowy forest, where the trees whispered secrets in a language she could not understand. It was here that Clara faced her greatest challenge, a riddle posed by the forest itself. To pass through, Clara needed to solve the mystery of the forest's voice, a puzzle that required keen insight and a compassionate heart. She sat quietly, listening to the rustling leaves and the murmurs of the woodland creatures. Remembering Luna's advice, she closed her eyes and let the forest's whispers wash over her. Slowly, the meaning became clear. The forest spoke of harmony, of the balance between light and shadow, of understanding and embracing all parts of oneself, joy and sorrow, hope and fear. It was a lesson in acceptance, a gentle reminder that every part of her journey, every emotion felt, was part of a grand, beautiful tapestry. With newfound understanding, Clara whispered her answer to the forest, and the shadows parted to reveal a path bathed in soft moonlight. Beyond lay a glade filled with glowing blossoms, each one representing a wish or dream of those who had walked this path before. As the journey drew to a close, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The music box had shown her not only a world of wonder, but also the beauty within herself. She thanked her friends Pippin, Luna, and Finn for their guidance and companionship, promising to carry their wisdom with her always. With a soft sigh, Clara found herself back in the attic, the music box resting gently in her hands. She smiled, knowing that the magic of the Garden of Dreams would forever be a part of her. A gentle reminder that the most extraordinary journeys often begin with a simple melody and an open heart. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth below and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart aglow with the wonders of the day. And from that day forward, she treasured the music box, not just as a keepsake of her magical adventure, but as a symbol of the endless possibilities that lay within each moment, waiting to be discovered with a little curiosity and a lot of heart. The end. Story 10. Once upon a gentle evening where the sun melted into the horizon like honey dripping slowly off a spoon, a soft breeze carried the scent of lavender over the little village of Willowbrook. Nestled in the heart of this village, where cobblestone paths meandered like old friends, stood a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, home to a young girl named Lila. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes always wide with wonder, as if the world whispered secrets meant only for her. She had a particular fondness for the attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things. One day, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Lila ventured up the creaky wooden stairs, her heart beating with the rhythm of discovery. In the attic, dust danced like golden fairies in the shafts of fading light. Old trunks and boxes lay scattered like ancient sentinels guarding their secrets. Lila's fingers brushed against a small, nondescript box tucked away in a corner. It was covered in a fine layer of dust, as if it had been waiting patiently for someone to find it. Gently, Lila opened the box and inside found an old, tarnished compass. Its needle spun wildly, refusing to settle, as if it held a secret of its own. Intrigued, Lila took the compass in her hands, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from it, like the comforting embrace of a loved one. That night, as the stars blinked awake in the velvet sky, Lila lay in bed, the compass resting on her nightstand. Her dreams were vivid and filled with whispers of places unknown, of paths untraveled. When she awoke, the compass glinted in the morning light, its needle now pointing steadily towards the horizon. With a sense of purpose blossoming within her, Lila decided to follow where the compass led. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a warm blanket, some bread and cheese, and a flask of sweet tea, and set off into the dawn. As she journeyed beyond the familiar bounds of Willowbrook, the compass guided her through lush meadows where wildflowers swayed like dancers in the breeze, and through whispering woods where the trees stood tall and wise. Along the way, she met a myriad of helpers, each adding a thread to the tapestry of her journey. First was Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur like autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He bounded alongside Lila, sharing stories of the forest and teaching her the language of the trees. Then there was Maris, a graceful doe whose gentle presence brought calm to the air. Maris showed Lila the secret paths that wound through the woods, paths known only to those with kind hearts and gentle steps. Finally, there was Peregrine, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight and a voice that resonated like the deep toll of a distant bell. Peregrine spoke of the wisdom of patience, of seeing with the heart rather than the eyes. Lila's journey was not without challenges. One day, the path was blocked by a great chasm, its depths hidden in shadow. She paused, feeling the weight of doubt press upon her. But then she remembered Peregrine's words and closed her eyes, listening with her heart. In the silence, she heard the song of the wind weaving through the trees. She followed its melody to a narrow bridge covered in ivy, invisible to the unseeing eye. With Finn scampering beside her, Maris leading the way, and Peregrine gliding overhead, Lila crossed the bridge, her heart lightened by the trust in her newfound friends. As the days turned to weeks, the compass led Lila to a hidden glade where the air shimmered with magic. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. The compass's needle quivered, pointing directly at the heart of the tree. With gentle steps, Lila approached the oak. She placed her hands on its rough bark and felt a warmth spread through her, the same comforting warmth she had felt from the compass. The tree whispered to her, a melody of ages past, revealing that the compass held the magic of finding one's true path, not just in the world, but in one's heart. With newfound clarity, Lila understood that her journey had never been about the destination, but about the growth and friendships she had nurtured along the way. She thanked the oak, her heart full of gratitude, and turned to her friends who had been her guides and companions. Together they made their way back to Willowbrook, where the village welcomed them with open arms. Lila placed the compass back in its box, knowing its magic was now a part of her. She had discovered that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that bring us home to ourselves, guided by the gentle light of friendship and wisdom. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, Lila lay in her bed, the sound of the crackling hearth a lullaby, her heart forever changed by the journey she had taken. The compass may have been ordinary in appearance, but it had unlocked the extraordinary magic of discovering one's true path, a lesson that Lila would carry with her always. And in the quiet of the night, as dreams whispered gently through the air, Willowbrook slept, cradled in the comforting arms of the stories that had been and those yet to come. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. It was a place where the morning dew clung to emerald blades of grass like tiny diamonds, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons and the songs of birds that flitted overhead. In the heart of this village stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the welcoming arms of a guardian. The tree had stood for centuries, and it was said that its roots reached so deep into the earth that they touched hidden streams of magic. Beneath its boughs, children often played, and adults found solace and wisdom in its shade. Among the villagers was a curious young girl named Lila, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. She was known for her insatiable curiosity and gentle heart. Lila loved to explore the meadows and woods surrounding Willowbrook, always searching for new wonders and secrets that the world had to offer. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of gold and crimson, Lila set out on one of her adventures. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. She wandered through the woods, her feet crunching on the leaf-strewn path, until she came upon a small, bubbling stream. The water sparkled in the dappled sunlight, and as Lila knelt to take a sip, she noticed something unusual. Nestled among the pebbles at the bottom of the stream was a small, round stone that glimmered with an otherworldly light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Carefully, Lila reached into the water and retrieved the stone. As soon as it touched her palm, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers. Intrigued by the stone's mysterious glow, Lila decided to take it to the village elder, a wise and kind-hearted woman named Elda. Elda lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden filled with herbs and flowers that seemed to bloom regardless of the season. She was known for her knowledge of the natural world and her gentle wisdom, which she shared freely with anyone who sought it. Elda, Lila called as she approached the cottage, I found something truly wondrous by the stream. Elda, who was weaving a garland of lavender and rosemary, smiled warmly as she looked up. Come in, dear Lila, and show me what you have discovered. Lila placed the stone in Elda's hands, watching as the elder's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, Elda murmured, this is no ordinary stone, my child. It is a moonstone, a rare and magical gem that holds the power of transformation. Lila's eyes widened with awe. Transformation? What does it do? Elda's voice took on a gentle, storytelling tone. The moonstone has the ability to reveal hidden truths and guide its holder to their true path. It is said to unlock the door to worlds unseen and to bring balance to the heart of the one who carries it. Lila felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. What should I do with it, Elda? The elder smiled softly. The moonstone has chosen you, dear Lila. It will guide you on a journey of discovery and growth. But remember, its magic is subtle, and its power lies in the wisdom you gain along the way. With Elda's words echoing in her mind, Lila decided to keep the moonstone close. She fashioned a small pouch from a piece of soft cloth and wore it around her neck, the stone resting against her heart. From that day forward, she felt a gentle pull toward the deeper parts of the forest, places she had never dared to explore before. As the days turned into weeks, Lila found herself drawn to a particular part of the woods where the trees grew tall and ancient, their trunks thick with moss and their branches woven into a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, emerald glow. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with the whispers of the wind and the songs of unseen creatures. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila followed the pull of the moonstone to a glade she had never seen before. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent weeping willow, its branches cascading down like a curtain of silver-green leaves. Beneath the willow, the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss, and a small spring bubbled up, its water clear and pure. As Lila stepped into the glade, she felt a sense of peace and wonder wash over her. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying the scent of wild mint and honeysuckle. She approached the willow, feeling the moonstone grow warm against her skin, and as she touched the tree's trunk, she felt a subtle shift in the air around her. Suddenly, the world seemed to shimmer and blur, and when it settled again, Lila found herself in a place unlike any she had ever known. The glade was still there, but it had transformed into a realm of magic and beauty. The willow's branches glittered with soft, silvery light, and the spring's water sparkled like liquid crystals. In this enchanted world, Lila felt a deep connection to the nature around her, as if each leaf and drop of water held a story and a song. She wandered through the glade, marveling at the vibrant colors and the gentle harmony that filled the air. As she explored, Lila noticed a small, delicate creature perched on a branch of the willow. It was a sprite, no larger than a sparrow, with wings that shimmered like opal and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. The sprite greeted her with a melodious laugh. "Welcome, young traveler," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this hidden realm." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of kinship with the sprite. "Hello, Sylvan. This place is beautiful. I've never seen anything like it." Sylvan fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of shimmering light through the glade. It is a sanctuary of magic and peace, a world hidden within the heart of nature. Only those with pure intentions and open hearts can find their way here. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle affirmation of the moonstone's guidance. "I feel like I've been searching for this place without even knowing it." The sprite nodded, its eyes softening with understanding. "The moonstone has brought you here to learn and grow, to discover the strength and wisdom within you. This realm holds many lessons, but the greatest of them all is the bond between all living things." As Lila spent more time in the enchanted glade, she discovered a hidden world teeming with life and secrets. She met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Lumina, the luminescent firefly who lit the path through the darkest nights; Bramble, the gentle hedgehog who taught the importance of patience and perseverance; and Zephyr, the playful breeze who whispered the joy of freedom and adventure. Each day, Lila returned to the glade, drawn by the moonstone's gentle pull and the friendship she had formed. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams, to see the beauty in the smallest of details and the magic in the simplest of moments. Through her journey, Lila discovered the strength of her own heart and the power of kindness and understanding. She realized that true magic lay not in the moonstone itself, but in the connections she forged and the love she shared with the world around her. As the seasons turned and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lila knew it was time to return to Willowbrook and share the lessons she had learned. The moonstone, once a mystery and a guide, had become a part of her, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. With a heart full of wisdom and wonder, Lila bid farewell to her friends in the enchanted glade. Sylvan, Lumina, Bramble, and Zephyr all gathered to see her off, their eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Remember, dear Lila," Sylvan said, its voice like a gentle breeze, "the magic of this realm will always be with you, in your heart and in the world around you. Share its light with others, and you will find that it grows stronger with every act of kindness and love." Lila nodded, her eyes shining with tears of joy and gratitude. "Thank you, Sylvan. Thank you all. I will carry your lessons with me always." With one last look at the glade, Lila stepped back through the shimmering veil between worlds, returning to the familiar warmth of the forest. The moonstone's glow had faded, its purpose fulfilled, but Lila knew that its magic lived on in her heart. Back in Willowbrook, Lila shared her adventures and the wisdom she had gained with the villagers. She spoke of the hidden world within the forest, the gentle creatures who had become her friends, and the power of transformation and growth. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by Lila's tales. They came to understand the importance of living in harmony with nature and each other, of cherishing the connections that bound them together. In time, the village of Willowbrook flourished, its people guided by the lessons of the moonstone and the magic of the hidden glade. Lila, now a wise and gentle elder herself, continued to explore the wonders of the world, her heart ever open to the beauty and mystery that lay beyond. And so, the story of Lila and the moonstone became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, the village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, cradled in the arms of the ancient oak and the whispering winds. The world was a tapestry of dreams, woven with threads of light and shadow, and in the heart of it all, the moonstone's legacy shone brightly, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to one another in the softest of breezes, lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, lush gardens, and quaint cottages, each one with chimneys that puffed out curls of smoke like gentle sighs into the morning air. The scent of warm bread and blooming lilacs danced together, creating an embrace of comfort for all who wandered its paths. Willow Hollow was a place where magical creatures and villagers lived in harmony. On any given day, you might see a rabbit wearing spectacles and reading poetry, or a squirrel carrying a tiny umbrella to shield itself from the sun. But amongst all its wonders, the village harbored a gentle mystery that had been puzzling its inhabitants: the spontaneous blooming of the moonlit lilies. Moonlit lilies were rare, delicate flowers that typically bloomed only under the light of a full moon, their petals shimmering with a silvery glow. Yet, for reasons unknown, the lilies had begun to bloom at random times, their luminous petals opening under the sun as if the moon had cast its glow during the day. In the cozy corner of the village near the babbling brook, there lived an elderly tortoise by the name of Wise Old Thistle. Thistle was known for his thoughtful demeanor and his seemingly endless knowledge of Willow Hollow's history and lore. His shell was adorned with etchings of the constellations, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. One afternoon, as the sun bathed the village in a golden glow, a small group of villagers gathered around Thistle's cottage. Among them were a young girl named Mira, whose eyes were as bright as the morning sky, and her faithful feline companion, Velvet, whose fur was as black as midnight. "Wise old Thistle," Mira began, her voice gentle yet eager, "we've come to seek your wisdom about the moonlit lilies. No one can understand why they are blooming during the day." Thistle nodded slowly, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah, the moonlit lilies. A curious case indeed," he mused, his voice as soothing as the brook beside his home. "Perhaps we must look not only at the lilies, but also at the world around them." Mira and Velvet exchanged a glance, pondering the elder's words. "What do you mean?" Mira asked. "Let us observe," Thistle suggested. "Much can be learned from watching and listening." And so the villagers decided to keep a mindful watch over the lilies. Each day they took note of the time, the weather, and the creatures that visited the gardens. Velvet, with her nimble paws and quiet steps, was particularly helpful, often seen perched atop fences or nestled in the branches of trees, her sharp eyes noticing every little detail. Days passed, and while the lilies continued their puzzling blooms, the villagers began to notice a pattern. Whenever the lilies opened their petals during the day, a gentle breeze would sweep through the village, carrying with it the faintest whisper of a melody, a tune as soft as a lullaby, barely audible, but undeniably present. Intrigued by this discovery, Mira approached Thistle once more. "Wise old Thistle, we have noticed a song that comes with the lily's unexpected bloom. Could it be the cause?" Thistle's eyes crinkled with a knowing smile. "Ah, a song of the wind, you say? What a delightful clue indeed. In Willow Hollow, music often carries magic." With Velvet in tow, Mira decided to follow the melody. She walked through the village, her ears attuned to the gentle song that seemed to float like a feather on the breeze. Through fields of wildflowers and beneath arches of interlaced branches, she wandered, following the notes as they led her deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. Eventually, she arrived at a secluded glade, bathed in dappled sunlight. There, sitting on a moss-covered log, was a small, peculiar creature with shimmering wings and a playful grin. It was a whimsy sprite, known for their love of music and mischief. "Hello, young one," the sprite chirped, their voice as light and airy as the tune that had guided Mira. "Have you come to enjoy my song?" Mira curtsied politely, her eyes wide with awe. I have, dear sprite. Your song is beautiful, but it has caused our moonlit lilies to bloom in the daylight. The sprite giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. Oh, how delightful! I had no idea my music would coax them to such a dance, but I meant no trouble. Mira smiled, understanding that the sprite's intentions were not malicious. Perhaps we can find a way for your song to fill the woods without confounding the lilies. The sprite fluttered their wings thoughtfully. Indeed, I shall play my song at twilight, when the sun kisses the horizon and the world is neither day nor night. It will be a perfect time for music and magic. And so it was decided. The sprite promised to play at twilight, and with a joyous leap, they vanished into the treetops. Returning to the village, Mira and Velvet shared the news with Thistle and the villagers. As the sun began to set, the sprite's melody filled the air, weaving a gentle harmony that lingered like a sweet dream. The moonlit lilies, content with their usual nocturnal bloom, swayed gently in the evening breeze, their petals shimmering under the rising moon. The village of Willow Hollow returned to its peaceful rhythm, the mystery of the lilies resolved with wisdom and friendship. The villagers gathered under the starlit sky, their hearts warmed by the gentle music and the knowledge that harmony had been restored. And as the fireflies danced their nightly ballet, wise old Thistle watched with a serene smile, knowing that the magic of Willow Hollow would continue to thrive, whispered through the leaves, sung by the wind, and cherished by all who called it home. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her kindness and the delicate crafts she created from nature's bounty, woven baskets from supple willow branches, intricate garlands from the brightest blooms, and small wooden trinkets that seemed to capture the essence of the forest itself. Yet despite her talents, Leora carried a quiet struggle within her heart, a deep fear of change that kept her rooted in her familiar world, unable to explore beyond the edges of the forest she knew so well. The village was preparing for the Festival of Lights, an annual celebration marking the end of winter and the arrival of spring. It was a time when the village welcomed travelers from near and far, each bringing stories and gifts from lands Leora had only imagined. Each year, her friends would invite her to journey with them to the festival in the neighboring towns, but the thought of leaving the comfort of her village filled her with uncertainty. One crisp morning, as the frost still kissed the ground with silvery lacework, Leora set out to gather twigs for her crafts. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed a curious glint beneath a thicket of brambles. Pushing aside the thorny branches with care, she found a small, ornate box, its surface etched with ancient runes that seemed to hum with a soft, inviting song. Intrigued, Leora opened the box to find a shimmering, iridescent feather nestled inside. As she touched it, a warm glow enveloped her, and she heard a gentle voice whisper in her mind, "This feather holds the magic of transformation. Use it wisely, and it will guide you on a journey of growth and understanding." Leora hesitated, her heart a flutter of excitement and apprehension. She knew that magic was not to be taken lightly, yet something deep within her stirred, a yearning for change, for discovery, for stepping beyond the boundaries she had always known. As she pondered the feather's promise, the forest around her began to change. The trees seemed to sway with a new rhythm, their leaves whispering secrets of distant places. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of a hidden brook. Leora felt an unfamiliar warmth spreading through her, a feeling of being connected to something greater than herself. That evening, as she shared her discovery with her dearest friends, Maeve and Corin, their eyes widened with wonder. Maeve, with her golden hair and a heart as warm as summer sunshine, was quick to embrace the adventure, while Corin, whose laughter was as infectious as spring rain, saw it as an opportunity to support Leora in her journey. "You've always been the heart of our village, Leora," Maeve said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Perhaps this is your moment to become the heart of something even more wondrous." "And we'll be with you every step of the way," Corin added, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. "Together, we can discover what lies beyond the horizon." Encouraged by her friend's unwavering belief, Leora decided to embrace the feather's magic. That night, she placed it beneath her pillow, and as she drifted into slumber, she dreamed of soaring through the skies, her spirit alight with newfound courage and curiosity. The days that followed were filled with gentle transformations. Leora found herself more open to the world around her, noticing the subtle changes in the seasons, the way the light shifted across the lake, the myriad of colors that danced through the forest. Her crafts began to reflect this newfound awareness, each piece imbued with the magic of her personal growth. When the time came for the Festival of Lights, Leora felt a sense of anticipation rather than fear. With Maeve and Corin by her side, she ventured beyond the village for the first time, carrying the feather as a talisman of her journey. The festival was a tapestry of sights and sounds, a kaleidoscope of lanterns casting warm glows over the cobblestone streets, musicians playing melodies that wove through the air like threads of gold, and the laughter of people from all walks of life. Leora felt as if she were a part of a grand symphony, every note resonating with her newfound spirit. As she wandered through the bustling market, Leora came across a storyteller, his voice as rich and textured as the finest tapestry. He spun tales of transformation and courage, of individuals who had embraced change and found their true selves. Listening to his stories, Leora realized that her journey was only beginning, that the magic of the feather had opened her heart to endless possibilities. Returning to the village, Leora carried with her not just the memories of the festival, but a profound understanding that change, while daunting, was a natural and beautiful part of life's tapestry. She had learned that growth was not a destination, but a continuous journey, guided by the gentle hand of friendship and the quiet strength within her. With each passing season, Leora continued to transform, her spirit as vibrant as the forest in springtime. Her crafts became cherished treasures, each one a testament to her journey of personal discovery. And as she shared her creations and stories, she inspired others to embrace their own transformations, to find beauty in the ever-changing dance of life. In the heart of the village, where the woods whispered secrets and the lake shimmered under the moonlight, Leora's gentle spirit flourished, a beacon of wisdom and warmth that lit the way for all who sought comfort and growth. And so, the magic of the feather lived on, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform, to embrace change, and to discover the wonders that await beyond the familiar horizon. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the whimsical village of Will-O-Wisp, nestled between rolling emerald hills and glistening golden meadows, there lived a delightful assortment of quirky characters that made every day feel like a sprinkle of magic. The air always carried the scent of honey blossoms, and the sky was a perpetual quilt of soft pastel hues, where clouds shaped like fluffy bunnies and dancing teacups floated lazily by. In this enchanting village, there was a peculiar little house at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle melodies with the breeze. This was the abode of Pippin Whiskers, a jovial gnome with a passion for inventing whimsical contraptions. Pippin had a beard that shimmered like spun sugar and twinkling eyes that seemed forever amused by secrets only he knew. His pointy hat, adorned with tinkling bells, announced his presence with a merry jingle wherever he went. Pippin's closest friend was a sprightly fairy named Twinkle, who had wings like frosted lace and a giggle that could make the stars themselves twinkle brighter. Twinkle lived in a cozy nest high up in the branches of the grandmother oak, the oldest tree in the whispering woods. Her nest was a marvel, woven from moonlight threads and decorated with tiny glowing mushrooms that cast a soft, soothing light. One sunny morning, while Pippin was tinkering with his latest invention, a self-stirring teapot that played lullabies, he noticed something peculiar. The air was filled with an unusual buzzing sound, much like 1,000 tiny violins tuning their strings. Curious as ever, Pippin set down his tools and followed the sound to the village square, where he found Twinkle and a small crowd of villagers gathered. In the center of the square stood a magnificent creature, a bumble-beagle. It had the body of a chubby bumblebee, complete with fluffy yellow and black stripes, but the head of an adorable beagle with floppy ears and a nose that twitched inquisitively. The bumble-beagle was buzzing around in circles, looking quite puzzled. "Oh dear," said Twinkle, fluttering to Pippin's side. It seems our new friend here is lost and can't find his way back to the enchanted glade where he belongs. Pippin scratched his bearded chin thoughtfully. We must help him, Twinkle, but how do we guide him back to the enchanted glade? It's such a wondrous place, hidden from ordinary sight. Just then, the village storyteller, Granny Lila, with her hair like silver moonbeams and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, stepped forward. The enchanted glade is a place of pure joy and laughter. Perhaps we need to remind our bumble-beagle friend of something that brings him happiness. Pippin's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Of course, we need to create a path of joy for him to follow. And so, the villagers set to work. They gathered all sorts of cheerful items, a trail of sunflowers that giggled when touched, bubbles that burst into musical notes, and rainbow ribbons that danced in the air. Twinkle added a sprinkle of fairy dust that made everything shimmer with a warm glow. As they finished laying the joyful path, the bumble-beagle's nose twitched with delight, and his eyes began to sparkle. With a joyful bark that sounded like a harmonious hum, he started to follow the trail, buzzing happily along the way. The villagers laughed and clapped, following the bumble-beagle as he led them through the village, across the meadows, and into the heart of the whispering woods. The path wound its way to a hidden archway made of intertwining vines, beyond which lay the enchanted glade. The bumble-beagle paused at the entrance, turned to the villagers with a grateful wag of his little bee-tail, and then buzzed through the archway, disappearing into the shimmering light beyond. As the villagers returned home, hearts full of joy, Pippin and Twinkle lingered a while longer in the woods, watching the sunset paint the sky with strokes of pink and gold. "Do you think we'll see him again?" Twinkle asked, her voice a soft melody. Pippin chuckled, his bells softly chiming. "Oh, I have no doubt. The magic of Will-O-Wisp always brings us the most delightful surprises." With that, the two friends headed back home, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, while the stars above twinkled in approval. And so, in the delightful village of Will-O-Wisp, another day ended with laughter, friendship, and a touch of magic, promising sweet dreams to all who slumbered beneath the gentle glow of the moonlit sky. Story 15. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds in the velvet sky, there existed a small planet called Leora. It was a place of gentle whispers and vibrant colors, where luminescent trees stretched up to kiss the heavens and rivers sang softly to the rhythm of the wind. It was here that two unlikely companions would find one another, and in doing so, discover the true essence of friendship. One of these companions was a young being named Lyra, hailing from a planet known as Viridia. Viridia was a world wrapped in endless emerald forests, where the inhabitants communicated through a language of light and color. Lyra's people were known for their shimmering, translucent wings and their ability to weave music into the very air they breathed. She was a curious soul, always eager to explore beyond the borders of her familiar world, and it was this curiosity that had led her to Leora. The other was a creature named Soren, a native of the fiery world of Pyronus. Pyronus was a planet of vibrant red sands and towering volcanoes, where the ground thrummed with the heat of the earth, and the skies blazed with hues of molten gold. Soren's kind were sturdy and robust, with scales that glowed like embers and eyes that mirrored the flames of their homeland. Unlike Lyra, Soren had never ventured far from his fiery abode, content to bask in the warmth of his planet's embrace. The two met in a meadow on Leora, a place where the grass was as soft as a whisper, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers. Lyra had been playing a melody on her crystal flute, a tune that danced through the air like a gentle breeze. Soren, drawn by the unfamiliar sound, had approached cautiously, his presence a stark contrast to the serene landscape. At first, there was a palpable tension between them, a misunderstanding born of their differences. Lyra, with her delicate wings and ethereal melodies, found Soren's fiery nature intimidating. Meanwhile, Soren, accustomed to the intense heat and strength of Pyronus, viewed Lyra's fragility with skepticism. Yet beneath their initial wariness lay a flicker of curiosity, a desire to understand one another. Their first misunderstanding came swiftly. Lyra, attempting to greet Soren in her native tongue of light, was met with confusion. The vibrant hues that she cast into the air were lost on Soren, whose world was one of heat and solid form. Similarly, Soren's attempt to communicate through the rhythmic vibrations of his people was met with bewilderment by Lyra. Despite this, they persevered, driven by the intrigue of the unknown. They began to find common ground in the universal language of gestures and expressions. Slowly, the gap between them narrowed, as they learned to appreciate the uniqueness of each other's worlds. Their first shared challenge arose not long after. A sudden storm swept across Leora, its winds howling through the trees and rain falling in sheets of silver. The once gentle meadows became treacherous, and Lyra, whose wings were not accustomed to such torrents, struggled against the onslaught. Soren, however, was unfazed by the storm, his fiery core keeping him warm and steady amidst the chaos. In that moment, Soren's strength became Lyra's refuge. With a gentle but firm grip, he sheltered her beneath his protective form, his scales shimmering like a beacon in the storm. As the tempest raged on, Lyra's fear began to ebb, replaced by a warmth that came not from the fire of Pyronus, but from the comfort of Soren's presence. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the landscape glistening with raindrops that caught the light like tiny prisms, Lyra and Soren found themselves closer than before. They had weathered the storm together, and in doing so, had forged a bond that transcended their differences. As days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed like the starflowers that dotted Leora's fields. They spent their days exploring the planet's wonders, from the whispering groves to the crystal caves that sang with the echoes of the past. Lyra introduced Soren to the gentle art of weaving melodies, while Soren taught Lyra to harness the inner strength that burned within her, much like the flames of Pyronus. One twilight evening, as the twin moons of Leora rose to cast their silvery glow upon the world, Lyra and Soren found themselves atop a hill, gazing out at the horizon. The sky was awash with colors, a breathtaking tapestry of oranges and purples that seemed to wrap the world in a comforting embrace. It was in this tranquil moment that they shared a profound understanding. "I never imagined," Lyra began, her voice a soft lullaby in the evening air, "that I would find a friend so different from myself, yet so alike in spirit." Soren nodded, his eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin stars. "In you, I have found a melody that speaks to the flame within. It is a song I never knew I needed." Through their journey, they had discovered that true friendship was not about similarities or differences, but about the willingness to see the world through each other's eyes, to offer strength when it was needed most, and to find joy in the shared moments of life. As the night enveloped Leora in its serene embrace, Lyra and Soren lay on the grass, the warmth of their bond a gentle glow against the coolness of the evening. The stars above twinkled in silent approval, witnessing the promise of a friendship that would endure beyond the boundaries of planets and species. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the universe around them seemed to sigh with contentment, for it had witnessed the birth of something truly beautiful, a friendship that would light the way through any darkness, a beacon of hope and harmony in a vast, diverse galaxy. Story 16. In a quaint village surrounded by rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her hair was as fiery as the sunset, and her eyes sparkled with a curiosity that seemed boundless. Little did she know, an extraordinary adventure awaited her, one that would change her life forever. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the nearby forest, as she often did, seeking solace among the towering trees and the gentle whispers of the wind. As she wandered deeper into the woodland, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering object nestled among the fallen leaves. Drawn to its ethereal glow, she reached down and grasped it in her hands. It was a pendant, intricately carved from a material she couldn't quite place. Adorned with intricate runes and symbols, it seemed to pulse with an ancient magic. Willow's heart raced, for she had always been captivated by tales of enchantment and wonder. As she traced the pendant's intricate patterns with her fingertips, a sudden warmth enveloped her, and the world around her began to shift and blur. In an instant, Willow found herself transported to a realm beyond her wildest dreams. She stood amidst a lush, verdant forest, unlike any she had seen before. The trees towered impossibly high, their leaves shimmering with 1,000 hues. Crystalline streams trickled over mossy rocks, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of exotic blooms. Willow's heart raced as she took in the breathtaking scenery. She knew, deep within her soul, that she had stumbled upon a hidden world, a place of magic and wonder. As she wandered further, she encountered creatures unlike any she had ever seen or read about. Graceful fairies flitted from flower to flower, their gossamer wings leaving a trail of glittering dust in their wake. Diminutive gnomes tended to mushroom gardens, their faces wrinkled with mirth and mischief. Willow's wonder soon turned to fear as she found herself lost, the familiar forest paths giving way to a labyrinth of twisting trails and towering hedges. She wandered aimlessly, her heart pounding in her chest, until she stumbled upon a clearing where a wise-looking owl perched atop a gnarled oak tree. "Fear not, young Willow," the owl spoke, its voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey, one that will test your courage and resilience, but one that will ultimately lead you to discover your true self." Willow listened, entranced, as the owl explained that the pendant she had found was a powerful talisman, a key to unlock the secrets of this hidden realm. With its guidance, she would navigate through the challenges that lay ahead, forging friendships and facing her fears along the way. And so, Willow's adventure began. She encountered a host of fantastical creatures, each with their own tale to tell and lesson to impart. There was the gentle unicorn who taught her the importance of compassion, the mischievous leprechaun who reminded her to embrace her playful side, and the wise dragon whose fiery breath symbolized the power of determination. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of this enchanted world, Willow faced trials that pushed her to her limits. She navigated treacherous terrain, solved ancient riddles, and confronted her own doubts and insecurities. Yet with each challenge overcome, she grew stronger, more resilient, and more confident in her abilities. Throughout her quest, Willow formed incredible bonds with the creatures she encountered. She befriended a loyal griffin who became her steadfast companion, and a merry band of sprites who guided her through the tangled depths of the enchanted forest. Together, they unraveled a mysterious tale of an ancient evil that threatened to corrupt the very essence of this magical realm. It was a journey that tested their courage, their wits, and their unwavering friendship. In the climactic battle against the sinister force, Willow and her newfound friends relied on the strength of their bond and the wisdom they had acquired along the way. With the pendant's power and their combined resolve, they banished the darkness, restoring light and harmony to the hidden world. As the sun set on their victorious triumph, Willow found herself back in the familiar forest of her village, the pendant clutched tightly in her hand. She was different now, transformed by the trials she had faced and the lessons she had learned. Willow carried the memories of her extraordinary adventure close to her heart, a constant reminder of the magic that exists within and around us, if only we have the courage to seek it out. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the friendships she had forged would endure, defying the boundaries of worlds both seen and unseen. From that day forward, Willow approached life with a newfound sense of wonder and purpose. She embraced her fears, celebrated her strengths, and shared the wisdom she had gained with all who would listen. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she need only gaze upon the pendant to remember the incredible journey that had forever changed her life. Story 17. In a quaint, quiet village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. This village was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the soft murmur of the nearby brook sang lullabies to those who listened closely. Marin, with her deep auburn hair and eyes the color of rain-soaked earth, was known for her love of the familiar. She cherished the rhythm of her days, each one predictable and comforting, like the gentle ticking of an old clock. However, as the seasons began to shift from the brilliance of summer to the mellow hues of autumn, change was afoot. The villagers spoke of a magical transformation that occurred once every generation, a time when the great willow at the heart of the village would shed its silver leaves. Legend had it that these leaves held the power to transform anyone who dared to embrace their magic, but only if their heart was open to change. Marin had always been wary of such transformations. preferring the safety of her routine to the uncertainty of the unknown. Yet, a small part of her, a whisper of curiosity, wondered what it might be like to embrace the magic of the great willow. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, this whisper grew into a gentle murmur that she could no longer ignore. One crisp morning, as the first frost kissed the ground, Marin found herself wandering to the foot of the great willow. Its branches swayed gracefully in the autumn breeze, and the silver leaves shimmered like stars caught in daylight. Here she met Eldrin, the village storyteller, who was known for his wisdom and kindness. His eyes twinkled with the light of countless tales, and his voice was as soothing as the brook's song. "Ah, Marin," Eldrin greeted her with a warm smile, "I see you've come to seek the willow's wisdom." Marin hesitated, her heart a fluttering of uncertainty. "I'm not sure I'm ready for what the willow offers. Change, it frightens me." Eldrin nodded knowingly. Change can indeed be daunting, but it is also the seed from which the most beautiful gardens grow. Sometimes it takes a gentle nudge to see the beauty that awaits on the other side. As they spoke, a single silver leaf drifted down, landing softly in Marin's hands. It felt warm and alive, pulsing with a gentle energy that seemed to hum with the rhythms of the earth. Eldrin encouraged her to listen, not with her ears, but with her heart. Over the following weeks, Marin carried the leaf with her, feeling its warmth seep into her being. She noticed subtle changes within herself. Her heart felt lighter, and her mind more open. She began to see beauty in places she had never thought to look. The intricate frost patterns on her window, the vibrant hues of the autumn leaves, and the way the sunrise painted the village in soft golds and pinks. Marin's transformation did not go unnoticed by her friends. Leora, a spirited weaver with a laugh like a bubbling brook, was the first to comment on the change. "There's a new light in your eyes, Marin," she observed one chilly afternoon as they shared a pot of spiced tea. "It's as if you found a piece of the sunrise and tucked it into your heart." Encouraged by Leora's words, Marin found the courage to embrace more of life's uncertainties. She tried her hand at weaving under Leora's patient guidance, finding joy in the dance of colors on the loom. She joined Eldrin in storytelling circles, sharing tales and laughter that echoed long into the night. Through these experiences, Marin learned that change was not something to be feared, but rather a gentle guide leading her to discover new facets of herself. She understood that life, much like the seasons, was ever-changing, and that each transformation brought with it its own unique gifts. As autumn mellowed into the stillness of winter, Marin felt a profound sense of peace. She returned to the great willow, thankful for the magic that had sparked her journey of growth. There she found Eldrin waiting, a knowing smile on his face. "You've found your own magic, haven't you?" he mused, his voice a gentle caress. Marin nodded, holding the silver leaf close to her heart. "I have, Eldrin, and I've learned that the greatest transformations happen not on the outside, but within." Together, they stood beneath the great willow, its branches now bare but still magnificent against the winter sky. Marin knew that she had embraced not just the magic of the willow, but her own inner strength and beauty. She had learned to dance with the winds of change, finding balance and joy in their rhythm. And so, with each passing season, Marin's heart remained open to the wonders of life, nurturing the garden of her soul with the seeds of courage and love. In the warm glow of the village, surrounded by friends and the whispering hills, she found a home not just in her cozy cottage, but within herself. As the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the stars twinkled serenely above, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of the ever-changing, ever-beautiful tapestry of life. Story 18. In a forest where the whisper of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, there existed a world unseen by most eyes, but known deeply by the heart. This was the forest of Evergreen, a lush expanse of towering trees and carpeted in a verdant tapestry that seemed to hum with life. Each tree was a sentinel, a keeper of stories, its roots entwining with the soil like fingers clasping age-old wisdom. As dawn painted the sky with gentle hues of rose and gold, the forest awoke, its inhabitants stirring from their slumber. The morning mist lingered, softening the edges of the world, while the air was sweet with the scent of pine and damp earth. Through this ethereal curtain, the creatures of the forest moved with a quiet grace, each playing their part in the delicate symphony of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Aurelius, whose feathers blended seamlessly with the bark of the oak in which he nested. His eyes, like polished amber, held the knowledge of countless seasons. Aurelius had seen the cycles of life play out in the forest, understood the rhythms of growth and decay, and knew the secrets that the winds whispered through the leaves. Dwelling nearby, beneath the shade of a sprawling elm, lived a gentle deer named Lyra. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her heart was as pure as the crystal streams that wove through the forest. Lyra had a special gift. She could hear the voices of the flowers, the songs of the streams, and the stories carried by the breeze. Her spirit was woven into the fabric of the forest, and she moved through it as if she were one with its very soul. One day, a peculiar hush fell over the forest of evergreen. The usual chatter of squirrels and the melodious trills of birds were replaced by an uneasy stillness. The forest's inhabitants sensed an imbalance, a subtle shift in the harmony that bound them together. The streams seemed to murmur in concern, and the wind carried a note of urgency. Aurelius, perched high in his oak, surveyed the forest with a discerning gaze. His keen senses detected a change in the air, a magic that was both familiar and new. He knew that the forest was on the cusp of a transformation, one that could either restore its balance or tip it into chaos. Lyra, too, felt the change. As she grazed near a patch of wildflowers, their petals whispered tales of a forgotten magic, of a bond between the creatures and the very essence of the forest. The flowers spoke of a time when the seasons danced in harmony, each passing the baton of life to the next in a seamless ballet. Determined to understand this change, Lyra sought out Aurelius, her gentle hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. She found him amidst the boughs of his oak, his eyes closed as if listening to the forest's heartbeat. "Aurelius," she called softly, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "The forest speaks of a change, a magic we have forgotten. Do you know what it means?" Aurelius opened his eyes, his gaze thoughtful and deep. "Indeed, dear Lyra," he replied, his voice rich and warm. "The forest carries the memory of an ancient cycle, a bond between the seasons and the creatures of this land. But that bond has been strained, and we must restore it to preserve our home." "But how?" Lyra asked, her eyes wide with concern. "How can we restore what has been forgotten?" Aurelius spread his wings, gesturing toward the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood like guardians. "There lies the circle of seasons, a place where the magic of the forest converges. It is there that we must go, to rekindle the connection and remind the forest of its true nature." With a nod of understanding, Lyra followed Aurelius as he took flight, his wings cutting through the air with silent grace. They journeyed through the forest, the path marked by the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As they neared the circle of seasons, the air grew thick with enchantment. The trees, ancient and wise, formed a natural amphitheater, their branches intertwined like dancers frozen in time. The ground was blanketed in a mosaic of fallen leaves, each one a testament to the passage of seasons. In the center of the circle stood a stone pedestal, weathered by time and etched with symbols that spoke of the forest's history. It was here that the magic of the seasons was strongest, a place where the barriers between realms were thin and permeable. Aurelius and Lyra approached the pedestal with reverence, their hearts beating in sync with the pulse of the forest. The air around them shimmered, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in anticipation. "To restore the balance, we must call upon the spirits of the seasons," Aurelius explained, his voice steady and sure. "Each season holds a piece of the forest's heart, and only together can they weave the harmony anew." Lyra nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her hooves. She called out, her voice a melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. "Spirits of spring, awaken the flowers and breathe life into the earth," she sang, her voice carrying on the breeze. "Summer, bring warmth and light, nurturing all that grows. Autumn, remind us of the beauty and change, as leaves turn to gold and crimson. Winter, cradle the forest in your embrace, letting it rest and renew." As her song filled the air, the forest responded. The trees swayed as if dancing to an ancient rhythm, the leaves shimmering with colors of every hue. A gentle breeze swept through the circle, carrying with it the scents of blooming flowers, ripe fruits, crisp leaves, and crystalline snow. The spirits of the seasons, invisible yet palpable, joined hands in a dance that transcended time. Their energy flowed into the forest, weaving a tapestry of balance and harmony. The creatures felt it too, a warmth spreading through their hearts, a reassurance that the forest would thrive once more. Aurelius watched with a quiet joy, knowing that the wisdom of the forest had been rekindled, the bond between the seasons and its inhabitants restored. Lyra opened her eyes, her heart full of gratitude and wonder at the magic they had witnessed. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the circle of seasons, Aurelius and Lyra stood side by side, enveloped in a sense of peace. The forest, their home, was alive with the promise of renewal, its harmony restored through the gentle power of wisdom and friendship. The forest creatures returned to their daily rhythms, their hearts lighter, their spirits renewed. The whisper of the wind carried a new song, a melody of hope and unity that echoed through the trees. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Aurelius and Lyra knew that the forest of evergreen would continue to thrive, its magic a testament to the enduring bond between nature and all its creatures. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that danced across the faces of those who gathered around. The story of the forest, shared by Aurelius and Lyra, lingered in the hearts of its listeners, a reminder of the beauty that lay in harmony and the wisdom found in the gentle embrace of nature. As the flames flickered and the night deepened, the forest sighed in contentment, cradled in the arms of eternal balance. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a tiny village nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her name meant slender and resilient, Willow often felt overshadowed by the towering trees that surrounded her home. She longed for a grand adventure, a chance to prove her bravery and strength. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow tended to her chores, she heard a faint tinkling sound, like delicate bells carried on the breeze. Curiosity piqued, she followed the enchanting melody deeper into the forest, her footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves. The sound grew louder, leading her to a moss-covered hollow at the base of a mighty oak. There, nestled in a bed of ferns, lay a small glowing object, a pendant with an intricate design etched into its surface. As Willow reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and the pendant began to glow brighter. Suddenly, a tiny figure emerged from the depths of the hollow, its gossamer wings fluttering rapidly. "Greetings, young one," the delicate creature spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a forest sprite, and this is the pendant of passage. It has been entrusted to you, for you possess a pure heart and a courageous spirit." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief. "But what does it do? And why me?" Zephyr smiled knowingly. "The pendant of passage has the power to reveal hidden worlds, realms that exist alongside our own, unseen by most. You have been chosen to undertake a journey, one that will test your resolve and ultimately transform you in ways you cannot yet imagine." With a wave of her tiny hand, Zephyr opened a shimmering portal within the hollow of the oak tree. "Step through this gateway, and your adventure will begin. Trust in the wisdom of the forest, and let your heart guide you." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She had dreamed of such an opportunity, but now that it lay before her, doubt crept into her mind. What if she wasn't brave enough? What if she failed? As if sensing her hesitation, Zephyr spoke again, her voice firm yet gentle. "Do not let fear hold you back, Willow. The forest has chosen you for a reason. Embrace the unknown, and you will discover strengths within yourself that you never knew existed." Steeling her resolve, Willow fastened the pendant of passage around her neck and stepped through the shimmering portal, leaving the familiar world behind. She emerged in a realm of breathtaking beauty, where vibrant colors danced across the landscape and the air hummed with energy. Towering crystals jutted from the ground, refracting the sunlight into dazzling rainbows. Willow gasped in wonder, her eyes struggling to take in the magnificent sights. As she explored this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures unlike anything she had ever seen before. Graceful, winged beings soared through the skies, while others scurried among the crystal formations, their iridescent scales shimmering. Willow marveled at their diversity, her initial fear giving way to curiosity and awe. However, her sense of wonder was soon overshadowed by a troubling realization. This wondrous world was in peril. The once vibrant colors were fading, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble with unease. Willow's adventure had truly begun, and she knew she had to uncover the source of this disturbance before it was too late. Her journey led her deeper into the crystalline realm, where she encountered a wise old sage named Lumina. With her white tresses glowing like moonlight, Lumina explained the plight of their world. "A dark force has taken root, young one, sapping the life and energy from our realm. It seeks to shroud us in eternal darkness, extinguishing the very essence of our existence." Willow listened intently, her heart heavy with the weight of such a grave task. "But how can I stop this darkness? I'm just a small girl from a humble village." Lumina smiled, her eyes shining with a knowing light. "You possess a strength far greater than you realize, Willow. The pendant of passage is more than a mere trinket. It is a conduit for the power of the natural world, a connection to the very essence of life itself." As Lumina spoke, the pendant around Willow's neck began to glow, pulsing with a warmth that seemed to resonate within her very soul. "This pendant holds the key to restoring balance and harmony to our realm. But first, you must embark on a journey of self-discovery, for only by embracing your true potential can you wield its power." With those words, Lumina gifted Willow a map etched onto a crystalline slab, revealing the path she must take. "Follow the trail of light, and let the wisdom of the forest guide your steps. Trust in the bond between all living things, and you will find the strength you seek." Willow set forth on her quest, her heart filled with equal parts determination and trepidation. The path was treacherous, winding through treacherous chasms and towering crystal formations. Along the way, she encountered challenges that tested her courage, her wit, and her resilience. In one harrowing moment, she found herself trapped in a labyrinth of shimmering mirrors, each reflecting a distorted version of herself. As she wandered, lost and disoriented, the darkness within her own heart began to take hold, whispering doubts and fears into her mind. "You are weak, Willow," the shadows taunted. "You will never be strong enough to save this world. Turn back now, before it's too late." But just as despair threatened to consume her, a glimmer of light caught her eye, a single ray piercing through the mirrored maze. Willow followed its guidance, and soon found herself face to face with her own reflection, clear and true. In that moment, she saw not a small, frightened girl, but a young woman of immense strength and courage. The doubts that had plagued her melted away, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose and self-belief. As she emerged from the labyrinth, the pendant around her neck shone brighter than ever before, its power amplified by Willow's newfound inner strength. Her journey continued, and with each challenge she faced, Willow grew more resilient, more attuned to the wisdom of the forest and the natural world around her. She forged unlikely friendships with the creatures she encountered, learning from their unique perspectives and finding strength in their unwavering support. Finally, after traversing treacherous peaks and navigating treacherous ravines, Willow found herself standing before a towering obsidian monolith, the source of the darkness that threatened to consume the crystalline realm. As she approached, a sinister force emerged from the depths of the monolith, its very presence causing the ground to tremble and the air to grow cold. "So, you have come at last, little one," the malevolent entity hissed, its voice like the scraping of rusted blades. "Did you truly believe you could thwart my power? I am the embodiment of darkness itself, and this realm will soon be mine to rule." Willow felt a flicker of fear, but she quickly quelled it, drawing upon the lessons she had learned and the bonds she had forged. "You underestimate the power of the natural world," she proclaimed, her voice steady and resolute. "This realm is not yours to claim, for it belongs to all living things, united in harmony and balance." With those words, Willow raised the pendant of passage high, its brilliant light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. The malevolent force recoiled, shrouding itself in shadows as it launched a barrage of dark tendrils towards Willow. But she was ready. Calling upon the wisdom of the forest, she summoned forth a shimmering barrier of pure energy, deflecting the dark onslaught. The battle raged, light and darkness clashing in a spectacular display of raw power. As the struggle reached its crescendo, Willow felt the pendant grow warm against her skin, pulsing with a rhythm that resonated deep within her soul. She realized then that the true power did not lie within the pendant itself, but in her own connection to the natural world, a bond forged through her journey, her trials, and her unwavering belief. With a final defiant cry, Willow unleashed the full force of the pendant's energy, channeling the very essence of life itself. A blinding light erupted from within her, shattering the darkness and reducing the malevolent entity to mere wisps of shadow. As the light faded, Willow found herself surrounded by the creatures she had befriended, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The crystalline realm was restored to its former glory, vibrant colors dancing across the landscape once more. Lumina approached, her face aglow with pride. "You have triumphed, young Willow, not through brute force, but through your connection to the natural world and your unwavering spirit. You have proven yourself worthy of the pendant of passage and the wisdom it represents." Willow smiled, her heart overflowing with joy and a newfound sense of purpose. She had embarked on this journey as a timid girl, but she emerged as a courageous young woman, forever changed by the lessons she had learned and the bonds she had forged. As she gazed upon the restored crystalline realm, she knew that her adventure had only just begun. The pendant of passage would guide her through many more realms, each offering its own challenges and revelations. But Willow was ready, for she had discovered the true strength that lay within. A resilience born of her connection to the natural world and her unwavering belief in the power of friendship, wisdom, and harmony. And so, with the pendant glowing brightly around her neck, Willow set forth on her next grand adventure, her heart filled with wonder and her spirit soaring like the winged creatures that danced across the crystalline skies. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Marigold. Her name was a reflection of the vibrant flowers that adorned her mother's garden, yet Marigold herself often felt like a seed that had yet to find its bloom. While the seasons danced around her, bringing change to the world, Marigold found herself rooted in place, hesitant to embrace the unknown. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, where the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming lilacs and apple pies cooling on windowsills. Each morning, the sun would rise with a golden glow, casting a warm embrace over the village and its people. Yet despite the comforting rhythms of her home, Marigold felt a longing within her heart, a whisper of something more that she could not quite grasp. Her closest friend, Oliver, was a lively boy with eyes like twinkling stars. He was always eager to explore the world beyond their village, his curiosity as endless as the sky. Together, they would wander through the woods, listening to the songs of the birds and the rustle of leaves. But Marigold always hesitated at the forest's edge, where the path faded into the unknown. One gentle autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Marigold and Oliver stumbled upon an ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and nestled among the roots was a peculiar object, a shimmering, iridescent cocoon. It pulsed with a soft, enchanting light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the forest floor. "Look at this," Oliver exclaimed, his voice a mixture of awe and delight. "I bet it's something magical." Marigold gazed at the cocoon, feeling a strange connection to it. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its smooth surface. In that moment, a gentle warmth spread through her like the first kiss of spring after a long winter. "I can feel it," she whispered, as Oliver watched with wide eyes. "There's something inside, something waiting to grow." As the days turned into weeks, Marigold found herself drawn back to the cocoon, visiting it often. She would sit beneath the oak, listening to the wind as it carried whispers of wisdom through the leaves. Oliver would join her, offering his companionship and a steady stream of encouragement. "You know," he mused one day, "maybe it's like you, Marigold. Maybe it's waiting for the right moment to change." His words lingered in her heart, a gentle nudge toward understanding. She realized that change didn't have to be something frightening. It could be as natural and beautiful as the seasons. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Marigold arrived at the oak tree alone. The cocoon was glowing brighter than ever before, its light bathing the clearing in a serene glow. She sat beside it, letting the tranquility of the moment wash over her. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the cocoon began to unravel, its delicate threads unfurling like petals opening to the sun. From within emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a butterfly unlike any other, its wings shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It fluttered into the air, dancing among the stars, a living tapestry of transformation and grace. Marigold watched in wonder, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, a journey of becoming, of discovering the colors hidden within her soul. With the butterfly as her guide, Marigold found the courage to step beyond the forest's edge, to explore the world with Oliver by her side. Together, they wandered through meadows and valleys, their laughter echoing across the hills. As she ventured into the unknown, Marigold discovered the beauty within herself, blooming like the marigolds in her mother's garden. Her journey taught her that life was a wondrous adventure filled with moments of magic and self-discovery. And as the seasons continued to turn, Marigold found herself welcoming each new change with an open heart, knowing that she, too, was a part of the ever-changing tapestry of the world. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village, with the stars as her companions and the forest as her friend, Marigold lived a life rich with color and possibility, forever grateful for the beauty of transformation and the magic of personal growth. Story 21. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest where the whispers of old trees carried tales of centuries past, there lived a community of creatures unseen by most human eyes. This forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like the shadows cast by the flickering flames of a campfire. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the air was imbued with the earthy scent of moss and the crisp, clean fragrance of pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of warm, golden light. The gentle rustling of leaves was a constant, soothing melody, accompanied by the distant call of a thoughtful owl or the soft chatter of squirrels busily gathering their acorns. Among these natural denizens was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the etchings of time and tales long told. Thistle was known far and wide for his wisdom, gleaned from many seasons spent observing the ebb and flow of life in the forest. His eyes, like twin pools of deep amber, held the secrets of the forest's magic, which he shared with those who sought his counsel. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of impending frost, a young fox named Fern approached Thistle with a heart full of questions. Fern's fur was a brilliant russet, blending perfectly with the autumnal landscape, and her eyes twinkled with the curiosity of youth. "Wise Thistle," Fern began, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves, "I've heard tales of the magical phenomena tied to the seasons. Can you tell me more about this magic and how it keeps the forest in harmony?" Thistle, who was gently basking in a patch of sunlight, opened his wise eyes and regarded Fern with warmth. "Ah, young Fern," he replied, his voice as deep and calming as the rumble of distant thunder. "The magic of the seasons is indeed wondrous and essential. It is a delicate balance, nurtured by the forest's creatures and the ancient wisdom passed down through generations." Fern sat beside Thistle, her ears perked with anticipation as the old tortoise continued. "You see, each season brings its own magic," Thistle explained. "Spring breathes life into the forest, waking the sleeping seeds with gentle rains and the soft kiss of sunlight. Summer follows, with its vibrant energy and the hum of life in full bloom. Then comes autumn, when the forest dons a cloak of fiery hues, and the world is painted in shades of gold and crimson. Finally, winter arrives, wrapping the forest in a quiet, white blanket, allowing the earth to rest and renew." As Thistle spoke, Fern could almost see the seasons unfolding before her eyes, the forest transforming with each turn of the wheel. "But how do we creatures of the forest ensure this harmony?" Fern asked, her voice filled with wonder. We play our parts, small as they may seem, Thistle replied, a gentle smile gracing his ancient features. The bees pollinate the flowers, the birds spread seeds far and wide, and we all, in turn, listen to the whispers of the forest. We take only what we need and give back in ways that keep the balance. Just as Thistle finished speaking, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a flurry of golden leaves that danced playfully around them. It was as if the forest itself was affirming Thistle's words, a silent nod to the wisdom of ages. Moved by Thistle's words, Fern felt a newfound appreciation for the forest's intricate dance of life. She understood that even the smallest creature had a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of the whispering woods. With a heart full of gratitude, she thanked Thistle and promised to share this wisdom with others. As the day gave way to twilight, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Fern trotted back to her den, her spirit uplifted by the knowledge that she was part of something much larger than herself. The gentle rhythm of the forest's heartbeat resonated within her, a comforting reminder of the harmony that thrived in the whispering woods. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the creatures of the forest continued their lives, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle magic that wove through the ancient trees. The whispering woods remained a sanctuary of peace and balance, where the wonders of nature and magic intertwined like the branches of the oldest oaks. In this tranquil haven, the creatures lived in harmony, each day a new chapter in the endless story of the forest, and each season a reminder of the enduring magic that held them all together. And as the night wrapped the woods in its velvety embrace, all was well, and the forest whispered its secrets to those who cared to listen. Story 22. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in an endless sea of velvet, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Its skies were perpetually painted with the hues of twilight, casting a gentle glow over its lush, sprawling landscapes. Lumina was home to the Luminarians, a gentle, peace-loving species with skin that shimmered like opal under the soft celestial light. One serene evening, as the twin moons of Lumina began their graceful ascent, casting silvery beams across the land, a peculiar visitor descended from the sky. The visitor was from a planet called Pharos, known for its rugged terrain and metallic storms. Her name was Kepler, and she was a Pharosian, a species known for their sturdy armor-like exteriors and keen intellect. Kepler's spacecraft, a sleek vessel crafted from tempered steel and polished alloys, had encountered a cosmic anomaly, causing it to veer off course and make an unexpected landing on Lumina. The Luminarians, curious and kind, gathered around the strange, gleaming craft as it settled onto their dewy meadows. Among the crowd was a young Luminarian named Aaron, whose eyes sparkled with wonder and a hint of apprehension. Aaron approached the craft cautiously, his heart thudding in his chest like a playful drumbeat. The hatch of the spacecraft hissed open, and from within emerged Kepler, her metallic skin catching the moonlight, creating an ethereal silhouette. Their first meeting was one of confusion and misunderstanding. The Luminarians communicated through gentle pulses of light and soft melodies, while Kepler was accustomed to the precise, resonant tones of her own language. Despite the initial barrier, Aaron stepped forward, his luminescent hands forming delicate patterns in the air, trying to convey peace and welcome. Kepler, though initially wary, sensed the sincerity in Aaron's gestures. She responded with a series of rhythmic nods, her expression softening as she realized the intentions of these beings were benign. Thus began the tentative bridge of understanding between two very different worlds. Over the following days, Kepler and Aaron became unlikely companions. Aaron introduced Kepler to the wonders of Lumina, the bioluminescent flora that danced in the gentle breezes, the serene waters that mirrored the cosmos above, and the harmonious songs of the Luminarians that resonated through the air like warm embrace. In return, Kepler shared tales of Pharos, where mountains sang with the echoes of the winds, and the soil sparkled with precious metals. She spoke of her people, who thrived in harmony with their planet's harsh beauty, and of her own journey among the stars. Despite their growing friendship, there were moments of friction. Kepler, with her logical mind, often struggled with the Luminarians' intuitive ways. One afternoon, while exploring a meadow filled with shimmering crystal flowers, a disagreement arose. Kepler, eager to understand the purpose of the flowers, suggested analyzing them using her equipment. Erin, however, believed in experiencing their beauty through presence and appreciation, not dissection. The misunderstanding grew into a silent rift, casting a shadow over their camaraderie. That evening, as the moons bathed the land in their soft glow, Erin sat by the edge of a tranquil lake, his heart heavy with regret. Kepler, too, found herself reflecting on their disagreement, realizing that understanding went beyond logical analysis. It required empathy and openness. Determined to mend their bond, Kepler approached Erin with a small, carefully crafted gift. It was a delicate sculpture, fashioned from the metallic remnants of her spacecraft, shaped into a likeness of the crystal flowers. As she offered it to Erin, her actions spoke of her desire to understand and appreciate the beauty that Erin cherished. Erin accepted the gift with a radiant smile, his heart swelling with warmth. In that moment, they both understood that friendship was a journey of shared experiences and mutual respect, where differences could become strengths. Their bond deepened as they faced new challenges together. One day, a sudden meteor shower threatened the tranquility of Lumina. The skies erupted in a cascade of fiery streaks, and panic rippled through the Luminarian community. Erin and Kepler stood side by side, devising a plan to shield the planet from harm. Kepler's technical expertise, combined with Erin's intuitive understanding of Lumina's natural defenses, formed a formidable alliance. Together, they rallied the Luminarians, using their combined strengths to create a protective barrier of light and energy, deflecting the meteors harmlessly into space. As the last of the meteor shower faded into the night, the Luminarians gathered to celebrate their triumph. The air was filled with joyous melodies, and soft lights danced in harmonious patterns. Kepler and Erin stood amidst the celebration, their hearts intertwined with gratitude and friendship. In the days that followed, Kepler prepared to return to Pharos, her spacecraft repaired and ready for the journey home. As she bid farewell to the Luminarians, she and Erin exchanged a heartfelt promise to keep their friendship alive, no matter the distance between their worlds. As Kepler's spacecraft ascended into the starry sky, Erin watched until it became a twinkling speck among the constellations. He knew their paths would cross again, for true friendship was a bond that transcended space and time, like the gentle light of Lumina's twin moons guiding travelers home. And so, in the vast tapestry of the universe, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection forged in understanding, strengthened by shared challenges, and illuminated by the unwavering light of kindness. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft rustle of leaves played a gentle lullaby, lay the quaint village of Elderwood. The village was known for its charming cobblestone paths, each one winding like a lazy stream through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bursting with wildflowers. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the sun to linger a little longer and the stars to twinkle a little brighter. One summer afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent, casting a warm glow over the village, something peculiar began to happen. The village's beloved clock tower, which had faithfully chimed every hour for as long as anyone could remember, fell silent. Its absence left the village in an unusual stillness, as if time itself had taken a deep breath and forgotten to exhale. The villagers gathered in the square, murmuring softly to one another, their faces painted with a mix of curiosity and concern. Among them was young Aidan, a boy with a heart as bright as his eyes were keen. Aidan was known for his love of adventures and his knack for noticing the smallest of details. Standing beside him was his best friend, Marigold, a girl with a gentle spirit and laughter that could light up the gloomiest of days. "We must find out what has silenced the clock," Aidan declared, his voice filled with determination. Marigold nodded, her curiosity piqued by the mystery at hand. As dusk fell, the two friends decided to visit Elderwood's oldest resident, Old Finn, a wise gnome who lived in a cozy burrow at the edge of the village. His home was a delightful chaos of scrolls and artifacts, and it was said that he knew more about the village's history than any book in the land. Old Finn greeted them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling behind round spectacles. "Ah, Aiden and Marigold," he chuckled. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your company this fine evening?" Aiden explained the strange silence of the clock tower, and Old Finn listened intently, nodding along as they spoke. After a thoughtful pause, he reached for an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. "There are tales," he began, "of a magical creature known as the timekeeper owl. It is said to reside deep in the woods, ensuring that time flows smoothly in our world." Marigold leaned in closer, fascinated. "Do you think the timekeeper owl could be behind the silence?" she asked. Old Finn nodded slowly. "Perhaps the owl has encountered a problem of its own. If we are to solve this mystery, you must find the owl and seek its wisdom." With Old Finn's guidance, Aiden and Marigold set off into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The path was lined with towering oaks and fragrant pines, their branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. As they ventured deeper, the woods seemed to come alive with the soft glow of fireflies, lighting their way like tiny lanterns. It wasn't long before they heard the soft hoot of an owl echoing through the trees. Following the sound, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, perched on a gnarled branch, was the timekeeper owl, its feathers shimmering with a silvery sheen. "Welcome, young ones," the owl greeted them in a voice as soft as velvet. "I have been expecting you." Surprised, Aiden and Marigold exchanged glances before stepping forward. "We've come to ask why the clock tower has fallen silent," Aiden said, his voice respectful but eager. The timekeeper owl ruffled its feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the silence is indeed unusual," it replied. "I have been distracted by a puzzle of my own. A mischievous wind sprite has taken my precious hourglass, and without it, time cannot flow properly." Understanding dawned on Aiden and Marigold. They offered to help the owl find the hourglass, and the owl, grateful for their kindness, guided them to the sprite's favorite haunts. The search led them to a hidden glade where the wind sprite, a playful creature with a mane of wildflowers, was swirling about, the hourglass twinkling in its grasp. "Catch me if you can," it giggled, darting through the air. Aiden and Marigold exchanged a quick, knowing look. They decided to outsmart the sprite by using a bit of cleverness. Marigold began to weave a wreath of bright blooms, each one more vibrant than the last, and offered it to the sprite as a trade. The sprite, captivated by the colorful creation, agreed to the bargain with a delighted spin, returning the hourglass to the owl. With a grateful hoot, the timekeeper owl restored the hourglass to its rightful place, and soon the familiar chime of the clock tower echoed through the village once more. Aiden and Marigold returned to Elderwood, where the villagers greeted them with cheers and gratitude. As a token of appreciation, Old Finn presented them with a small, enchanted timepiece, a reminder of their adventure and the wisdom they had gained. That night, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, Aiden and Marigold lay beneath a sky sprinkled with stars. They whispered of their adventure and the lessons they had learned, knowing that, with friendship and cleverness, even the strangest mysteries could be solved. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, peace returned to Elderwood, where time flowed once more like a gentle river, and dreams drifted like soft clouds across the tranquil night sky. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the fabric of the woods. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, and where the delicate balance of nature was maintained by the unseen hands of magic. The forest was home to many creatures, but among the most revered were the lumina owls, known for their plumage that glowed softly like moonlight. These owls, gentle and wise, were believed to be the guardians of the forest, their luminous feathers a reminder of the magic that pulsed through every root and stream. One such owl, named Rowan, was especially beloved among the creatures of the forest. Rowan's nest was perched high in an ancient oak tree, its branches strong and gnarled, a testament to the centuries it had witnessed. From here, Rowan could observe the forest in its entirety, a vibrant tapestry of life and color. As the seasons turned, a gentle transformation swept through the forest. Spring brought a symphony of blossoms, their petals painting the forest floor in hues of pink and white. The air was alive with the buzz of bees and the sweet melody of birdsong. It was during this time that Rowan would tell stories to the younger creatures, sharing the wisdom he had gathered from his own elders. "Listen closely," Rowan would say, his voice a soft rustle like leaves in a breeze. "The forest teaches us that every life, no matter how small, plays a part in the great circle. Just as the roots of the trees connect beneath the earth, so too are we all connected." As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, a magical phenomenon known as the whispering rain would occur. On certain nights, when the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the sky, a gentle rain would fall. But this was no ordinary rain. Each drop carried with it a faint, melodious hum, a symphony of nature that only the true inhabitants of the forest could hear. The whispering rain was a time of celebration and reflection. Creatures from all corners of the forest gathered at the moonlit glade, a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver. Here they would listen to the rain's song, each note a reminder of the harmony that guided their lives. One summer, however, the balance of the forest was threatened. A dry spell had settled over the land, its grip as unyielding as the sun's relentless gaze. Streams shrank to trickles, and the once vibrant leaves began to curl and brown at the edges. Concerned, Rowan called a gathering at the moonlit glade. Creatures of all sizes, from the tiniest fireflies to the stately deer, assembled to hear what the wise owl had to say. "The forest speaks to us," Rowan began, his eyes reflecting the worry shared by all. "It tells us that harmony must be restored. We must work together, as we always have, to bring balance back to our home." The creatures murmured in agreement, their resolve strengthened by Rowan's words. It was decided that they would seek out the source of the imbalance. Together they would travel to the heart of the forest, where the oldest trees stood, their roots entwined with the very essence of magic. As they journeyed, the forest revealed its hidden wonders. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and the path was lined with mushrooms that glowed faintly, like lanterns guiding the way. At night, fireflies danced above them, their light twinkling in harmony with the stars. Finally, they reached the grove of the elder trees, ancient sentinels whose bark was etched with runes of power. Here the air was thick with magic, a tangible force that shimmered beneath the surface of reality. Rowan stepped forward, his voice a gentle echo in the stillness. "Great elder trees, we seek your guidance. The forest is in distress, and we ask for your wisdom to restore the balance." For a moment there was silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then slowly the runes on the trees began to glow, casting a warm amber light that enveloped the grove. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the trees, carrying with it the weight of ages. "You have come with open hearts and a shared purpose. The balance has been disturbed by forces beyond our realm, but it is not beyond repair. You must call upon the whispering rain, for its song holds the key to renewal." With newfound purpose, the creatures returned to the moonlit glade. Under Rowan's guidance, they combined their efforts, each contributing in their own way to summon the magical rain. The birds sang a melody that resonated with the rhythm of the earth, while the deer danced in graceful patterns, their hooves tapping a gentle beat. As they worked together, the sky began to darken, and a cool breeze swept through the glade. The first drops of rain fell, and with them came the familiar, soothing hum of the whispering rain. The rain fell steadily, a curtain of shimmering droplets that washed over the forest. The trees drank deeply, their leaves unfurling with renewed vigor. Streams bubbled to life, their waters clear and sparkling. The creatures rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the rain's gentle song. Under the watchful gaze of the lumina owls, the forest thrived once more, the balance restored. It was as if the very soul of the woods had been reborn. Rowan, perched high in his oak tree, watched with a heart full of gratitude. As night fell, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the soft glow of the moon and the distant hum of the whispering rain. And so the ancient forest continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow, a testament to the enduring harmony of nature. Story 25. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a snug stone cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Leora had always been content in her little corner of the world, where time seemed to flow as gently as the stream that meandered past her garden. But as seasons turned and the world around her evolved, Leora found herself grappling with a deep unease, a restlessness she could neither name nor shake. The village was a tapestry of vibrant life, where stories wove through generations like threads of gold. Leora often found solace in the company of her dear friend, an elder named Phelan, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient oak that stood in the village square. Phelan, with his gentle eyes and kind smile, would often speak in riddles, his words carrying the weight of truths that Leora was only beginning to understand. One crisp autumn evening, as the harvest moon bathed the village in silver light, Leora sought Phelan's counsel. They sat together beneath the oak, the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of crickets. "Phelan," Leora began, her voice a mere whisper against the night. "I feel lost, as if the world is changing around me and I am standing still." Phelan nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "Change is the breath of life, dear Leora. To resist it is to hold one's breath, yet to embrace it is to dance with the wind." "But how do I learn to dance when I feel so afraid?" Leora asked, her heart heavy with uncertainty. The elder's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "There is a place, not far from here, where the veil between worlds is thin. It is said that those who seek it will find reflections of their own hearts. Perhaps there you might find the answers you seek." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Leora decided to embark on this journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's shawl, which carried the comforting scent of lavender. As dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora set off, her heart a mix of fear and curiosity. Her path wound through fields of amber grain and forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets. As she walked, the world around her seemed to pulse with a gentle magic, each step echoing with the promise of discovery. The trail led her to a glade, where a pool lay nestled like a forgotten jewel. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the world with an ethereal glow. Leora knelt at its edge, her reflection shimmering with a life of its own. As she gazed into the depths, a ripple spread across the surface, and the image began to change. In place of her own visage, Leora saw scenes of her past, moments of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She watched as they unfolded like the pages of a beloved book, and with each turn, the picture grew clearer, revealing facets of herself she had never truly acknowledged. Tears welled in her eyes, not of sadness, but of a profound understanding. Leora realized that the restlessness she felt was not a burden, but a call to grow, to step beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown. It was a call to transform, much like the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. As she sat by the pool, lost in reflection, a soft rustling drew her attention. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox with fur that gleamed like silver moonlight, its eyes warm with ancient wisdom. The fox approached with a grace that seemed to belong to both the earth and the stars, and as it settled beside her, Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her. "You have seen what you needed to see," the fox spoke, its voice a gentle melody that resonated within her soul. "Change is the essence of life, and you, Leora, are a part of that eternal dance." "How can I move forward when fear holds me back?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fox's gaze was steady, its presence a balm to her troubled heart. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act in spite of it. Trust in your heart, for it knows the way." Leora nodded, understanding dawning like the first light of morning. She rose, feeling lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. With gratitude in her heart, she bid farewell to the fox, who watched her with a knowing smile. The journey back to the village felt different, imbued with a newfound sense of purpose. Leora's steps were sure and steady, the path unfolding before her like a promise. When she returned home, the cottage seemed to welcome her with open arms, the scent of wildflowers sweet in the air. In the days that followed, Leora embraced the changes in her life with an open heart. She found joy in the simple beauty of each day, in the laughter of friends, and the stories shared around the village fire. She discovered that within her was a wellspring of strength and wisdom, waiting to be tapped. Through her journey, Leora learned that life was a mosaic of moments, each one contributing to the masterpiece of her soul. She understood that personal growth was not a destination, but a path, a winding, wondrous path filled with the magic of possibility. And so, as the seasons turned and the world continued its eternal dance, Leora found her place within it, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of life. She knew that change would come again, as inevitable as the sunrise, but this time she was ready to embrace it with open arms and an open heart. And in the quiet of the night, as stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora lay in her bed, the warmth of her grandmother's shawl wrapped around her. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, knowing that the journey of self-discovery was the greatest adventure of all. Story 26. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the gentle whispers of an ancient forest, there lived a girl named Anwen. Known for her kind spirit and an insatiable curiosity about the world, Anwen spent her days exploring the meadows and woods that surrounded her home. Her heart brimmed with a love for the stories her grandmother told her by the fireside, tales of hidden worlds and magical creatures that danced just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Anwen set out on her usual path. The earth was soft beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure. She followed the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest, its waters sparkling in the early light. Anwen paused by an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like the welcoming arms of an old friend. As she leaned against its sturdy trunk, she felt a peculiar tingling sensation beneath her fingertips. Startled, she stepped back and noticed something she had never seen before, a narrow, winding path that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, hidden beneath a blanket of moss and fern. Intrigued, Anwen decided to follow the path, her heart fluttering with excitement. The trail led her deeper into the forest, where the familiar sounds of birdsong were replaced by a gentle melodic hum that seemed to resonate from the very earth itself. The air grew cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in a kaleidoscope of colors. As she ventured further, Anwen stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in a soft, golden glow. At its center stood a magnificent tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was silver, and its leaves glimmered like emeralds in the light. But what caught her attention most was the object nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved box, adorned with symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer as she approached. Her heart pounding with a mixture of apprehension and wonder, Anwen knelt beside the box. It felt warm to the touch, and as she lifted the lid, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the sound of distant laughter. Inside, she found a delicate silver bracelet, its surface engraved with the same mysterious symbols. As soon as Anwen clasped the bracelet around her wrist, the forest around her seemed to awaken. Colors grew more vibrant, and the air pulsed with a magical energy. Suddenly she heard a voice, soft and musical, echoing through the trees. "Welcome, seeker," it said. "You have found the path of echoes, the gateway to the hidden world." Anwen's eyes widened in awe as a figure emerged from the shadows, a graceful doe with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. Her fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and when she spoke, her voice was a melody that filled Anwen's heart with warmth. "You are the keeper now," the doe continued. "The bracelet grants you the ability to see beyond the ordinary, to hear the whispers of the unseen. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility." Though overwhelmed, Anwen felt a surge of determination. She nodded, accepting the task bestowed upon her. "Fear not," the doe reassured her. "You will not be alone. The forest will guide you, and you will find allies where you least expect." With a graceful nod, the doe turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Anwen alone once more. But now, she perceived the world in a new light, hearing the symphony of the forest and seeing creatures that had been hidden from view. She knew that her life had changed forever. Over the following days, Anwen explored the hidden world within the forest, guided by the gentle hum of magic that thrummed through the trees. She met creatures she had only ever heard of in stories, tiny sprites that flitted about on gossamer wings, wise old owls that shared secrets from the stars, and mischievous foxes whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and amber, Anwen encountered a peculiar creature at the edge of a crystal-clear pond. It was a small, round being with eyes as bright as the moon and a coat that shimmered like the night sky. "Hello, Anwen," the creature said in a voice that was both ancient and youthful. "I am Luna, guardian of the night. I have been waiting for you." Anwen felt an immediate kinship with Luna, sensing a kindred spirit. They spent the evening sharing stories and laughter, and as the stars began to twinkle above, Luna revealed a mystery that had long puzzled the forest. "Darkness has crept into our world," Luna explained, her voice tinged with sadness. "A shadow that sows discord and fear. We need your help to uncover its source and restore balance." Anwen felt the weight of the task before her, but she also knew that she was not alone. With Luna by her side, she embarked on a journey to unravel the mystery and bring light back to the forest. Their path led them through hidden glades and along winding streams, each step revealing more wonders and challenges. Along the way they gathered allies, a gentle giant of a bear with a heart of gold, a clever raven with eyes that saw beyond the ordinary, and a band of playful otters whose laughter lifted their spirits. Together, they followed the clues left by the shadow, piecing together fragments of a story that spanned the ages. Anwen learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see beyond the surface, and to trust in her newfound friends. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Anwen discovered truths about herself that she had never known. She found courage in moments of doubt, strength in times of fear, and wisdom in the quiet stillness of the woods. Finally, after many days of travel, their path led them to a dark, forgotten corner of the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. There they found the source of the shadow, a twisted, ancient tree, its bark blackened and its branches clawing at the sky. The air was thick with a palpable darkness, and Anwen felt a chill run through her. But as she stood before the tree, she remembered the lessons she had learned, the friends she had made, and the promise she had given to the forest. Drawing upon the magic of the bracelet and the strength of her companions, Anwen faced the shadow with a heart full of light. Together, they sang a song of hope and unity, their voices rising in harmony to pierce the gloom. The tree shuddered, its branches creaking and groaning, and slowly the darkness began to recede. The air grew lighter, and the forest sighed in relief as the shadow was banished, its grip on the world broken. As the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, painting the forest in hues of gold and green, Anwen and her friends stood together, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. The forest was alive once more, its hidden world revealed in all its glory. Anwen knew that her journey had changed her, that she was no longer the girl who had set out from Willowbrook on that crisp autumn morning. She had discovered a world of magic and wonder, forged bonds of friendship that would last a lifetime, and learned that true strength came from within. With a heart full of peace, Anwen returned to her village, carrying the stories of her journey and the lessons she had learned. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, a gentle reminder of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, as the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky with the colors of dreams, Anwen sat by the fireside, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new adventures to come. The world was a place of endless possibilities, and she would always be ready to explore its hidden depths, guided by the light of the Path of Echoes. Story 27. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village that lay cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a humble young tailor named Peter. Peter's home was a cozy little cottage, where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the warm aroma of his herbal teas. His days were spent stitching and sewing, crafting garments that were known for their exceptional comfort and charm. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Peter decided to clean out the attic, a space rarely ventured into, filled with memories and forgotten treasures. As he dusted and sorted through old boxes, his hand brushed against a peculiar object. It was a small, ornately carved wooden box, its surface etched with swirling patterns, that seemed to shimmer in the soft light. Intrigued, Peter carefully opened the box, revealing a spool of thread unlike any he had ever seen. It was a lustrous silver, glinting as if woven from moonbeams. Alongside it lay a note, written in delicate script. "This thread holds the power of connection. Use it wisely, for it can mend not just fabric, but hearts." Peter, with his kind heart and curious nature, decided to test the thread's magic. He used it to repair a favorite jacket, and as he stitched, he noticed a warm sensation spreading from his fingers, as if the thread were knitting more than just fabric. It was weaving a sense of tranquility and hope. The very next day, Peter ventured into the village market, wearing the newly mended jacket. The market was alive with the chatter of villagers, the scent of sweet pastries, and the vibrant hues of autumn produce. Among the stalls, he met a young woman named Clara, who was known for her vivid storytelling and laughter that could light up even the gloomiest of days. Clara was struggling with a tapestry she was weaving, the threads tangled and knotted. Peter offered his help, and as he worked with the magical thread, the tapestry seemed to come alive, the once chaotic threads now forming a beautiful scene of a serene lake under a starlit sky. As they admired the finished tapestry, Clara shared her dreams of traveling beyond the village to learn new tales and share her own. She felt held back by her fear of leaving the familiar comforts of home. Peter, inspired by the tapestry and the magic of the silver thread, encouraged her to follow her heart, promising that true connections would always find a way to endure. Together, they decided to embark on a journey through their beloved woods, where they hoped to find a wise old friend known to the villagers as the forest sage. The sage was said to possess wisdom beyond measure and a gentle heart that welcomed all who sought guidance. Their path through the woods was a tapestry of its own, woven with the rustle of leaves underfoot, the crisp scent of pine, and the cheerful song of birds flitting overhead. Along the way, they met a jovial squirrel named Nibble, who offered them acorns and stories of forest adventures. Nibble became their companion, his antics bringing joy and laughter to their journey. As twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they reached a clearing where the forest sage resided, an ancient tree with branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. The sage, with a voice as soft as a gentle breeze, listened to their tales and dreams. "The thread you found," the sage explained, "is special indeed. It connects not just people, but their dreams and hopes. To use it wisely is to weave a tapestry of kindness, understanding, and courage." With newfound clarity, Clara realized that her fear was but a thread in the larger tapestry of her life, one that could be rewoven with the thread of courage and adventure. Peter, too, understood that his gift for mending was not just about fabric, but about bringing warmth and connection to those around him. As they made their way back to the village under the watchful gaze of a silvery moon, Clara felt a sense of peace and anticipation for her journey ahead. Peter, with a heart full of contentment, knew that his life, much like the silver thread, was intertwined with those he cherished. Their return was met with the village's embrace, a warm hearth waiting, and friends eager to hear of their adventures. And though Clara soon set off on her travels, the bond she shared with Peter and their village remained strong, woven with threads of shared stories, laughter, and the promise of return. And so, in the gentle light of evening, as the village settled into the comforting rhythm of night, Peter sat by his fireplace, the magical spool of thread resting nearby. He knew that as long as there were hearts to mend and dreams to weave, the silver thread's magic would never fade. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wondrous tapestry that life continued to weave. Story 28. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies to the moonlit sky, there was a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was tucked away amidst rolling hills and blooming meadows, where every morning the dew-kissed grass glimmered like tiny stars scattered across an emerald sea. Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary danced hand in hand with the extraordinary, and where magic was as much a part of life as the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. In this cozy village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious mind and an ever-present twinkle in her eyes, which seemed to hold a world of wonders. Her days were spent exploring the mysteries of the woods, befriending the creatures who called it home, and helping her neighbors with her keen sense of observation and her heart full of kindness. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden leaves began to carpet the forest floor, the village was abuzz with whispers of strange occurrences. The once harmonious songs of the Willowbrook birds had shifted into an oddly discordant tune, and the village's beloved river, the serene stream, had begun to bubble and gurgle in an unusual manner, as if it were trying to speak. Concerned, the villagers gathered in the warm glow of the village hall, their faces shadowed by flickering candlelight. They spoke in hushed tones, wondering what could be causing such peculiar happenings. Lila, sitting quietly at the back, listened intently, her mind already turning over possibilities. "I think," she began, her voice soft but confident, "that the forest is trying to tell us something. Maybe it's a puzzle we need to solve." The villagers nodded, their trust in Lila unwavering. They had seen the way she tended to the forest, how she understood the language of the leaves and the whispers of the wind. If anyone could unravel this mystery, it was her. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila set off into the woods. She was joined by her dear friend Oliver, a sprightly squirrel with a fluffy tail and an infectious laugh. Oliver had a knack for finding hidden nooks and crannies in the forest, and his presence always filled Lila with a sense of adventure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar sounds of the forest enveloped them like a comforting blanket. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the gentle rustle of branches swaying in the breeze, and the occasional song of a bird flitting from tree to tree. But beneath these sounds lay the discordant notes that had unsettled the village. Lila and Oliver paused by the serene stream, now chattering away in its peculiar manner. Lila knelt by the water's edge, her fingers brushing lightly over the surface, feeling its cool magic ripple through her skin. It was then she noticed something unusual, tiny sparkling scales glistening on the rocks, shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Look, Oliver," she pointed out, her voice filled with wonder. "These scales, they must belong to a creature of the stream." Oliver's eyes widened with excitement. A water sprite, perhaps? Or maybe the elusive river dragon we've heard tales about. Lila pondered this, her mind weaving threads of possibilities. Whatever it is, we need to find it. Maybe it's in distress and needs our help. With renewed determination, they followed the trail of scales upstream, deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, they noticed the trees whispering more urgently, their leaves rustling like pages of a book eager to share their stories. The path led them to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled within the roots, was a small shimmering pool. And there in the pool was the source of the mystery, a tiny creature, no larger than Lila's hand, with iridescent scales and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. It was indeed a river dragon, but not the fearsome beast of legend. This dragon was gentle, with a face that radiated wisdom and kindness. It was trapped, its tail caught in a tangle of roots and reeds. "Oh, you poor thing," Lila murmured, kneeling beside the pool. She reached out gently, her touch as light as a feather, and began to untangle the dragon's tail. Oliver scampered to help, his tiny paws deftly working alongside Lila's fingers. The dragon watched them, its eyes wide with gratitude. As soon as it was free, it let out a soft, melodic trill that resonated through the glen, harmonizing with the whispering trees and the babbling stream. "Thank you, kind friends," the dragon spoke, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Marin, guardian of the serene stream. I was caught in the roots when the storm came through, and my distress must have disrupted the harmony of the forest." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "We're glad we could help, Arion. The village was worried, but now we can tell them everything will be all right." Arion nodded, a gentle wave of ripples spreading across the pool. "As a token of my gratitude, I shall restore the balance of the stream in the forest, and if ever you need guidance, you need only call my name." With that, Arion dove into the pool, his scales casting rainbows in the water. The stream's song shifted, returning to its serene melody, and the birds of Willowbrook resumed their harmonious tunes. Lila and Oliver made their way back to the village, their hearts light and their minds at ease. The villagers gathered to hear their tale, their worries dissipating like morning mist in the sun. Willowbrook was at peace once more, its magic restored and its mysteries understood. And so, as the stars blinked into existence above the whispering woods, Lila lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. She dreamed of shimmering scales and secret glens, knowing that she was part of a world where kindness and curiosity could unravel the most enchanting of mysteries. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of leaves told stories older than time, a hidden world thrived in harmonious silence. This was a place where the natural and magical intertwined like the roots of the towering oak trees, and where the air always carried the scent of earth and mystery. As dawn brushed its gentle hues across the sky, the forest awoke in a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering golden beams that danced upon the forest floor. It was here, beneath the watchful eye of the great oak, that the creatures of the forest lived their secret lives. Among them was Sylvan, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft as the twilight mist. Sylvan perched high in his tree, his eyes like polished amber, observing the world below. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, his knowledge passed down through countless generations of owls before him. In the shadows of the underbrush, a small hedgehog named Pippa snuffled through the fallen leaves, her quills a gentle rustle against the forest floor. Pippa had a heart as warm as the midsummer sun, and a curiosity that knew no bounds. She spent her days exploring the woods, gathering stories and secrets whispered by the wind. Nearby, a family of rabbits busied themselves in a sunny glade, their fur the color of soft, tawny earth. They nibbled on clover and hopped about with carefree abandon, always mindful of the rhythm of the forest around them. Their laughter was a melody that blended seamlessly with the babbling brook that wound its way through the trees. As the seasons rolled like a gentle tide, the forest experienced changes that were as magical as they were natural. In spring, the world was a tapestry of color and fragrance, with blossoms painting the landscape in strokes of vibrant pinks and whites. The air was sweet with the promise of new beginnings, and the creatures of the forest were busy with the work of life. Summer brought with it the warmth of long, lazy days. The sun cast its golden glow over the forest, turning the leaves into a shimmering sea of green. Cicadas sang their hypnotic song, and bees danced from flower to flower, gathering nectar under the azure sky. Autumn arrived in a blaze of crimson and gold, the forest transforming into a living painting. Leaves fell like whispers, carpeting the ground in a soft, rustling quilt. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of wood smoke, a gentle reminder of the coming winter. Winter, with its silvery cloak, brought a serene stillness to the forest. Snow lay thick upon the ground, muffling sound and creating a world of gentle silence. The trees stood like sentinels, their branches etched in frost, while the forest creatures found warmth in their burrows and nests. Through these seasons, the forest maintained a delicate balance, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. This harmony was overseen by a phenomenon as magical as it was mysterious, the dance of the seasons. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest, where no human had ever tread, lay a hidden glade where the spirits of the seasons met to weave their magic. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Pippa stumbled upon this sacred place. Drawn by the sound of the wind singing through the trees, she found herself at the edge of the glade, her small eyes wide with wonder. In the center stood 4 figures, ethereal and radiant, each representing a season. Spring was a maiden with hair of blossoms, her gown a cascade of petals. Summer, a youth crowned with sunflowers, exuded a warmth that filled the air. Autumn, a wise figure draped in leaves, carried the scent of ripe harvest. Winter, a serene elder cloaked in snow, brought with him a crisp, invigorating chill. The spirits moved in a graceful dance, their energies intertwining to maintain the balance of the forest. It was a dance as old as the world itself, a testament to the unity and cooperation that allowed nature to flourish. Pippa watched, her heart swelling with a sense of awe and belonging. Though the spirits did not speak, she understood their message. The forest thrived not by the strength of one, but through the harmony of all. Each creature, each leaf, each drop of rain played a role in the greater tapestry, and it was this unity that ensured the forest's survival. As the dance continued, Sylvan joined Pippa, settling beside her with a gentle flutter of wings. "You see, little one," he murmured, his voice as soft as the night breeze, "the wisdom of the forest lies in its balance. It is a lesson we must never forget." Pippa nodded, her heart filled with a newfound understanding. She realized that her explorations, her stories, and even her small acts of kindness contributed to the harmony of the forest. She was not just an observer, but a vital thread in the intricate weave of life. With this wisdom nestled in her heart, Pippa returned to her home beneath the roots of an ancient tree. As she settled into her nest of moss and leaves, she felt the gentle embrace of the forest around her. The wind whispered its lullaby, and the stars above twinkled with the promise of another day. In the quiet of the night, as the forest breathed in peaceful slumber, Pippa dreamed of the dance of the seasons. She dreamed of a world where harmony reigned, and every creature, great and small, lived in unity with the earth. And in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality entwined, the balance of nature continued, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. Thus, the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and beauty, a place where the hidden lives of its creatures unfolded in quiet wonder, and where the lessons of harmony and balance were etched into the very fabric of the world. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The townsfolk, who had always lived in peaceful harmony with the magical creatures around them, found themselves perplexed by a series of peculiar events. It all started when Mrs. Honeycomb, the village baker, awoke one morning to find her entire kitchen in disarray. Pots and pans were scattered across the floor, and her prized recipe book lay open, its pages fluttering as if moved by an unseen force. The most puzzling thing, however, was the trail of tiny footprints leading from the book to the open window. As word of Mrs. Honeycomb's mysterious situation spread, other villagers began to report similar disturbances. Old Walter, the town's cobbler, discovered his shoelaces tangled into intricate knots each morning, while young Tommy's wooden toys seemed to rearrange themselves overnight. Concerned whispers echoed through the streets, and many wondered if a mischievous spirit had taken up residence in their once tranquil village. It was then that wise old Grandmother Willow, the village's beloved storyteller, decided to intervene. Gathering the children around her rocking chair, Grandmother Willow began to weave a tale of a similar occurrence from long ago. She spoke of a time when the forest was home to a clan of curious sprites, tiny beings with a penchant for harmless pranks and a deep love for stories. These sprites, she explained, were drawn to the magic of words, and they would often sneak into homes at night, seeking out books and leaving their whimsical traces behind. As Grandmother Willow's tale unfolded, the children's eyes grew wide with wonder. They learned that the sprites, though mischievous, meant no harm and were simply seeking to spread joy and laughter through their playful antics. With renewed understanding, the villagers decided to embrace the sprite's presence rather than fear it. They began leaving books and trinkets out at night, inviting the little creatures to explore and play. In return, the sprites rewarded them with small gifts, a perfectly tied shoelace, a meticulously arranged toy collection, or a freshly baked treat left on the windowsill. As the days passed, the bond between the villagers and the sprites grew stronger. The children eagerly awaited the sprites' nightly visits, delighting in the surprises they would find in the morning. Even the adults couldn't help but chuckle at the tiny footprints or the intricate knots that adorned their belongings. One night, as Grandmother Willow sat by the fire, she felt a gentle tug on her shawl. Turning, she came face to face with a tiny figure, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite bowed gracefully and gestured towards the open book on her lap, its pages filled with stories from long ago. With a twinkle in her eye, Grandmother Willow began to read, her voice carrying through the quiet village like a soothing lullaby. As she wove her tale, the sprites emerged from their hiding places, gathering around her rocking chair to listen with rapt attention. From that night on, the sprites became the village's cherished companions, their antics no longer a source of confusion, but rather a constant reminder of the magic that resided within the forest's embrace. And as the seasons changed and the years passed, the bond between the villagers and the sprites only grew stronger, a testament to the power of understanding, acceptance, and the simple joy of a well-told story. Story 31, The Whispering Grove. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight dripped like honey through the canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a secret known only to the wisest of creatures and the most curious of souls. This was the Whispering Grove, a place where nature's magic thrummed in every root and branch, and where the boundary between the seen and the unseen was as thin as a spider's silk. The story begins with a young girl named Lily, who lived at the edge of this enchanting forest. Lily had a heart as open as the sky, and her curiosity was as boundless as the ocean. She often wandered the woods, her gentle footsteps barely stirring the carpet of moss underfoot. Her eyes were always seeking, her ears always listening, for the forest was full of stories, and she longed to hear them all. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of rose and amber, Lily stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing, nestled against the roots of an ancient oak, lay a peculiar object, a wooden box carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. It was as if the box had grown from the very tree that sheltered it. Lily's fingers tingled with anticipation as she reached out to touch it. The box was warm to the touch, and when she lifted the lid, a soft melody floated into the air, sweet and haunting. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a small, iridescent stone, glowing with an inner light. It was then that Lily noticed the whispers, a gentle murmur that seemed to come from the trees themselves, speaking a language she could almost understand. In that moment, the grove seemed to breathe around her, the air thick with magic. The stone, she realized, was a key to the hidden world that lay beneath the surface of her everyday life. With the stone in hand, Lily felt a connection to the forest, as if she had become part of its living tapestry. Eager to learn more, Lily decided to venture deeper into the forest the next day, guided by the whispers that now sang in her heart. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling secrets. The path led her to a stream, its water clear as crystal, and there she met an unexpected friend. A small, furry creature with eyes like polished jet and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. The creature, sensing Lily's kind spirit, introduced itself as Sprig, a guardian of the forest. Sprig explained that the stone was part of an ancient magic, a gift from the forest spirits to those who showed true understanding and respect for nature. With the stone, Lily could hear the whispers of the earth, the thoughts of the trees, and the songs of the wind. Together, Lily and Sprig embarked on a journey through the hidden heart of the forest. They visited the Glade of Echoes, where laughter lingered long after the voices had faded, and the moonlit pool, where the water mirrored the night sky, capturing stardust in its depths. Each place was more wondrous than the last, and with each step Lily felt herself change, her heart swelling with the beauty and wisdom of the world around her. But their journey was not without challenges. As they ventured further, they encountered a shadow, a dark presence that had crept into the forest, seeking to corrupt its magic. The shadow was drawn to the stone, hungry for its power. It whispered temptations, promising wealth, power, and glory, if only Lily would surrender the stone. Lily felt a shiver of fear, but Sprig stood firm beside her, its eyes bright with courage. "The stone belongs to the forest," Sprig declared, "and it is entrusted to those who cherish its secrets, not those who seek to exploit them." With Sprig's guidance, Lily found the strength within herself to resist the shadow's lure. She understood now that the true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the harmony between the forest and those who loved it. The shadow, seeing it could not sway her, faded back into the depths from whence it came. Their journey continued, bringing them to the heart of the forest, the Whispering Grove itself. Here the trees were tall and ancient, their trunks wrapped in vines of silver and gold. The air was thick with the scent of earth and rain, and the whispers were louder, a chorus of voice singing a song of life and balance. In the center of the grove stood a great tree, its branches spreading wide like arms, embracing the sky. At its base, a circle of stones marked the meeting place of the forest spirits. Lily approached with reverence, the stone in her hand glowing softly. As she placed the stone among the others, it began to pulse with light, sending ripples of magic through the grove. The whispers rose in a crescendo, and Lily felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging, of being part of something vast and ancient. The forest spirits appeared then, shimmering forms of light and shadow, weaving through the trees like a dance. They spoke to Lily, their voices a melody only she could hear. They thanked her for her courage and kindness, and for understanding the true gift of the forest. In that moment, Lily realized the journey had changed her. She had discovered a hidden world, but more importantly, she had discovered the strength and wisdom within herself. The stone had been a guide, but the real magic was in the friendships she had forged and the love she had found for the world around her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in deep twilight, Lily knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to Sprig, promising to visit often, and with a heart full of gratitude, she retraced her steps back to the edge of the forest. When she emerged into the clearing near her home, the night had fallen, and the stars twinkled above, watching over her like distant friends. The forest behind her was silent, the whispers a gentle lullaby that would forever remain in her heart. Lily knew she would never be the same, for the magic of the forest had become a part of her. She had learned that true power lay not in the objects we hold, but in the connections we make and the love we give. And as she lay in her bed that night, the stone's glow still faintly warming her room, she drifted into dreams of the whispering grove, where the trees danced and the stars sang, and all was right with the world. Thus ends the tale of Lily and the Whispering Grove, a story of magic, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of nature, leaving us with the comforting reminder that we are all part of something beautiful and eternal. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced delicately on the leaves, there lay a hidden haven known only to the creatures of the wild. This was a place where nature and magic intertwined, a sanctuary where harmony reigned supreme and every living being knew its place in the delicate balance of life. As the first light of dawn caressed the forest canopy, the air was filled with the gentle symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves. A soft, golden mist hung in the air, carrying with it the sweet scent of earth and dew. It was in this magical time that a young fox named Fen bounded through the underbrush, his ears perked up and eyes wide with curiosity. Fen was no ordinary fox. His fur shimmered with hues of autumn leaves, an ethereal glow that marked him as a creature tied to the magic of the forest. He had been born during the harvest moon, a time when the veils between worlds were thinnest, and it was said that such creatures were blessed with a special gift, the ability to understand the whispers of the forest. As Fen trotted along a well-worn path, he came upon a wise old owl named Orin, perched upon a gnarled branch of an ancient oak. Orin's eyes, deep as the night sky, twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. He had lived many seasons and was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role he cherished with solemn grace. "Good morning, Orin," Fen called out, his voice a gentle ripple in the stillness of the dawn. "Ah, young Fen," Orin replied, his voice resonant and warm. "What brings you to the Elder Grove this fine morning?" Fen sat back on his haunches, his bushy tail curling around his paws. "I feel the forest changing, Orin. The leaves whisper of a great shift, of balance that needs to be restored. I wish to understand more." Orin nodded sagely, his feathers ruffling softly in the breeze. "You are perceptive, my young friend. Indeed, the forest speaks, and it is wise to listen. Come, let me tell you a tale of the seasons and the magic they bring." As Fen settled in, the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns of light upon the forest floor. Orin began his story, his voice weaving a tapestry of words that carried Fen to distant times and places. Long ago, when the world was young and the forest but a sapling, the seasons were born of magic, each one a guardian of balance. Spring, with its gentle rains and blooming flowers, brought renewal and hope. Summer, with its golden sun and verdant growth, bestowed abundance and warmth. Autumn, with its vibrant hues and crisp air, whispered of harvest and reflection. And winter, with its quiet snows and long nights, offered rest and contemplation. Fen listened intently, his heart beating in time with the rhythm of the tale. He could almost see the seasons as Orin spoke, their forms shifting like clouds in the sky. The seasons, however, are more than mere cycles of weather and time, Orin continued. Each one is a keeper of a sacred bond, a pact forged in the heart of the earth to maintain harmony. But as with all things, this balance is fragile. Fen nodded, understanding dawning in his keen eyes. And when the balance is disturbed, the forest suffers, doesn't it? Indeed, Orin replied, his gaze sweeping over the forest with profound tenderness. But there is wisdom in the land, passed down through generations, that guides us in times of change. It is up to creatures like you, Fen, to heed the call and help restore what has been unsettled. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it a faint melody that seemed to echo Orin's words. Fen felt a spark of determination ignite within him, a promise to honor the wisdom of the forest and seek the harmony it so dearly needed. "Thank you, Orin," Fen said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will do my best to listen and learn, to be a guardian of balance." With a wise nod, Orin spread his wings, preparing to take flight. "Remember, Fen, the forest is a circle of life, and every creature plays its part. Trust in the magic that binds us all, and you will find your path." As Orin soared into the sky, Fen watched him disappear into the golden light of morning. The forest around him was alive with possibility, each sound and scent a reminder of the magic and wisdom that pulsed through its heart. With newfound resolve, Fen set off on a journey through the forest, eager to discover the connections that held the world in balance. Along the way, he encountered many creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share, from the industrious beavers building their dams to the graceful deer that moved like whispers among the trees. As the days turned into weeks, and the vibrant colors of autumn began to paint the forest in a breathtaking tapestry, Fen learned to see the world with new eyes. He understood the importance of every creature and plant, how each contributed to the delicate balance of the ecosystem. He watched as the leaves fell, blanketing the forest floor in a soft, rustling quilt, preparing the earth for the restful embrace of winter. One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of twilight, Fen came upon a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the stars. It was said that this pool held the memories of the forest, a place where the magic of the seasons converged. Gazing into its depths, Fen saw visions of the past and glimpses of the future. He saw the cycle of life unfolding, the eternal dance of the seasons, and the unwavering determination of the forest to thrive. In that moment, he understood that while change was inevitable, so too was the resilience of nature and the enduring power of harmony. With this revelation, Fen felt a profound peace settle over him, a sense of belonging and purpose that filled his heart with warmth. He knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, the wisdom of the forest would guide him, just as it had guided countless generations before. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Fen turned away from the pool, ready to share his newfound understanding with the creatures of the forest. He would become a beacon of hope and wisdom, a guardian of balance in a world that was both magical and real. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Fen began his journey back home, his heart alight with the promise of a new dawn, a dawn where the lessons of the past would light the way to a future of harmony and peace. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the wind carried secrets from faraway lands, there lay a vibrant little village known as Larkspur Hollow. This was no ordinary village. It was a place where whimsy was woven into the very fabric of daily life. The houses were painted in all the colors of a rainbow, with roofs that twinkled like stars under the moonlight, and chimneys that puffed out clouds shaped like smiling faces. In Larkspur Hollow lived a cast of charming characters, each with their own delightful quirks. There was Pipkin, the merry mushroom gatherer, who wore a hat made from a large toadstool cap that changed colors with his mood. His laugh was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and he always had a pocketful of sweet-smelling herbs to share with anyone in need of a pick-me-up. Then there was Maribel, the baker, who crafted pastries so light they seemed to float right off the plate. Her shop was filled with the scent of cinnamon and honey, and the sound of her cheerful whistling as she kneaded dough with hands that sparkled with a dusting of flour. Perhaps the most intriguing of all was Wren, the village's resident tinkerer. Wren had a workshop filled with gadgets and gizmos of all shapes and sizes. Her hair was a cascade of wild curls, often adorned with bits of string and tiny gears, and her bright eyes seemed to see the world in a way that others could only dream of. One particularly sunny morning, as the birds chirped merrily and the dew glistened on the leaves, a peculiar event unfolded in Larkspur Hollow. The village fountain, a beautiful structure with water that shimmered like liquid crystal, had stopped flowing. The villagers gathered around, puzzled by the sudden stillness of their beloved fountain. "It seems as if the magic has left it," observed Pipkin, his hat shifting to a thoughtful shade of indigo. "How curious!" Maribel agreed, offering a tray of fresh berry tarts to those assembled. "Perhaps it's just taking a little nap. Even fountains need rest, don't they?" But Wren, who had been examining the fountain closely, shook her head. "I think this is more than just a nap. We need to discover the cause and bring our fountain back to life." The three friends decided to embark on a quest to solve the mystery. They packed a basket with snacks, a flask of Maribel's special warm spiced cider, and set off down the cobblestone path leading deeper into the whispering woods. As they walked, the forest around them seemed alive with wonder. The trees leaned in to listen to their chatter, while squirrels and rabbits peeked out from their burrows to watch the trio pass by. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant sweet melody of a brook bubbling over smooth stones. Their journey led them to the heart of the woods, where they encountered a curious sight: a giant ancient tree with a door carved into its trunk. The door was slightly ajar, and from within came a gentle, rhythmic humming. "Shall we?" Pipkin suggested, his hat turning a shade of adventurous turquoise. With a nod of agreement, they stepped inside. The interior of the tree was a cozy haven, lit by soft, glowing mushrooms that lined the walls. In the center sat a tiny creature, no bigger than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like the surface of a pond under a full moon. It was a wisp, a rare spirit known for its playful nature and penchant for causing harmless mischief. "Hello, dear travelers," the wisp greeted, its voice a gentle breeze. "I believe I may be the cause of your fountain's troubles. I borrowed a bit of its magic to paint the forest with a touch of extra enchantment. I didn't realize it would leave your fountain so still." Wren, ever the problem solver, smiled warmly. "We understand, little one. Perhaps we can help you find another source of magic, one that won't leave our fountain dry." The wisp's eyes twinkled with delight. "Oh, that would be wonderful. I've heard of a hidden cave nearby, filled with crystals that hum with ancient power." And so their adventure took a delightful turn, as they followed the wisp deeper into the forest, through winding paths and over mossy knolls, until they reached the mouth of a cave. Inside, the walls sparkled with a myriad of colorful crystals, each humming a gentle tune that resonated through the air. With careful hands and joyful hearts, the friends gathered a few crystals, feeling their warm, magical energy pulse between their fingers. The wisp flitted about, gathering tiny droplets of magic from the crystals, its wings glowing brighter with each drop. Back in Larkspur Hollow, the villagers watched with bated breath as Wren, Pipkin, and Maribel returned to the fountain. With a flourish, the wisp returned the borrowed magic, and Wren placed a single glowing crystal at the fountain's base. The water began to flow once more, sparkling and dancing in the sunlight as it cascaded down in joyful streams. The village erupted in cheers, their laughter echoing through the air. As a gesture of gratitude, the wisp sprinkled a little extra magic over Larkspur Hollow, ensuring that the village would always be a place of joy and wonder. That evening, under a sky filled with twinkling stars, the villagers gathered for a celebration. There was music and dancing, and Maribel's pastries floated merrily on trays above the crowd. Pipkin's hat glowed a contented gold, and Wren's eyes sparkled with the promise of new inventions. As the night wore on, the friends sat by the fountain, their hearts warm with the knowledge that through creativity and friendship, they had solved the mystery and brought magic back to their beloved home. And as the gentle sounds of the whispering woods lulled the village into peaceful slumber, the fountain sang its soothing song, a melody of happiness and unity that carried through the night. And so, in Larkspur Hollow, where the trees whispered secrets and the stars danced in the sky, everyone drifted into dreams filled with laughter and light, knowing that in their enchanted little village, every day was a new and wondrous adventure. Story 34, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quiet village, there lay the Whispering Woods. This forest was unlike any other. It was said that the trees could speak, and the breeze carried secrets from distant lands. The villagers revered the woods, often stepping on tiptoe past its borders, listening to the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to murmur ancient tales. Among these villagers was a young girl named Anwen, whose heart brimmed with curiosity. Anwen lived in a snug cottage with her grandmother, who would often recount stories of the woods while they sat by their crackling fireplace. The flames would dance in the hearth, casting a warm glow on the walls, as her grandmother's voice wove stories of magic and wonder. Of all the stories, the one that captivated Anwen most was about the Lantern of Echoes, a mystical artifact hidden deep within the woods, said to illuminate truths and guide those who were lost. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother would say, her eyes twinkling like stars, "the Lantern of Echoes can only be found by one with a pure heart and the courage to seek it." As autumn's golden hues began to deepen, painting the forest in rich shades of amber and crimson, Anwen felt the pull of adventure tugging at her spirit. One crisp morning, she decided to embark on a journey to find the Lantern of Echoes. With her grandmother's blessing and a small pack filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, Anwen set off toward the woods, her heart beating with excitement. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, rustling the leaves in a symphony of soft sounds. Anwen paused, closing her eyes to listen, feeling the words dance around her like a comforting song. She walked deeper into the woods, the rich scent of pine and earth enveloping her, as shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The path was winding and overgrown, yet Anwen felt a sense of assurance, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She soon came upon a clearing where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. Kneeling by the water's edge, she splashed her face, the coolness invigorating her. It was here she met her first companion, a small, wise-looking owl perched on a low branch, its round eyes watching her with keen interest. "Hello there," Anwen greeted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The owl hooted softly in reply and fluffed its feathers. To her surprise, it spoke, its voice like the gentle rustling of pages in an old book. "I am Orin, the Keeper of Whispers. What brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods?" Anwen, her eyes wide with wonder, explained her quest for the Lantern of Echoes. Orin nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with an understanding far beyond his years. "Many have sought the lantern, but few find it. The path is filled with challenges and requires more than mere courage." With Orin as her guide, Anwen continued deeper into the forest. As they journeyed, the woods seemed to come alive, each step revealing new wonders. A glen filled with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, their petals humming with an otherworldly light. A family of deer that watched them pass with gentle, curious eyes, and the distant sound of a waterfall, like the soothing murmur of a lullaby. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of violet and indigo, Anwen and Orin came upon an ancient oak. Its gnarled branches reached out like welcoming arms, and nestled among its roots was another traveler, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with mischief. "Well met, wanderers," the fox greeted, a playful lilt to his voice. "I am Riven, the teller of tales. Might you share your story with me?" Anwen recounted her quest once more, her voice filled with determination and hope. Riven listened intently, nodding along with her words. "The Lantern of Echoes," he mused, his voice thoughtful. "It is a rare treasure indeed, hidden deep within the heart of these woods. I shall join you, for every journey is sweeter with friends, and perhaps my tales might light our way." With Riven now part of their company, the trio pressed on, their path illuminated by the silver glow of the moon and the twinkling of stars peeking through the canopy. Anwen felt a warmth in her heart, bolstered by the companionship of her newfound friends. They walked through the night, the forest around them a tapestry of shadows and moonlight. As dawn broke, painting the world in soft hues of rose and gold, they reached the foot of a towering hill. Here, Orin paused, his eyes scanning the landscape. "Beyond this hill lies the Vale of Echoes," he said, his voice tinged with both awe and caution, "a place where the past and the present converge, and where the lantern is said to reside." Anwen felt a thrill of anticipation mixed with a flicker of apprehension. She took a deep breath, the crisp morning air filling her lungs, and began the ascent, her friends close by her side. The climb was steep and challenging, each step a test of resolve and strength. Yet Anwen felt a quiet determination within her, a fire that spurred her onward. As they neared the summit, a thick mist enveloped them, swirling like a living thing. Anwen could hear faint echoes, fragments of conversations, laughter, and whispers of the past floating through the air. The mist was cool against her skin, carrying with it a sense of nostalgia and yearning. At the very top of the hill, the mist parted to reveal a small, serene glade. In its center stood a simple stone pedestal, and upon it rested the Lantern of Echoes. It was a beautiful artifact, crafted from silver and crystal, with an ethereal light flickering within its depths, casting gentle shadows that danced across the glade. Anwen approached the lantern with reverence, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment and wonder. Her friends stood beside her, their eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. As she reached out to touch the lantern, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, filled the air. "You have found me, seeker of truths. What is it you wish to know?" Anwen paused, her mind racing with questions. But as she gazed into the lantern's depths, she realized that her journey had already answered the most pressing ones. She had discovered the power of friendship, the courage to face challenges, and the wisdom that comes from listening to the world around her. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice full of gratitude. "I have found what I needed." The lantern flickered warmly, as if acknowledging her words. With a gentle hum, it began to glow brighter, casting a radiant light that enveloped Anwen, Orin, and Riven. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a perfect, harmonious stillness. Then, with a soft sigh, the light faded, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods once more. The familiar path to her village stretched before her, the morning sun casting long shadows behind her. Orin perched upon her shoulder, his feathers ruffled, but his eyes bright with satisfaction. Riven trotted beside her, his tail sweeping the ground as he hummed a merry tune. As they made their way back to the village, Anwen felt a profound peace settle within her. She had embarked on her journey seeking a magical object, but she had returned with something far more precious, an understanding of herself and the bonds that connected her to the world around her. Her grandmother greeted her with a warm embrace at the cottage door, her eyes shining with pride. Together, they sat by the fireplace, where the flames flickered and danced, casting a golden glow that filled the room with warmth. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and friendship intertwined, Anwen's story became one with the many tales whispered by the trees. A story of courage, discovery, and the enduring light of friendship that outshines even the brightest lantern. As the night deepened, the village slumbered peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of the woods, where the whispers of the past mingled with the hopes of the future, a symphony of echoes that would forever guide those who dared to listen. In the days that followed, Anwen often found herself drawn back to the edge of the whispering woods, feeling the familiar pull of its mysteries and wonders. Each visit was a new adventure, accompanied by Orin and Riven, who had become her trusted companions. Together they explored hidden glades, discovered secret groves, and listened to the stories the trees had to tell. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in the wind like golden butterflies, Anwen came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a majestic tree, its trunk wide and its branches reaching high into the sky. The tree seemed ancient, as if it had stood there since time began, a silent guardian of the forest's secrets. Intrigued, Anwen approached the tree, her footsteps soft on the carpet of fallen leaves. She placed her hand on its bark, feeling the rough texture under her fingertips. To her surprise, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from the tree, as if it recognized her touch. Ah, the heartwood, Orin murmured from his perch on a nearby branch. "It is said that this tree holds the memories of the forest. Every leaf, every branch, is a story waiting to be told." Riven, sitting at the base of the tree, looked up with interest. "Perhaps we might hear a tale or two," he suggested, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. As if in response, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Anwen felt a tingling sensation, as if the tree was indeed sharing its stories. She closed her eyes, letting the whispers wash over her, painting vivid pictures in her mind's eye. In her mind, she saw a young boy with eyes full of wonder, discovering the forest for the first time. She saw a pair of sisters hand in hand, laughing as they danced through the meadows. She saw generations of villagers, each leaving their mark on the woods, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature. Anwen opened her eyes, her heart swelling with a sense of connection. She realized that the forest was more than just a place of magic and mystery. It was a living tapestry of lives and stories, woven together in a delicate balance. "It is beautiful," she whispered, her voice full of awe. Orin nodded, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "The forest has a way of sharing its wisdom with those who listen." Riven stood up, shaking the leaves from his fur. "And perhaps," he said with a playful grin, "we can add our own stories to its collection." Anwen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her. She knew that her journey was far from over. There were still mysteries to uncover, friendships to nurture, and lessons to learn. With Orin and Riven by her side, she felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Anwen and her friends made their way back to the village. The air was crisp and cool, and the scent of wood smoke drifted from the chimneys, mingling with the earthy aroma of the woods. Back at the cottage, Anwen's grandmother welcomed them with open arms and a steaming pot of stew. They gathered around the table, sharing stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the crackling of the fire. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Anwen felt a deep contentment settle over her. She had discovered a world of wonder and magic, where friendship and courage could light the way through even the darkest of nights. And so, the stories of the Whispering Woods continued to unfold. Each new tale, a testament to the enduring power of hope, love, and the unbreakable bonds that connected all who called the forest home. As Anwen drifted off to sleep, the whispers of the woods filled her dreams, a gentle lullaby that promised new adventures with each new dawn. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient trees and hidden secrets, became a place of refuge and inspiration, a reminder that the world was full of magic for those who dared to seek it. And in the heart of the forest, under the watchful gaze of the heartwood, Anwen's journey was just beginning. Her story, a shining thread in the tapestry of time. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's bond with the Whispering Woods grew ever stronger. She became known throughout the village as a storyteller, her tales filled with the magic and wisdom she had gathered on her adventures. Children would gather around her, their eyes wide with wonder as she wove stories of the forest's mysteries and the lessons it had taught her. Anwen's friendship with Orin and Riven deepened, their companionship a source of joy and strength. Together, they continued to explore the forest, each journey uncovering new wonders and deepening their connection to the natural world. One spring morning, as the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the cheerful songs of birds, Anwen and her friends set out on another adventure. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of new life, a celebration of the season's renewal. As they wandered through a meadow carpeted with wildflowers, Orin spotted something glinting in the sunlight. With a curious hoot, he swooped down to investigate, uncovering a small, intricately carved box hidden among the blooms. Riven, with his keen sense of smell, sniffed the box, his nose twitching with curiosity. "What do you suppose it is?" he asked, looking to Anwen for guidance. Anwen gently picked up the box, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. It felt warm in her hands, as if it held a secret waiting to be revealed. With a sense of anticipation, she carefully opened the lid, revealing a collection of shimmering stones nestled inside. Each stone was unique, glimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. Anwen felt a sense of wonder as she held them, the stones cool and smooth against her skin. Orin perched on her shoulder, his eyes wide with interest. "These are no ordinary stones," he said, his voice thoughtful. "They are said to be the tears of the dawn, gifts from the forest itself, imbued with the magic of renewal and hope." Riven cocked his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Imagine the stories these stones could tell," he mused. "They must have witnessed countless dawns and the wonders that come with each new day." Anwen felt a surge of gratitude for the forest and its endless gifts. She knew that the stones were a reminder of the beauty and magic that surrounded them, a testament to the wisdom and resilience of nature. As they continued their journey, Anwen carried the stones with her, a symbol of the lessons she had learned from the forest. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, inspired by the knowledge that every day was an opportunity for growth and discovery. With each step, they wove their own stories into the tapestry of the whispering woods, their hearts full of hope and the promise of new adventures. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Anwen and her friends returned to the village, their spirits lifted by the magic of the forest. In the years that followed, Anwen's tales of the Whispering Woods became a cherished tradition in the village. Her stories of courage, friendship, and the wonders of the natural world inspired generations, reminding them of the magic that lay just beyond the village's borders. As Anwen grew older, she continued to explore the forest, her heart forever bound to the Whispering Woods. Her friendship with Orin and Riven endured, their bond a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. And so the story of Anwen and the Whispering Woods became a legend, a tale passed down through the ages, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. The forest, with its ancient trees and hidden secrets, remained a place of wonder and magic, its whispers a gentle reminder that the world was full of possibilities for those who dared to listen. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the whispers of the woods filled the air, a symphony of echoes that promised new adventures with each new dawn. And in the heart of the forest, where the stories of the past mingled with the hopes of the future, Anwen's legacy lived on, a shining thread in the tapestry of time. And so, dear listener, as you drift off to sleep, let the whispers of the woods guide your dreams, a gentle lullaby that promises new adventures with each new dawn. For in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic and friendship intertwine, the possibilities are endless, and the stories are waiting to be told. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Isla. The village was a place where time seemed to dance slowly, where the sun painted golden tapestries across the fields each morning, and the moon draped silver dreams over the cottages each night. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and the gentle passage of seasons. Isla was known for her insatiable curiosity and boundless imagination. Her eyes, the color of spring leaves, sparkled with the promise of adventures yet to be discovered. She would often wander into the woods, letting her feet guide her along paths known only to the whispering winds. It was on one such day, as the sun began its descent into the embrace of the horizon, that Isla stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a canopy of ancient oaks, covered in a shroud of emerald moss, lay a peculiar stone. It was smooth and round, unlike any other stone Isla had seen before. As she brushed away the moss, the stone shimmered, revealing intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the fading light. Isla felt a gentle warmth emanate from the stone, a warmth that spread through her fingertips and into her very being. Intrigued, Isla carefully picked up the stone, cradling it in her hands as if it were a fragile creature from another world. At that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice echoed in her mind, a voice that was neither young nor old, but timeless, like the forest itself. "Child of wonder," the voice whispered, "you have found the Heartstone, a relic of magic and mystery. It has chosen you as its keeper. With it comes the gift of seeing the unseen, of unveiling the secrets of the world around you." Isla's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She knew this was no ordinary day, and the stone was no ordinary object. The voice continued, weaving a tapestry of stories about the Heartstone's ancient origins, its power to reveal hidden worlds, and the responsibility it bestowed upon its bearer. "But beware," the voice cautioned gently, "for with great power comes the need for great wisdom. Use it wisely, and it will guide you to truths you have never imagined." With the stone nestled safely in her pocket, Lila made her way back to the village, her mind a whirlwind of possibilities. That night, as the stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the sky, Lila lay in bed, the heartstone clutched in her hand. She drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with visions of worlds unseen, of adventures waiting to unfurl. The following morning, a crisp breeze carried the scents of dew-kissed grass and wildflowers through her window. Lila awoke with a sense of purpose, the heartstone pulsing gently in her pocket as if urging her to discover its secrets. She set off towards the forest, her heart buoyed by the promise of adventure. As she walked, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, as though she were passing through a veil into another realm. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves rustling like soft-spoken words. The birds sang melodies that spoke of lands beyond the horizon, and the brook babbled tales of ancient times. Guided by the heartstone's gentle glow, Lila ventured deeper into the forest until she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a grand oak tree, its branches stretching skyward, its roots embracing the earth. The air was thick with magic, the very ground humming with life. Lila approached the oak, her heart thrumming in harmony with the heartbeat of the forest. As she touched the tree's bark, the heartstone glowed brightly, illuminating a hidden door nestled between the roots. Curiosity and wonder coursed through her veins as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. To her amazement, Lila found herself in a hidden world, a world of vibrant colors and enchanting creatures, a world where the ordinary became extraordinary. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of trickling streams. Butterflies as large as her hand flitted about, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues. Trees bore fruits of unimaginable shapes and flavors, and the ground was a tapestry of soft moss and delicate wildflowers. In this magical realm, Lila felt a connection to everything around her, as if the world itself was welcoming her with open arms. She wandered through meadows of golden grass, her feet guided by a path that seemed to know her very heart. Along the way, she met creatures both wondrous and wise, a family of foxes with eyes that gleamed with intelligence, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a playful breeze that danced around her, whispering secrets of the skies. As Lila explored, she realized that this hidden world held answers to questions she had yet to ask, lessons she was yet to learn. She felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing all along. The heartstone, her constant companion, pulsed gently in her pocket, a reminder of the journey she had embarked upon. Days turned into weeks, and Lila returned to the hidden world each day, her heart filled with wonder and gratitude. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the beauty in the smallest of things. She discovered the importance of balance, of living in harmony with the world around her, and of nurturing the bonds of friendship and trust. One day, as the sun cast long shadows across the meadow, Lila sat beneath the grand oak tree, the heartstone warm in her palm. She had come to cherish her time in the hidden world, but she knew that her journey was far from over. The heartstone had shown her a glimpse of its power, but there was still more to discover, more to learn. As if sensing her thoughts, the melodic voice returned, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. "Child of wonder," it spoke gently, "you have grown in wisdom and heart. The heartstone has revealed its secrets. But remember, the true magic lies within you. It is your kindness, your curiosity, and your courage that will light your path." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her being, a warmth that came not from the heartstone, but from within herself. She understood that her journey was not just about discovering hidden worlds, but about discovering herself, about becoming the person she was meant to be. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila rose to her feet. She knew that it was time to return to her village, to share the lessons she had learned, and to continue her journey in the world she called home. She bid farewell to the hidden world, promising to return whenever the winds whispered her name. As she stepped through the door and back into the familiar embrace of the forest, Isla felt a profound sense of peace. The Heartstone, now a part of her as much as her own heartbeat, pulsed gently in her pocket, a reminder of the magic that existed both within and around her. The journey had changed her, not just in the ways she had imagined, but in ways she had yet to understand. She had learned that true magic was not about wielding power, but about seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart, about cherishing the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the natural world. With each step she took towards her village, Isla felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that her story was just beginning, that the lessons she had learned would guide her in the days to come. The Heartstone had opened her eyes to a world of wonder, but it was her heart that would light the way forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Isla returned to her village. The familiar sights and sounds welcomed her home, and she felt a deep sense of belonging. She knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, with the Heartstone as her guide and the hidden world forever a part of her. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit full of wonder, Isla embraced the journey ahead, knowing that the true magic of life lay in the adventure of discovering oneself and the world around them. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, the Heartstone glowed softly beside her, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the journey yet to come. The end. Story 36, titled The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Anderlake, nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes gleamed like polished emeralds. Every morning, Lila would wander into the woods, entranced by the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. It was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced playfully through the canopy. Lila's mother, a gentle woman with a voice soft as the breeze, often warned her of the wild woods. "They hold many secrets," she would say, her hands busy with the morning chores. "Stay on the paths, my darling, for there are stories of hidden worlds and mystical creatures that might lead you astray." Lila nodded dutifully, but her heart thrummed with curiosity. The woods felt alive, as if they were whispering secrets just beyond her understanding. Despite her mother's warnings, the allure of the unknown beckoned her deeper each day. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the rich aroma of fallen leaves, Lila set out with a satchel slung over her shoulder. Her heart was light, her mind filled with the stories her grandmother used to tell about the Whispering Woods, a place where magic lingered just beneath the surface. As she wandered, Lila's fingers brushed against the bark of ancient trees, feeling the rough textures that pulsed with life. Her path twisted and turned, leading her to a glade she had never seen before. In the center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens like beseeching arms. Lila approached the tree, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of leaves. Something sparkled at the base, catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. She crouched down and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with vines and leaves, the craftsmanship so exquisite it seemed almost alive. With trembling fingers, Lila lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate silver key, glinting like moonlight on water. She felt a strange pull, as if the key was meant for her. As she held it, a warm sensation spread through her, filling her with an indescribable sense of wonder. Suddenly, the wind picked up, swirling around her in a gentle dance. She heard a soft, melodic voice, like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Unlock the hidden world," it whispered, carried on the breeze. "Discover what lies beyond the veil." Lila's heart raced with excitement and a hint of fear. She knew she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, something that could change her life forever. Clutching the key, she stood up and looked around, searching for a lock that matched this mysterious key. Her eyes fell upon a small, moss-covered door nestled in the roots of the oak tree. It seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow. With a deep breath, Lila approached and inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Beyond lay a world unlike anything Lila had ever imagined. The air shimmered with magic, and every color was more vibrant, every sound more melodious. She stepped through the doorway, feeling as if she were crossing the threshold into a dream. The landscape was a kaleidoscope of wonders. Trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently, their branches adorned with delicate, luminescent flowers. Streams of crystal-clear water meandered through the land, their surfaces dotted with floating petals. Birds with wings of iridescent hues sang harmonies that echoed like sweet lullabies. As Lila ventured deeper, she encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A fox with eyes like sapphires trotted beside her, its fur shimmering like starlight. Butterflies with wings that sparkled like gemstones flitted about, painting the air with their vibrant colors. Among them, Lila felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself long lost. She walked with purpose, each step guided by an unseen force. The path led her to a clearing where a grand waterfall cascaded into a pool of liquid silver. Here, she met the first of her companions, a wise old owl perched on a branch above. Its feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted softly, its voice a gentle rumble. "You have unlocked the gateway to the enchanted realm. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have been chosen." Lila felt a thrill of both fear and excitement. "Chosen for what?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The owl blinked slowly, as if contemplating her question. "To restore balance," it replied. "The realms are connected, and one cannot thrive while the other suffers. Darkness has crept into the heart of this world, and it threatens to spill into yours." Lila's heart ached at the thought. She had always sensed a shadow lurking at the edges of her dreams, a whisper of something amiss. Now she understood that her journey had a purpose beyond her own curiosity. "But how can I help?" she asked, feeling small and insignificant. "You possess the key," the owl said solemnly. "It is a symbol of your inner strength and wisdom. With it, you can awaken the light within this realm and dispel the shadows." Lila nodded, determination swelling within her. She had always believed in the power of stories, in their ability to illuminate even the darkest corners of the heart. If she could harness that power, perhaps she could bring light to this troubled land. With newfound resolve, Lila set off to explore the enchanted realm. Her journey led her through meadows of swaying grasses and forests where the trees whispered secrets of ages past. Along the way, she encountered others who would become her allies, a gentle deer with antlers that glowed softly, and a mischievous squirrel whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Together, they traveled to the heart of the realm, where the darkness was said to be strongest. The journey was fraught with challenges, as shadows lurked in the corners, seeking to extinguish the light they carried. But Lila and her friends were undeterred, their bond growing stronger with each step. As they neared their destination, Lila began to understand the nature of the darkness. It was born of fear and despair, feeding on the doubts and sorrows of those who dwelled in the realm. To banish it, they needed to rekindle hope and joy, to remind the inhabitants of the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. Drawing upon her love for stories, Lila gathered the creatures of the realm and shared tales of courage and kindness, of friendship and laughter. Her words were like a balm, soothing the hearts of those who listened. Bit by bit, the shadows receded, replaced by a burgeoning light that spread throughout the land. With each story, Lila felt the realm healing, the vibrant colors returning to the landscape, the songs of the birds growing ever more joyous. At the heart of it all, she realized that the key she had found was not just a physical object, but a symbol of the light within her, a light that could illuminate even the darkest corners. Finally, the day came when the last of the shadows was banished. The enchanted realm blossomed into a paradise of wonder and magic, its inhabitants thriving in the restored balance. Lila stood at the center of it all, surrounded by her friends, her heart filled with a warmth that transcended words. As she prepared to return to her own world, the wise old owl appeared before her once more. "You have done well, young traveler," it said, its voice resonating with pride. "The light you carry is a gift, one that will guide you wherever you go." Lila smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady and strong. "I will cherish this journey and the friends I have made." With a final farewell, she stepped back through the door, leaving the enchanted realm behind. As she emerged into the familiar woods of Anderlake, the sunlight felt warmer, the air sweeter. She carried the magic of the realm within her, a reminder of the light she had discovered. Returning home, Lila found her mother waiting, a knowing smile on her lips. "The woods have whispered of your journey," she said, embracing her daughter. "You have grown, my dear, in ways beyond measure." Layla nodded, feeling the truth of her mother's words. She had embarked on a journey of discovery, finding not only a hidden world, but also the strength and wisdom within herself. And as she sat by the crackling fireplace that evening, she knew the stories she would tell would carry the magic of the enchanted realm, spreading light and wonder to all who listened. And so, in the quiet village of Anderlake, nestled between hills and woods, the tales of Lila's journey became a cherished legacy, a beacon of hope and joy that would illuminate the hearts of generations to come. Story 37. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and cottages seemed to lean in for a whispered conversation, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had a penchant for collecting peculiar things, oddly shaped stones, feathers of the rarest hues, and leaves that seemed to change colors with the seasons. But her most prized possession was an unassuming, small wooden box she had found hidden under the roots of an ancient oak tree at the edge of the forest. The box was plain and unadorned, with a smooth surface that seemed to glow warmly in the sunlight. Clara loved to sit by the fireplace in the evenings, turning it over in her hands and wondering about its origins. One chilly autumn afternoon, just as the golden light began to fade and the sky blushed with shades of pink and purple, Clara felt a gentle vibration emanating from the box. Startled, she placed it on the table and watched as it slowly creaked open, revealing a soft, luminescent glow. Inside the box lay a single, delicate feather, shimmering like moonlight on water. As Clara reached to touch it, the feather lifted into the air, twirling gently before settling softly back inside the box. In that moment, Clara understood that she had discovered something magical, something that could change her life and perhaps the world around her. With the feather came a whisper, not of words, but of feelings, a sense of longing and adventure, as if it were calling her to uncover its secrets. That night, her dreams were filled with images of distant lands, unknown paths, and a sense of purpose she couldn't quite grasp. The following morning, with the feather safely tucked inside her pocket, Clara set off on her journey. The villagers watched her depart with curious smiles, sending with her their warm wishes and homemade treats for the road. As she walked through the familiar fields and into the dense, whispering woods, Clara felt a strange sense of calm, as if the trees themselves were guiding her steps. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, an amiable squirrel named Nibbles. With his bushy tail and bright eyes, Nibbles was always on the lookout for adventure. He bounded alongside Clara, chattering about the wonders of the forest and the hidden paths that only he knew. Together, they tread softly, listening to the symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong that accompanied their journey. Their path led them to a shimmering brook, where they met a wise old turtle named Thistle. With a knowing smile, Thistle offered his advice. "In every challenge there lies a lesson. Listen to the world around you, and you shall find your way." Clara nodded, her heart warmed by the turtle's gentle wisdom. She felt a growing strength within her, a quiet confidence that she could face whatever lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and indigo, Clara and her companions arrived at a clearing, bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in twisting vines and soft moss. The air was thick with magic, and Clara knew this was the place the feather had guided her to. But the archway held a challenge, a riddle that shimmered in the air like stars in the night sky. To pass through, Clara needed to solve it, not with brute force, but with insight and understanding. She closed her eyes, letting her senses stretch out into the night. She felt the gentle caress of the evening breeze, heard the distant call of an owl, and sensed the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. As she opened her eyes, the answer to the riddle unfolded in her mind, clear as the moon above. With a smile, Clara spoke the words aloud, and the archway began to glow, the vines parting like curtains to reveal the path beyond. With Nibbles and Thistle by her side, Clara stepped through the archway and onto a path that sparkled like stardust. She felt a deep sense of peace and accomplishment, knowing that she had not only unlocked the mystery of the feather, but also discovered her own strength and wisdom. The journey had changed her. She was no longer the curious girl who had left Willowbrook, but a young woman with a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. Clara knew that the magic of the feather was not just in its glow, but in the journey it had inspired, in the friendships she had forged, and in the lessons she had learned. As the dawn broke, painting the world in hues of gold and rose, Clara turned back toward home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The box and the feather, now resting quietly in her pocket, were no longer mysteries to be solved, but cherished memories of an adventure that had shown her the true magic lay within. And so Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with stories to share and a newfound appreciation for the simple wonders of life. The villagers gathered around, eager to hear of her adventures, and as the crackling fire cast a warm glow over their faces, Clara knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, home, with the magic of friendship and wisdom forever in her heart. Story 38. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, the air always carried a hint of lavender and honey. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the sun's golden rays danced lazily across cobblestone paths and kissed the petals of vibrant wildflowers. It was here that a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage with a thatched roof and a garden full of herbs and blossoms. Clara was known for her curious nature and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she saw the world a little differently from most. Her days were filled with wandering through the woods, sketching the patterns of leaves, and listening to the stories her grandmother told by the fireside each evening. It was during one such story, as the fire crackled and shadows flickered warmly on the walls, that Clara's grandmother spoke of an ancient spoon, said to be hidden somewhere in the village, possessing the power to stir not just soup, but also the soul. The whispering spoon, her grandmother said in a voice barely above a murmur, can awaken the secrets of the heart and guide those who seek truth. That night, as Clara lay in bed, the moon casting a silvery glow through her window, she found herself unable to sleep. The idea of the whispering spoon intrigued her, and thus began her journey of discovery and wonder. The next day, Clara set out with her satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with essentials, a small notebook, a pencil, and a few slices of her grandmother's sweet bread. Her first stop was the village library, a grand old building with ivy-clad walls and windows that seemed to wink knowingly. Inside, the scent of aged paper and polished wood enveloped her like a comforting embrace. There, she met Mr. Thistle, the librarian, a gentle soul with spectacles perched on the end of his nose and a fondness for dusty tomes. Mr. Thistle was always eager to help, his voice soft and melodic as he guided Clara through the history of Willowbrook. Ah, the whispering spoon, he mused, leading Clara to a section filled with hand-drawn maps and old records. It was last mentioned in these chronicles of the village. Perhaps you'll find a clue within. Clara spent the afternoon poring over maps and notes, tracing her finger over faded lines and imagining the footsteps that had once walked those paths. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, she noticed an inscription on a map, a small mark near the willow tree, which stood at the heart of the village. Excited by her discovery, Clara hurried to the willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the evening breeze like a dancer in the twilight. Beneath its sheltering boughs, she found an elderly man named Fergus, a gardener with a heart as warm as his smile. His hands were calloused from years of tending to the earth, and his stories were as rich as the soil he tilled. "Looking for something, dearie?" he asked, his eyes twinkling like stars. Clara explained her quest for the whispering spoon, and Fergus nodded thoughtfully. "There's magic in this village, that's for sure," he said, "but magic often hides in the simplest of places." Encouraged by his words, Clara continued her search, visiting every nook and cranny of Willowbrook. She spoke with the baker, who shared tales of enchanted loaves, the blacksmith, who spoke of a bell that rang with the sound of laughter, and the children, who giggled as they whispered secrets of hidden fairies and talking squirrels. Days turned into weeks, and Clara's journey became one of not just searching, but also of learning and connecting. She discovered the beauty in the ordinary and the magic in everyday kindness. Her heart, once filled with curiosity, now brimmed with wisdom. One crisp morning, as Clara walked along the riverbank, she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the water. Kneeling down, she spotted an object nestled among the pebbles, a simple, unassuming spoon. As she picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and the world around her seemed to pause and listen. In that moment, Clara understood that the whispering spoon was more than just a magical item. It was a reminder of the journey she had taken, the friendships she had made, and the truths she had uncovered. She realized that true magic lay not in the spoon itself, but in the hearts of those who sought it. With a smile, Clara tucked the spoon into her satchel and made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. As she walked through the familiar streets, past the library and the willow tree, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that her adventure had not only changed her, but had also woven her even more closely into the fabric of Willowbrook. That evening, as the fire crackled and her grandmother's stories filled the room once more, Clara held the whispering spoon and knew that she had found something far greater than she ever imagined. She had found herself. And so, in the cozy warmth of the cottage, surrounded by love and the gentle glow of the hearth, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft whispers of magic and the comfort of home. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle curve of the Silver Stream River, there lived a young child named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories and a heart that beat with the rhythm of discovery. Every day, Finn would listen to the tales spun by the village elders, stories of distant lands and hidden wonders, each one more enchanting than the last. One crisp autumn morning, when the fog lay like a silken veil over the fields, Finn set out on an adventure. Clad in a warm woolen cloak, with a satchel packed with bread and cheese, Finn headed towards the edge of the village where the old willow tree stood sentinel. It was said that beyond the willow lay the Whispering Woods, a place of mystery and marvel that few dared to explore. As Finn approached the tree, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the willow seemed to bow in greeting. Taking a deep breath, Finn stepped beyond its drooping branches and into the woods. The path wound like a ribbon through the forest, dappled with sunlight that danced through the canopy above. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. Finn walked on, the forest alive with the symphony of birdsong and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Finn's eye. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen, a small fox-like animal with shimmering, opalescent fur and eyes that glimmered with mischief. The creature chirped a friendly hello, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Finn replied, a smile curling at the edges of their lips. "What brings you here?" The creature, who introduced itself as Nixie, was a guardian of the woods, watching over the travelers who ventured into its depths. Nixie offered to accompany Finn, and together they continued along the path. As they journeyed deeper, the woods began to change. The trees grew taller and more grandiose, their bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, glowing mushrooms that cast a gentle luminescence. At the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old, wise sage. Beneath its boughs, a crystalline pond shimmered, reflecting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Finn knelt beside the pond, captivated by its beauty, when a soft, melodic voice drifted through the air. It was the song of the sylphs, ethereal creatures of the breeze. They danced above the water, their figures woven from mist and moonlight, laughter twinkling like stars in their eyes. With Nixie's encouragement, Finn approached the sylphs, who welcomed the young adventurer with open hearts. They invited Finn to join their dance, a graceful waltz that swirled through the clearing like the gentle embrace of a summer wind. Finn twirled and leaped, feeling light as air, the worries of the world melting away in their company. Yet, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Finn realized it was time to return to the village. The sylphs, with voices as soft as the evening breeze, thanked Finn for the joy of their company, and with a flutter of wings, they vanished into the twilight. With Nixie by their side, Finn retraced their steps, the woodland now cloaked in the serene glow of dusk. As they neared the edge of the forest, Finn paused to thank Nixie for the wondrous journey. "You have a brave heart, Finn," Nixie said, their eyes warm with kindness. "Never lose your courage to explore the unknown, for it will lead you to the most beautiful of places." With a final, playful chirp, Nixie bounded back into the woods, leaving Finn with a heart full of gratitude and wonder. As Finn walked back to the village, the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the magical world just beyond the familiar. And so, as Finn nestled into bed that night, the memory of the Whispering Woods lingered like a gentle lullaby, a testament to the power of courage and the endless possibilities of exploration. The village slept soundly under the watchful eye of the moon, and Finn dreamed of adventures yet to come, always guided by the light of curiosity and the warmth of friendship. In the soft glow of dawn, the village awoke once more, but Finn's heart remained forever touched by the magic of that enchanting place, and the promise of tomorrow's adventures whispered gently in the morning breeze. Story 40. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to linger, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages that wore ivy like an old, comforting cloak. The air was always filled with the gentle symphony of rustling leaves and the distant murmur of a brook that wound its way through the forest. Leora had always been a dreamer, with eyes the color of the twilight sky and hair as dark as the forest shadows. She loved the village dearly, but lately a restlessness had settled in her heart, like a bird longing to stretch its wings. Changes were coming, whispering to her in the night, unsettling and unfamiliar. She found herself caught between the comfort of the known and the allure of the unknown, like a leaf on the cusp of autumn, unsure whether to cling to its branch or let go. One crisp morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora decided to take a walk in the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of dew-kissed moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the path beneath her feet became a soft carpet of fallen leaves, each step releasing a gentle crunch that echoed in the quiet. It was here that she met an elderly woman named Marin, who lived in a cozy cottage surrounded by a garden that bloomed with flowers of every color imaginable. Marin was known in the village as a wise woman, someone who seemed to know the secrets of the woods and the heart. She greeted Leora with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars caught in the daylight. "My dear, you carry the weight of change with you," Marin said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest speaks to those who listen. Perhaps it has something to tell you." Intrigued, Leora spent the afternoon with Marin, who showed her the wonders of the forest, how the trees communicated through their roots, how the brook sang its ancient song, and how the seasons danced their eternal dance. As they walked, Marin spoke of transformation, of how the caterpillar surrenders to the cocoon, trusting in the magic of change to bring forth wings. "Change is like a river, my dear," Marin explained as they rested beneath the boughs of a great oak. "It flows whether you wish it to or not, but in its embrace we find new paths and new strengths." The words resonated with Leora, and as the sun began to set, casting the forest in a warm amber glow, she felt a flicker of understanding. The forest seemed alive with magic that night, with fireflies dancing like tiny stars around her, lighting the path back to the village. The days turned into weeks, and Leora continued her visits to Marin's cottage. Each time, she learned something new, not just about the forest, but about herself. She discovered that within her lay a well of courage and resilience she had never tapped into before. The forest, with its timeless wisdom, became her guide, leading her through the tangled undergrowth of her own fears and uncertainties. One day, as autumn began to paint the village in shades of russet and gold, Leora found herself facing her greatest fear, a decision that would change her life. She had been offered a chance to travel beyond the village, to learn and grow in ways she had only dreamed of. The thought thrilled and terrified her, like the first gust of wind that heralds a storm. Seeking solace, she returned to Marin, who sat with her in the garden, the scent of lavender and rosemary hanging in the air like a gentle embrace. "Sometimes, the hardest part of change is letting go of what holds you back," Marin said, her voice a blend of warmth and wisdom. "But just as the trees release their leaves, trusting in the cycle of seasons, so too must we let go to grow." With Marin's words echoing in her heart, Leora knew what she had to do. She accepted the opportunity, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that the forest and her newfound understanding would guide her. As she prepared to leave, the villagers gathered to bid her farewell, their faces kind and full of encouragement. Marin handed her a small satchel filled with herbs and a tiny vial of forest water, a token of the magic they had shared. "Remember," Marin said, clasping Leora's hands, "every journey is a step towards discovering who you truly are, and you, my dear, are destined for wondrous things." With a heart full of gratitude and a soul ready to embrace the winds of change, Leora set off on her journey. The path ahead was unknown, a blank canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of her experiences. Yet, she no longer feared the uncertainty, for she had learned that within her lay the strength to face any storm, the wisdom to listen to the whispers of the forest, and the courage to let the river of change carry her to new horizons. And so, with the forest as her guide and the village as her anchor, Leora stepped into the world, ready to spread her wings and dance with the winds of transformation. The forest whispered its blessings, and the village watched with pride as one of its own set forth, carrying with her the magic of personal discovery and the promise of a bright and beautiful future. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the air was thick with the perfume of pine and earth, lay a village known as Eldergrove. The villagers lived simple lives, their days filled with the rhythm of the seasons, the song of birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, Eldergrove held a secret, one that intertwined the fates of the villagers with the mystical world that lay hidden within their beloved forest. The tale begins with a young girl named Mira, whose eyes sparkled like morning dew on a sunlit leaf. Mira was known for her curiosity and her heart that beat with the rhythm of the forest. She could often be found wandering the woods, her mind captivated by the stories the trees seemed to tell, listening to the murmurs of the brook that wound through the village like a silver ribbon. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered from the trees like a cascade of stars, Mira set out on her usual walk. Her small basket, woven from willow twigs, swung gently at her side, filled with treasures she gathered along her path. Smooth stones, acorns, and vibrant feathers that had drifted down from the canopy above. As she wandered deeper into the forest, a peculiar sight caught her eye. Nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Mira's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and wonder. She knelt down, tracing the carvings with her fingers, feeling the warmth of the wood beneath her touch. "Who lives here?" she whispered, as if expecting an answer from the tree itself. To her astonishment, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing a soft, inviting glow. Mira hesitated for a moment, her mind racing with possibilities. But her curiosity, as always, got the better of her. She gently pushed the door open and slipped inside, leaving the familiar world of Eldergrove behind. What Mira found was a world unlike any she'd imagined. The hidden realm was a tapestry of colors and sounds, where the air shimmered with a golden light, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that seemed to bloom in every hue. Creatures she had only read about in tales flitted about, tiny fairies with wings like stained glass, and gentle creatures with eyes as wise as the oldest oaks. Mira's heart swelled with awe and delight. She wandered through this enchanted world, her senses alive with wonder. It was as if the very essence of life itself pulsed through this hidden realm, and Mira felt a deep connection to everything around her. As she explored, Mira encountered a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with patterns that seemed to map the stars. Thistle had lived in the hidden realm for longer than he could remember, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, young one," Thistle greeted her, his voice a gentle rumble. "You have found your way to our world, a place hidden from those who do not seek it. What brings you here?" Mira, feeling both shy and exhilarated, explained her love for the forest and her yearning to understand its mysteries. Thistle nodded, a slow, deliberate motion that conveyed both understanding and approval. "In our world there are many secrets to uncover, but they are not given freely. They are earned through kindness, wisdom, and friendship." As they spoke, Thistle led Mira to a clearing where the light danced through the branches like 1,000 tiny suns. There she met other inhabitants of this magical realm, a mischievous squirrel named Pippin and a gentle fox named Fern. Together, they formed an unlikely band of friends, each bringing their unique gifts to the circle. With Thistle as their guide, Mira and her new friends embarked on a journey to discover the greatest secret of the hidden world. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their courage and resolve. They encountered shimmering barriers that could only be passed with the right words, riddles that required teamwork to solve, and paths that appeared only when they trusted one another completely. Through these trials, Mira learned the value of true friendship and the strength that comes from working together. She discovered that the key to unlocking the secrets of the hidden realm lay not in her own abilities, but in the bonds she formed with those around her. As the days turned into weeks, Mira's heart grew fuller with love and gratitude for her companions and the enchanted world they shared. She realized that the greatest magic was not in the realm itself, but in the connections they forged and the lessons they learned from one another. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Thistle gathered Mira and her friends together. His wise eyes shone with a light that seemed to come from within. "You have all grown in ways that I could only dream of," Thistle said, his voice filled with warmth and pride. "The time has come for you to receive the gift of our world, a gift that will remain with you always." With that, Thistle presented Mira with a small, intricately carved box. As she opened it, a soft, golden light spilled out, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. It was the light of understanding, the light of friendship, and the light of the forest itself. Mira felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She knew that she would carry the magic of this hidden realm with her, wherever her journey might lead. She understood that the true treasure she had found was the love and wisdom she shared with her friends. And so, with hearts full of joy and gratitude, Mira and her companions returned to Eldergrove, carrying the magic of the hidden world within them. The villagers noticed a change in Mira, a lightness in her step, a warmth in her smile, and a wisdom in her eyes that seemed to speak of ancient truths. Mira continued to wander the forest, her heart forever bound to the magical world she had discovered. She shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of wonder and friendship that inspired all who heard them. And though the hidden realm remained a secret to most, its magic touched the lives of everyone in Eldergrove. As the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and gentle woman, her heart always open to the mysteries of the world around her. She became a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its stories, and a friend to all who sought its wisdom. And in her heart, she carried the light of the hidden realm, a light that would guide her through all the seasons of her life. And so, the tale of Mira and the hidden world of Eldergrove became a legend, a story passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that lies within us all, waiting to be discovered through kindness, friendship, and the courage to seek the unknown. Story 42. In a quaint village nestled deep within the whispering woods, strange occurrences had begun to unfold, setting the townsfolk abuzz with curiosity and concern. It all started with the sudden disappearance of Mr. Willow's prized pumpkins, plump and ripe, vanishing without a trace from his beloved patch. Initially, the villagers chalked it up to a harmless prank, but when Mrs. Honeycomb's beloved beehives went missing the very next day, whispers of magic and mischief began to swirl through the air like the sweet scent of wildflowers. It was then that young Rosemary, a bright-eyed girl with an insatiable curiosity, decided to investigate. Armed with her trusty magnifying glass and a keen eye for detail, she set out to unravel the mystery that had befallen her beloved village. As she wandered through the winding paths, Rosemary couldn't help but notice the peculiar trail of glittering dust that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. With each step, the shimmering particles danced in the soft sunlight, beckoning her forward like a trail of breadcrumbs left by some unseen force. It was then that she encountered a most unexpected ally, a wise old owl named Hoots, perched atop a gnarled oak tree. With eyes that twinkled like stars, Hoots seemed to sense Rosemary's plight and offered his guidance. "Follow the trail, dear child," the owl hooted softly. "But tread carefully, for the forest holds many secrets, and not all of them are meant for young eyes to see." Undeterred, Rosemary pressed on, her steps light as a feather as she followed the shimmering path deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. As the trees grew denser and the shadows longer, she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and anticipation coursing through her veins. It was then that she stumbled upon a most peculiar sight, a small clearing where the missing pumpkins and beehives lay scattered about, surrounded by a host of tiny, glowing creatures. Rosemary gasped in delight, for these were no ordinary beings. They were pixies, mischievous yet kind-hearted sprites known for their love of playful antics. As Rosemary approached cautiously, one of the pixies fluttered forward, its wings shimmering like a kaleidoscope of colors. "Greetings, young one," it chirped, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We mean no harm, but we simply couldn't resist the temptation to borrow these treasures for our evening festivities." Rosemary couldn't help but smile, her heart swelling with understanding. "But why didn't you ask first?" she inquired gently. The pixie's tiny face fell, and it twirled its gossamer wings sheepishly. "We feared your kind would not understand our ways," it admitted. "But now we see the error of our actions, and we shall return everything at once." True to their word, the pixies swiftly set about returning each pumpkin and beehive to its rightful place, their diminutive forms darting to and fro in a whirlwind of activity. As the last beehive was nestled back into Mrs. Honeycomb's garden, the pixies gathered around Rosemary, their glowing forms casting a warm, ethereal glow upon her face. "Thank you, dear child, for your wisdom and kindness," the lead pixie said, its voice filled with gratitude. "From this day forth, we shall seek to understand the ways of your kind, and perhaps even forge new bonds of friendship." As Rosemary made her way back to the village, her heart felt lighter than ever before. She had not only solved the mystery, but also forged an unlikely alliance with the whimsical pixies of the Whispering Woods. And from that day on, the villagers learned to appreciate the magic that surrounded them, for they knew that even the strangest of occurrences could hold valuable lessons, if only one had the courage to seek them out. Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient whispering forest, there was a quaint village called Brookhaven. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets and ivy-clad cottages, where laughter often mingled with the sweet scent of blooming wisteria. Brookhaven was known for its peacefulness and the gentleness of its days, but it was also known for something else, something that lay hidden beneath its serene exterior. The heart of this tale begins on a crisp autumn evening, as a soft breeze carried the golden leaves of the towering oak trees down the winding paths. In a little cottage at the edge of the forest lived a young girl named Mira. She had a knack for finding beauty in the smallest things, a dew-kissed spiderweb, the melody of raindrops on her window pane, or the way the sunlight danced through the branches like shimmering gold. Mira was an explorer at heart, always curious about the world around her. Her grandmother, with whom she lived, often told her stories of the hidden world that lay just beyond sight, where the forest held secrets and magic thrived. "There is more to see in the world than what meets the eye," her grandmother would say, her voice as warm as the embrace of a woolen blanket. One day, as Mira wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots twisting deep into the earth like the fingers of time itself. Carved into its trunk was a symbol, a delicate spiral that seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence. Mira traced the spiral with her fingertips, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her hand. As she touched the symbol, the forest around her shimmered like a mirage on a summer day. The air grew thick with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, and the world seemed to exhale, as if it had been holding its breath. Before her eyes, the hidden world began to unfold. The leaves rustled with whispers, and tiny, glowing creatures flitted between the branches. Forest sprites, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. They were creatures of light and mischief, their eyes twinkling with secrets untold. Mira watched in awe, her heart swelling with wonder at the sight of this magical realm. One sprite, more inquisitive than the others, hovered closer. It had wings like stained glass, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the dappled sunlight. "Welcome, Mira," it chimed in a voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you." Surprised, Mira asked, "Waiting for me? But why?" "Your heart is pure and your spirit kind," the sprite replied. "The forest senses your longing for adventure and the goodness in your soul. You are destined to help us in our time of need." Intrigued and a bit apprehensive, Mira nodded. "What is it that you need help with?" The sprite's glow dimmed slightly as it spoke. "There is a shadow that has crept into our world, a darkness that threatens to extinguish the light. We need your courage and wisdom to help us find the source and restore balance." Mira, feeling a mix of fear and excitement, agreed to help. She knew the journey would be one of great challenges, but also of great discovery. With the sprite guiding her, she ventured deeper into the hidden world, where the trees stood tall like guardians and streams sang songs of ages past. As they journeyed, Mira met other creatures of the forest, wise old owls that spoke in riddles, gentle deer with eyes that held the wisdom of the earth, and playful foxes who danced around her feet. Each offered their guidance, their friendship, and their stories, helping Mira understand the delicate web of life that bound all things together. In the heart of the forest, where the shadows were deepest, Mira found the source of the darkness, a black stone, cold and lifeless, lying at the foot of an ancient willow. The stone pulsed with a malevolent energy that seemed to leech the light from everything around it. Mira knew she needed to act. She reached out and, with her hand trembling, touched the stone. As she did, the warmth she had felt from the spiral flowed through her once more, and the darkness began to recede. The stone shuddered, then crumbled into dust, carried away by the wind like a forgotten memory. With the darkness dispelled, the forest breathed a sigh of relief. The creatures rejoiced, their laughter echoing through the trees as the world around Mira brightened with renewed life. The sprites danced in circles around her, their joy a radiant glow that filled her heart with warmth. "You have saved us, Mira," the inquisitive sprite said, its glow brighter than ever. "The balance is restored, thanks to your bravery and kindness." Mira smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She realized that her journey had taught her not just about the hidden world, but also about herself, her capacity for courage, her connection to nature, and the strength that lay within her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Mira knew it was time to return home. The sprites guided her back to the ancient oak, where the spiral awaited. With one last touch, the hidden world faded, leaving Mira standing in the familiar forest she loved so dearly. When she reached her cottage, her grandmother was waiting by the hearth, the soft glow of the fire casting gentle shadows on the walls. Mira shared her adventure, her words a tapestry of wonder and discovery. Her grandmother listened, her eyes twinkling with pride and understanding. "You see, my dear," her grandmother said, as she tucked Mira into bed, "sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones that lead us back to ourselves." Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, the warmth of the fire dancing in her dreams, knowing that she had found her place in the world, a place of magic, friendship, and endless possibilities. And in the forest, the creatures slept soundly, their world once again filled with light and laughter, thanks to the gentle heart of a young girl who believed in the beauty of the unseen. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young dreamer named Lila. Lila had eyes like the clearest sky and a heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. She often sat by the old oak tree at the edge of the village, listening to the stories the wind carried from lands unknown. These tales spoke of a mysterious place called the Enchanted Glade, hidden deep within the forest, where the trees danced and the streams sang. One golden afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with hues of honey and rose, Lila decided to follow the path of the whispers. With a satchel filled with fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and her favorite woolen scarf, she set off into the forest. The path before her was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller, their leaves shimmering with an emerald glow. The forest seemed alive, as if it held its breath in anticipation. Birds with feathers that sparkled like jewels flitted from branch to branch, singing melodies that wrapped around Lila like a gentle lullaby. She felt a tingling excitement in her fingertips, a promise of wonders yet to come. The path wound through the forest like a ribbon of earth, leading Lila to a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of ancient stones, each covered in moss and lichen. As she approached, Lila noticed that the air within the circle shimmered with a soft, silvery light, as if the stones were guardians of a hidden secret. With a heart full of courage and curiosity, Lila stepped into the circle. Immediately, the air was filled with the sound of gentle laughter, like a brook bubbling over smooth stones. From the shadows of the trees emerged whimsical creatures, unlike any Lila had seen before. There were tiny winged beings, their wings iridescent like dragonfly wings, and small, furry creatures with eyes that twinkled like stars. One of the winged beings, a creature with wings of lavender and silver, approached Lila with a smile. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said in a voice that chimed like a bell. "You have found the enchanted glade, a place of wonder and magic. Few are those who venture here, guided by the whispers of the forest." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging she hadn't known she was missing. "Thank you," she replied, her voice soft with awe. "I am Lila, and I have come seeking adventure and the stories of the wind." The creatures gathered around her, their presence as comforting as a warm blanket on a chilly night. They told her tales of the forest's magic, of how the trees whispered secrets to the stars, and how the streams carried dreams to the ocean. In return, Lila shared stories from her village, of harvest festivals and nights filled with laughter under the moonlight. As the afternoon sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the glade, Lila knew it was time to return home. The creatures gathered around her once more, their eyes filled with gratitude and friendship. The lavender-winged being presented her with a small, shimmering stone. "This is a token of your courage and our friendship," it said. "Whenever you feel the call of adventure, this stone will guide you." With a heart full of joy and a spirit renewed by wonder, Lila bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a gentle luminescence, guiding her safely back to the village. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The stars began to twinkle in the sky, and the evening air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and the sound of distant laughter. Lila held the stone close, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. That night, as she lay in her bed, Lila thought of the enchanted glade and the friends she had made. She understood now that courage wasn't just about grand adventures or daring deeds. Sometimes it was about following the quiet whispers of the heart and finding magic in the unknown. With a contented sigh, Lila drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with shimmering wings and the gentle laughter of the forest. And though the enchanted glade remained hidden to many, Lila knew she could always find her way back, guided by the stone and the courage within her. And so, in the heart of a quiet village, laced with the songs of the forest, Lila's story became a part of the whispers that danced on the wind, inspiring others to listen, to dream, and to seek the magic that lay just beyond the horizon. Story 45. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle embrace of a sprawling forest, there lay a small village called Mistwood. A veil of perpetual mist lent the village an air of mystery, dappling its cobblestone paths with dew that glistened like 1,000 tiny stars. Here, the air was infused with the sweet scent of pine and honeysuckle, and the songs of the wind played a timeless symphony through the ancient trees. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and weaving tales around the flickering warmth of evening fires. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Serafina. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes as wide as the midnight sky, Serafina was known for her insatiable curiosity. More than anything, she loved the stories spun by the elders, tales of hidden worlds and the mysteries they harbored. One particular tale had always captured her imagination. The story of the Whispering Woods, a fabled part of the forest said to be alive with magic. The Whispering Woods, according to legend, held a secret world, concealed from the eyes of those who could not hear its call. It was said that the trees themselves spoke in hushed tones, sharing secrets with those who would listen. The heart of this enchanted forest was a magical object, the Stone of Whispers, a shimmering gem said to contain the wisdom of ages. Seraphina, with a heart full of wonder, often found herself wandering to the edge of the forest, her fingers brushing the moss-covered trunks, hoping to hear the whispers for herself. Her best friend, a gentle-natured boy named Finn, often accompanied her. Finn, with his sandy hair and a laugh that could chase away the clouds, shared Seraphina's fascination with the forest and its secrets. One soft, golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Seraphina and Finn stood at the threshold of the forest. The mist swirled around them, cool and inviting. "Do you think we'll ever find the Whispering Woods?" Finn asked, his voice a gentle murmur amidst the rustling leaves. Seraphina, her eyes alight with determination, nodded. "I believe we will. We just have to listen carefully." As they stepped into the forest, the air seemed to change, growing richer and more vibrant. The path beneath their feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the scent of earth and pine filled their senses. Birds sang a lullaby from the treetops, and somewhere in the distance, the gentle babble of a brook provided a soothing backdrop. They walked for hours, deeper into the heart of the forest than they had ever ventured before. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their gnarled branches forming a cathedral-like canopy above. Seraphina and Finn spoke little, their senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest. As twilight descended, they reached a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk as wide as a house, its branches a tapestry against the night sky. The air here was different, charged with a gentle energy that made their skin tingle. "This place feels different," Finn whispered, his eyes wide with awe. Seraphina nodded, her heart beating faster. "I think we've found it." In the stillness, they heard it, a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. It was a language they did not understand, yet it resonated within them, as if the tree was speaking directly to their souls. With a sense of reverence, Seraphina and Finn approached the great oak. As they drew nearer, they noticed something extraordinary nestled among the roots, a stone, unlike any they had ever seen. It shimmered with an inner light, casting a gentle glow that bathed the clearing in warmth. "The Stone of Whispers," Seraphina breathed, her voice barely audible. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the stone. As he did, a soft hum filled the air, and the whispers grew louder, more coherent. Images began to dance before their eyes, visions of the forest through the ages, the creatures that called it home, and the secrets it protected. The stone was alive with magic, a conduit to the heart of the forest itself. It was as if the very soul of the Whispering Woods was contained within its luminous depths. Seraphina and Finn stood transfixed, their hearts beating in time with the pulse of the stone. For hours they remained in the clearing, listening to the stories woven by the whispers. They learned of the ancient pact between the villagers and the guardians of the forest, a promise to protect and preserve the delicate balance of life. They saw visions of the world hidden within the forest, a realm of beauty and wonder that existed alongside their own. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light over the clearing, the whispers began to fade, leaving behind a profound sense of peace and understanding. Seraphina and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts full of the knowledge they had gained. As they made their way back through the forest, the world around them seemed more vibrant, more alive. Every rustle of leaves, every bird song, held a new significance. They understood now that the forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a living, breathing entity, a tapestry of life woven with care and wisdom. When they returned to the village, they shared their experience with the elders, their eyes alight with the wonder of what they had discovered. The elders listened with smiles of quiet understanding, for they too had once heard the whispers of the woods. From that day forward, Seraphina and Finn became the guardians of the forest's secrets, their bond with the whispering woods unbreakable. They taught the villagers to listen to the whispers, to respect the delicate balance of nature, and to cherish the hidden worlds that lay just beyond their sight. As the years passed, the village of Mistwood flourished, its people living in harmony with the forest that surrounded them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and magic, its secrets safeguarded by those who had heard its call. And so, in the quiet of the night, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, the whispers continued to weave their tales, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay hidden within the world, waiting for those with hearts open to the magic of the unknown. In this way, Seraphina and Finn's journey changed them, not just by what they discovered, but by what they became, keepers of the forest's wisdom, bound by friendship and a shared love for the mysteries of the world. And in their hearts, the whispers of the woods would forever echo, a timeless melody that sang of wonder, wisdom, and the enduring magic of friendship. Story 46, title, The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and lush emerald forests, there was a peculiar tale often whispered among the townsfolk. It was said that deep within the Whispering Woods, a hidden world awaited those who dared to venture beyond the known paths. The woods were a place of mystery, where the trees spoke in hushed tones, and the air shimmered with enchantment. At the heart of this legend was an ancient, magical object, the Luminara stone, a gem that held the power to reveal the unseen and illuminate the truth. Young Finn, a curious and kind-hearted boy with a mop of sandy hair and eyes like the summer sky, had grown up on the stories of the Whispering Woods. He often wandered the village, listening to the elders recount their tales by the fireside, his imagination painting vivid pictures of the world beyond. Finn's best friend, a gentle girl named Lila with hair the color of autumn leaves, shared his fascination. Together they dreamed of discovering the secrets hidden within the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of gold and crimson, Finn and Lila set out on a journey that would change their lives forever. The sun cast a warm glow over the fields as they made their way to the edge of the Whispering Woods. A soft breeze whispered through the trees, as if inviting the pair to step into the unknown. With a deep breath, the two friends crossed the threshold into the woods. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle chirping of birds accompanied them, creating a soothing symphony that wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. The deeper they ventured, the more otherworldly the forest became. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Vines hung like delicate threads of silver, and tiny, luminescent creatures flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. Finn and Lila marveled at the beauty surrounding them, their hearts filled with a sense of wonder. As they continued, a faint, melodic sound reached their ears, a song carried on the wind, as if the forest itself was serenading them. Intrigued, they followed the music, their footsteps light on the soft carpet of leaves. The melody grew stronger, leading them to a clearing bathed in gentle, golden light. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Nestled among the roots of the great tree, they found the source of the song, a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, inner light. It was the Luminara stone, just as the legends described. The stone's glow seemed to resonate with the rhythm of the forest, creating a harmony that filled the air with warmth. Gently, Finn reached out and cradled the stone in his hands. As he did, a wave of warmth spread through him, and the world around him seemed to shift. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves rustling with stories of old. The air shimmered with hidden pathways, revealing glimpses of a world intertwined with their own. With the Luminara stone in hand, Finn and Lila embarked on a journey through the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. They discovered creatures who lived in harmony with the forest, their lives intertwined with the magic of the land. They met talking animals who shared their wisdom, guiding the friends with tales of friendship and courage. As they explored, they encountered a fox named Ember, whose fur glowed like a flickering flame. Ember, with eyes that sparkled with knowledge, became their guide. He led them through secret groves and hidden glens, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the forest. Under Ember's guidance, Finn and Lila learned the importance of balance and respect for the natural world. The fox showed them how every creature, every plant, played a role in the tapestry of life. They saw how even the smallest of actions could ripple through the world, affecting all that lay within it. The journey was not without challenges. They faced moments of uncertainty and fear, shadows that tested their resolve. But with each step, they grew stronger, their bond deepening with every shared experience. They learned to trust in themselves and in each other, finding comfort in their friendship. One day, as they sat by a sparkling brook, Lila turned to Finn, her eyes reflecting the sunlight like twin stars. "Do you think we'll ever return to Elderglen?" she asked, her voice soft and filled with wonder. Finn smiled, the warmth of the Luminara stone flowing through him. "I think this journey is part of us now," he replied. "We've seen the world in a way few ever do, and even if we return, the magic we've found will always be with us." As the days turned to weeks, Finn and Lila's understanding of the world deepened. They realized that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in the stones or the creatures, but in the connections they formed, the friendships that transcended the boundaries of what was known and what was yet to be discovered. Finally, their journey brought them to the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering tales of ancient times. In this sacred place, the Luminara stone glowed brighter than ever, its light weaving a tapestry of memories and dreams. With Ember by their side, Finn and Lila placed the stone at the base of an ancient tree, its roots entwined with the earth like fingers of time. As they did, the forest seemed to sigh with contentment, the air shimmering with a sense of completion. In that moment, Finn and Lila understood the true gift of their journey. The Luminara stone had shown them the beauty of the hidden world, but it was their hearts that held the real magic, the ability to see beyond the surface, to embrace the unknown with open arms, and to cherish the bonds that connected them to all living things. With a final, lingering glance at the forest that had become their home, Finn and Lila turned to make their way back to Elderglen. The path was familiar now, each step a reminder of the journey they had taken and the lessons they had learned. As they emerged from the woods, the village lay before them, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and the sound of laughter, welcoming them back into the fold of their community. Though their journey had come to an end, the magic of the Whispering Woods remained with them, a gentle light that guided them through the days and nights to come. They knew that the lessons of friendship, courage, and respect would forever shape the world they lived in. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Finn and Lila settled back into their lives, forever changed by the journey they had taken. The Whispering Woods continued to whisper their secrets, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. In the warmth of their friendship and the glow of the Luminara stone, they found comfort and resolution, knowing that the true magic of the world was not in what they saw, but in how they chose to see it. And with that, the tale of the Whispering Woods came to a close, leaving behind a story of wonder and transformation that would be cherished for generations to come. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart full of wonder and a thirst for adventure that could never quite be quenched. One crisp autumn morning, as Lily was exploring the woods near her home, she stumbled upon an old, crumbling stone archway half hidden among the crimson leaves. Curiosity sparked within her, and she couldn't resist stepping through the archway to investigate. As she passed beneath the weathered stone, the world around her shimmered and shifted. The familiar forest faded away, and Lily found herself surrounded by a landscape like nothing she had ever seen before. Towering mushrooms in vibrant hues of purple, blue, and crimson dotted the emerald meadow that stretched out before her. Delicate, glowing wisps danced playfully through the air, trailing shimmering stardust in their wake. In the distance, cascading waterfalls tumbled over crystalline cliffs, their waters shimmering like liquid diamonds. Lily gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with amazement. She had stumbled upon an enchanted realm, a place of pure magic and whimsy. As she ventured further into this wondrous world, she encountered all manner of delightful creatures. Giggling pixies peeked out from behind toadstools, their gossamer wings aflutter. Friendly gnomes tended to their cozy underground homes, greeting Lily with warm smiles and offering her peculiar-looking pastries. Even the flora and fauna seemed imbued with a touch of enchantment. Flowers swayed and danced as if alive, their petals unfurling in intricate patterns. Butterflies the size of her hand fluttered by, their wings adorned with kaleidoscopic hues that shimmered and shifted with every beat. Though this realm was filled with wonders, it also presented gentle challenges for Lily to overcome. At one point, she found herself facing a vast, glittering lake, its waters shimmering with 1,000 sparkling lights. A kindly old turtle offered to ferry her across, but only if she could solve a series of riddles that tested her wit and wisdom. With each riddle she solved, Lily felt a sense of pride and confidence blooming within her. She was learning that her courage and curiosity were powerful allies, guiding her through even the most perplexing of trials. As her journey through the enchanted realm neared its end, Lily encountered a wise old wizard who revealed the true nature of this wondrous place. This realm exists within the hearts of those who dare to dream and explore, he explained with a twinkle in his eye. It is a reflection of the boundless potential that lies within us all, if only we have the courage to seek it out. With those words, Lily understood the true lesson of her adventure. The greatest treasures in life often lie just beyond the boundaries of the known, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to venture forth. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the enchanted realm, Lily found herself standing before the stone archway once more. With a smile on her face and a heart filled with wonder, she stepped back through, returning to the familiar woods near her home. Though the enchanted realm had faded from sight, its magic would forever remain within Lily's heart. From that day on, she carried with her the courage to explore, the wisdom to solve life's riddles, and the knowledge that true beauty and wonder can be found in even the most unexpected of places. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, Lily knew that her journey had only just begun, for the world was full of enchanted realms waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them out. Story 48. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of the Emerald Valley, nestled a quaint village where the hills rolled like soft green waves beneath an endless sky. In this serene hamlet, where the seasons painted the landscape with hues of gold and emerald, lived a young woman named Alina. Her heart was as quiet as the early morning mist that drifted over the fields, and her eyes reflected the azure of the sky, with flecks of dreamlike starlight. Alina was known for her skill in weaving. She could spin the finest threads from the simplest of fibers, creating tapestries that whispered stories of the world around her. Yet despite her talent, Alina felt a restlessness within her, a yearning that stirred like a soft breeze through the willow trees. Change was coming, and though she sensed it, she found herself clinging to the comforting rhythm of her days, afraid to step into the unknown. The village was abuzz with tales of the enchanted glade, a magical place deep within the whispering woods, where it was said that those who ventured with an open heart could find the answers they sought. Yet Alina hesitated, fearing what she might discover about herself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Alina sat by the edge of the village pond. The water mirrored the twilight, shimmering with the first stars of night. It was here that she met a wise old turtle named Leora. Leora's shell bore the marks of countless journeys, and her gentle eyes held the wisdom of many moons. "What troubles you, dear one?" Leora asked in a voice as soft as the evening breeze. Alina sighed, her words swirling in the air like autumn leaves. "I feel lost, Leora. There's a change within me, a transformation I cannot understand. I'm afraid of what I might become." Leora nodded slowly. "Change is a dance, Alina, one that moves us forward. It is not to be feared but embraced. The enchanted glade may hold the answers you seek, if you are willing to listen." Encouraged by Leora's words, Alina resolved to visit the glade. The next morning, after the dew had kissed the grass and the sun began its gentle ascent, she set off into the whispering woods. The path wound through towering trees whose leaves sang a chorus of rustling whispers, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. As she walked, Alina's senses awakened to the magic around her. She smelled the earthy richness of the forest floor, heard the distant call of a nightingale, and felt the cool caress of the breeze against her skin. Each step seemed to carry her closer to a part of herself she had long ignored. Finally, she reached the enchanted glade. It was a place where time seemed to pause, where the air shimmered with a golden light that danced among the flowers. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs lay a small iridescent pond, its surface reflecting the world like a mirror. Alina approached the pond and gazed into its depths. Her reflection stared back, but it was not the image she knew. Instead, she saw herself as she could be, strong, confident, and at peace with the changes within her. The sight filled her with a warmth that spread through her like sunlight breaking through clouds. In that moment of clarity, she realized that change was not something to be feared, but a gift to be cherished. It was the very essence of life, a journey of discovery that led to growth and transformation. She understood that she was not alone, for the magic of the glade, the wisdom of Leora, and the support of her village were all part of her path. With newfound determination, Alina returned to her village, carrying the serenity of the glade within her. She began to weave once more, but this time her creations were filled with the colors of her journey, vibrant threads that told stories of courage, friendship, and the beauty of embracing change. Her tapestries became legendary, not just for their beauty, but for the hope they instilled in all who beheld them. As the years passed, Alina's heart grew as vast as the sky, encompassing all the wonders of her world. And though the seasons continued to turn, she welcomed each with open arms, knowing that each brought its own magic and transformation. Thus, in the gentle embrace of the Emerald Valley, Alina found her place in the world, forever changed by the journey she once feared. Her story became a beacon of light for others, a reminder that within the dance of change lies the power of personal discovery, a gift as eternal as the stars that watched over her. And so, under the same starlit sky, the village thrived, ever guided by the warmth of Alina's heart and the enduring magic of the enchanted glade. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the stars and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there lay a quaint little village named Elderglen. The village was known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs, gardens brimming with lavender and mint, and the gentle hum of bees that danced among the blossoms. Elderglen was a serene place where time seemed to move just a little slower, allowing its inhabitants to savor each moment of their peaceful lives. However, lately, a peculiar mystery had begun to stir among the villagers. Each morning, as the first rays of the sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, the villagers would find tiny, delicate footprints scattered across their gardens and doorsteps. The footprints seemed to belong to creatures no bigger than a child's hand, yet no one had ever seen such beings roaming the village or the surrounding woods. Curiosity and a hint of bewilderment filled the air as the villagers gathered one morning in the village square, eager to unravel the mystery of the footprints. Among them was a wise and gentle old woman named Aunt Flora, known for her deep knowledge of nature and her skill in brewing the most soothing herbal teas. With her twinkling eyes and a smile that could melt the frostiest of hearts, Aunt Flora decided it was time to solve the riddle that had captivated the village. "Let us follow the trail of these tiny wanderers," Aunt Flora suggested, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Perhaps through careful observation and a little bit of patience, we may discover the truth behind their visits." With that, Aunt Flora, along with a small group of curious villagers, began to follow the delicate footprints that led them beyond the village, into the heart of the whispering woods. The woods were a magical place, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering beams, and the air was scented with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they noticed something peculiar. The footprints seemed to lead them towards a grove of ancient oak trees, their branches heavy with acorns that glistened like tiny jewels in the dappled light. Among the roots of one particularly grand oak, Aunt Flora spotted a small, shimmering portal, barely visible to the untrained eye. "Ah, it seems we have stumbled upon a doorway," Aunt Flora mused, kneeling to inspect the portal. Her fingers traced the delicate edge, feeling the faint hum of magic that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. "This is no ordinary portal. It is crafted from the magic of the forest itself, a gateway perhaps to another realm." The villagers gasped in wonder, their eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. "Should we step through?" A young villager named Finn asked, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Aunt Flora chuckled softly, her eyes meeting Finn's. "Not yet, dear Finn. We must first understand the nature of this portal and the beings it connects us to." With that, Aunt Flora reached into her satchel and pulled out a small pouch of lavender and mint, sprinkling its contents around the portal's entrance. The fragrant herbs seemed to shimmer as they touched the ground, forming a gentle barrier that would allow the villagers to observe without disturbing whatever lay beyond. As they watched, the portal began to ripple like water, and out stepped the most enchanting creatures. They were tiny, no taller than a teacup, with wings as iridescent as a dragonfly's and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. They moved with the grace of a breeze and the curiosity of a child, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes. The villagers watched in awe as the creatures began to gather acorns, arranging them into intricate patterns that seemed to hold a meaning only they understood. Aunt Flora, ever observant, noticed that the creatures were tending to the roots of the ancient oaks, nurturing them with care and whispered enchantments. "It seems these little ones are caretakers of the forest," Aunt Flora explained softly, her heart warming at the sight. "They ensure the trees remain strong and healthy, a task as noble as any." The villagers nodded, their initial curiosity giving way to admiration for the tiny beings who worked tirelessly to preserve the beauty of the forest. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the woods, one of the creatures paused and turned towards the villagers, its eyes meeting Aunt Flora's. In a voice as soft as the breeze, it spoke, "We thank you for your kindness and your understanding. We cherish this forest as much as you cherish your village." Aunt Flora bowed her head, her voice gentle and sincere. "We are grateful for your care and the beauty you bring to our world. May we continue to share this land in harmony." With a final shimmering smile, the creatures fluttered back through the portal, leaving behind only the echo of their laughter and the gentle rustle of the leaves. The villagers returned to Elderglen, their hearts full of wonder and a newfound respect for the magical world that coexisted with their own. The mystery of the footprints had been solved, not through confrontation or fear, but through wisdom, observation, and friendship. From that day on, the tiny footprints were welcomed as a sign of the forest's guardians at work, and the bond between Elderglen and the Whispering Woods grew ever stronger. And as Aunt Flora sipped her evening tea by the crackling fire, she smiled, knowing that the magic of understanding and kindness would always light the way home. With a contented sigh, the villagers drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the woods, their dreams woven with the enchantment of a world where mysteries were embraced, and friendships flourished like the wildflowers in the sunlit glades. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a forest draped in the softest hues of twilight, where the whispering of leaves seemed to converse with the very stars, there lived creatures of wondrous natures. This forest, known to its denizens as the Everwood, was a realm where the line between the tangible and the mystical wove a delicate tapestry of life. Trees stood like ancient sentinels, their trunks covered in moss that glowed faintly under the moonlight. The air was filled with the gentle symphony of rustling leaves and the distant melodious calls of creatures unseen but deeply felt. In the heart of this forest, nestled within a glen that seemed perpetually kissed by the golden light of dawn, lived a gentle family of deer. Their coats shimmered with the hues of the seasons, changing from the vibrant greens of spring to the russet tones of autumn. The matriarch, an old doe with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself, was named Seraphina. She had seen many cycles of the seasons and was revered among the creatures for her wisdom and kindness. Seraphina had a gift, a subtle magic that allowed her to sense the rhythms of the earth, when the rains would come, when the flowers would bloom, and when the first snows would fall. She held this knowledge not as a power over the forest, but as a gentle guide, maintaining the balance that was essential for the Everwood to thrive. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns of red and gold, Seraphina gathered her family close. The forest was preparing for its long slumber beneath winter's blanket, and she felt a stirring in the air, a change that unsettled her calm heart. The winds, usually soft and whispering, carried a note of urgency, as if the forest itself was trying to speak. Her fawn, a spirited young one named Phelan, with eyes bright as the morning sun, looked up at her with curiosity. "What troubles you, mother?" he asked, his voice as soft as the breeze through the heather. "The balance of our home feels uncertain," Seraphina replied, her voice a gentle murmur. "I sense something is amiss, something that needs our understanding." With a nod from Seraphina, Phelan bounded off to gather the other creatures of the glen. Soon, a small gathering formed, a squirrel with fur like burnished copper, an owl with feathers like the night sky, and a fox whose tail was brushed with silver. As the creatures settled into the warm glow of a shared understanding, Seraphina spoke of her concern. "The forest thrives because of the harmony we all maintain, but I feel a disruption, a shift that could unsettle this balance if left unattended." The owl, whose name was Solon, and who was known for his keen perception, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "I have noticed that the winds are often restless, and the stars seem to whisper of change," he said, his voice a deep, soothing hoot. The fox, known as Vesper, nodded in agreement. "The streams flow a little faster than before, as if they too are hurrying towards something unknown." Seraphina listened, her heart heavy with the weight of their concerns. "We must discover the cause of this imbalance and restore it before winter takes hold," she said. "For if the forest falters, so too do we all." With a collective resolve, the creatures of the Everwood set out to uncover the source of this mysterious shift. They journeyed deeper into the forest, where the ancient trees stood tall and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Along the way, they spoke with the wise river otters, consulted the ancient stones that lined the riverbanks, and listened to the whispers of the wind. In the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so densely that only slender beams of moonlight pierced through, they found the source of the imbalance. A great oak, older than any creature could remember, had begun to wither. Its leaves, once a vibrant green, were now brittle and brown. The earth around its roots was dry and cracked, a stark contrast to the lush undergrowth that surrounded it. "The oak of seasons," breathed Seraphina, her voice laced with reverence and sorrow. "It is the heart of our forest. If it fades, so too will the magic that sustains us." The owl Solon fluttered to the oak's branches, his wings silent as a whisper. "It speaks of thirst, of a longing for the waters that once nourished it." Vesper, the fox, tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "The streams have shifted, their paths diverted by the stones that have fallen in the summer storms." Seraphina pondered this revelation, her mind weaving through the possibilities like a weaver's shuttle through cloth. "We must guide the waters back to the oak," she decided. "Only then can we restore the balance." The creatures of the Everwood set to work, their efforts a harmonious dance of unity and purpose. The squirrels gathered stones small enough to be moved, while the deer used their hooves to gently nudge the earth. The fox and the owl guided the flow of the streams with careful precision, ensuring that the water would once again reach the ancient oak. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a gentle twilight, the first trickles of water began to flow towards the oak's roots. The earth drank deeply, and the oak in turn seemed to sigh with relief. Slowly, its leaves unfurled, regaining their verdant hue. The air around the tree shimmered with a subtle magic, a testament to the harmony restored. Seraphina watched with quiet satisfaction, her heart swelling with the warmth of accomplishment and unity. "We have done well," she said softly. "Together, we have ensured the continuance of our home and its magic." The creatures of the Everwood gathered beneath the oak, their spirits light and their bonds strengthened by their shared endeavor. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, they knew that their efforts had not only saved the tree, but had also reaffirmed the interconnectedness of all life within the forest. From that day forward, the oak stood as a symbol of their unity and wisdom, its branches reaching out to the sky like the arms of a guardian. And the everwood flourished, its magic a gentle presence that filled the air with peace and tranquility. As the seasons turned, the story of the oak and the creatures who saved it was passed down through the generations, a tale of harmony and balance that echoed through the ages. And in the quiet moments, when the wind rustled through the leaves and the stars blinked overhead, the creatures would remember, and they would smile, knowing that the magic of their home was safe and eternal. And so, in the heart of the Everwood, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, life continued in a gentle rhythm, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of nature. Story 51. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village, called Willowbend, was known for its vibrant gardens and the sweet scent of honeysuckle that filled the air. The cobblestone paths wound whimsically through the village, flanked by charming cottages with thatched roofs and window boxes overflowing with colorful blossoms. Leora had a curious spirit and a heart as kind as the gentle breeze that rustled through the willow trees. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbend, befriending the creatures of the forest and learning the secrets of the earth from her wise grandmother, Nana Wren. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora noticed something peculiar. The village fountain, which normally burbled cheerfully in the square, was silent. Its waters, usually clear as crystal, were still and cloudy. The villagers gathered around in hushed whispers, puzzled by the fountain's sudden change. "Perhaps it's clogged with leaves," suggested Mr. Thistle, the village gardener, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "No, no," chimed in Mrs. Hazel, the baker, her apron dusted with flour. "It's something more than that. There's a strange chill in the air." Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora set off towards the fountain. As she knelt beside it, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cold. It was a small, intricately carved stone that shimmered with a faint blue glow. Nana Wren had always taught Leora to listen to the whispers of the earth, so she closed her eyes and placed her hand on the stone. She could feel a gentle hum, like the soft strumming of a harp, resonating through her fingertips. It was a message, a call for help. Knowing she needed guidance, Leora decided to visit the wise old owl, Ollie, who roosted in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the forest. Ollie was known for his wisdom and often helped the villagers with their troubles. As Leora approached the oak, she called out softly, "Ollie, dear friend, I seek your counsel." With a flutter of wings, Ollie descended from his branch, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, young Leora," he hooted warmly. "What brings you to my tree this fine morning?" Leora explained the mysterious change in the fountain and showed Ollie the shimmering stone. The wise owl examined it closely, his feathers ruffling with interest. "This is no ordinary stone," he said in a gentle, melodic voice. "It belongs to the water sprites, guardians of the streams and rivers. They must be in distress." Understanding the importance of the sprites' well-being, Leora knew she needed to find them and offer her help. "But how do I find the sprites?" she asked, her eyes wide with determination. Ollie fluttered his wings thoughtfully. "Follow the path of the Whispering Brook," he advised. "It will lead you to the heart of the forest, where the sprites dwell." Thanking Ollie for his guidance, Leora set off along the brook, its gentle babbling a comforting melody in her ears. The forest was alive with the vibrant hues of autumn, leaves crunching beneath her feet and the scent of pine filling the air. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Leora felt the presence of magic growing stronger. The sunlight danced through the trees, painting the ground with dappled patterns, and the air shimmered with a silvery mist. Finally, she reached a clearing where the brook widened into a small, sparkling pool. There she saw the water sprites, their forms delicate and translucent like moonlight on water. They flitted about anxiously, their usual grace overshadowed by worry. "Hello, gentle sprites," Leora called softly, careful not to startle them. I found your stone by the village fountain. How can I help? The sprites paused in their anxious dance, turning their luminous eyes towards Leora. One sprite, slightly larger than the others, drifted forward, its voice a soft, musical ripple. We thank you, kind heart. Our stone was stolen by a mischievous wind spirit, causing our magic to falter. Without it, the waters cannot flow freely. Leora nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I will return it to you, she promised, holding the stone out towards the sprites. As she did, the stone began to glow brighter, filling the clearing with a soothing blue light. The head sprite touched the stone with a delicate hand, and a gentle warmth spread through the air. The water in the pool began to shimmer, and the brook resumed its cheerful babble, the magic restored. Thank you, dear Leora, the sprite sang, her voice filled with gratitude. You have returned balance to our home. With a heart full of joy, Leora bid farewell to the sprites and made her way back to the village. As she emerged from the forest, she found the villagers gathered around the fountain once more, their faces alight with wonder. The waters gushed forth, clearer and more vibrant than ever, sending sparkling arcs into the air. The villagers cheered, and Leora's heart swelled with happiness. She had solved the mystery, not through force or anger, but with kindness and understanding. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and purple, Leora sat with Nana Wren by the hearth. The fire crackled warmly, casting a golden glow in the cozy room. Leora shared her adventure, and Nana Wren listened with a proud smile. You've learned well, my dear, Nana Wren said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Sometimes, the greatest magic lies in listening to the world around us and lending a helping hand. As Leora snuggled into her bed that night, the stars twinkling through her window like tiny lanterns, she felt a deep sense of peace. The village was safe, the sprites were happy, and she knew that with wisdom and friendship, any mystery could be solved. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowben settled into a gentle sleep, cradled by the soft song of the flowing fountain and the whispers of the forest beyond. Story 52. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flowering meadows, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Amara. She had a quiet curiosity about the world, always eager to uncover the stories whispered by the wind through the ancient oaks and the murmuring brooks. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to drift lazily to the ground, Amara set out on her usual walk through the forest path. Her woolen scarf, a vibrant shade of rust, danced in the gentle breeze as she wandered deeper into the woods. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, a comforting fragrance that reminded her of home and hearth. As she meandered along, her eyes caught a glint of something unusual among the roots of a towering elm. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, ornate box, its surface inlaid with intricate patterns of silver and jade. The box seemed to hum softly, a melody only she could hear, as if it held within it the whispered secrets of the forest. Amara gently opened the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled inside, glowing with a warm, amber light. As she cradled it in her hands, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt an inexplicable sense of connection to the world around her. The crystal, she realized, was imbued with a subtle magic, a gift from the forest itself. With the crystal in her possession, Amara found that she could understand the languages of the woodland creatures. Birds chirped tales of distant lands, the rustling leaves shared secrets of time and change, and the babbling brook spoke of journeys across the land. Each story filled her with wonder and a deep sense of belonging. Intrigued by the newfound magic, Amara decided to embark on a journey to discover more about the crystal's origins. Her journey led her through the heart of the forest, where she encountered an array of delightful companions. There was Finn, the playful squirrel with a heart as big as his bushy tail, always ready to offer a jest or a helping hand. And then there was Leora, the wise old owl, whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and who guided Amara with her gentle hoots and sage advice. The three friends set off deeper into the forest, following trails woven with sunlight and shadow. They traversed through fields of wildflowers, their colors a vibrant tapestry under the sun, and crossed sparkling streams where the water sang cheerful songs as it danced over smooth stones. As they journeyed, Amara and her companions came upon a grove unlike any other. In the center stood an ancient tree, its roots entwined with the very heart of the earth. This was the home of Eldwin, the guardian of the forest, an ageless spirit who took the form of a majestic stag. His presence was both gentle and powerful, and his eyes glimmered with the light of countless stars. Eldwin welcomed the travelers with a nod of his antlered head, and as they approached, he shared with them the legend of the crystal. It was a gift from the ancient spirits of the forest, a beacon of harmony and understanding, meant to be used with wisdom and kindness. However, Eldwin warned them of the shadow that had begun to creep across the land, a force that threatened the delicate balance of nature. The only way to restore harmony was to listen to the songs of the earth and understand the stories each creature had to tell. With newfound purpose, Amara and her friends set out to unravel the mystery of the shadow. They listened closely to the whispers of the wind, the murmurings of the streams, and the soft rustle of leaves. Each clue brought them closer to the heart of the shadow, revealing that it was not a creature of malice, but rather a manifestation of forgotten stories and neglected tales. Amara realized that the shadow was born from the silence of those who had ceased to listen to the world around them. It was not an enemy to be fought with force, but a friend that needed to be understood and embraced. Gathering her companions around the ancient tree, Amara held the crystal high, allowing its warm light to illuminate the grove. She began to tell the stories she had learned, her voice a soothing melody that wove together the tales of the earth, the sky, and the hearts of all living beings. As she spoke, the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness melting away like morning mist in the sun. The forest listened, and in turn it sang its own song of unity and renewal. The crystal glowed brighter, a beacon of peace and understanding, as the balance was restored. With their task complete, Amara and her friends bid farewell to Eldwin and made their way back to Willowbrook. The village welcomed them with open arms, and Amara shared the stories of her journey, reminding everyone of the importance of listening to the world and the magic that lay within simple understanding. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Amara often found herself by the fireside, the crystal resting in her lap. The warmth of the hearth and the soft crackling of logs brought comfort as she shared tales of wonder and wisdom with those who gathered around. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived in harmony, its people forever grateful for the gentle magic of the forest and the stories that bound them together. Amara's journey had changed her, opening her heart to the beauty of the world and teaching her the true power of listening and understanding. And in the quiet moments when the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the night sky, Amara would look out across the hills and know that, as long as there were stories to be told and ears to listen, the world would remain a place of wonder and enchantment. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies with the wind and the moonlight spilled like silver dust upon the ground, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had hair the color of honey and eyes that reflected the azure sky. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, where every leaf, every stream seemed to hum a gentle, familiar tune. Yet despite the beauty surrounding her, Lyra felt a stirring unease, like an autumn leaf caught in a breeze that whispers of winter's chill. Lyra's heart was a tapestry woven with threads of uncertainty and longing. She feared change, the uncertainty of what lay beyond the comforting embrace of her familiar world. As the seasons turned and the first frost of winter kissed the earth, a peculiar thing began to happen. The forest, which had been her refuge, now seemed to echo her inner turmoil. The trees, once steadfast and serene, began to shimmer with an ethereal light, as if touched by some unseen magic. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lyra wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the faint, sweet aroma of distant snow. She soon found herself in a glade, at the heart of which stood an ancient, gnarled willow, its branches trailing like the tattered ends of a worn cloak. It was said that the willow was the heart of the forest, a guardian of secrets and dreams. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Lyra approached the willow. As she did, a soft, melodic voice drifted through the air, as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Fear not the shadows of change, for they are but the ink with which your story is written." Startled, Lyra looked around but saw no one. Yet she felt a presence, a comforting warmth that enveloped her like a soft blanket on a cold night. Hesitantly, she reached out and touched the willow's bark. In that moment, a transformation began. The world around her shifted, and she found herself in a realm woven from dreams and stardust. In this magical place, the sky was a vast tapestry of swirling colors, and the ground was soft like the petals of 1,000 flowers. Creatures of light and shadow danced in the gentle glow, their laughter like the chime of distant bells. It was a world both strange and wondrous, and Lyra felt her apprehension slowly dissolve, replaced by a curiosity as vast as the sky above. Here she met a small, luminous creature named Finn. With wings that shimmered like moonlit water and eyes as bright as stars, Finn was a guide, a friend in this dreamlike world. "Change," Finn said in a voice like tinkling wind chimes, "is the song of life. It is the river that shapes the stone, the wind that carries the seeds of the future." With Finn by her side, Lyra embarked on a journey through this enchanted realm. They traversed fields of whispering grass, climbed mountains that glowed with an inner light, and sailed across seas that mirrored the stars. Each step of their journey mirrored the changes that Lyra felt within herself. In the fields, Lyra learned the beauty of letting go, as the grass swayed and danced to the rhythm of the wind, unresisting and free. On the mountains, she discovered the strength that comes from perseverance, each step a testament to her growing courage. And on the starlit seas, she found serenity, the gentle ebb and flow of the tides teaching her the value of patience and time. Throughout their adventures, Finn remained a steadfast companion, offering wisdom cloaked in gentle words. "Remember, Lyra," Finn would say, "growth is not a destination but a journey. It is the blooming of a flower, the unfolding of new petals with each sunrise." As days turned into nights and nights into days, Lyra's heart began to mirror the magic of this world. She learned to embrace change, to see it not as a threat, but as an opportunity for growth and discovery. Her fears faded like morning mist, replaced by a quiet confidence and an appreciation for the beauty of life's ever-turning wheel. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra found herself back at the ancient willow. The voice that had first spoken to her now returned, gentle and kind. "You have faced your fears and found your strength. Remember, the world is vast, and its wonders are endless. Continue to explore, to grow, and to embrace each change as a new adventure." With these words echoing in her heart, Lyra opened her eyes to find herself once again in the whispering woods. The forest was unchanged, yet she felt different, as if a new light shone within her. The trees no longer seemed daunting, but instead stood as old friends, their leaves shimmering in silent applause. As Lyra made her way home, she carried with her the lessons of the magical realm, woven into the very fabric of her being. She had discovered the beauty of transformation, the joy of personal growth, and the strength that comes from embracing change. And though the path ahead was uncertain, she faced it with a heart open to all the possibilities it held. From that day forward, Lyra lived with a renewed sense of wonder. She knew that change was not to be feared, but celebrated, for it was the force that shaped her world and her soul. And in the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the stars sang their silent song, she would smile, knowing she was part of a grand tapestry, ever-changing, ever-growing, and beautifully alive. Story 54. In the quaint village of Glenwood, where the cobblestone streets wound like a ribbon through fields of golden wheat, there lived a young girl named Miri. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her laughter was a melody that danced through the air, mingling with the whispers of the wind. It was said that Miri possessed a heart as warm as the summer sun, and she was beloved by all who knew her. Nestled on the outskirts of the village lay the Whispering Woods, a thicket of ancient trees whose leaves rustled with secrets of old. The villagers often spoke of the woods with reverence, for it held within it mysteries that were beyond mortal understanding. Some claimed that the forest was enchanted, a gateway to worlds unseen, while others simply marveled at its beauty, letting their imaginations weave tales of wonder. Miri, with her insatiable curiosity, found herself drawn to the woods, spending afternoons beneath the shade of its towering oaks. She loved the symphony of nature, the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of hidden crickets, and the distant call of a woodpecker echoing through the canopy. It was here, amidst the dappled sunlight and shadow, that Miri felt most alive, her spirit intertwined with the pulse of the earth. One golden afternoon, as the horizon blushed with the hues of dusk, Miri discovered something extraordinary. Tucked away beneath a moss-covered stone, she found a small, intricately carved box. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, with delicate patterns of vines and flowers that seemed to dance upon its surface. Curious, Miri lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled inside. It glowed softly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that twinkled like 1,000 rainbows. As Miri held the crystal, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a strange yet comforting sensation, as if the crystal were speaking to her heart. Without understanding how, Miri knew this was no ordinary stone. It was a key, an object of magic, capable of opening doors to worlds beyond her wildest dreams. Guided by an inexplicable pull, Miri ventured deeper into the woods, the crystal illuminating her path. The trees seemed to part for her, revealing a hidden glade where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center stood a grand oak, its trunk wide enough to embrace a dozen villagers. From its branches hung silvery threads, shimmering like strands of starlight. As Miri approached, the crystal in her hand pulsed with light. The threads began to hum, a gentle melody that resonated with the very core of her being. She reached out, her fingers brushing against one of the strands, and in that instant, the world around her shifted. The air shimmered, and the glade transformed into a realm of ethereal beauty. Miri found herself standing on a path of glimmering stones, flanked by trees that sparkled with crystalline leaves. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting a perfect picture of serenity. It was a world that seemed to exist beyond time, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of reality. As Miri marveled at her surroundings, she noticed a gentle figure approaching. It was a creature unlike any she had ever seen, with eyes that shimmered like pools of liquid silver and wings that glistened with every color of the rainbow. The creature introduced itself as Leora, guardian of this hidden realm. Leora explained that the crystal Miri held was a fragment of their world, a beacon that had chosen her for a special purpose. The realm had been losing its light, dimming with each passing day, and it needed the kindness and bravery of a pure heart to restore its balance. Miri, with her innate goodness and boundless curiosity, was the one destined to help. Though the task seemed daunting, Miri felt a surge of determination. She knew in her heart that she had been guided here for a reason, and she would do whatever it took to help this wondrous place. Thus began her journey, a quest to rekindle the fading light of the realm. Accompanied by Leora, Miri traversed landscapes of unimaginable beauty, fields of flowers that sang with each brush of the breeze, rivers that sparkled with the laughter of sprites, and valleys where the very air shimmered with magic. With each step, Miri felt the weight of her mission, but also a profound sense of belonging, as if she were meant to be part of this enchanted world. Throughout her journey, Miri encountered many challenges. There were times when the path seemed obscured by shadows, and moments when doubt threatened to cloud her heart. Yet with Leora's guidance and the unwavering light of the crystal, Miri learned to see beyond the darkness, to trust in the strength of her spirit and the power of friendship. In the heart of the realm, Miri and Leora discovered the source of the dimming light, a majestic tree whose branches were withering, its leaves losing their luster. It was the heart of the realm, the very essence of its magic, and it was fading. To restore its light, Miri needed to infuse it with the purest form of magic, a magic born of love, hope, and unity. Miri closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the crystal in her hand. She thought of her village, of the laughter and love that filled her days, of the bonds she shared with her friends and family. She remembered the wonders she had witnessed on her journey, the beauty that lay in every corner of the realm. And most importantly, she thought of the connection she felt to this place, the deep sense of purpose that had guided her here. With a heart full of light, Miri reached out, touching the trunk of the withering tree. The crystal in her hand flared with brilliance, and a wave of warmth surged through her, flowing into the tree. The earth trembled, and the air crackled with magic as the tree's branches began to glow, its leaves regaining their vibrant hue. The realm shimmered with renewed light, a symphony of colors that danced across the sky. As the realm's heart blossomed with life, Miri felt a profound sense of peace. She had done what she came to do, and in the process, she had discovered the true magic within herself. Leora, with tears of joy shimmering in their eyes, thanked Miri for her courage and kindness, for believing in the magic of the realm and the power of her own heart. With her mission complete, Miri returned to the glade where her journey had begun. The crystal, now dimmed, lay nestled in her palm, a reminder of the world she had helped to save. As she stepped through the shimmering veil, the world around her shifted once more, and she found herself back in the whispering woods, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon the earth. The village of Glenwood welcomed Miri with open arms, her heart forever changed by the journey she had undertaken. She carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of friendship, the strength of hope, and the boundless magic of love. And though the crystal no longer shimmered with light, it held a special place in her heart, a reminder of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As the years passed, Miri grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, sharing her tales of adventure and magic with those who would listen. She often returned to the whispering woods, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and sometimes, if she listened closely, she could hear the soft melody of the silvery threads, a song of worlds unseen and stories untold. In the end, Miri's journey was not just one of magic and mystery, but of self-discovery and transformation. It was a testament to the power of the human spirit, a reminder that within each of us lies the strength to change the world, to bring light to even the darkest of places. And as the stars twinkled above the village of Glenwood, Miri's story became a part of the fabric of the realm, a tale of hope and wonder that would be cherished for generations to come. And so, beneath the canopy of twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Miri's spirit soared, forever intertwined with the magic of the world she had come to love. For in the heart of the whispering woods, where secrets danced on the breeze and dreams took flight on wings of light, Miri had discovered the true essence of magic, a magic that lived within her own heart, a magic that would never fade. Story 55. In a quaint village cradled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a cobblestone street that wound its way to an old ivy-clad bookshop. The shop was a beloved haven for those who cherished the rustle of pages and the scent of aged parchment. Its keeper, a kindly man named Harold, was known for his gentle demeanor and his remarkable knack for finding just the right book for each visitor. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced through the air, a peculiar delivery arrived at Harold's shop. It was a dusty, unassuming box, tied with twine, and bearing neither sender's name nor return address. Intrigued, Harold carefully untied the knot and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among crumpled paper, was an old, leather-bound journal. Its cover was worn, with faded gold lettering that read, "The Journal of Wonders." Harold felt a tingling in his fingertips as he opened the journal to its first page. To his astonishment, the page was blank. He flipped through the pages, finding them all empty, save for a single sentence that appeared as his eyes lingered. "To those who seek, let wonder be your guide." Curiosity piqued, Harold decided to keep the journal close, hoping it might reveal its secrets in time. Days turned into weeks, and Harold noticed something extraordinary. Whenever someone entered the shop with a heavy heart or a troubled mind, the journal would glow with a soft, comforting light. As they handled the journal, it would show them images and words that seemed to bring clarity and peace. The village began to whisper about the mysterious journal, and many came to see it for themselves. Among them was a young woman named Clara, whose eyes held the weight of unspoken worries. She approached Harold one chilly afternoon, her scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, and asked if she might see the journal. As Clara held it, the journal shimmered and the pages began to fill with vivid illustrations of a far-off land, a place where mountains touched the sky and rivers sang as they flowed. Words appeared, weaving a tale of courage and understanding, and Clara felt the gentle stirrings of hope. "I must find this place," Clara murmured, her voice a mix of wonder and determination. Harold, sensing the importance of her journey, nodded. "Perhaps it is a journey of the heart as much as of the feet," he said kindly. "And remember, you are never truly alone." With the journal tucked safely in her satchel, Clara set out on her journey, her path guided by the hints and clues the journal revealed. As she walked through the vibrant autumn landscape, she met a cast of gentle souls who joined her quest. There was Fergus, a wise old fox with fur like burnished copper, who seemed to understand the language of the stars. His sharp eyes and keen sense of direction kept them on the right path. Then there was Lila, a cheerful squirrel with a penchant for collecting acorns and a heart full of unyielding optimism. She had a gift for finding joy in the smallest things, which lifted Clara's spirits when the journey seemed long. As they traveled deeper into the forest, guided by the journal's subtle magic, they encountered a series of gentle challenges. A babbling brook that asked riddles, a grove of ancient trees that tested their patience, and a hidden glen where shadows played tricks on the eyes. With each trial, Clara learned to listen, to observe, and to trust in the wisdom of her newfound friends. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Clara and her companions reached the foot of a towering mountain. The journal revealed the final clue, a passage that spoke of a hidden spring near the summit, where wishes and truths could be discovered. The climb was arduous, the air crisp and thin, but Clara's heart was filled with purpose. As they neared the top, Clara paused, feeling the journal grow warm in her hands. She opened it to find a single word glowing softly: "Listen." As the wind whispered through the peaks, Clara closed her eyes and listened. She heard the laughter of the brook, the rustle of leaves, the quiet strength of her companions, and beneath it all, the soft, steady beat of her own heart. In that moment, she understood that the journey had always been about finding the courage within herself, guided by the gentle wisdom of those around her. With renewed clarity, Clara approached the hidden spring, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. She dipped her hands into the cool, clear water and made a wish, not for answers, but for the strength to embrace whatever lay ahead. As she turned to her friends, she saw the same light of understanding reflected in their eyes. Together, they watched as the journal's pages fluttered in the breeze, each page now filled with stories of their journey, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the endless wonders that awaited those who dared to seek them. With hearts full of peace, they began the journey home, the journal safely tucked away, its secrets shared, and its magic forever woven into the fabric of their lives. And as they walked beneath the starlit sky, Clara knew that the true gift of her journey was the bond she had formed with her friends and the quiet strength she had discovered within herself. In the following days, Harold welcomed Clara back to the bookshop, her eyes now sparkling with newfound wisdom and joy. The journal, ever enigmatic, continued to offer its gentle guidance to those who needed it, its pages a testament to the quiet magic that dwells in the hearts of those who seek it. And so, the village continued to thrive, its people bound by stories of wonder and the gentle reminder that, with wisdom, kindness, and friendship, even the greatest challenges could be overcome. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the journal remained a beloved guardian of secrets and dreams, its pages ever ready to guide the next soul in search of wonder. Story 56. In the heart of the tranquil galaxy of Elysium, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvety expanse, lay the planet of Luminara. Known for its cascading waterfalls that shimmered under the light of its twin moons and fields of bioluminescent flora, Luminara was a place of serene beauty. It was here that the journey of two unlikely companions began. Luminara was home to the gentle Lumini, beings of light and color, who communicated through harmonious melodies and radiant hues that danced across their translucent skin. Among them was a young Lumini named Airy, whose curious nature often led her to wander beyond the familiar glows of her village. Airy had a heart as wide as the sky, always seeking to understand the universe beyond her luminescent world. Meanwhile, from the far reaches of the galaxy, on a planet called Kragmar, lived the sturdy Kragmites. These were stone-like creatures, resilient and grounded, whose deep rumbling voices resonated through the cavernous cities they called home. One such cragmite was Torin, whose exterior was as tough as the rock he was carved from, yet his core was as warm as the molten rivers that flowed beneath his planet's crust. Torin had always yearned for something beyond the rocky confines of Cragmar, something that called to a part of him he couldn't quite understand. Fate, in its mysterious way, brought Irie and Torin together when a cosmic storm swept through Elysium, spiraling their respective crafts off course and onto the surface of an uncharted moon. This moon was a barren place, with vast plains of silvery dust under an endless night sky. The first encounter between Irie and Torin was one of cautious curiosity. Irie's light flickered in soft waves of lavender and turquoise, a visual greeting that Torin could not comprehend. In response, Torin's voice rumbled like distant thunder, causing Irie to retreat slightly, her colors dimming in uncertainty. They stood in silence, each creature observing the other, trying to decipher the unfamiliar signals. As the days passed, necessity forced them into cooperation. The moon's harsh environment required them to pool their resources and skills. Irie's knowledge of harnessing light helped them find warmth during the cold lunar nights, while Torin's strength was invaluable in building a shelter against the fierce winds that swept across the barren landscape. One evening, as they sat under the celestial canopy, Irie began to hum a gentle tune, her colors softly swirling in rhythm. Torin listened intently, feeling a strange comfort in the melody's embrace. In response, he tapped the ground to create a deep, resonant beat. Slowly, they began to understand one another, their differences becoming a language of its own, a song that neither had sung before, but both knew by heart. The moon presented many challenges, from sudden quakes to unpredictable meteor showers. During one such storm, a jagged piece of debris struck Irie, dimming her light to a mere flicker. Torin, with his solid presence, shielded her from the falling fragments, his own surface chipping away but protecting her from harm. In the quiet aftermath, as Irie lay weak, Torin's deep voice hummed the melody she had sung, the vibrations surrounding her in a cocoon of warmth and safety. Slowly her colors began to brighten once more, a gentle glow returning to her form. In that moment, Irie realized that strength was not always about physical might, but also about the courage to care deeply and protect those we cherish. Through their shared trials, Irie and Torin grew to understand that true friendship transcends words, appearances, and even worlds. They learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences, finding joy in the shared moments of laughter and solace in times of silence. Eventually, their respective people found them, drawn by the signals of their combined technologies. As Irie and Torin prepared to return to their own planets, they exchanged a final look that spoke of the bond they had forged, a friendship that would bridge the stars between Luminara and Cragmar. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Irie and Torin parted ways, their hearts fuller and their spirits kinder, knowing that true understanding and companionship can light the darkest of paths. Their story, told in the gentle hum of a Lumini's song and the deep rhythm of a Cragmite's beat, would be remembered as a testament to the enduring power of friendship across the cosmos. Story 57. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves rustled with secrets of old, there was a quaint little village named Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where the mornings were greeted with a gentle mist that rolled over the cobblestone paths, and the evenings were serenaded by the soft hoots of owls perched high in their nests. The villagers lived harmoniously, weaving tales of yore into the fabric of their everyday lives, and it was said that magic danced in the air like dandelion fluff on a warm breeze. At the edge of the village, where the forest thickened and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, lived a young girl named Aelith. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Aelith was known for her curious nature and her knack for befriending creatures of the woods. Her cottage, a charming little abode with ivy creeping up its stone walls, was filled with trinkets and treasures collected from her many wanderings. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Aelith set off on a familiar path through the woods. Her destination was a hidden glade, a secret sanctuary where she often found solace and inspiration. The path was alive with the morning chorus of songbirds and the earthy scent of damp moss. Aelith's heart swelled with the beauty of it all, her footsteps light as she danced around puddles left by the night's rain. Upon reaching the glade, Aelith paused to take in the tranquil scene. The clearing was bathed in the soft glow of early sunlight, and the grass was sprinkled with dew that sparkled like tiny diamonds. In the center of the glade was an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretched wide as though embracing the sky. Aelith approached the tree with reverence, her fingers trailing along the rough bark as she circled it. It was then that she noticed something curious. A faint glimmer nestled in the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, Aelith brushed aside the leaves and soil to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was crafted from a wood so dark it appeared almost black, and its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. Aelith's breath caught in her throat as she gently lifted the box, her fingers tingling with a strange energy. She seated herself at the base of the oak and carefully opened the lid of the box. Inside lay a delicate pendant, a crescent moon carved from a piece of shimmering crystal. It glowed with an ethereal light, casting a soft luminescence over her hands. Aelith's heart thudded in her chest as she lifted the pendant, feeling the weight of magic in her grasp. As she held it against her palm, a warmth spread through her, as though the light of the moon had seeped into her very being. In that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with anticipation, and Aelith felt a sense of awakening, as though she had stumbled upon something both ancient and profound. She slipped the chain over her head, the pendant resting lightly against her chest. A gentle breeze swept through the glade, and the leaves whispered secrets only they knew. As Aelith stood, she noticed a peculiar change in the world around her. The colors seemed more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes. The forest was alive with a magic she had never before perceived, and it beckoned her to explore its depths. Days turned into weeks, and Aelith's journeys through the forest took on new meaning. The pendant unlocked a hidden realm, revealing creatures and landscapes that had been concealed from the ordinary eye. She met the Fae folk, tiny luminous beings who flitted through the shadows, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. She spoke with the wise old trees, their deep voices resonating with the wisdom of centuries. Aelith learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river, each melody telling a story of its own. Her heart was filled with wonder, and yet she knew she must tread carefully. The magic of the pendant was powerful, and with it came responsibility. She felt a kinship with the forest, a duty to protect its secrets and preserve its beauty. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Aelith found herself drawn to a part of the forest she had never ventured before. The path was narrow and winding, the trees closing in around her as she followed the call of the pendant's gentle glow. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. Eventually, the path opened into a small clearing. In its center stood a stone archway, overgrown with ivy and lichen. It was ancient, its origins lost to time, and yet it thrummed with a palpable energy. Aelith felt the pull of the pendant, urging her to step through the archway. With a deep breath, she crossed the threshold and found herself in a world unlike any she had known. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors, the sky a swirling canvas of twilight hues. Strange plants with luminescent blooms dotted the landscape, their petals unfurling in the moonlight. In the distance, a shimmering lake reflected the starlit sky, its surface as smooth as glass. Aelith's heart soared at the sight, her senses alive with the magic of this hidden realm. She wandered through the dreamlike landscape, her footsteps silent on the soft, moss-covered ground. The air was filled with the gentle hum of unseen creatures, their presence a comforting reminder that she was not alone. As she explored, Aelith encountered a peculiar creature perched on a rock near the lake. It was a small, dragon-like being with iridescent scales that glimmered in the moonlight. Its eyes, a deep shade of amethyst, watched her with curiosity. "Greetings, traveler," the creature said, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Zephyr, keeper of this realm. You wear the pendant of the moonlit oak, do you not?" Aelith nodded, her hand instinctively reaching for the pendant. I found it in the Whispering Woods. It has shown me wonders beyond my imagination. Zephyr nodded, a knowing smile on its face. The pendant is a key, young one. It allows you to see the world as it truly is, to perceive the magic that flows through all things, but it also binds you to this realm, for you are now its guardian. Aelith's eyes widened in surprise. Guardian? What must I do? You must protect the balance between our worlds, Zephyr explained. The magic of this realm is fragile, and there are those who would seek to exploit it for their own gain. You must ensure that the veil between our worlds remains intact. Aelith listened intently, her resolve hardening. She understood the weight of the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her, and she was determined to uphold it. As the night wore on, Aelith and Zephyr spoke of many things, sharing stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. She learned of the history of the hidden realm, of the creatures that called it home, and of the delicate balance that sustained it. Zephyr, in turn, listened to Aelith's tales of Elderglen, of the Whispering Woods, and of the wonders she had discovered. Their friendship blossomed, forged in the light of the moon and the warmth of shared understanding. Aelith found comfort in Zephyr's presence, and she knew that she was not alone in her new role as guardian. As dawn approached, and the first light of day began to creep over the horizon, Aelith knew it was time to return to her own world. She bid farewell to Zephyr, promising to return soon, and stepped back through the stone archway. The forest greeted her with open arms, the familiar scent of earth and leaves wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Aelith felt a sense of peace, her heart full of the magic she had witnessed and the friendship she had found. In the days and months that followed, Aelith continued her journeys through the Whispering Woods, her eyes and heart open to the wonders that lay hidden within. She kept her promise to Zephyr, visiting the hidden realm often and ensuring that the balance between their worlds was preserved. Elderglen remained a place of peace and harmony, its villagers unaware of the magic that danced just beyond their sight. But to Aelith, the forest had become so much more, a sanctuary, a home, and a reminder of the beauty that lay in embracing the unknown. And so, as the seasons changed and the years passed, Aelith's story became one of whispered legend, a tale of a young girl who found friendship and purpose in a world beyond her own. Her heart remained forever entwined with the magic of the woods, and the pendant of the moonlit oak continued to glow with an unwavering light, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world of endless possibility. Story 58. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet canvas, there lived a curious young Zendarian named Lumi. Her planet, Zendra, was a lush paradise filled with bioluminescent forests and sparkling rivers. Lumi spent her days exploring the vibrant wilderness, her wide eyes filled with wonder at every new discovery. One fateful night, as Lumi wandered beneath the twin moons, a bright streak flashed across the sky. A small spacecraft had crash-landed on the outskirts of the forest. Lumi's heart raced with excitement and apprehension as she hurried towards the wreckage. Emerging from the smoldering craft was a tall, metallic figure, a Cybertronian named Sparks. His sleek, robotic form gleamed in the moonlight, and his glowing eyes scanned the unfamiliar surroundings with cautious curiosity. Lumi gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She had never seen a being like Sparks before. He towered over her, his intricate mechanics whirring and clicking like a living machine. Sparks's head snapped towards the sound, and his eyes narrowed. "Identify yourself, lifeform," he demanded, his voice a deep, mechanical rumble. Lumi trembled, her courage faltering. "I am Lumi, a Zendarian. This is my home planet, Zendra." Sparks's expression remained impassive. "Your primitive species is unknown to me. I am Sparks, an advanced Cybertronian intelligence from the Gamma Quadrant." Lumi bristled at his dismissive tone. "My species may be primitive to you, but we Zendarians have a deep connection to nature and a rich culture." Sparks seemed unimpressed. "Your emotional attachment to this organic planet is illogical. I require resources to repair my vessel and continue my mission." Lumi frowned, her initial fear giving way to determination. "I won't let you harm Zendra or its inhabitants," she declared. Sparks's optics flashed. "You are in no position to make demands, lifeform." Thus began a tense standoff between the curious Zendarian and the logical Cybertronian. Misunderstandings and cultural differences threatened to drive them apart, but fate had other plans. As the days passed, Lumi realized that Sparks's crashed ship had leaked a toxic substance into the nearby river, poisoning the vibrant ecosystem. She knew she couldn't deal with the crisis alone, and reluctantly sought out the Cybertronians' help. To her surprise, Sparks agreed to assist, his advanced technology and problem-solving skills proving invaluable in containing the spill. As they worked side by side, a tentative understanding began to form between them. Sparks marveled at Lumi's deep knowledge of the forest and her unwavering dedication to preserving its delicate balance. In turn, Lumi found herself in awe of the Cybertronian's vast intellect and his ability to analyze and adapt to any situation. Slowly, their shared challenges brought them closer together. Lumi taught Sparks about the beauty and complexity of organic life, while he showed her the wonders of advanced technology and the limitless potential of knowledge. One night, as they sat beneath the glittering stars, Lumi shared the ancient stories of her people, painting vivid pictures with her words. Sparks listened intently, his optics shining with newfound appreciation for the rich tapestry of Zendarian culture. "Your stories hold wisdom and beauty, Lumi," he said, his voice softer than before. "I was wrong to dismiss your ways as primitive." Lumi smiled, her heart swelling with pride. "And I was wrong to assume that your logical nature meant you lacked depth of understanding." In that moment, a true bond was forged between the unlikely companions, a bond that transcended the barriers of species and culture. They had learned that friendship could blossom in the most unexpected places, and that true understanding came from opening one's heart and mind to new perspectives. As Sparks's ship was repaired and the time came for him to continue his mission, they both knew their paths would diverge once more. But the lessons they had learned, the memories they had forged, would forever remain etched in their souls. Lumi waved farewell as Sparks's sleek vessel disappeared into the inky expanse of space, a single tear glistening on her cheek. She knew that no matter how vast the universe, or how different their worlds, the true meaning of friendship would always unite them. A glowing beacon in the darkness, guiding them home. Story 59. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Paldora, a small verdant planet tucked away in a quiet corner of the galaxy, the soft hum of the forest resonated with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming lumina flowers, their petals shimmering in the night like scattered stars. On this particular evening, a young Paldoran named Leora was tending to the flowers in the village garden. Her delicate fingers, covered in a fine layer of soft azure fur, moved gently among the blooms. Leora was a caretaker of the forest, known for her gentle heart and deep connection with the natural world around her. Meanwhile, far above the canopy of Paldora's lush forest, a lone spacecraft, battered and worn from countless journeys, descended through the atmosphere. At the helm was Griv, a rugged Torquine from the planet Zorax. His leathery skin bore the marks of many adventures, and his eyes, like polished onyx, held stories untold. Griv was a wanderer, forever seeking new horizons and mysteries to solve. As Griv's ship touched down in a clearing not far from Leora's village, the ground trembled gently, disturbing the tranquility of the night. Leora, curious and a little concerned, decided to investigate. She moved silently through the forest, her senses attuned to every rustle and whisper of the leaves. Upon reaching the clearing, Leora was met with the sight of Griv, who was inspecting his ship with a look of consternation. The craft had sustained damage during its descent, and Griv was muttering to himself in frustration. Leora, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, greeted him with a shy but warm welcome. "Greetings, traveler," she said. "I am Leora. It seems you have had quite a journey. How may I assist you?" Griv, startled by her sudden appearance, took a moment to understand her words. The Torquine language was harsh and guttural, but Leora's gentle tone transcended the barriers of speech. Griv nodded, pointing to the damaged engine of his spacecraft. "Thank you," he replied, his voice deep and resonant. "My ship is in need of repair, and I am far from home." Leora, empathetic and resourceful, offered to help. She knew the village would have the necessary tools and materials to assist Griv. Together, they walked back through the forest, the night alive with the soft chorus of nocturnal creatures. As they made their way to the village, Leora and Griv exchanged stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the vibrant life of Paldora, the harmony between its inhabitants and nature, while Griv recounted tales of his adventures across the galaxy, each one filled with excitement and danger. Despite their differences, a friendship began to blossom. However, as the days passed, misunderstandings arose. Griv, accustomed to a life of solitude and action, found Leora's serene and communal way of living puzzling. Meanwhile, Leora struggled to comprehend Griv's restless spirit and his need for constant movement. One evening, as they worked side by side to repair the spacecraft, a disagreement surfaced. Griv, eager to fix the ship quickly, suggested using a volatile substance to speed up the process. Leora, concerned for the safety of the village and the forest, hesitated. "We must be cautious," she said gently. "The forest is our home, and we cannot risk its safety." Griv, feeling misunderstood, retreated into silence. Leora, sensing his frustration, decided to show him the heart of the forest. She led him to a hidden grove where ancient trees stood tall and proud, their branches woven together like the hands of old friends. "Here," she whispered, "is where we find peace and strength. It is the balance of life that sustains us." Griv, touched by the beauty and tranquility of the grove, began to understand Leora's perspective. He realized that sometimes patience and care were as important as speed and efficiency. The next morning, Griv approached Leora with an idea. "Perhaps," he suggested, "we can blend our approaches. Your knowledge of the land and my experience with machines could find a solution together." Leora nodded, her eyes bright with hope. Together they devised a plan that honored the natural world while addressing the technical challenges. As they worked, their bond grew stronger, each learning from the other. Through their shared endeavor, Griv discovered the value of community and the power of collaboration. Leora, in turn, learned to embrace the unknown and the excitement of new experiences. Finally, the spacecraft was repaired, ready to take to the skies once more. As Griv prepared to leave, he turned to Leora, gratitude and friendship shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Leora," he said, "for teaching me the true meaning of balance and friendship." "And thank you, Griv," Leora replied, "for reminding me of the wonders beyond the stars." As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the forest, Griv's ship ascended into the sky. Leora watched until it became a distant star, her heart filled with the warmth of newfound friendship. In the days that followed, the forest continued to thrive, and Leora often thought of Griv and their time together. The experience had taught her that even the most unlikely companions could find common ground, and that friendship, like the lumina flowers, could bloom in the most unexpected places. And so, under the watchful eyes of the twin moons, the gentle harmony of Paldora carried on, a testament to the enduring bond between worlds and the power of understanding and kindness. Story 60. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind, there lay a small, forgotten village named Eldergrove. Nestled within a great vale, Eldergrove seemed untouched by the passage of time, its cobblestone paths winding like gentle rivers through cottages adorned with creeping ivy and blooming vines. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of moss that clung to the stones like a soft green blanket. In this serene village lived a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as bright and lively as the morning sun filtering through the canopies. Lila had hair the color of autumn leaves, eyes like the clearest skies, and a heart that beat with the rhythm of boundless curiosity. She was known to wander the woods, her laughter mingling with the song of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. Yet for all her adventures, Lila had but one cherished companion, an old worn-out compass given to her by her grandmother, who whispered of its mysterious past and magical properties. It was said that this compass did not point north, but rather guided its holder towards their heart's true desire, a path not often clear or easy to tread. Lila adored the stories of the compass's magic, though she had never seen it work. To her, it was a symbol of hope and wonder, a connection to her grandmother who had long since passed into the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost glittered on the grass like tiny diamonds, Lila set out on another adventure. The sun peeked over the hills, casting golden light through the lingering mist, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. She clutched her compass, feeling its comforting weight in her palm, and whispered, Show me something wonderful today. As she walked deeper into the woods, the familiar path began to change. The trees seemed taller, their trunks twisting like ancient dancers frozen in time. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and the soft, damp earth. Lyra's heart quickened with excitement as she realized the compass needle, which usually rested motionless, began to quiver and point steadily to the east, towards a path hidden beneath a cascade of ferns. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped off the known trail and into the unknown, her steps light and sure. The woods embraced her with a gentle hush, and she felt an inexplicable pull, as though the very essence of the forest was guiding her. The path wound deeper into the forest, the light filtering through the trees, creating a dappled dance of shadow and illumination. As she walked, she began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The leaves shimmered with an iridescent sheen as if kissed by stardust, and the air hummed with a melody of its own. Lyra felt a tingling in her fingertips and a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of being on the brink of something extraordinary. Finally, the path opened into a clearing, and Lyra gasped at the sight before her. A small, crystal-clear lake lay nestled in the heart of the forest, its surface as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the sky in a perfect mirror. Around the lake, flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals catching the light like tiny prisms. But it was the figure by the water's edge that captured Lyra's gaze, a young boy about her age, with hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 stars. The boy looked up, meeting Lyra's eyes with a smile that was both warm and inviting. "I've been waiting for you," he said in a voice as soft as the breeze. Lyra blinked in surprise. "You were waiting for me? But how did you know I'd come?" The boy chuckled, a sound like the bubbling of a clear stream. "This place finds those who seek it. My name is Finn, and this," he gestured to the lake and the vibrant world around them, "is a place of magic." Lyra's heart leaped at the word. "Magic? Does it have something to do with my compass?" She held it up, the needle still pointing towards the lake. Finn nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "This is a place where the heart's desires are brought to life. Your compass, I believe, is one of the keys to finding it." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Lyra settled beside Finn on the soft moss, her senses drinking in the beauty that surrounded them. The two children, though strangers, felt an immediate bond, as if they had known each other across lifetimes. They spoke of their dreams and fears, their voices weaving together like threads in a tapestry. As the day wore on, Lyra discovered that Finn was not merely a boy, but a guardian of the hidden world within the woods. He had lived in the forest for as long as he could remember, learning its secrets and tending to the balance of magic and nature. Finn explained that the lake was a source of enchantment, reflecting not just the sky above, but the very dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Lyra, entranced by his tales, asked, "Can anyone come here and see their heart's desire?" Finn shook his head gently. "Not everyone. Only those with pure intentions and a true heart can find their way here. The magic is delicate and must be protected." Lyra understood, feeling a swell of gratitude for this chance encounter. She realized that the compass, a relic of her grandmother's past, had led her to this moment, to this friendship that felt as though it had been written in the stars. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn stood and offered Lyra his hand. "Would you like to see something truly magical?" Lyra nodded, excitement bubbling within her like a brook in spring. Together, they walked to the lake's edge, and Finn held out his hand over the water. A soft light began to glow from his palm, spreading across the lake like a gentle sunrise. The water shimmered, and slowly images began to form on its surface, scenes of joy and beauty, of laughter and love, of the simple, profound moments that made life a wondrous tapestry. Lyra watched, her heart swelling with awe and wonder. She saw her grandmother's face, smiling warmly, and felt a sense of peace and connection, as if her grandmother was there with her, guiding her still. "Magic is not about grand gestures or impossible feats," Finn said softly. "It's about the small wonders, the quiet moments, and the connections we share with those we love." As the images on the lake began to fade, Lyra felt a deep sense of contentment. She understood now that her journey, guided by the compass, had led her not just to a magical place, but to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She had found friendship in Finn, a kindred spirit who shared her love for the mysteries of the world. The night descended gently, the sky a canopy of twinkling stars. Lyra knew it was time to return home, but she felt no sadness. Instead, she felt a profound gratitude for the adventure and the new friendship she had discovered. "Will I see you again?" she asked Finn, her voice a whisper in the night. Finn smiled, his eyes filled with the light of 1,000 stars. "We are bound by the magic of this place, and by the friendship we've found. You will always find your way back here, as long as you carry the magic in your heart." With a final embrace, Lyra turned and made her way back through the forest, the compass warm in her hand, its needle now pointing homeward. The woods seemed to hum with a gentle lullaby, guiding her steps as the world around her settled into a peaceful slumber. When she reached the edge of the village, the first light of dawn was beginning to brush the sky with soft pastels. Lyra paused for a moment, looking back towards the forest, her heart full of the adventure she had lived and the promise of many more to come. As she stepped onto the familiar cobblestones of Eldergrove, Lyra felt a sense of transformation, a newfound understanding of the magic that wove through the fabric of everyday life. She knew that while the compass had led her to a hidden world, it was her own heart that had truly guided her journey. And so, with the warmth of friendship and the light of newfound wisdom, Lyra returned home, her spirit as bright as the dawn that welcomed her back. The village remained as it always had, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods. Yet Lyra knew that she carried within her the magic of the hidden world, a magic that would light her path for all the adventures yet to come. In the days that followed, Lyra often returned to the woods, her compass ever ready in her pocket. Each visit was a new chapter in her growing friendship with Finn, and each time she discovered new wonders and learned new lessons about the world and herself. The compass, with its mysterious guidance, remained a cherished link to the magic that lay both within the forest and within her own heart. And so the tale of Lyra and her magical compass became a cherished story in Eldergrove, a reminder to all who heard it that true magic is found in the heart's desires, the bonds of friendship, and the quiet wonders of the world around us. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lyra's adventures continued, her spirit ever bright and her journey ever unfolding. Story 61. Once upon a time, beneath the canopy of an ancient forest, where the air was tinged with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves sang a lullaby to the earth, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. He lived at the edge of the woods in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage with his grandmother, who was known far and wide for her wisdom and kindness. Every evening, Finn would sit by the hearth, where the fire crackled merrily and cast a warm glow on the stone walls, and listen to his grandmother's tales of the hidden world that lay beyond the trees. She spoke of creatures with wings that shimmered like moonbeams, rivers that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, and a magical object that could grant the deepest desires of one's heart. Finn was captivated by these stories, especially the one about the mystical compass, a small, intricate device said to be crafted by the forest spirits themselves. It was rumored that this compass could guide its holder to whatever they sought most, provided they followed its guidance with a pure heart and unwavering trust. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Finn decided it was time to seek out this legendary compass. He bid his grandmother farewell, promising to return before the first snowfall, and set off on a journey that would change him in ways he could not yet imagine. The path through the forest was dappled with sunlight and shadow, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. As Finn walked, the forest seemed to come alive around him. Birds with feathers like jewels flitted from branch to branch, and squirrels chattered cheerfully as they darted through the underbrush. Finn felt a thrill of excitement, mixed with a tinge of apprehension at the adventures that lay ahead. After several days of traveling, with nights spent under a blanket of stars and the gentle lull of the forest as his lullaby, Finn found himself at the edge of a glimmering lake. Its waters were so still and clear that they mirrored the sky above. As he approached, he noticed a figure seated on a rock by the shore. A girl his age, with hair as dark as raven's feathers and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Hello," she greeted him with a smile that seemed to warm the cool morning air. "I am Lila. What brings you to this hidden corner of the forest?" Finn, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust, shared his quest for the magical compass. Lila listened intently, her eyes alight with curiosity and understanding. "I have heard of this compass," she said thoughtfully. "It is said to be hidden in the heart of the forest, guarded by the oldest tree, the keeper of secrets. I will accompany you on your journey if you wish. Together, we may find what you seek." Finn agreed gratefully, sensing that Lila's presence would make the journey not only more enjoyable, but also more meaningful. And so, with the sun climbing higher in the sky, they set off together. As they traveled deeper into the forest, Finn and Lila discovered a world rich with wonder and mystery. They walked through groves where the trees whispered stories of ancient times, and crossed meadows where flowers danced in the breeze like colorful butterflies. Each day brought new challenges and discoveries, and with each step, their friendship grew stronger. One evening, as they rested beside a bubbling brook, Lila shared her own story. She spoke of her home, a village nestled in the mountains, and of how she longed to find a way to help her people, who were struggling with a mysterious ailment that had swept through their community. Her hope was that the compass might guide her to a cure. Finn listened with empathy, realizing that their quests were intertwined, a journey not just for personal gain, but for the well-being of others. Together, they vowed to help each other fulfill their deepest wishes. The following day, as mist clung to the forest floor and the sun peeked through the canopy, they arrived at a clearing where the air seemed to hum with magic. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches spread like a giant's arms reaching for the sky. This was the keeper of secrets. Finn and Lila approached with reverence, feeling the weight of countless years in the air around them. As they stood before the ancient tree, a gentle voice filled their minds, resonant and soothing. "You seek the compass," the keeper spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "To find it, you must first prove your worth. Show me the strength of your hearts and the purity of your intentions." Finn and Lila exchanged a glance, their resolve unwavering. "We seek the compass not for ourselves alone, but to bring hope and healing to those we love," Finn declared, his voice steady and sincere. The keeper seemed to ponder their words, the air around them shimmering with expectation. "Then I present to you a challenge. Within this forest lies a hidden glen where the compass rests. To reach it, you must follow the path of light and trust in one another. Only then will the way be revealed." With those words, the voice faded, leaving them in silence. Undeterred, Finn and Lila set off once more, their hearts light with determination. As they walked, they noticed beams of sunlight breaking through the canopy, illuminating a trail that wound through the forest like a golden ribbon. Following the path of light, they encountered trials that tested their courage and kindness. They helped a family of foxes find their lost kits, soothed a frightened fawn caught in a hunter's trap, and shared their meager provisions with a hungry traveler they met along the way. Each act of compassion seemed to strengthen the bond between them, and the light that guided their path grew ever brighter. Finally, after what felt like both a lifetime and the blink of an eye, they arrived at the hidden glen. The air was filled with the sound of a gentle breeze and the sweet perfume of blooming flowers. In the center of the glen, resting on a bed of moss, was the compass, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Finn and Lila approached with awe, their hearts full of gratitude for the journey that had brought them here. As they reached out to take the compass, it felt warm and alive in their hands, as if recognizing the purity of their intentions and the depth of their friendship. With the compass in their possession, they knew their journey was far from over. But now, equipped with the guidance of this magical object and the strength of their bond, they felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their return journey was marked by a sense of fulfillment and anticipation. Finn, eager to see his grandmother and share the tales of their adventures, walked with a renewed spring in his step. Lila, too, was filled with hope, her thoughts turning to her village and the promise of the compass. As they neared the edge of the forest, the seasons shifted, painting the world in a tapestry of autumn hues. The crisp air carried the scent of wood smoke, and leaves crunched beneath their feet like nature's own symphony. It was then that they encountered a final test, a raging river, swollen with the rains of fall, blocking their path. The river roared with a ferocity that sent shivers down their spines. Finn and Lila exchanged a worried glance, knowing that to cross would require both courage and ingenuity. It was in this moment of uncertainty that the compass began to glow, its needle spinning slowly before settling in a direction that seemed to defy logic. Trusting in the compass and in one another, they followed its guidance along the riverbank until they discovered a narrow stone bridge, hidden by a curtain of ivy. The bridge, though precarious, offered them a way across the turbulent waters. With hearts pounding and breaths held, they carefully made their way across. The stones were slick, and the wind whipped around them, but the presence of the compass and the strength of their friendship lent them courage. Step by step, they traversed the bridge, reaching the other side with a sense of triumph and relief. As they stood on the far bank, the compass glowed warmly in their hands, its magic a silent testament to their journey and the lessons they had learned. The final leg of their journey passed in a blur of laughter and shared memories, and soon they found themselves at the edge of the forest where Finn's cottage stood, nestled in the embrace of the trees. His grandmother awaited them, her eyes shining with pride and love as she embraced them both. Finn and Lila shared their tale, weaving a tapestry of words that spoke of adventure, friendship, and discovery. The compass, now resting safely in their care, would serve as a reminder of the journey and the strength they found within themselves and each other. With the first snowflakes beginning to fall, Finn and Lila knew their paths would soon diverge. Yet, the bond they had forged would endure, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the journey they had shared. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the world outside was wrapped in a blanket of snow, Finn and Lila sat together one last time, their hearts warmed by the glow of the fire and the magic of their shared adventure. And as they drifted into dreams, they carried with them the promise of new beginnings and the hope of a brighter future. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, beneath a sky dusted with stars and the gentle hush of falling snow, they found peace and comfort, knowing that the journey had changed them forever, and that the magic of friendship would guide them wherever their paths might lead. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a land where the gentle hum of enchantment lingered in the air, there was a quaint little village nestled in the heart of a lush emerald forest. This village was called Willowbrook, named after the whispering willows that lined the babbling brook running through its center. The homes were made of honey-colored wood and were adorned with blossoming window boxes, each spilling over with cheerful flowers that nodded in the cool, fragrant breezes. In Willowbrook, the nights were illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, and the mornings greeted the villagers with the sweet songs of warbling birds. It was a place where magic was as ordinary as the sunrise and as comforting as the warm woolen blankets tucked around sleepy children at night. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in strokes of rose and lavender, the villagers began to notice something peculiar. The usually melodious brook had started to murmur in an unfamiliar way, as if telling a story in a language no one understood. Curious whispers spread through the village, and the elders, with their knowing eyes and gentle smiles, nodded to one another, sensing that something unusual was afoot. In the heart of the village lived young Alden, a thoughtful boy with a quick mind and a kind heart. Alden loved nothing more than exploring the forest and learning from the wise creatures that dwelled within. He often spent his afternoons sitting by the brook, sketching the scenes around him in a little leather-bound journal he kept tucked in his satchel. The peculiar murmur of the brook intrigued Alden, and he decided to seek the advice of his dear friend, Bramble the Badger. Bramble was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and its many secrets. He lived in a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching protectively over his home. As Alden approached Bramble's burrow, the familiar scent of freshly fallen leaves and damp earth filled the air. He tapped gently on the wooden door, which was adorned with a small wreath of twigs and berries. "Ah, Alden," Bramble greeted warmly, opening the door with a welcoming smile. "What brings you to my humble abode this fine evening?" Alden explained the unusual murmuring of the brook, and Bramble listened intently, his deep-set eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It seems we have a mystery on our hands, my young friend," he mused, stroking his whiskers thoughtfully. "But fear not, for the forest holds many answers for those who seek them with an open heart." Together, Alden and Bramble set off towards the brook, the evening air filled with the soothing symphony of crickets and the rustle of leaves. As they walked, the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the path. When they reached the brook, Alden and Bramble sat quietly, listening to the strange murmur. It was then that Bramble noticed something peculiar. "Do you see, Alden?" He pointed with a paw. "The water is shimmering differently, as if reflecting something unseen." Alden peered closely and realized that the brook was indeed reflecting something more than just the moonlight and stars. Tiny, sparkling motes danced upon the surface, forming shapes that flickered in and out of view. "It's as if the water is trying to tell us something," Alden whispered in awe. Just then, a soft voice drifted towards them. "You are quite right, young ones." Startled, Alden and Bramble turned to see a graceful figure emerge from the depths of the forest. It was Leora, the brook's guardian spirit, her form shimmering with an ethereal light. "Dear Leora," Bramble greeted with a respectful nod. "We are honored by your presence." Leora smiled gently, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have called upon you, for I need your help. The brook is troubled by a hidden enchantment that disturbs its flow, and it seeks to share its tale." Alden, eager to help, asked, "What can we do to aid you, Leora?" The spirit pointed towards a cluster of moss-covered stones near the brook's edge. "Beneath those stones lies the key to unraveling this mystery," she explained. "But only those who listen with their hearts can uncover its secret." With a nod of understanding, Alden and Bramble approached the stones. Alden knelt down, feeling the cool, damp moss under his fingers, and listened intently. As he focused, he could hear a faint melody, like a lullaby sung by the brook itself. Guided by the song, Alden and Bramble carefully moved the stones aside. Beneath them lay a small, intricately carved box, its surface covered in swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. "This must be it," Alden said softly, lifting the box with reverence. As he did, the brook's murmur grew louder, more joyful, as if encouraging him to open it. With a gentle touch, Alden unlatched the box, revealing a delicate shell inside, shimmering with an iridescent light. As the shell caught the moon's glow, it emitted a soft, harmonious chime that resonated through the air. At that moment, the brook's murmuring ceased, replaced by the clear, sweet melody of the shell. The water sparkled with renewed vigor, reflecting the stars above in a dazzling display. Leora smiled, her form glowing brighter. "You have freed the brook from its enchantment, dear Alden. This shell was a gift from the sea, meant to bring harmony to the waters. Somehow it had become buried and forgotten, its song silenced." Alden and Bramble exchanged a look of delight. "We are glad to have helped," Alden replied, feeling a warmth of satisfaction blossom in his heart. "As a token of gratitude," Leora said, "the brook shall always sing its song for you, a reminder of the power of friendship and the magic of listening with one's heart." With that, Leora dissolved into the moonlight, leaving Alden and Bramble beside the now harmonious brook. The village of Willowbrook soon returned to its gentle rhythms, its people lulled by the brook's soothing song each night. And so, with the mystery resolved and the brook restored to its tranquil melody, Alden and Bramble returned to their homes, their hearts full of wonder and peace. The villagers, unaware of the adventure that had unfolded beneath the moonlit sky, slept soundly, cradled by the magic of their enchanted world. And in the cozy little village of Willowbrook, all was well once more. Story 63. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, in a cozy woodland cottage, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow loved the comfort and safety of her little home, surrounded by towering oak trees and a bubbling stream. Each day she would wake to birds singing and deer grazing just outside her window. To Willow, the forest felt like an old friend, warm and familiar. However, as Willow grew older, she began to feel a longing for something more. A part of her yearned to explore beyond the woods she knew so well. She found herself gazing wistfully at maps of distant lands and dreaming of untold adventures. But the thought of leaving her cherished cottage filled Willow with unease. The outside world seemed so big and intimidating. One crisp autumn morning, Willow decided to take a walk along the stream to clear her troubled thoughts. As she strolled, she came upon a dazzling orange mushroom unlike any she'd seen before. Willow knelt down to examine it more closely. Suddenly the mushroom began to quiver and shake. A tiny glowing figure appeared from beneath the cap, no bigger than Willow's thumb. "Hello there," piped the tiny creature in a musical voice. "I am Kita, a forest pixie." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief. "A real pixie? In my woods?" Kita giggled merrily. "Indeed, though I must say you seem troubled, my dear. How can I be of assistance?" Too astonished to feel shy, Willow poured out the conflicting feelings that weighed on her heart. As Kita listened attentively, Willow described her longing for new horizons and her hesitation to leave her safe, familiar home. When Willow finished speaking, Kita nodded understandingly. "Ah, the struggle between growth and safety, as ancient as the trees themselves. You are like a seedling, Willow, pushing against the soil, unsure if there is enough light and space for your roots. But sapling or oak, every tree must stretch higher to thrive." The wise little pixie waved her glowing hand, and Willow felt herself shrinking until she matched Kita's tiny size. Kita guided the astonished girl through the underbrush, revealing an intricate world of mushroom cottages, sparkling dewdrops, and bustling pixie activity Willow had never noticed before. Minuscule pixie farmers harvested nuts and berries, while others crafted furniture from twigs and leaves. "You see, Willow," Kita explained, "this is our home, a realm of beauty and magic overlooked by human eyes. We may be small, but our world is immense if you open your perspective." As if on cue, a cheery troop of pixies waved from atop a massive toadstool, guiding Willow and Kita aboard a leaf boat sailing downstream. Willow marveled at the rushing currents and rugged boulders that once seemed so insignificant from her human view. Another group of pixies awaited them at the water's edge, welcoming the travelers to their village nestled under an upturned log. Over the following days, Willow made many new pixie friends who taught her their skills of woodcraft, camouflage, and acrobatics. Under Kita's patient tutelage, Willow learned to appreciate the marvels around her that she had overlooked for so long. Most importantly, her fears of the unknown melted away as she discovered endless delight in exploring fresh wonders. At last, Kita informed Willow that her work there was complete. It was time for the girl to return to her normal size and human life, taking with her the open mind and brave spirit she had cultivated. As Willow emerged from the magical pixie realm, she immediately noticed subtle changes in her familiar forest. The patterns in the tree bark seemed to shimmer with stories untold. The babbling stream sang with joyful energy. Her cozy cottage felt like a base camp for grand adventures waiting to unfold. From that day forward, Willow cherished the comforts of home while enthusiastically venturing into new horizons. Her perspective had blossomed, fueling her with the courage to embrace all the world had to offer. And whenever she felt uncertain along her path, the young woman remembered the wise words of her pixie friends: "Open your mind, and wonder will find you." Story 64. In the heart of a forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the breeze and the sun dappled the ground in playful patterns, there lay a quaint little village known as Twinklewood. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most delightful collection of quirky characters you could ever hope to meet. At the very center of Twinklewood, in a cozy cottage with windows shaped like stars, lived a tiny, sprightly fairy named Pippin. Pippin was no ordinary fairy. She had an astonishingly wide array of hats, each one more whimsical than the last, and she wore a different one every day depending on her mood. Today, Pippin donned a hat that looked like a garden of daisies, each flower twinkling with a tiny drop of dew. Across the cobblestone street, there resided a jolly gnome named Mr. Bumble, who was renowned for his extraordinary baking skills. His specialty was cloudberry pies, which he made with a pinch of laughter and a sprinkle of moonlight, giving them a flavor that was both sweet and a little bit silly. Mr. Bumble had a magnificent beard that he kept braided with ribbons of every color, and he always greeted everyone with a booming chuckle that shook the leaves on the nearby trees. One fine morning, as the village awoke to the melodious chirping of birds and the soft rustle of leaves, a curious event unfolded. The sky, usually a cheerful blue, had turned a peculiar shade of purple with swirling silver clouds. As the villagers gathered in the town square, they noticed something even more unusual. The sounds of their words were turning into bubbles and floating away. When Pippin tried to speak, her words transformed into iridescent bubbles that drifted gently upward, popping with a soft, musical tinkle. Mr. Bumble's hearty laugh turned into a cascade of bubbles that bounced merrily along the cobblestones. "This is most peculiar," bubbled Pippin, her voice transforming into a shimmering orb that danced skyward. The villagers were both amused and puzzled by this magical conundrum. Without the ability to speak in the usual way, they began to communicate through a delightful game of charades and expressive gestures, causing much laughter and merriment. However, as the day wore on, they realized that they needed to solve this bubbly mystery. How could they express important messages? How would they announce the start of the annual Twinklewood Festival, which was just around the corner? Pippin, with her daisies gently nodding on her hat, fluttered over to Mr. Bumble's cottage. The two sat down with a pot of steaming chamomile tea, their bubbles of thought wafting up into the air like the steam from their cups. Mr. Bumble suggested they visit the wise old owl, Hootworth, who lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village. Surely he would know what was causing this enchanting enchantment. As they made their way to Hootworth's grandiose oak, the villagers joined in procession, each person trailing a trail of bubbles. When they reached the base of the tree, Pippin flitted up to Hootworth's branch, where the wise owl was perched, eyes twinkling like polished amber. Hootworth greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod and listened intently as Pippin and Mr. Bumble conveyed their plight through a series of animated gestures and bubble pantomimes. Understanding their quandary, Hootworth ruffled his feathers and pondered deeply. "Ah, I see," he finally hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "This is the work of the playful zephyr sprites, who sometimes weave magic into the air. They mean no harm, only to bring a bit of joy and surprise." The villagers exchanged amused glances, their bubbles wobbling with laughter. To think that such mischievous little spirits were behind their bubbly speech. "But how can we ask them to return things to normal?" inquired Pippin, her eyes wide with wonder. Hootworth suggested they create a gift for the zephyr sprites, something that would show gratitude for their playful magic, while kindly requesting the return of their words. With a twinkle in his eye, Mr. Bumble proposed a grand feast, filled with his finest cloudberry pies, sweet sunbeam scones, and dewberry tarts, enough to tempt even the most whimsical of spirits. The villagers set to work, gathering ingredients, singing as they baked under the now lavender sky. Pippin crafted a beautiful garland of flowers from her garden hats, each bloom kissed by a drop of morning dew, to adorn the feast. As dusk fell, the villagers laid the spread beneath the twinkling stars, inviting the zephyr sprites to join them. As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and tiny, shimmering figures began to appear, their laughter a soft melody that danced on the air. The zephyr sprites, delighted by the villagers' gratitude and generosity, flitted about, tasting the treats and marveling at the colorful garland. With a playful gust, the sprites twirled around the villagers, their laughter mingling with the bubbles until, with a sparkling flash, the bubbles ceased to form, and the villagers' words returned to them, clear and joyful. The village erupted in cheers, and Pippin's voice rang out sweetly. "Thank you, dear sprites, for your delightful mischief and for granting us back our words." The zephyr sprites giggled in response, their voices like the tinkling of bells, before they vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of golden sparkles. With hearts full of warmth and gratitude, the villagers danced and sang, celebrating their newfound friendship with the zephyr sprites under the glowing moon. And though the sky returned to its usual blue the next day, the memory of that whimsical adventure lingered, bringing smiles and laughter to Twinklewood for many days to come. And so, in the cozy village nestled within the whispering woods, The villagers slept peacefully that night, dreaming of bubbles, laughter, and the gentle magic that bound them together. Story 65. In a small, hidden valley, cradled gently between misty hills and ancient forests, lay the village of Moonshadow. It was a place where the air always smelled of lilac and honey, and the cobblestone streets were kept warm by the sun's affectionate glow during the day, while at night they were kissed by the silver beams of a generous moon. The villagers of Moonshadow were a merry folk, known for their laughter that danced like wind chimes in the breeze. But lately, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold. Each morning they awoke to find the colors of their world subtly altered. The once scarlet roses had turned a deep azure overnight, and the golden sunflowers now blushed a delicate pink. Even the sky itself shifted hues, painting dawn with shades never seen before. At first, the villagers found it amusing. They laughed at the whimsical pranks of nature, but as the days passed and the colors continued to change, curiosity turned into a gentle concern. Was their beloved Moonshadow under a playful spell, or was there a deeper mystery to unravel? Living near the edge of the forest was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. With a shell as green as the forest canopy and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of ages, Thistle was known for her sage advice and gentle humor. Villagers often sought her counsel, for Thistle had a knack for understanding the ways of the world and those beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled like whispers in the cool breeze, a young girl named Lyra visited Thistle. With her heart full of questions and curiosity as bright as her amber eyes, Lyra asked, "Thistle, do you know why the colors of our village are changing?" Thistle took a slow, thoughtful breath, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "Ah, my dear Lyra, sometimes the world speaks in colors and patterns we do not immediately understand, but every mystery carries a clue, waiting to be discovered." Intrigued by Thistle's words, Lyra decided to become a detective of the village's mystery. With a small notebook tucked into her pocket and a pencil behind her ear, she set out each day to observe the changes. She noted how the colors shifted with the phases of the moon, and how the colors that appeared seemed to follow a delicate harmony, like a song only the village could hear. One day, as Lyra sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, she noticed something curious. A small, shimmering creature, no larger than a pebble, flitted about the flowers. It was a color sprite, a magical being known for its love of hues and shades. The sprite fluttered from petal to petal, leaving behind a trail of altered colors. Lyra watched in awe as the color sprite danced through the garden, its tiny wings glistening like morning dew. She decided to speak with the sprite, hoping to unravel the mystery of the changing colors. "Hello, little sprite," Lyra called softly, careful not to startle the delicate creature. "Are you the one painting our village with your magical colors?" The sprite paused mid-flight, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Indeed, young one, I am a color sprite, a guardian of all hues and shades. I borrow colors from the world around to create a symphony of light." "But why here? Why now?" Lyra asked, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite hovered closer, its voice as gentle as a lullaby. "Long ago, the colors of Moonshadow were trapped in a single palette. I have come to free them, to let them dance and play, so the village may see the world anew each day." Lyra nodded, understanding that the sprite's work was a gift rather than a mischief. Yet she knew the villagers needed to understand this too, to embrace the beauty of ever-changing colors. Returning to Thistle, Lyra shared her discovery. The wise tortoise listened intently, nodding with approval. The sprite's gift is a reminder that change is a part of life's beauty, and every color has its moment to shine. Armed with Thistle's wisdom and her own observations, Lyra gathered the villagers one evening under the light of the full moon. As the villagers sat on soft blankets, surrounded by the hum of crickets and the glow of fireflies, Lyra began to tell the tale of the color sprite, weaving in the lessons she had learned. The villagers listened, their eyes wide with wonder and understanding. They saw the colors anew, not as something to fear, but as a celebration of life's vibrant tapestry. They understood that the sprite's changes were a gift, a chance to see the world through different eyes each day. And so, Moonshadow embraced its new kaleidoscope of colors. The villagers thanked the color sprite with songs and laughter, promising to cherish each shade and hue. Lyra's heart swelled with joy, knowing she had helped her village see the beauty and change and the magic of the world around them. As the night deepened and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lyra returned to Thistle, where the old tortoise awaited her with a warm smile. "You did well, dear Lyra," Thistle said softly. "You taught the village to see with their hearts, and that is the truest vision of all." With a heart full of satisfaction and a mind at peace, Lyra drifted off to sleep, dreaming of colors that danced like stars across the night sky, knowing that the mystery had brought her village closer in a way that only magic could. And with that, Moonshadow nestled into the embrace of the night, content in its ever-changing beauty. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lyra. She was an inquisitive child, always eager to explore the wonders that surrounded her. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by the most unlikely of companions. One crisp autumn day, Lyra was rummaging through the attic, her favorite place to seek out forgotten treasures. Amidst the dusty boxes and trunks, she stumbled upon an old, tarnished teapot. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary object, but as Lyra brushed away the cobwebs, she noticed a faint glow emanating from its spout. Curiosity piqued, Lyra lifted the teapot and gave it a gentle shake. To her astonishment, a wisp of fragrant steam escaped, swirling in the air before coalescing into the form of a tiny, wizened old man with a long, silver beard. "Greetings, young one," the little man said, his voice deep and melodious. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of this enchanted teapot. For centuries, I have waited for someone with a pure heart and an adventurous spirit to release me from my slumber." Lyra could scarcely believe her eyes. "But how is this possible?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Zephyr chuckled warmly. "My dear child, in this world, even the most ordinary objects can hold extraordinary secrets. The teapot you hold is no mere vessel. It is a gateway to a realm of wonder and enchantment." From that moment on, Lyra's life took an unexpected turn. Zephyr became her guide, revealing the magic that had been hidden in plain sight all along. Together, they embarked on a journey unlike any other, discovering the secrets of the natural world and the mystical beings that dwelled within it. Along the way, they were joined by a menagerie of delightful companions. There was Willow, a gentle dryad who could communicate with the trees and taught Lyra the importance of respecting nature. And then there was Nimbus, a mischievous cloud sprite whose playful antics often lightened their spirits during trying times. Their journey was not without its challenges, however. One day, they encountered a powerful sorcerer who sought to harness the teapot's magic for his own nefarious purposes. Zephyr warned Lyra that force and violence would only breed more of the same, and that true wisdom lay in understanding and compassion. With Willow's guidance, Lyra learned to tap into the ancient energy that flowed through all living things. She realized that the sorcerer's anger and greed stemmed from a deep sense of loneliness and disconnection. Rather than confront him with might, Lyra reached out with kindness, offering him the chance to join their quest and find solace in the wonders of the natural world. Touched by Lyra's empathy, the sorcerer's heart softened, and he abandoned his selfish ambitions. Together they continued their journey, discovering new realms of magic and forging unbreakable bonds of friendship along the way. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her eyes forever open to the extraordinary potential that lay within the most ordinary of things. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she needed only to hold the enchanted teapot and let the steam carry her worries away, reminded that even in the darkest of times, magic and wonder could be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 60 title, The Whispering Willows. In a small, forgotten village, nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Callum. The village seemed untouched by time, and the people there lived simple lives, tending to their crops and livestock, and gathering by the hearth at dusk to share stories passed down through generations. Callum was an inquisitive soul, with eyes like shimmering pools of curiosity, and a heart that beat to the rhythm of adventure. While other children played by the river or helped in the fields, Callum could often be found wandering deeper into the forest, drawn by the mysteries it held. The villagers spoke of ancient trees that whispered secrets and glades where time moved differently. To Callum, these stories were not just tales, but invitations to explore. One crisp autumn afternoon, the air tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky streaked with the warm hues of sunset, Callum set out on a walk deeper into the woods than ever before. As he moved through the forest, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft calls of hidden creatures. His feet followed a path seldom trodden, a narrow track flanked by towering oaks and silvery birches. After some time, Callum stumbled upon a clearing where the sunlight danced across a small pond, its surface dappled with golden light. At the edge of the pond stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its trunk was twisted and gnarled, with branches that reached out like welcoming arms. What caught Callum's attention, however, was the gentle hum that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. As he approached, the hum grew into a melody, a soft, lilting tune that wrapped around him like a warm embrace. He reached out tentatively to touch the bark, and as his fingers brushed against it, the melody shifted, forming words he could understand. "Welcome, young seeker," the tree whispered in a voice as soft as a breeze. Startled but enchanted, Callum stepped closer, curiosity outweighing caution. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell. "I am the guardian of the whispering willows," the tree replied, "a keeper of tales and truths, hidden from those who seek only with their eyes." Callum's heart danced with excitement. He had heard of the whispering willows in bedtime stories, the grove where the trees shared the secrets of the world with those who had the courage to listen. "What brings you here, young one?" the guardian asked, its voice gentle and wise. "I want to learn," Callum replied earnestly. "I want to understand the world beyond what I see and hear in the village." The guardian seemed to ponder his words, its branches swaying softly in the breeze. "Very well," it said finally, "but know this, knowledge carries a weight, and understanding requires heart as much as it does mind." Callum nodded, determination bright in his eyes. "I'm ready," he said. "Then listen closely," the guardian intoned, and the melody began anew, weaving a story of ancient times when the world was still young and magic flowed like rivers through the land. It spoke of harmony between nature and man, a balance maintained by the whispering willows, whose roots stretched deep and far, connecting all things. As Callum listened, he felt the words seep into his very being, filling him with a warmth and clarity he had never known. The stories whispered truths about kindness, respect, and the interconnectedness of all living things. Each tale unfolded like petals of a flower, each one revealing a deeper layer of understanding. Hours passed like moments, and as dusk began to settle over the forest, the guardian's voice softened. "Remember, young seeker," it said, "the world is a tapestry, each thread vital to its beauty and strength. Cherish it, and the knowledge you gain will guide you well." Callum nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of purpose. He thanked the guardian for its wisdom, promising to carry its lessons with him. As he turned to leave, the guardian offered him a small, smooth stone, its surface shimmering with an inner light. "This is a token of the whispering willows," it said. "Keep it close, and it will remind you of what you have learned." Callum placed the stone in his pocket, feeling its comforting weight. As he made his way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the world itself infused with a new vibrancy. When he returned to the village, Callum found it difficult to put into words what he had experienced. The stories he shared were met with skeptical smiles by some, but others, particularly the elders, nodded knowingly, their eyes reflecting a wisdom that surpassed words. Days turned into weeks, and Callum's life took on a new rhythm. He found joy in the simple things, the way the sunlight danced on the river, the intricate patterns etched by frost on windows, and the laughter shared with friends. The villagers began to notice a change in him, a quiet confidence that drew people to him. One day, as winter's chill began to thaw and the promise of spring lay just around the corner, Callum's friend, Arya, approached him with a troubled look on her face. She was a kind-hearted girl, known for her laughter that could light up the darkest days. "Callum," she said, her voice tinged with worry, "I've lost something precious. It's a ring given to me by my grandmother. I've searched everywhere but can't find it." Callum listened, and at that moment he felt the stone in his pocket grow warm, as if urging him to act. "Let's retrace your steps," he suggested. "Sometimes the answer is where we least expect it." Together, they walked through the village, revisiting every place Arya had been. As they neared the edge of the forest, Callum felt a gentle tug, a whisper of intuition guiding him towards the whispering willows. "Let's try the clearing," he said, leading Arya into the forest. As they entered the clearing, the sunlight seemed to wrap around them, and Callum felt the familiar hum of the Guardian. "Trust your heart," the Guardian whispered, its voice like a soft breeze. Callum closed his eyes, letting the melody guide him. He walked slowly, his hand brushing against the earth until he felt something cool and metallic. He opened his eyes to find the ring, nestled among the roots of the ancient tree. Arya's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Callum," she said, slipping the ring back onto her finger. "I don't know how you did it, but you found it." Callum smiled, feeling the warmth of the stone in his pocket. "Sometimes all we need is to listen," he replied. As spring blossomed into summer, Callum continued his visits to the Whispering Willows, each time learning more about the world and himself. The villagers came to see him as a source of wisdom, and his friendship with Arya deepened into a bond that would last a lifetime. Years passed, and Callum grew into a young man, his heart still guided by the lessons of the Whispering Willows. He became a storyteller, sharing tales of kindness, courage, and the magic that lay in the simplest of things. And so the village thrived, its people connected by the threads of stories and the gentle wisdom of the Whispering Willows. Callum remained a seeker, forever curious, forever listening to the whispers of the world around him. And though the Guardian's voice faded with time, its message lived on in the hearts of those who dared to listen, in a village where magic was found not just in the stories of old, but in the lives and love of its people. In the end, Callum understood that the greatest magic of all was the power of understanding and the bonds of friendship that defied time and expectation. And as he sat by the fire, sharing tales with new generations, he knew that the spirit of the Whispering Willows would never fade, as long as there were hearts ready to listen and eyes willing to see the beauty in the world around them. Thus, the village remained a haven of harmony, nestled between the hills and the whispering forests, where the stories of the Whispering Willows lived on, carried by the wind and the hearts of all who called it home. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the fire crackled warmly, the village slumbered peacefully, enveloped in a tapestry of dreams, woven by the tales of the Whispering Willows and the gentle wisdom of the young boy who had once dared to listen. Story 68. In the gentle heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could carry, there lay a hidden world, unseen by most who wandered its leafy paths. Among the towering oaks and beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, a veil of magic shimmered, waiting to be unveiled by those pure of heart and clear of mind. On a crisp autumn morning, when the first golden rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden grass, a young girl named Mira set out on a journey that would change her in ways she could never have imagined. Mira was a curious soul, her heart brimming with questions, her mind a tapestry of dreams and wonder. She lived in a quaint village at the forest's edge, where the gentle hum of life was both soothing and familiar. Her journey began with a simple note tucked beneath her pillow, penned in an elegant script that seemed to dance across the page. It read, "Follow the path of the silver stream, and you shall find what you seek." Intrigued and unable to contain her excitement, Mira donned her favorite cloak, a deep shade of forest green, and set off towards the forest, her heart light with anticipation. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the scent of pine and earth filling her senses, the rustling leaves a symphony of whispers. She followed the path of the stream, its waters glistening like liquid silver, weaving through the forest with a gentle, melodic gurgle. As she walked, the air seemed to shimmer, and the world around her grew more vibrant, colors deepening, sounds more resonant. It wasn't long before Mira stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens, its roots tangled in a gentle embrace with the earth. Beneath its boughs lay a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, intricately carved box. Drawn to it like a moth to a flame, Mira approached with a mix of awe and trepidation. As she reached out to touch the box, a soft voice, gentle and warm, filled the clearing. "Greetings, seeker of truth," it said. Startled, Mira glanced around but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the very heart of the forest, wrapping around her like a gentle breeze. "Who are you?" Mira asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes wide with wonder. "I am the spirit of this forest, the guardian of its secrets," the voice replied, its tone soothing and kind. "And you, dear Mira, have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery." Mira's heart skipped a beat. She had always believed in the magic of the forest, in the hidden worlds that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And now, standing here, in this enchanted clearing, she felt a sense of belonging, as if she had been called to this moment her entire life. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. "Open the box," the forest spirit instructed, "and within you will find a gift, a magical object that will guide you on your journey." With trembling hands, Mira lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a small, intricately carved wooden key. It glowed with a soft, golden light, warm and inviting. As she held it in her hand, a gentle warmth spread through her, a feeling of peace and purpose. "This key will open the door to a hidden world," the spirit explained. "A world where the boundaries of reality and magic blur and blend. But remember, Mira, the journey ahead is not without its challenges. You must rely on your heart, your kindness, and your wisdom to guide you." Mira nodded, her resolve firm. She felt ready, eager to uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. With the key clutched tightly in her hand, she turned her gaze to the forest, ready to embark on the adventure of a lifetime. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path before her seemed to shift and change, the trees growing closer together, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. The air was thick with magic, every breath a reminder of the world she was about to enter. After what felt like hours, Mira came upon a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the twilight. At its base was a door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer in the fading light. With a deep breath, Mira inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world beyond her wildest dreams. Stepping through the threshold, Mira found herself in a realm where the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, where the trees whispered in a language she could almost understand. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes alight with curiosity and wisdom. It was a world both strange and familiar, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. As she wandered through this enchanted land, Mira encountered a group of friendly creatures, their eyes bright with intelligence and warmth. They were unlike anything she had ever seen before, small and furry, with wings that shimmered in the light, and voices that sang with the music of the forest. "Welcome, Mira," they chorused, their voices a harmonious blend. "We are the keepers of the hidden grove, and we have awaited your arrival." Mira smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I'm honored to be here," she replied. "I seek to understand the secrets of this world, to learn and grow." The keepers nodded, their eyes twinkling with understanding. "We shall guide you, but remember, the greatest truths are found within." With the keepers by her side, Mira journeyed through the hidden world, encountering wonders and challenges alike. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to find strength in her own heart. As the days turned into weeks, Mira grew closer to the keepers, their friendship a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. They taught her the art of listening, of understanding the language of the forest, and in turn, Mira shared her own wisdom, her insight into the human heart. One day, as they rested by a sparkling brook, Mira confided in the keepers her deepest fear. "What if I'm not worthy of this journey?" she asked, her voice tinged with doubt. "What if I fail to uncover the truth?" The keepers smiled, their eyes gentle and kind. "Worthy you are, dear Mira," they replied. "For it is not the destination, but the journey itself that matters. It is in the seeking, the learning, the growing, that you find your true self." Mira nodded, their words a balm to her soul. She realized that the journey had already changed her, had already opened her heart and mind to possibilities she had never imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a warm golden glow, Mira knew it was time to return home. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to the keepers, promising to carry the lessons she had learned with her always. "Remember, Mira," the keepers said as she prepared to leave, "the magic of this world lives within you. Share it with others and let your light shine bright." With a final heartfelt farewell, Mira stepped back through the door, the key warm in her hand, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. Back in her own world, Mira found herself changed, her heart full of the magic and wonder of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with her village, her stories a beacon of hope and inspiration. As the years passed, Mira became a beloved figure in her village, her wisdom and kindness touching the lives of all who knew her. She taught others to see the magic in the world around them, to listen to the whispers of the forest, and to find strength in their own hearts. And so, the hidden world lived on, not just in Mira's stories, but in the hearts of all who heard them. The magic of the forest, the lessons of the keepers, and the journey of a young girl named Mira became a legacy of love and wonder, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of the journey itself. As the final embers of the day faded into night, Mira sat by her window, gazing at the stars above. She felt the gentle pulse of the key in her hand, a comforting reminder of all she had learned. With a heart full of gratitude, she closed her eyes, whispering a silent promise to the hidden world she had come to love. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice a soft caress in the night, "for the journey, for the wisdom, and for the magic that lives on in my heart." And with that, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world, her heart forever touched by the magic she had discovered. In the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its secrets to the stars, its magic alive in the hearts of those who believed. And somewhere in a hidden grove, the keepers watched over the world, their eyes bright with the promise of new beginnings, their hearts full of hope and love. Story 69. In a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of a silver stream, there lived a young boy named Thomas. The village was a place where every cobblestone street and every humble cottage seemed to hold a secret, an untold tale waiting to be discovered. It was here, amidst the rustle of autumn leaves and the soft murmur of the stream, that Thomas's story began. Thomas was a curious soul, with eyes that gleamed like polished amber under the sun. Though his days were filled with chores and schoolwork, his heart longed for adventure. Most evenings, when the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thomas would wander down to the old village library. It was a place of great wonder, filled with books whose pages whispered secrets of distant lands and forgotten times. One chilly evening, as the wind sang through the eaves of the library, Thomas stumbled upon an ancient tome tucked away in a shadowy corner. Its binding was worn and its pages delicate, but there was a warmth to it, a kind of inviting glow. With a gentle touch, he opened the book, and to his amazement, a small, intricately carved wooden key slipped from its pages, landing softly on his lap. The key was unlike anything Thomas had ever seen. It was small enough to fit in his pocket, yet it bore a sense of gravitas, as if it held the weight of countless secrets. Its surface was etched with tiny symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dim light of the library. Intrigued, Thomas sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind old man named Cedric, whose stories were as boundless as the starry sky. Cedric, with his twinkling eyes and a beard as white as winter snow, examined the key with great interest. "This," he said, "is the key of whispers. It is said to unlock the hidden heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." The very next morning, Thomas set off on a journey into the whispering woods, the key jingling softly in his pocket. The path before him was dappled with sunlight, and the air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As he walked, the woods seemed to come alive, the leaves rustling with secrets, the birds chirping tales of old. Along the way, Thomas met a pair of delightful companions. First was Lila, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as down, who spoke with a voice that tinkled like a bell. Lila was a guide of sorts, her knowledge of the forest unparalleled. She scampered along the branches, pointing out hidden trails and secret nooks. Then there was Oliver, a wise old owl with eyes as deep as the night sky. Oliver had a penchant for riddles and rhymes, and his calm, melodic hoots provided comfort and counsel. Together, the three of them made an unlikely yet harmonious trio, each bringing their unique strengths to the journey. Their path was not without challenges. Deep in the forest lay the enchanted glade, a place shrouded in mystery and magic. To enter, they needed to solve an ancient riddle, one that required more than just cleverness. It demanded empathy and understanding. The riddle spoke of the heart that sees without eyes, the ear that listens without sound, and the hand that touches without fingers. Thomas pondered deeply, drawing wisdom from the stories Cedric had shared and the lessons learned from his friends. It dawned upon him that the riddle spoke of the heart's capacity for compassion, the mind's ability to perceive beyond the visible, and the spirit's gentle touch. With this understanding, Thomas placed his hand upon the ancient oak that stood sentinel at the glade's entrance. The tree seemed to sigh a soft, contented breath, and the way opened before them, revealing a world aglow with wonder. In the heart of the glade, time seemed to stand still. Flowers bloomed with colors unimaginable, and a gentle mist swirled around them, carrying the sweet scent of lilies and lavender. It was here that Thomas discovered the true magic of the Key of Whispers. It was not the key itself, but the journey it inspired, the friendships it forged, and the wisdom it revealed. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Thomas knew it was time to return. With Lila perched on his shoulder and Oliver gliding overhead, he made his way back to the village, his heart full and his spirit light. When Thomas returned the key to the library, he placed it back into the ancient tome, knowing that its secrets would one day inspire another seeker. And as he closed the book, the library seemed to hum with a quiet promise of more stories, more adventures, and the ever-present magic of discovery. That night, as Thomas lay in his bed, the soft glow of the moon spilling through his window, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were filled with the laughter of friends, the warmth of the sun-dappled path, and the gentle whisper of the forest, reminding him that the world was full of wonder, just waiting to be explored. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew on a summer morning, Willow was a gentle soul who loved nothing more than wandering the winding woodland paths, marveling at the wonders of nature around her. Yet, as Willow grew older, she found herself struggling with the changes that came with each passing season. The world seemed to be in constant flux, and she often felt adrift, unsure of her place within it all. The once familiar paths now seemed unfamiliar and daunting, and Willow found herself yearning for the comfort and stability of her childhood days. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath the ancient oak tree that had been her refuge for as long as she could remember, she heard a soft rustling in the leaves nearby. Turning, she was met by the warm, friendly gaze of a wise old oak spirit, its bark-like skin wrinkled and weathered, yet its eyes shone with a timeless wisdom. "Why do you look so troubled, my dear?" the oak spirit asked, its voice like the gentle creaking of branches in the wind. Willow hesitated, uncertain at first, but there was something about the spirit's presence that put her at ease. "I'm struggling with all the changes happening around me," she confessed. "The world seems so different now, and I'm not sure how to find my way." The oak spirit nodded, a knowing smile playing upon its carved features. "Change is the nature of life, little one," it said kindly. "Just as the seasons cycle from spring to summer, autumn to winter, and back again, so too must we embrace the ever-shifting tides of growth and transformation." As the spirit spoke, something magical began to happen. The leaves around them rustled and swirled, dancing on an unseen breeze, and Willow gasped as they took on vibrant hues of crimson, amber, and gold. The oak spirit gestured with a gnarled hand, and the leaves coalesced into the form of a beautiful monarch butterfly. "You see, my child," the spirit said, "even as the world around us changes, there is a beauty and a purpose to it all. Just as the caterpillar must shed its cocoon to become a butterfly, so too must we embrace the changes within ourselves, allowing our true selves to unfurl and take flight." Willow watched, entranced, as the butterfly took to the air, its delicate wings carrying it higher and higher until it seemed to merge with the fading autumn sunset. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Over the days and weeks that followed, Willow found herself seeking out the oak spirit's wisdom more and more. With its guidance, she began to see the beauty in the ever-changing tapestry of life, and to embrace the growth and transformation that came with each new season. And as she did, something truly magical began to happen. The forest itself seemed to respond to Willow's newfound acceptance, mirroring her inner growth with a dazzling display of natural wonders. Vibrant wildflowers bloomed along the paths she walked, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. Butterflies and hummingbirds danced around her, their wings a blur of iridescent hues. Even the trees themselves seemed to bend and sway in welcome, their branches heavy with fragrant blossoms. Through it all, Willow's dearest friends, the kind-hearted squirrel Nutkin, the playful brook that babbled its way through the forest, and the wise old owl who watched over them all, offered their unwavering support and encouragement. They celebrated her triumphs, dried her tears during moments of doubt, and reminded her that true growth often comes from the most unexpected places. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow herself blossomed into a woman of remarkable grace and wisdom. She had learned to embrace the ebb and flow of life, to find joy in the ever-changing tapestry of the world around her. And in doing so, she discovered the greatest magic of all, the power to shape her own destiny, to grow and transform in ways she had once thought impossible. And so, as the setting sun cast its warm glow over the forest, Willow would often return to the ancient oak tree, now a towering, majestic presence that had borne witness to her remarkable journey. There, she would sit and reflect on all she had learned, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the lessons life had taught her, and for the magical world that had helped her to find her true self. For in the end, Willow had come to understand that change was not something to be feared, but rather a beautiful, ever-unfolding journey. A journey of personal growth, of discovery, and of embracing the wonders that lay waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 71. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between dew-kissed meadows and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was a cascade of chestnut curls that danced in the wind, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her gentle nature and her unwavering belief that every leaf, every gust of wind, and every ripple in the pond held a secret story waiting to be uncovered. The village of Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow down. The sun bathed the cobblestone streets in a golden hue during the day, while the nights were illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies that flickered like earthbound stars. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens, sharing stories over steaming cups of chamomile tea, and gathering around the village square for festivals that celebrated the changing seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as mists curled around the roots of the ancient oak trees, Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, called her over. "Lila, my dear," she began, her voice as soothing as the gentle hum of a lullaby, "I have something special to show you." With a twinkle in her eye, her grandmother led Lila to the attic of their quaint cottage. Dust motes danced in the early morning light that filtered through the tiny window, casting a magical glow on the worn wooden floorboards. In a corner, beneath a tapestry of memories woven into the fabric of an old quilt, lay a small chest made of cedar, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell their own tale. "This," her grandmother said, gently brushing aside the quilt, "is the enchanted locket of Willowbrook. It has been passed down through generations, and now it is time for you to have it." Lila's fingers tingled with anticipation as she reached for the locket. It was a delicate pendant, shaped like a teardrop, with a tiny emerald set at its center. As she held it in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the locket were alive with stories from the past. "Legend has it," her grandmother continued, "that this locket holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of our world, but only to those with a heart pure enough to see them." With this new treasure resting against her heart, Lila felt a sense of adventure bubbling within her. She thanked her grandmother with a hug that spoke volumes more than words, and ventured outside, the locket glinting in the sunlight like a promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she wandered through the fields, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers and the distant melody of a bubbling brook, Lila felt an inexplicable pull towards the whispering woods. The woods were a place of mystery, where shadows danced playfully between the trees, and the air hummed with the quiet symphony of nature. Lila stepped onto the path that wound its way through the woods, each step taken with the reverence of a pilgrim. The locket seemed to pulse with a life of its own, drawing her deeper into the heart of the forest. The leaves overhead rustled approvingly, as if the trees themselves were whispering encouragement. As she ventured further, she came upon a clearing where the sunlight poured down like a waterfall of gold. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches bending gracefully towards the earth, its roots weaving intricate patterns into the ground. Beneath the tree, in the soft embrace of the shadows, Lila noticed something peculiar. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate door. Its surface was carved with images of mythical creatures, unicorns with manes of fire, dragons with scales of crystal, and birds with wings of moonlight. Lila's heart raced with excitement. Here was the hidden world she had always imagined, a world that lay just beyond the touch of everyday life. She approached the door with a mixture of awe and trepidation. As her fingers brushed against its cool surface, the locket around her neck glowed with a gentle light, casting a halo around her. The door swung open soundlessly, revealing a world of wonder beyond her wildest dreams. The air inside was thick with magic, shimmering like heat waves on a summer's day. The ground beneath her feet was covered in a carpet of moss so soft it felt like walking on clouds. Strange and beautiful flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets as she passed. Lila stepped through the doorway and into the hidden world. It was a place where the impossible danced on the edges of reality. A stream meandered through the landscape, its waters sparkling with iridescent colors that shifted with the light. Tiny creatures flitted about, creatures that seemed to be part light, part shadow, and entirely enchanting. As she wandered through this magical realm, Lila discovered that the locket allowed her to understand the language of the creatures she encountered. Birds sang songs of distant lands, and rabbits spoke of burrows hidden from the world above. She listened with a heart open to the wonders around her, learning from each new friend she made. One day, as she sat by the stream, a gentle breeze carried the sound of laughter to her ears. Curious, Lila followed the sound, her path leading her to a meadow where a small group of creatures were gathered. They were unlike any she had seen before. Small, with wings like dragonflies and eyes that sparkled like stars. The creatures were playing a game, weaving patterns in the air with trails of shimmering light. They paused as Lila approached, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and welcome. "Hello," Lila said, her voice soft and full of wonder. "Hello," chimed the creatures in unison, their voices like tinkling bells. "We are the Luminae, guardians of the hidden world." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm Lila." The Luminae danced around her, leaving trails of light that lingered in the air like fading echoes. "Lila," they chorused, "the one with the heart of light." Lila felt a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. She spent her days exploring the hidden world, learning from the Luminae and sharing in their joy. She discovered that the Luminae had a deep understanding of the balance of nature, and they taught her the importance of living in harmony with the world around her. But as much as she loved her time in the hidden world, Lila knew she could not stay forever. Her heart was torn between the magical realm and the life she had in Willowbrook. The Luminae, sensing her inner conflict, gathered around her one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold. "You must return to your world, dear Lila," the Luminae leader said, their voice gentle yet firm. "But remember, the magic you have discovered here lives within you. It is a part of who you are, and it will guide you on your journey." With a heavy heart, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to carry their wisdom and kindness in her heart. As she stepped back through the ornate door, the hidden world faded behind her, leaving her alone in the clearing beneath the ancient willow tree. The journey back to Willowbrook was filled with contemplation. Lila realized that the magic of the hidden world was not confined to its borders. It was a part of the natural world, woven into the fabric of everyday life. She understood that her adventure had changed her, and she felt a newfound sense of purpose blossoming within her. Back in the village, Lila shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "The world is full of wonders, Lila," her grandmother said, "but the greatest magic of all is the magic within you." With the locket resting warmly against her heart, Lila embraced her role as a guardian of the magic she had discovered. She spent her days sharing stories with the villagers, teaching them to see the beauty and wonder in the world around them. She planted gardens that bloomed with vibrant colors, each flower a testament to the life and magic that thrived in Willowbrook. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila became known as the keeper of the hidden world, a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary. She lived her life with a gentle grace, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. And so, under the starlit skies of Willowbrook, where the fireflies danced and the gentle lullaby of the night wind sang, Lila's story was woven into the tapestry of time, a story of magic, friendship, and the journey of a heart that learned to see the world anew. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the world was hushed and dreams whispered softly, the people of Willowbrook would remember the tale of Lila and the enchanted locket, a story that reminded them of the magic that lay hidden in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts willing to believe. Story 72. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dripped like honey through the dense canopy, there lay a secret world untouched by time. The forest was a living tapestry of emerald greens and earthy browns, with the air perpetually filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft hum of life. Here, amidst the towering oaks and whispering willows, dwelled creatures of a forgotten magic, their lives woven into the very fabric of the forest's song. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an old oak tree lived a wise old badger named Bramble. His fur was as gray as the mists that rolled through the forest in early dawn, and his eyes held the gentle wisdom of countless seasons. Bramble was known throughout the woods not just for his age, but for his deep understanding of the natural world and the delicate balance that held it together. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced in a gentle breeze, Bramble awoke to a peculiar sensation. The forest, usually a harmonious symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, felt somehow off. As he emerged from his burrow, the earthy smell of damp leaves filled his nostrils, and he noticed that the squirrels, usually busy gathering acorns, were chattering nervously among the branches. Curious and concerned, Bramble set off on a leisurely stroll through the forest, his paws silent on the soft, loamy ground. As he walked, he greeted his many friends, the cheerful robins flitting from branch to branch, the industrious ants marching in perfect lines, and the gentle deer grazing in the dappled sunlight. Yet, even as he exchanged pleasantries, he could feel the unease in their eyes, a shared worry that seemed to ripple through the forest. As Bramble reached the heart of the woods, he found his old friend, Luna the wise owl, perched on a low branch. Her feathers were a soft, mottled brown, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree. Luna's eyes, large and luminous, met Bramble's with a silent understanding. "Bramble," Luna hooted softly, her voice a soothing balm to the forest's tension. "Have you felt it too? The balance is shifting." Bramble nodded, his gaze drifting to the canopy where the sunlight filtered through in golden streams. "Yes, Luna, I have. But what could it be? The forest thrives on harmony." Luna ruffled her feathers thoughtfully. "The seasons are in flux, old friend. I fear that the magical bond that ties them together is weakening. We must find the source of this disturbance before it's too late." Determined to restore balance, the two friends set out together, their path guided by the unseen currents of magic that flowed through the forest. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, tinged with the crispness of approaching winter. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently as if whispering secrets to one another. Their quest led them to a secluded glade, where the forest floor was blanketed with soft moss and delicate wildflowers. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone circle, worn smooth by time and enveloped in a warm, golden glow. This place, Bramble knew, was the heart of the forest's magic, a place where the seasons converged and the balance of nature was maintained. As they approached, a soft rustling heralded the arrival of Aurora, the spirit of the forest, a graceful figure woven from leaves and light. Her presence brought a wave of tranquility, the very air shimmering with her gentle power. "Welcome, Bramble and Luna," Aurora spoke, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "I have awaited you, for the forest is in need of your wisdom." Bramble bowed his head respectfully. "Aurora, we feel the shift in balance. What must we do to restore harmony to the forest?" Aurora's eyes, deep as the forest itself, rested on Bramble. "The seasons are woven together by threads of magic, each thread a song of life. But one thread has frayed, and its song is fading. You must find the lost melody and mend the thread with the wisdom of the ancients." The task was daunting, but Bramble and Luna were steadfast. Guided by Aurora's gentle light, they delved into the heart of the forest's history, unearthing tales and songs passed down through generations. They listened to the stories of the trees, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. In time, they discovered that the lost melody was tied to a forgotten grove, a place where the first breath of spring had once awakened the forest each year. The grove, hidden beneath a veil of time, was said to hold the essence of renewal and rebirth. Determined to succeed, Bramble and Luna journeyed to the grove, their path illuminated by the soft glow of hope. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a delicate tapestry of snowdrops and crocuses, the first heralds of spring. The air was filled with the gentle scent of new beginnings, a promise of life yet to come. With hearts full of reverence, Bramble and Luna gathered the essence of the grove, a shimmering melody that danced like sunlight on water. They carried it back to the stone circle, where Aurora awaited, her presence a beacon of warmth and light. Together, they wove the melody into the frayed thread, their voices joining in a song that resonated through the forest. The air shimmered with magic, and slowly the balance was restored, the forest once again a harmonious symphony of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Bramble and Luna sat beside Aurora, their hearts filled with peace. The forest, now in perfect harmony, sang a lullaby to the setting sun, a gentle reminder that even in times of uncertainty, wisdom and friendship could mend what was broken. And so, as night descended upon the ancient forest, Bramble and Luna drifted into a deep and restful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the magic of the forest would endure, its harmony preserved for generations to come. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient whispering forest, where dappled sunlight danced through a canopy of verdant leaves, there lived a symphony of creatures who understood the delicate balance of their world. The forest was a place where the mighty oaks and slender birches stood as sentinels, guarding the secrets of time. It was here, in this serene haven, that the hidden lives of natural creatures unfolded, intertwined with the magic of the seasons. As the golden hues of autumn began to brush the forest with their gentle strokes, a wise old squirrel named Thistlebus, with fur as soft as the downy seeds he scattered, gathered acorns in preparation for the colder months. Thistlebus had lived in the forest for many seasons, his eyes a warm chestnut brown that held the knowledge of countless years. He was a gentle soul, known for his stories of ancient times, and the younger creatures often gathered around to listen to his tales by the flickering light of fireflies. One such young creature, a curious fawn named Willow, often marveled at how the forest transformed with each passing season. Her fur was a soft, tawny brown, speckled with spots that mimicked the dapples of sunlight filtering through the trees. With wide, wondering eyes, she watched as the leaves turned from lush greens to fiery reds and golds, and the air took on a crisp, invigorating chill. "Thistlebus," Willow asked one afternoon, her voice a gentle whisper carried on the breeze, "how does the forest know when to change its colors? And why does it feel so magical?" Thistlebus paused from his gathering, his bushy tail flicking thoughtfully. "Ah, little Willow," he began, his voice resonant and soothing like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "The forest has its own rhythms, much like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Each season is a part of a grand circle of life, an endless dance that whispers tales of renewal and harmony." He explained how the transitions were guided by the magical phenomena tied to the changing weather and the position of the stars, ancient forces that had been at play since time immemorial. The trees, he continued, communicate with the wind, the water, and the sun. They share their wisdom through the rustling of their leaves and the bending of their branches. As Thistlebus spoke, Willow could almost hear the soft, melodic conversation among the trees, a symphony of creaks and whispers that filled the forest with a sense of peace and unity. The squirrel's words painted images in her mind of roots intertwining like old friends, sharing secrets beneath the earth. But as autumn deepened, a challenge arose that threatened the harmony of their world. A sudden, uncharacteristic chill swept through the forest, far colder than any experienced before this time of year. It was as if winter had decided to peek its frosty head early, and the creatures of the forest felt a shiver of unease ripple through their home. The leaves, not yet ready to fall, clung to the branches with a tenacity that seemed almost desperate, and the streams, usually bubbling with life, began to crust over with thin layers of ice. The animals huddled together, their warm breath forming clouds in the crisp air, and whispered of this strange occurrence, wondering what had caused such an untimely frost. Thistlebus, sensing the distress among his friends, called for a gathering beneath the great oak, a tree so ancient its trunk was as wide as a dozen squirrels standing nose to tail. Creatures of all kinds came, from the tiniest field mouse to the proudest stag, their eyes filled with worry. "We must find the cause of this untimely chill," Thistlebus declared, his voice firm yet gentle. "It is up to us, the guardians of this forest, to restore balance." Among the gathered creatures was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers were as soft as a moonlit night. His eyes, large and luminous, had seen many secrets unfold in the quiet darkness. "There is an ancient legend," Bramble spoke, his voice a soft hoot that echoed through the clearing, "of the frost spirit who sometimes stirs when the balance of the seasons is disrupted." The creatures listened intently as Bramble recounted the tale passed down through generations. The frost spirit, he explained, was not malevolent, but rather a guardian of the seasonal cycle. When the natural balance was disturbed, the spirit awoke to remind the forest of its forgotten rhythms. "We must seek out this spirit," Bramble advised, "and discover what has caused this imbalance." With a sense of purpose, Thistlebus, Willow, and a few other brave souls set out on a journey through the forest to find the frost spirit. The path they took was blanketed in a shimmering frost that crunched softly underfoot, each breath they took mingling with the chilly air to form fleeting clouds. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The trees, their branches dusted with frost, stood silent and watchful, while the creatures moved with a quiet determination. Willow's heart beat a steady rhythm, echoing the resolve of their mission. Their journey led them to the edge of a frozen lake, its surface gleaming like a sheet of glass under the pale light of the sun. It was here that they finally encountered the frost spirit, a figure of ethereal beauty, with hair like silver threads and eyes that reflected the cold luminescence of winter itself. "Why have you come?" the spirit asked, her voice as soft as the falling snow, yet carrying a power that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the forest. Thistlebus stepped forward, bowing his head in respect. "Great Spirit," he began, "we seek to understand the early chill that grips our home. We wish to restore the balance that has been disrupted." The frost spirit gazed at them, her eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. "The balance," she replied, "has been disturbed by the forgetfulness of the creatures. The cycle of seasons is a tapestry, woven together by actions both great and small. The forest has forgotten its song." Willow, her heart full of the stories she had heard and the beauty she had seen, spoke up with youthful courage. "Please, guide us. How can we help the forest remember its song?" The spirit smiled, a gentle expression that warmed the cold air around them. "You must remind the creatures of the harmony they once knew. Share your stories, your wisdom, and your warmth. Let the forest remember its voice through the unity and friendship of its inhabitants." With this newfound understanding, the group returned to their home beneath the great oak. They gathered all the creatures once more, and beneath the starlit sky they began to share their stories, their voices rising and falling in a harmonious melody. Thistlebus recounted tales of old, of seasons past and friendships forged. Willow shared her wonder at the beauty of the forest, her words painting pictures of the world they cherished. As the night wore on, the warmth of their unity seemed to seep into the earth itself, and slowly the frost began to melt away. The trees, as if awakening from a deep slumber, rustled their branches in approval, and the streams began to flow once more, their waters sparkling in the moonlight. The frost spirit watched from afar, a gentle smile playing on her lips as the forest remembered its song. The balance was restored, not through magic alone, but through the wisdom and friendship of those who called it home. And so, as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the forest awoke to a world renewed, where every creature understood their role in the grand tapestry of life. Thistlebus, Willow, and their friends had reminded their homeland of the harmony that lay within, a lesson passed down through the gentle whispers of the trees and the soft rustle of the leaves. In the seasons that followed, the forest thrived, each creature playing their part in the continuous dance of nature. And though challenges would come and go like the turning of the leaves, the wisdom shared and the friendships forged ensured that the forest would always find its way back to balance, a sanctuary of tranquility and enchantment for all who dwelt within its embrace. Story 74. On the outskirts of a village nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood an old bookshop. Its wooden exterior was weathered by time, and the letters of its sign, the wishing pages, were faded but still legible in their curling script. Inside, the air was warm and filled with the comforting scent of aged paper, leather, and a hint of lavender from the sachets the owner tucked into the corners of the shelves. The bookshop was owned by a kindly woman named Ivy, whose hair was as silver as the moonlight. Ivy's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many years and the secrets of countless stories. She was known to have a gentle smile for everyone who entered her shop, and she had a knack for matching the perfect book with each person who visited. One chilly autumn afternoon, a young boy named Oliver wandered into the shop. With cheeks flushed from the crisp air outside and curiosity shining in his eyes, he was drawn to the cozy charm of the place. Oliver was a dreamer, often lost in thoughts of adventures and mysteries, and he loved nothing more than to bury himself in a good book. As Oliver browsed the shelves, Ivy watched him from behind the counter, her eyes twinkling with recognition. She had seen many children come and go, but there was something special about Oliver, something that whispered of untapped potential and hidden paths. She decided that today was the day to share a particular secret of the wishing pages. "Hello, Oliver," Ivy greeted him warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have something that I think you might like." Oliver turned, intrigued by the promise in her words. He made his way to the counter, where Ivy reached beneath and retrieved an unassuming book bound in faded green cloth. The cover was blank, but as Oliver took it into his hands, he felt a peculiar warmth emanate from it. "This book," Ivy explained, "is not like the others. It holds a secret that only reveals itself to those who are truly open to wonder." Oliver's eyes widened with interest, and he carefully opened the book. To his surprise, the pages were blank. He looked up at Ivy, a question forming on his lips, but she simply nodded, encouraging him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Oliver turned the page, and as he did, words began to appear as if written by an invisible hand. The letters danced across the page, forming a story that seemed to speak directly to him. The tale was of a magical compass that could guide its holder to whatever their heart most longed for. "But remember," Ivy cautioned gently, "the compass can only lead you. It is your heart and your choices that will ultimately decide your path." That night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the village, Oliver sat in his room with the book open before him. The story of the magical compass had captivated his imagination, and as he read, he found himself wishing to hold such a compass in his hands. As if in response to his wish, the book began to glow softly, and from its pages, a small, ornate compass emerged. It was beautifully crafted, with a needle that shimmered like starlight, and it vibrated gently in his palm. Oliver was filled with awe and a sense of purpose. He knew that this was the beginning of a journey, both wondrous and unknown. Clutching the compass, he felt a pull, a gentle tug in his chest that urged him to follow. The next morning, Oliver set out with the compass in his pocket and a sense of determination. His journey led him beyond the familiar confines of his village and into the heart of the whispering forest. The trees towered above him, their leaves rustling in a language only they understood, and the path was dappled with sunlight and shadow. As he ventured deeper, Oliver encountered a wise old owl perched upon a branch. The owl's feathers were a patchwork of earthy browns and soft whites, and its eyes were like golden lanterns in the dim forest light. Who are you?" the owl asked in a voice that was both melodic and ancient. "I am Oliver," he replied, holding up the compass, "and I am seeking the path to my heart's desire." The owl considered him carefully before nodding. "A noble quest, young one. But remember, the heart's true desire is often hidden beneath layers of simpler wants. Listen closely, and let the compass guide you wisely." Thanking the owl, Oliver continued on his way, pondering those words. As the day wore on, he met other creatures, a playful fox who shared stories of the forest's hidden wonders, and a gentle deer who offered guidance on the safest paths to tread. Each encounter enriched Oliver's journey, filling it with laughter, wisdom, and companionship. Yet as he traveled, he realized that the pull of the compass was leading him not towards a place, but rather towards an understanding within himself. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Oliver arrived at a tranquil clearing. In the center stood a magnificent, ancient tree, its branches like outstretched arms embracing the sky. The compass in his pocket glowed warmly, and he knew he had reached the heart of his journey. Sitting beneath the tree, Oliver closed his eyes and listened to the gentle whisper of the leaves, the distant call of the wind, and most importantly, to the quiet voice within himself. It was there, in that moment of stillness, that he understood the true magic of the compass. It had not led him to a treasure or a grand adventure, but to a deeper understanding of his own heart. The journey, he realized, was about discovering his love for stories, his passion for learning, and his desire to bring joy and wonder to others. With this newfound clarity, Oliver felt a sense of peace and fulfillment that he had never known before. As the stars began to twinkle above, Oliver made his way back to the village. He carried with him not just the magical compass, but a heart full of dreams and the wisdom of his journey. And when he returned to the wishing pages, Ivy greeted him with a knowing smile, for she had seen the spark of discovery in his eyes. From that day on, Oliver became a frequent visitor to the bookshop, sharing stories of his adventures and the lessons he had learned. And though he returned the magical compass to the book, he knew that the true magic lay within him, guiding him always. In time, Oliver's journeys inspired others, and the tales of his adventures spread throughout the village, bringing joy and wonder to all who heard them. And so the story of the boy and the magical compass became part of the rich tapestry of the wishing pages, a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to the truest parts of ourselves. And in the warm glow of the bookshop, surrounded by the comforting scent of stories and dreams, the magic of discovery continued to touch the hearts of all who entered. For in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the true wonders were the friendships formed and the wisdom gained along the way. Story 75. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young squirrel named Hazel. She had always felt a deep connection with the trees and the creatures that called the forest home. Little did she know, however, that this connection was about to become something truly extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as Hazel scurried along the familiar branches, she noticed a strange glow emanating from a hollow in an old oak tree. Curiosity got the better of her, and she cautiously approached the source of the light. To her amazement, nestled inside the hollow was a small crystalline acorn, radiating a warm, golden hue. As Hazel reached out to touch the enchanted acorn, a shimmering burst of energy enveloped her, filling her with a sense of wonder and power. In that moment, she realized that this was no ordinary acorn. It possessed magical properties beyond her wildest dreams. With a twitch of her tail, Hazel felt herself shrinking until she was no larger than a tiny field mouse. She scampered about, marveling at her newfound ability to navigate the forest floor with ease. The world she had known from the treetops now looked entirely different, teeming with life and secrets waiting to be uncovered. Hazel's journey had just begun, and she knew that this magical gift was meant to be shared with her friends. So she set out to find her dear friend, Rusty the squirrel, who lived in a cozy dray at the edge of the forest. Along the way, Hazel encountered challenges she had never faced before. Towering blades of grass became treacherous obstacles, and the slightest breeze felt like a raging storm. But with her unwavering determination and the help of her newfound size-shifting abilities, she persevered. Finally, she arrived at Rusty's dray, breathless and exhilarated. At first, Rusty was startled by the sight of his tiny friend, but Hazel quickly explained the wonders of the enchanted acorn. Rusty's eyes grew wide with excitement, and he eagerly agreed to join Hazel on her extraordinary adventure. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, exploring hidden realms that had previously been inaccessible to them. They marveled at the intricate patterns of a spider's web, danced among the wildflowers, and even swam in the crystal-clear streams that trickled through the underbrush. As they explored, they encountered other forest creatures who were equally amazed by their size-shifting abilities. A wise old owl named Greta offered her guidance, teaching them the ways of the hidden world beneath the canopy. A mischievous field mouse named Nibbles became their trusty guide, leading them through secret tunnels and underground burrows. With each new discovery, Hazel and Rusty's bond of friendship grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solved puzzles, and even uncovered a mysterious treasure trove of acorns hidden within a hollow log, each with its own unique magical properties. One day, as they were resting beneath a towering oak, they overheard a group of humans discussing plans to clear a section of the forest for a new housing development. Hazel and Rusty knew they had to act quickly to protect their beloved home. Enlisting the help of their newfound friends, they hatched a daring plan to divert the humans away from the forest. Using the enchanted acorns, they created a series of illusions and diversions, leading the humans on a merry chase through the winding trails and dense thickets. As the humans grew weary and disoriented, Hazel and Rusty revealed themselves, their tiny forms now magnified to the size of mighty oak trees. With a commanding presence, they spoke to the humans, urging them to reconsider their plans and preserve the beauty and wonder of the forest. The humans were awestruck, their eyes filled with newfound respect and understanding. They agreed to abandon their plans for development and instead work to protect the forest and its inhabitants. With their mission accomplished, Hazel and Rusty returned to their normal size, their hearts filled with joy and a deeper appreciation for the magical world they called home. The enchanted acorns had not only granted them incredible abilities, but had also strengthened their friendship and taught them the importance of courage, perseverance, and respect for nature. From that day forward, Hazel and Rusty became guardians of the forest, sharing their magical gifts with others and ensuring that the hidden realms beneath the canopy remained a place of wonder and enchantment for generations to come. And as the sun set over the ancient trees, the glow of the enchanted acorns could be seen twinkling like stars in the dusk, a reminder that magic still exists in the most unexpected of places, if only one has the courage to seek it out. Story 76. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, where the whispering pines danced gently with the mountain breezes and the sky wore a veil of serene twilight hues, there lived a young woman named Mira. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, nestled at the edge of the forest, where the songs of the nightingales mingled with the rustle of leaves. Mira had always felt a quiet yearning deep within her, a whisper of something ancient that called out from the depths of her being. One evening, as the sun spilled its golden light over the valley, Mira sat by the crackling hearth, her thoughts drifting to the stories her grandmother used to tell. Her grandmother, with her soft silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, had spoken of an ancient legacy, a tradition woven into the very fabric of their family. It was said that an heirloom, a mystical artifact, lay hidden somewhere in the heart of Eldergrove, a treasure that linked the past with the present. This heirloom was the Heartstone, a crystalline gem said to glow with the gentle light of the moon. It was believed to hold the memories of Mira's ancestors, each facet a chapter of their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. The Heartstone had been lost for generations, its location obscured by time and forgotten tales. Yet, Mira felt its pull, a gentle tug that urged her to uncover this fragment of her heritage. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewy grass, Mira set out on her journey. The path through the forest was lined with ferns and wildflowers, their petals glistening with morning dew. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle coos of doves accompanied her steps. As she walked, Mira felt a soothing warmth spread through her, as if the very ground beneath her feet was welcoming her home. Her journey led her to the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood like guardians, their branches stretching skyward in silent reverence. Here in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, Mira found an old oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. Nestled among its roots was a stone altar, covered in moss and lichen, yet bearing intricate carvings that glimmered with an ethereal light. Mira knelt before the altar, her heart thrumming with anticipation. As she gently brushed away the moss, she discovered a small niche in the stone, and within it, a shimmering object caught her eye. It was the Heartstone, its crystal surface capturing the sunlight and casting a rainbow of colors upon the forest floor. Mira cradled the gem in her hands, feeling a warmth seep into her skin, a warmth that resonated with the beat of her heart. With the Heartstone in her possession, Mira felt a connection to her ancestors, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. As she sat beneath the oak tree, the whispers of the past began to unfurl, stories woven into the threads of time. She saw visions of her grandmother as a young girl, playing in these very woods, her laughter mingling with the babbling brook. She saw the faces of those who had come before her, their lives a tapestry of love, resilience, and wisdom. Each vision carried a lesson, a gentle reminder of the values her ancestors cherished, the strength found in unity, the grace of forgiveness, and the courage to embrace one's true self. Mira understood that these lessons were not just relics of the past, but guiding stars for the present and future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mira made her way back to her cottage, the Heartstone glowing softly in her grasp. The village was aglow with lanterns, their flickering light casting a warm glow upon the cobblestone streets. Mira felt enveloped by a profound sense of peace, her heart light with the knowledge that she was a part of something greater, a legacy that transcended time. That night, as the fire crackled in the hearth and the soft rustle of the wind lulled her to sleep, Mira placed the Heartstone upon the mantelpiece, its gentle light a beacon of hope and continuity. She knew that she would share these stories, these lessons of the heart, with future generations, just as her grandmother had done before her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Mira drifted into a restful slumber, comforted by the newfound connection to her roots and the promise of the journey ahead. The Heartstone's glow illuminated the room, a symbol of the enduring legacy of love and wisdom that would guide her through the days to come. Story 77. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and surrounded by whispering woods, there was a cobblestone path that led to a small, unassuming workshop. This was the home of an elderly tinkerer named Mr. Finn, whose eyes twinkled like starlit skies and whose hands crafted wonders from the most ordinary of things. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the first hints of frost, Mr. Finn discovered something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a pile of dusty, forgotten trinkets was an old pocket watch, its brass surface tarnished with age. As his fingers grazed its cool surface, the watch sprang to life, its hands spinning wildly before settling on the present time with a soft, melodic chime. Mr. Finn, with his years of wisdom and curiosity, realized that this was no ordinary timepiece. It was the Watch of Whispers, a long-lost relic said to hold the secrets of the forest and the ability to reveal hidden truths. Intrigued and a little overwhelmed by his discovery, Mr. Finn knew he must share this with someone who could appreciate its wonder and potential. He decided to visit his dear friend Lila, a gentle-hearted storyteller whose tales were the very soul of Willowbrook. Lila lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest's edge kissed her garden of wildflowers. She welcomed Mr. Finn with a warm embrace and a fragrant cup of chamomile tea, their favorite drink for pondering life's mysteries. As Mr. Finn shared the tale of the magical watch, Lila's eyes widened with a mix of awe and excitement. She had long believed in the magic that lingered just beyond the veil of the everyday world, and here was proof of it in her hands. They decided to embark on a journey to learn more about the watch's secrets, a journey that would take them deeper into the heart of the mysterious forest. Their first companion on this adventure was Bramble, a clever and mischievous squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. Bramble had a knack for uncovering hidden pathways and secret nooks within the forest, and he agreed to guide them in exchange for a pocketful of Mr. Finn's homemade acorn biscuits. The trio set off into the woods, the forest canopy casting dappled shadows that danced along the path. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush, creating a serene symphony that accompanied their every step. As they ventured deeper, the watch began to hum with a gentle vibration, guiding them toward a destination unknown. Their journey led them to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where the ancient oak of echoes stood tall and wise. Its gnarled branches reached out as if to embrace the sky, and its roots formed a natural circle, a perfect gathering place for those seeking wisdom. But to unlock the secrets of the watch, they needed the counsel of the forest's guardian, an old owl named Orin. Orin, with feathers the color of twilight and eyes as deep as the ocean, perched silently on a low branch, watching the newcomers with a knowing gaze. Lila approached with a respectful bow, holding the watch aloft. "We seek your guidance, Orin, to understand the magic of this watch and its purpose," she said softly. The owl blinked slowly, then spoke with a voice as smooth as the night breeze. "The Watch of Whispers reveals truths to those who listen with their hearts. But beware, for the answers you seek may not be the ones you expect. You must ask the right question, and it shall lead you to the wisdom you desire." Lila and Mr. Finn pondered Orin's words, the gravity of their task settling upon them like a comforting weight. They conferred quietly, their thoughts weaving together like a tapestry. Finally, Lila stepped forward once more. "How can we help our village and keep the harmony of the forest?" she asked, her voice gentle yet sure. The watch glowed softly, its face shimmering with an ethereal light. As the hands moved, they cast a warm glow upon the ground, revealing a map marked with a trail of luminescent footprints leading to the heart of Willowbrook. Understanding dawned upon them like the first light of dawn. The watch was guiding them back home, urging them to share the stories of the forest and its magic with their fellow villagers. By doing so, they would foster a greater understanding and respect for the natural world, ensuring its preservation for generations to come. With gratitude in their hearts, Lila and Mr. Finn thanked Orin, who nodded sagely before taking flight into the vast expanse of the sky. Bramble scampered up the oak, chattering farewell before disappearing into the leafy canopy above. As they made their way back to the village, Lila and Mr. Finn spoke of their plans to host gatherings by the fireside, where stories of wonder and wisdom would be shared. They envisioned evenings filled with laughter, learning, and a deeper connection to the world around them. When they returned to Willowbrook, the villagers gathered in eager anticipation, drawn by the promise of tales both old and new. The watch, now resting in a place of honor above the hearth, served as a reminder of their journey and the lessons learned. And so, under the gentle glow of the watch's light, the people of Willowbrook listened, their hearts open to the magic of the stories. And as the tales wove through the night, a sense of peace and unity settled upon the village, like a warm blanket on a chilly evening. In time, the Watch of Whispers became a cherished symbol of the bond between the village and the forest, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the stories that unite us all. And as the last embers of the fire flickered softly, the villagers knew that they were part of something truly magical, a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to see them. Story 78. Once upon a time, in an enchanted forest where moonbeams danced between the trees, there lived a young raccoon named Remy. He was an inquisitive little fellow with a knack for sniffing out mysteries. One night, as Remy scampered through the familiar trails, something caught his keen eyes. A trail of glimmering dust weaving between the ferns. He paused, tilting his head curiously. This was new. Following the sparkling trail deeper into the forest, Remy soon came across a clearing bathed in soft blue light. Hovering in the center was a lantern, its gentle glow pulsing in rhythm with tinkling chimes. Remy crept closer, entranced. But as he neared, the chimes stopped, and the lantern's light flickered out, plunging the clearing into darkness. A worried frown creased Remy's brow. What strange magic was at work here? The next morning, Remy sought out his dear friend Cedar, a wise old oak tree whose branches sheltered many woodland creatures. "Cedar, the strangest thing happened last night," Remy explained, recounting his discovery of the glowing trail and curious lantern. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" Cedar's leaves rustled thoughtfully. "Why, it sounds like you stumbled upon a pixie path, little one. Pixies often leave trails of stardust when traveling between their hollows." Remy's eyes widened. Pixies were among the most reclusive and mysterious creatures of the forest. But why would it just disappear like that? "The pixie lanterns only glow for those pure of heart," Cedar said gently. "Perhaps one passed by, catching your presence, and hid its light." Remy puffed out his chest determinedly. A true woodlander would never dream of disturbing the pixie's secret paths. He would have to prove he meant no harm to solve this mystery. Over the next few nights, Remy returned to the clearing, sitting patiently in the shadows. He brought tiny offerings, acorn caps filled with dewdrops, wildflowers woven into crowns. Still, the pixie trail remained dark and cold. Then one evening, as the moon peeked over the trees, a shower of stardust rained down around Remy. He held his breath, watching in wonder as the path blazed to life, weaving intricate patterns with its sparkling tendrils. At the end of the trail, the lantern pulsed slowly, bathing the clearing in its warm, dreamlike light. Remy inched closer, and there, shimmering in the lantern's glow, were dozens of tiny pixies. The pixies stopped their frolicking, eyeing Remy distrustfully at first. But the little raccoon kept still, dipping his head respectfully. One brave pixie floated over, and Remy offered his latest gift, a crown of baby's breath flowers. The pixie's delicate features crinkled into a smile. It trilled joyfully, and soon, the whole pixie tribe was swarming around Remy, showering him with stardust until his fur glittered. From then on, Remy was welcomed as a friend along the pixie paths. He learned their secrets, how they used the trails to travel swiftly, and how their lanterns banished fear from the darkest hollows. Whenever he felt lost or afraid, Remy had only to find a glimmering trail of stardust. It would light his way through the shadows and lead him home, shining like a little piece of starry magic. Story 79. Once upon a time, nestled in the embrace of a lush, verdant forest, there lay a village called Willowbrook. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and sweet wildflowers. The forest surrounding Willowbrook was thick with ancient trees whose branches whispered secrets to the wind. In this village lived a young boy named Lorian. Lorian was known for his curious eyes, always searching the horizon for mysteries to unravel. His heart was as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the leaves, and his spirit as bright as the morning sun. But what set Lorian apart was his unwavering belief in the magic that lay hidden within the world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves painted in hues of amber and gold danced around him, Lorian set off on one of his many explorations. He wandered down the winding path that led to the heart of the forest, his footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves. The forest was alive with sound, the chirping of birds, the rustle of small creatures, and the steady hum of the earth itself. As he ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, their canopies forming a cathedral of green above him. It was there, in a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lorian stumbled upon something peculiar. It was a stone, unlike any other he had seen. It shimmered with an otherworldly light, pulsating gently as if imbued with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Lorian knelt beside the stone, curiosity twinkling in his eyes. As he reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, the world around him seemed to pause, and a gentle voice echoed in his mind. Guardian of the stone, the voice whispered. For you, a path unfolds, a journey of discovery, of friendship, and of heart. Startled but intrigued, Lorien knew that this was the beginning of an adventure. He carefully picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into his palm. With it, he knew he held a key to a hidden world, one that lay beneath the surface of the familiar forest. Over the next few days, Lorien returned to the clearing, each time discovering something new about the stone. It guided him with soft glows and gentle pulses, revealing hidden paths and secret corners of the forest. Soon, Lorien realized that the stone had granted him a magical ability, the power to understand the language of the forest. He could now hear the songs of the trees, the whispers of the wind, and the stories of the creatures that called the forest home. Every rustle and chirp carried meaning, and with each new discovery, Lorien grew more attuned to the rhythms of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of purple and pink, Lorien was led by the stone to the edge of a shimmering pond. The surface of the water was like glass, reflecting the twilight sky. It was there he met a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a small, delicate sprite with wings that glimmered like moonlight. The sprite introduced herself as Neva, a guardian of the hidden world. She had eyes like stars and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. From her, Lorien learned of a world that existed parallel to his own, a world woven into the fabric of nature, unseen by most but alive with magic. Neva spoke of an ancient connection between their worlds, one that had been forgotten over time. But with Lorien's discovery of the stone, a bridge had been formed, a bridge that could foster understanding and harmony between the two realms. Together, Lorien and Neva embarked on a journey to explore this hidden world. They traversed through meadows that glowed with bioluminescent flowers, climbed mountains that sang with the voices of ancient spirits, and wandered through forests where the trees themselves were storytellers. Along the way, they encountered creatures of all kinds, wise owls with feathers of silver, foxes whose laughter echoed like bells, and fireflies that painted the night with trails of light. Each encounter brought new friendships and stories, and with each story, Lorien's heart grew fuller. But their journey was not without challenges. As they ventured deeper into the hidden world, they discovered a shadow creeping through the forest, threatening to upset the delicate balance of nature. It was a darkness born from neglect and misunderstanding, feeding on the forgotten bond between the two worlds. Lorien and Neva realized that they needed to restore this balance, and to do so, they would need the help of both realms. They returned to Willowbrook, where Lorien shared his tale with the villagers. Though skeptical at first, the villagers could not deny the change they saw in Lorien, the wisdom in his eyes, the kindness in his heart. Moved by his story, the villagers agreed to help. Together, they worked to heal the forest, planting trees, cleaning streams, and learning to listen to the whispers of nature. In return, the creatures of the hidden world offered their own gifts, knowledge, protection, and friendship. Slowly, the shadow began to recede, and the forest thrived once more. The bond between the worlds grew stronger, woven together with threads of understanding and care. And in the heart of the forest, the stone lay nestled once more, its light a beacon of hope and unity. As the seasons turned and the forest blossomed with new life, Lorien and Neva stood at the edge of the pond, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was awash with colors, a tapestry of dreams and possibilities. Lorien, Neva said, her voice soft like the rustle of leaves, you have brought our worlds together. You have shown that with friendship and understanding, even the greatest challenges can be overcome. Lorien smiled, feeling the warmth of the stone in his pocket. It's not just me, Neva. It's all of us, working together. It's the strength of our friendships and the love we have for this world. And so as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lorien and Neva knew that their journey was only the beginning. For in the heart of every forest, in the soul of every creature, there was a story waiting to be told. A story of magic, friendship, and the unbreakable bond between worlds. Story 80. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering forests of a magical realm, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. It was a place where the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread mingled in the air, and the gentle hum of bees gathering nectar from the gardens filled the afternoons. Lila adored her little village, where each house was painted in hues of pastel and adorned with flower boxes that overflowed with blooms of every color. It was a place where everyone knew each other's name and kindness was as common as the morning sun. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in shades of amber and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's well, a grand structure carved from ancient stone and entwined with ivy, had begun to glow with a faint silvery light. As she approached for a closer look, she saw that the light flickered like a candle caught in a gentle breeze, casting playful shadows on the cobblestones. Word of the well's strange behavior spread quickly through the village, stirring both fascination and a sprinkle of concern. The well was a beloved landmark, known for its cool, clear water that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight, but never before had it glowed with such an ethereal light. Lila, driven by her insatiable curiosity, decided to uncover the mystery behind the well's glow. She began her quest by visiting the village's wise elder, a gentle soul named Old Tom. His home was a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of herbs and freshly brewed tea always welcomed visitors. Old Tom was sitting in his favorite armchair, wrapped in a warm quilt, when Lila arrived. "Ah, Lila," he greeted, his eyes twinkling behind spectacles. "What brings you to this old storyteller today?" Lila explained the curious glow of the well, her words filled with wonder and a hint of worry. Old Tom listened intently, nodding as he sipped his tea. "The well has long been a guardian of secrets," he mused, stroking his graying beard thoughtfully, "but it seems it now wishes to share one." With Old Tom's encouragement, Lila set off into the whispering forest, where it was said that magic lingered in every rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of rich greens and browns, its canopy filtering the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. As Lila ventured deeper, she was joined by a tiny, fluttering creature, a sprite with wings like delicate gossamer and a mischievous smile. The sprite introduced herself as Faye and offered to help Lila on her quest. Together they followed a path lined with mushrooms and moss-covered stones until they reached a clearing where a bubbling brook sang a gentle melody. It was here that they met Neum, the wise owl, perched silently on a low-hanging branch. Her feathers were as soft as clouds, and her eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "What brings you to my forest, little one?" Neum asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Lila explained the mystery of the glowing well, hoping the wise owl might have some insight. Neum listened with a serene nod, her keen eyes observing Lila with interest. "The well is a vessel of stories," Neum explained. "It holds the memories of those who once lived here, whispering them to the water. Perhaps it is trying to share a tale long forgotten." With Neum's guidance, Lila and Faye made their way back to the village, their minds swirling with possibilities. They decided to gather the villagers at the well that evening, under the light of the full moon. As the villagers assembled, the silvery glow of the well grew brighter, illuminating their faces with a soft, otherworldly light. It was then that Lila noticed something she had overlooked before, a series of intricate carvings on the well's stones, hidden beneath the ivy. They depicted scenes of the village from long ago, with figures dancing, celebrating, and sharing stories. With a careful hand, Lila began to trace the carvings, her fingers feeling the grooves and patterns. As she did, the glow intensified, and a gentle voice, like a breeze rustling through leaves, began to speak from the well. The voice recounted a tale of a festival held in the village many generations ago, a celebration of unity and friendship. It spoke of a time when the well had been the heart of the village, where stories were shared and laughter rang through the night. As the story unfolded, the villagers listened in awe, some recognizing the names of their ancestors in the tale. The glow of the well seemed to pulse with each word, as if the very stones were coming alive with the joy of being remembered. When the tale concluded, a warm, comforting silence enveloped the gathering. The villagers realized that the well had been longing to share its memories, to remind them of the bonds that had always held their community together. Moved by the experience, the villagers decided to revive the festival, promising to gather each year to celebrate their shared history and the stories that made them who they were. Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had helped uncover a piece of their past that would forever enrich their future. As the villagers dispersed, the glow of the well faded gently, leaving the night sky twinkling with stars. Lila stood for a moment longer, her heart full of wonder and warmth. She knew that the well would always be a keeper of stories, a guardian of the magic that bound their village together. And so, with a heart light as a feather, Lila made her way home, the path lit by the moon's gentle glow. She climbed into bed, her mind swirling with dreams of ancient tales and new adventures, feeling the comfort of knowing that she was a part of something timeless and beautiful. The village, cradled by the whispering forest, slept peacefully beneath the stars, knowing that their stories would always be treasured and their bonds would never fade. Story 81. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-laden walls, stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees sang with the wind and the sun cast playful shadows on the ground. Leora had always cherished the comforting routine of village life, where every day unfolded like the pages of a familiar storybook. Yet deep within her heart, there was a stirring, a flutter of restlessness, like the gentle rustle of leaves in a hidden breeze. Leora's days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where lavender and rosemary grew side by side, their scents mingling in the air like an aromatic embrace. Her evenings were spent by the fireside, a place where warmth enveloped her like a soft blanket, and her thoughts danced with the flames. But as the seasons turned, she began to notice a change within herself, a yearning for something more, something undefined yet undeniably present. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist curled lazily around the trees, Leora set out on a walk through the forest. The path was dappled with golden sunlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. At its roots sat an elderly woman with a twinkle in her eye and a cloak woven from the colors of twilight. "Come, child," the woman beckoned, her voice soft as the breeze. "I am known as Maya, the keeper of this forest's secrets. What brings you to this hidden grove?" Leora hesitated, feeling the weight of her unspoken longing. "I find myself caught between the comfort of the known and the pull of the unknown," she confessed. "Change whispers to me, yet I do not know how to embrace it." Maya nodded, her gaze understanding and serene. "There is magic in transformation, dear one, and it often begins with a step into the unfamiliar," she said, her words flowing like a gentle stream. "I shall guide you, if you are willing to learn." With a heart full of curiosity and a spirit eager to grow, Leora agreed. Maya led her to a circle of stones, each etched with ancient runes that glowed with a soft, inviting light. "These stones hold the wisdom of the forest," Maya explained. "As you journey through your own transformation, they will reveal their magic to you." Over the following days, Leora returned to the grove, each visit unveiling a new lesson cloaked in enchantment. The first stone, cool and smooth beneath her fingertips, whispered of patience, teaching her to trust the rhythm of her own growth. The second stone, warm as a sunlit rock, sang of courage, urging her to step boldly into new experiences, even when they seemed daunting. As Leora embraced these lessons, subtle changes began to unfurl within her. She found herself venturing beyond the familiar paths, her senses attuned to the beauty of the world around her. She noticed the way the sunlight painted patterns on the forest floor and the symphony of birdsong that accompanied her walks. Each day brought new discoveries, and with them, a growing sense of belonging in this ever-changing world. Throughout her journey, Leora was never alone. The villagers, kind-hearted and supportive, encouraged her explorations. A young boy named Finn, with bright eyes and an infectious laugh, often joined her in the forest, bringing tales of distant lands and dreams of adventure. An elderly couple, wise and gentle, shared stories of their own transformations, reminding her that change was a natural part of life's tapestry. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of dusk, Leora sat beside Maya in the grove, her heart full of gratitude. "I have learned that change is not something to fear, but to welcome, she said, her voice steady and sure. It is a gift that allows us to grow, to become more than we ever imagined. Maya smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars that began to twinkle above. You have discovered the true magic, Leora, she replied, her voice a soft lullaby. The magic of transformation lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. It is the friends we make, the lessons we learn, and the courage we find along the way that shape us into who we are meant to be. As the fireflies danced in the moonlit air, Leora knew that she had found her place in the world, not by clinging to the past, but by embracing the endless possibilities of the future. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit ready for new adventures, she returned to her cottage, where the warmth of the hearth welcomed her home. From that day on, Leora lived not just in the village, but in the world, her spirit as boundless as the sky. She continued to nurture her garden, to savor the simple joys of life, and to explore the wonders of the forest. But now, she did so with a newfound understanding that change is a gentle companion, guiding us toward the beauty of our own becoming. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced with the moonlight and dreams took flight on the wings of the wind, Leora found not only the answers she sought, but the courage to embrace the ever-unfolding journey of life. Story 82. In the gentle twilight of a far-off galaxy, where stars twinkled like whispers in an ancient lullaby, there existed a small, vibrant planet called Luminara. Its skies were an endless dance of shifting colors, and its surface was dotted with bioluminescent flora that glowed softly in the night, illuminating the paths of wandering creatures. On this serene world lived a curious being named Arlo. Arlo was a lumini, a species known for their gentle nature and their ability to communicate through light patterns that shimmered across their skin in delicate hues. Arlo was a solitary wanderer, content to explore the luminous forests and crystal-clear lakes, always searching for new wonders in the familiar. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle, Arlo stumbled upon something unusual, a small metallic craft nestled awkwardly between two ancient trees. Its surface was battered, its sleek lines marred by a long journey through the cosmos. Intrigued, Arlo approached cautiously, the light on his skin flickering with curiosity. From the craft emerged a being unlike any Arlo had ever seen. It was a Thraxian named Zephyra, tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that held the wisdom of countless journeys. Zephyra's people were known throughout the galaxy for their navigation skills, but she had wandered off course and found herself stranded on Luminara. Upon seeing Arlo, Zephyra's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and relief. She spoke in a language that sounded like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and though Arlo could not understand her words, the warmth in her gaze was unmistakable. Their first encounter was marked by a series of misunderstandings. Arlo's light patterns, intended as a friendly greeting, startled Zephyra, who interpreted it as a warning. Meanwhile, Zephyra's attempts to communicate through her own language only served to confuse Arlo further. Yet despite the initial confusion, there was something in the air, a sense of potential, a hint of connection waiting to be discovered. Over the days that followed, Arlo and Zephyra began to learn from each other. Arlo, with his gentle curiosity, showed Zephyra the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flowers that sang when touched, the serene lakes that reflected the heavens. In return, Zephyra shared tales of her travels across the stars, painting pictures of distant worlds with her words. Slowly, they developed a language of their own, a blend of light patterns and soft sounds that transcended their differences. Through shared challenges, like finding food that suited both their tastes and understanding the rhythms of the planet, they grew closer, their bond deepening with each passing day. One evening, as they sat together by a quiet lake, Zephyra gazed at the sky, her eyes reflecting the myriad stars above. Arlo sensed a melancholy in her, a longing for her home among the stars. In that moment, he understood that while her heart was here with him, it also yearned for the vastness of the galaxy. With newfound resolve, Arlo decided to help Zephyra repair her craft. He reached out to his fellow Lumini, who were skilled artisans, crafting tools from the bioluminescent plants and stones of Luminara. Together, they worked tirelessly, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of their creations. The day finally came when Zephyra's craft was ready to take flight once more. As she prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over the luminous landscape. Arlo stood by her side, the light on his skin flickering with both joy and sadness. Before boarding her craft, Zephyra placed a hand over her heart and then gently touched Arlo's shoulder, a gesture she had taught him to mean friendship in her culture. Arlo responded with a soft, radiant glow that enveloped them both, a silent promise that their bond would transcend the stars. As Zephyra's craft lifted into the sky, Arlo watched with a heart full of hope and gratitude. He knew that their paths had forever intertwined, and that the lessons they had shared would remain a guiding light in their lives. From that day on, Arlo felt the universe a little smaller, a little warmer, knowing that somewhere out there among the stars he had a friend who understood the true meaning of connection. And in the gentle glow of Luminara's endless night, Arlo continued his wandering, his heart aglow with the light of friendship. Story 83. Once upon a time, nestled deep within an ancient forest where time seemed to pause and the air was imbued with a mysterious, invigorating energy, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the whispering leaves and the murmuring brooks. This forest, with its towering trees that reached for the sky like emerald spires, was a place of profound beauty and ancient secrets, where the boundary between the mundane and the magical was as thin as a spider's silk. In this enchanted forest, the creatures thrived in a world that was as harmonious as it was wondrous. The gentle rustle of the wind through the leaves carried stories from long ago, tales of harmony and balance, passed down through generations. At the heart of this magical realm was a majestic oak tree, older than memory itself, its gnarled branches spreading wide like the arms of a wise elder embracing all who sought its shelter. Beneath the oak's vast canopy lived a family of wise owls, known far and wide for their knowledge and kindness. The eldest, a venerable owl with feathers the color of moonlight, was called Sage. Sage had seen countless seasons come and go, and with each turning of the wheel of the year, she gathered stories and wisdom like precious jewels. Her eyes, deep and knowing, were mirrors reflecting the soul of the forest. As the seasons cycled through their eternal dance, the forest creatures relied on the wisdom of Sage and her family to maintain the delicate balance that kept their world in harmony. It was said that the forest itself was alive with magic that responded to the care and respect shown by its inhabitants, a magic that was particularly attuned to the changing seasons. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the forest seemed to glow with a golden light, a peculiar thing happened. A gentle but persistent mist began to weave its way through the trees, a mist unlike any other. It shimmered with a silvery glow, as if threads of moonlight were being spun into the fabric of the world. This was the mist of seasons, a rare and magical phenomenon that marked the turning of the year and heralded the arrival of change. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the great oak, sensing that something extraordinary was afoot. Sage, perched high in the branches, surveyed the assembly with a serene gaze. She knew that the mist of seasons was both a gift and a challenge, a reminder that balance must be maintained for the forest to flourish. Among those gathered were a curious squirrel named Pippin and a gentle deer called Fern. Pippin, with his bushy tail and bright eyes, was known for his boundless curiosity and enthusiasm, while Fern, with her graceful stride and soft, watchful eyes, was beloved for her kindness and gentle nature. The two were the best of friends, always seeking new adventures and learning from the world around them. As the mist swirled and danced, Sage spoke in a voice that was as soft and comforting as a lullaby. "The mist of seasons brings with it a task," she said. "It is a time to remember the balance that sustains us, to ensure that harmony prevails over discord. For in this balance lies the magic that nourishes our home." The creatures listened intently, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. They knew that each of them had a role to play in maintaining the harmony of their forest. Pippin and Fern exchanged a determined glance, eager to do their part. Sage continued, "The mist will guide you, if you are willing to heed its call. It whispers of a place deep within the forest where the balance has been disturbed. It is there you must go, to restore what has been lost." With the forest bathed in the ethereal glow of the mist, Pippin and Fern set off on their journey. The path ahead was dappled with shadows and light, the air cool and invigorating. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, each step a symphony of crunching leaves and distant birdsong. The mist led them to a secluded glade, a place that felt both ancient and sacred. Here, they found a small pond, its waters dark and still, reflecting the sky above like a polished mirror. But something was amiss. The pond's surface was marred by fallen branches and leaves, its once clear waters clouded. Fern, with her gentle nature, sensed the distress of the pond. "The water is troubled," she murmured. "It speaks of imbalance and neglect." Pippin, ever the optimist, nodded. "We can help. We can restore this place to what it once was." With that resolve, the two friends set to work. Pippin, nimble and quick, darted about, removing the debris that had accumulated. Fern, with her careful grace, tended to the edges of the pond where the plants had begun to wither. As they worked, the forest seemed to hold its breath, watching and waiting. Their efforts did not go unnoticed. The mist, sensing their dedication, began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. It swirled around the glade, touching the pond with its magic. Slowly, the waters began to clear, the surface smoothing out like a silk sheet. As the last of the debris was removed and the plants were tended, the pond was restored to its former glory. The water sparkled in the sunlight, clear and pure, and the creatures of the forest could feel the balance returning. Pippin and Fern stood by the pond, their hearts filled with a quiet joy. They had learned that even the smallest actions could make a difference, that kindness and care could restore harmony where it had been lost. The forest, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its magic renewed and strengthened. With their task complete, the mist began to recede, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Sage, who had watched from the shadows, emerged to greet them, her eyes filled with pride. "You have done well," she said, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "You have reminded us all of the power of friendship and the importance of balance." Pippin and Fern exchanged a look of understanding, their friendship deepened by their shared experience. They had learned the wisdom of the forest, a wisdom that would be passed down through the ages, ensuring that the harmony of their home would endure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and content. The ancient oak stood tall and proud, a guardian of stories and secrets, its branches whispering in the wind. And so the forest continued to thrive, a place of magic and wonder, where the lives of its inhabitants were forever intertwined with the seasons and the gentle wisdom of those who came before. As night fell, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that in balance there is beauty, and in harmony there is peace. And the creatures, nestled in their cozy homes, drifted into a restful sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of a new day. Story 84. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched towards the heavens, a world of wonder and wisdom thrived. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical intertwined, creating a tapestry of enchantment woven into the very fabric of existence. Beneath the dappled shadows cast by the canopy above, a symphony of life unfolded. Tiny creatures scurried along moss-covered logs, their whiskers twitching with curiosity. Feathered friends flitted from branch to branch, their melodious songs filling the air with joy. And beneath the earth, a network of roots pulsed with the secret rhythms of the forest, connecting all living beings in a sacred dance. Among the denizens of this verdant realm were the wise and ancient ones, guardians of the forest's secrets. They were the keepers of knowledge passed down through countless generations, charged with maintaining the delicate balance that sustained all life. One such guardian was Oakroot, a gnarled and weathered oak tree whose roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring him as firmly as his branches reached for the sky. His bark was etched with the stories of eons, each groove and crevice a testament to the cycles of nature he had witnessed. As the seasons turned, Oakroot's leaves would transform, mirroring the ever-changing tapestry of the forest. In spring, they unfurled in vibrant shades of emerald, heralding the awakening of new life. Summer saw them flourish in deep, verdant hues, basking in the warmth of the sun's radiant embrace. Autumn painted them in a fiery palette of reds and golds, a breathtaking display of nature's artistry. And in winter they retreated, conserving their energy until the first stirrings of spring beckoned them to unfurl once more. Oakroot's very existence was intertwined with the ebb and flow of the seasons, and with each turning of the wheel, he bore witness to the miracles that unfolded around him. He watched as newborn fawns took their first unsteady steps, their spindly legs trembling with wonder. He observed the intricate dances of pollinating insects, their wings a blur of iridescent colors, and he marveled at the delicate unfurling of wildflowers, their petals unfurling like tiny beacons of hope amidst the undergrowth. But Oakroot's wisdom extended far beyond the physical realm. He was attuned to the mystical forces that pulsed through the forest, the unseen currents that govern the cycles of life and death, growth and decay. He understood the whispers of the wind, the language of the rain, and the secrets encoded in the patterns of the stars. When the first chill of autumn crept into the air, Oakroot's leaves would blaze with color, signaling the arrival of a magical time. It was during this season that the veil between worlds grew thin, allowing glimpses of the enchantment that permeated the forest. Glimmering will-o'-the-wisps would dance among the ferns, leading the curious on a whimsical chase. Ethereal melodies would drift through the branches, carried on the wings of unseen performers. And deep within the hollows of ancient trees, whispers of ancient lore could be heard, imparting wisdom to those who listened with open hearts. As winter's chill descended, the forest seemed to slumber, but Oakroot knew better. Beneath the blanket of snow, life persisted, awaiting the warmth of spring's embrace. It was during these quiet months that he would share his tales with the creatures who sought refuge in his embrace, regaling them with stories of the forest's secrets and the timeless lessons woven into every bough and branch. Through his wisdom, Oakroot taught the importance of respecting the delicate balance of nature, of honoring the interconnectedness of all living things. He reminded them that each creature, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, played a vital role in the intricate web of life that sustained the forest. And as the first buds of spring began to swell, heralding the return of new life, Oakroot's leaves would unfurl once more, a vibrant green testament to the cyclical nature of existence. In that moment, the forest would resonate with the shared heartbeat of all its inhabitants, a symphony of life and renewal that echoed through the ages. For in this ancient realm, where magic danced through the very air, the wisdom of the guardians ensured that the balance would be preserved. Generation after generation, the lessons would be passed down, ensuring that the harmony between the natural and the mystical would endure, an eternal dance that celebrated the wonders of the hidden world that thrived within the ancient forest's embrace. Story 85. In a time-worn forest, where the light dappled through the canopy like droplets of gold, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there existed a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the very essence of the earth. This forest, known to the few who could feel its whispers as eldergrove, was nestled far from the reach of human hands, where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the roots of the great trees that stood sentinel over its secrets. In this serene enclave, a family of squirrels had made their home high in the boughs of an ancient oak tree. The mother squirrel, known as Hazel for the nut-brown sheen of her fur, was a wise creature, well versed in the ways of the forest. Her offspring, a lively pair named Pippin and Willow, were as curious as they were mischievous, forever scampering about in search of new adventures. As the days of late summer began to give way to the mellow embrace of autumn, the forest transformed into a tapestry of amber and crimson. The air grew crisp, carrying with it the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the distant echo of a brook gurgling over smooth stones. It was during one such golden afternoon that Hazel gathered her young ones beneath the warm embrace of their oak, its branches swaying gently in the breeze like an old friend sharing a secret. "Listen closely, my dears," Hazel began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "The seasons change as they must, and with each change, the forest speaks to those who listen. This is the time when balance must be maintained, for the magic of our world relies on harmony." Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions, tilted his head. "How do we keep the balance, Mother?" he asked, his voice a whisper of curiosity. Hazel smiled, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of many seasons. "By understanding the rhythm of life here, and by valuing every creature's role, no matter how small, each leaf, each stone, each drop of rain, everything is part of the great symphony." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor, Hazel led her children on a journey through Eldergrove. They ventured past the burbling brook, its waters clear and cool, where the frogs sang their evening chorus. They paused by the meadow, a sea of swaying grasses where butterflies flitted like living jewels, their wings whispering secrets of summer's warmth. It was here, in a sheltered glade where the air felt thick with the history of ages, that they encountered the elder of the forest, an ancient tortoise named Thistle. His shell bore the markings of countless seasons, each groove a testament to the wisdom he carried within. "Welcome, Hazel," Thistle greeted, his voice as steady as the earth itself. "And young ones, I see the fire of learning in your eyes. What brings you to my humble abode?" Willow, always the more contemplative of the two, stepped forward. "Mother speaks of balance and harmony, and we wish to understand it better," she said, her voice a gentle melody. Thistle nodded, a slow and deliberate gesture. "Ah, the balance! It is the dance of the elements, the song of the seasons. Each creature, each plant, is a note in this grand composition. Our task is to ensure that no note is lost, so the melody remains true." He gestured with a weathered paw to a patch of wildflowers at his side where bees busily hummed in their labor. "See how these flowers provide nectar in exchange for the bees' dance? Each benefits, and in turn, they sustain the world around them." Pippin watched, wide-eyed, as a bee hovered before them, its wings a blur of motion. "So we must help each other, like the flowers and the bees?" "Precisely, young one," Thistle replied, his voice a rumble of approval. "We must learn from one another, respect the roles we each play, and in doing so, we ensure the health of our world." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the squirrels returned to their oak. That night, nestled in their leafy nest, Pippin and Willow dreamt not of mischief, but of the harmony that sang through the forest, a harmony they were now a part of, woven into the fabric of Eldergrove itself. With the dawn's first light, the forest awoke to a symphony of birdsong, the air alive with possibilities. And as the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of Eldergrove moved in step, each one a vital note in the melody that bound them all together. Thus, in the heart of the ancient forest, balance was maintained through the gentle wisdom of its inhabitants, and the magic of Eldergrove thrived, a testament to the timeless power of harmony and friendship. Story 86. Here is a bedtime story about an unexpected magical item, a journey of self-discovery, helper characters with unique personalities, and a challenge that requires wisdom. The Enchanted Music Box. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Lily who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of an enchanted forest. Though her life seemed ordinary, Lily carried within her heart an endless well of curiosity and imagination. One crisp autumn day, as Lily raked the fallen leaves in her garden, she made an extraordinary discovery nestled between the vibrant red and gold foliage, an intricately carved wooden music box. As Lily's fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the polished wood, the air seemed to hum with magic. Unable to resist temptation, she twisted the winding key and lifted the lid. The most wondrous melody spilled forth, filling Lily's soul with warmth and joy. But this was no ordinary tune. The notes danced through the air, taking shape as tiny, glowing sprites that swirled around her in a mesmerizing vortex. In that enchanted moment, Lily understood that this humble music box held the power to bring her imagination to life. Every time she opened the lid and let the music play, she could conjure the worlds of her dreams, forging incredible adventures simply by envisioning them in her mind. Clutching the precious box to her chest, Lily scampered into the forest, eager to explore its boundless magic. As she wandered deeper amidst the towering trees and whispering leaves, she came upon a winding stream where three peculiar creatures sat upon the mossy bank. A squirrel with iridescent fur that shimmered like diamonds, a plump rabbit with downy feathers instead of fur, and a stocky badger whose striped coat seemed to shift between every color of the rainbow. "Well met, young dreamer," chirped the squirrel in a tinkling voice. "We are the figments of the forest, guardians of imagination and protectors of creativity. Your music box is a sacred treasure, born from the pure dreams of children across all the realms." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as the three figments introduced themselves as Nibbles, Fuzzpuff, and Rainbow Stripe. With their help, she would learn to wield the music box's power responsibly and embark on journeys more incredible than she could ever envision alone. Over the seasons that followed, Lily and her new figment friends experienced countless adventures, each one sparked by a new melody from the enchanted music box. They soared through sun-dappled skies on the backs of Pegasi, explored shimmering underwater cities where merfolk dwelled, and even voyaged to distant realms where dragons still roamed. But for all its magic and splendor, the music box's deepest wisdom came from the challenges it presented. Once, while picnicking beside a glistening lake, Lily lamented that she could never be as beautiful as the regal swans gliding across the glassy surface. Fuzzpuff gave a sympathetic wiggle of his tufted ears. "True beauty lies within, my friend," he said gently. "Why don't you craft a melody that shows how lovely your heart and spirit truly are?" Lily closed her eyes and focused her thoughts. Soon, a soft, rippling tune echoed from the music box, and swarms of golden fireflies shimmered to life around them. The tiny lights coalesced into a shining form, a perfect mirror image of Lily herself, glowing with an inner radiance that put the summer sun to shame. In that wondrous reflection, Lily saw herself clearly for the first time. The warmth and kindness she shared with her friends and family outshone any superficial beauty. She smiled, finally understanding that the truest magic dwelled inside her all along. With each new escapade and hard-won epiphany, Lily grew wiser and more confident in her abilities. Before long, she blossomed into a vibrant young woman whose creativity and open-heartedness uplifted all who knew her. And though the years brought growth and change, Lily never lost her enchanted music box or the cherished figment friends that helped guide her journey. For the rest of her days, its melodies graced her life with infinite possibilities and sparked joy in the hearts of many others, blessed to hear its whimsical refrains. In a world where ordinary objects can unlock the extraordinary, all you need is an open mind, a daring spirit, and the courage to believe in the magic that lies within. Story 87. Once, in a valley cradled by misty mountains and kissed by the golden sun, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. Here, where the rivers whispered lullabies to the wind, lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a curious child with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, always eager to explore the world beyond the familiar paths of his home. One late afternoon, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk and the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, Finn decided to venture beyond the willow trees that gave the village its name. It was said that past the willows lay a realm of wonders, unseen by most, where the world danced to a different tune. With a heart full of wonder and a small satchel packed with a hunk of bread and a flask of water, Finn slipped into the shadows of the ancient trees. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of nature. Leaves rustled like whispered secrets, and the cool earth beneath Finn's feet was soft and welcoming, as if guiding him forward with every step. As Finn meandered deeper into the woodland, the path began to glow with a faint, silvery light. It was as if the moon had spilled itself upon the ground, creating a shimmering trail. Intrigued, Finn followed this moonlit path until it opened into a clearing unlike any he had imagined. Here, the air was filled with the sweet melody of unseen birds, and the sky was a tapestry of stars, twinkling with a gentle warmth. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its leaves silver and delicate, glowing with an ethereal light. Around its base were petals of every color imaginable, creating a vibrant carpet that seemed to pulse with life. Finn approached the tree, his heart pounding with awe and excitement. As he reached out to touch the silvery bark, a soft musical voice floated through the air. "Welcome, brave traveler," it chimed, gentle as a lullaby. Finn turned to see a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was a fox, but not an ordinary fox. Its fur was a cascade of colors, like a rainbow had woven itself into its pelt, and its eyes were pools of liquid gold. "I am Lyra," the fox introduced herself, her voice soothing and kind, "the guardian of the enchanted glade. Few are those who find their way here, and fewer still are those with the courage to explore the unknown." Finn's curiosity tingled at the edges of his mind, and he felt a sense of belonging he hadn't expected. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the willows," he replied, his voice steady but filled with awe. "What is this place?" "This is a realm where dreams and reality dance together," Lyra explained. "Those who come here must face gentle trials that reflect their heart's deepest desires and fears." With a nod, Finn agreed to face whatever lay ahead. Lyra, her eyes twinkling with a knowing warmth, led him deeper into the glade. As they walked, the air around them shimmered, and the landscape began to change. First, they came upon a stream that sang as it flowed, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. All around were stepping stones, each one glowing softly. "These stones will test your balance," Lyra said, "but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." With a deep breath, Finn stepped onto the first stone. It wobbled slightly, and Finn felt a flutter of uncertainty. But as he focused on the gentle song of the stream, he found his balance, moving from stone to stone with growing confidence. With each step, his heart swelled with a quiet courage, a reminder that balance could be found within as well as without. Beyond the stream, they entered a grove filled with flowers that hummed with color and light. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of lavender and jasmine, soothing Finn's senses. In the center of the grove stood a puzzle of petals, each one a different hue, forming a complex pattern on the ground. "To solve this," Lyra said, "you must see the beauty in each piece and how they fit into the whole." Finn knelt beside the puzzle, his fingers tracing the soft petals. He took a moment to breathe in the floral scent, calming his mind. Slowly, he began to rearrange the petals, guided by a growing understanding of how each piece was unique yet essential. As he placed the last petal, a gentle breeze swirled around, and the flowers sang a sweet, harmonious note. Lyra nodded approvingly, her tail swishing with delight. "You see with your heart, young Finn, and that is your greatest strength." Finally, they reached the base of the grand tree, its silver leaves rustling with a sound that was both music and memory. "The final challenge," Lyra whispered, "is to let go of fear and embrace the unknown with open arms." Finn looked up at the tree, its branches reaching towards the stars. He felt a moment of doubt, but then the warmth of the glade surrounded him, and he remembered the balance he had found and the beauty he had seen. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and touched the bark once more. Instantly, the tree's light enveloped him, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, Finn understood that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. As the light faded, Finn found himself back at the edge of the willow trees, the village of Willowbrook nestled peacefully in the twilight. Lyra stood beside him, her eyes bright with pride. "You have journeyed far and discovered much about yourself, dear Finn. Remember, the world is full of wonders for those with the heart to seek them." With a grateful heart, Finn nodded. "Thank you, Lyra, for guiding me." The fox bowed her head, her fur shimmering in the moonlight. "May your courage and curiosity always lead you to new horizons." As Finn walked back to his home, the stars above twinkling like old friends, he felt a warmth in his heart. The journey had shown him the beauty of exploration and the strength that lay within. And as he drifted to sleep that night, he dreamed of the enchanted glade and the gentle guardian who had shown him the way. And so, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, beneath a sky painted with dreams, Finn's heart remained forever open to the wonder of the world, ready for the next adventure that awaited beyond the willows. Story 88. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling river, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by a fragrant garden of lavender and daisies. Lila spent her days tending to the flowers, their vibrant colors mirrored by her sunny disposition. The villagers often spoke of her kindness and the way her laughter seemed to dance through the air like the chime of little bells. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets in shades of gold and crimson, Lila decided to explore the forest that bordered her village. She set off with a wicker basket swinging at her side, hoping to gather some of the season's last berries and nuts. The forest, with its towering oaks and soft carpet of moss, was a place of endless fascination for Lila. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. As she ventured deeper, a glimmer caught her eye, a peculiar gleam nestled beneath the roots of an ancient tree. Curiosity piqued. Lila knelt to inspect the source of the light. There, partially obscured by soil and leaves, lay an old ornate key. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. The key felt warm in her hand, as if it had been waiting just for her. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila decided to seek out Elder Rowan, the village's wise and gentle storyteller. Elder Rowan was known for his vast knowledge of the world and its many mysteries. His small cottage, filled with books and trinkets from far-off lands, was a haven of wisdom and warmth. Upon hearing Lila's story and examining the key, Elder Rowan's eyes twinkled with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice like a soothing, slow-moving river, "this is no ordinary key. It is said to unlock the door to the enchanted glade, a hidden realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of nervousness. "How will I find this door?" she asked, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves. Elder Rowan smiled, his gaze thoughtful. "The path will reveal itself to those who seek it with an open heart," he replied. "But remember, the journey you embark upon is as important as the destination." Encouraged by his words, Lila set off once more, the key tucked safely in her pocket. As she walked, the forest seemed to shift around her, guiding her with a gentle nudge of the wind or a flicker of light through the branches. Along the way, she encountered an array of woodland creatures, each offering a piece of advice or a helping paw. First, she met Finn, an inquisitive squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon. He chattered cheerfully, guiding Lila to a hidden trail that wound deeper into the heart of the forest. "Trust your instincts, and you'll find your way," he advised before scampering off, leaving a trail of acorns in his wake. Next, Lila crossed paths with Marigold, a wise old owl perched high above in the branches. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to look right into Lila's soul. "Do not rush, young one," Marigold hooted softly. "Sometimes the answers we seek are already within us." With each step, Lila felt a growing connection to the forest and its inhabitants. The path twisted and turned, leading her through sun-dappled glens and past bubbling brooks. The further she walked, the more the forest seemed to hum with a magical energy that wrapped around her like a comforting lullaby. Finally, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila arrived at a secluded clearing. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and aglow with a soft, ethereal light. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and the faint sound of music, as if the very earth was singing a welcoming tune. With a deep breath, Lila approached the archway, her heart fluttering with anticipation. She drew the key from her pocket and, with trembling hands, fitted into the lock. The key turned easily, and as it did, the archway shimmered, revealing a path that led into the enchanted glade. Lila stepped through, feeling a gentle warmth envelop her. The glade was a place of breathtaking beauty, a lush paradise where flowers bloomed in every imaginable color and delicate creatures flitted through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light. The air was alive with the sweet melody of songbirds and the gentle rustle of leaves. As she wandered through this magical realm, Lila encountered a myriad of wonders, each more enchanting than the last. But it was the feeling of peace and belonging that resonated most deeply within her, a feeling that whispered of home. In the heart of the glade, Lila found an ancient, gnarled tree with a trunk wide enough to shelter a family of foxes. Its branches spread like welcoming arms, and nestled among its roots was a small wooden bench. Lila sat, taking a moment to reflect on her journey. She realized the lessons she had learned from her woodland friends, the importance of trust, patience, and the quiet strength that comes from within. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to the enchanted glade, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. As she retraced her steps through the forest, she felt a newfound sense of connection to the world around her. Upon reaching the village, Lila shared her tale with Elder Rowan, who listened with a smile and a nod of understanding. "The most magical journeys are those that bring us closer to ourselves," he said, his voice as warm as the hearth's glow. And so, Lila returned to her cottage, her heart brimming with the magic of the forest and the wisdom she had gained. As she drifted off to sleep, the key lay on her bedside table, a reminder of the wondrous world just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In the days that followed, Lila often found herself gazing toward the forest, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She knew that whenever she needed a touch of magic or a moment of peace, the enchanted glade would be waiting, just a key's turn away. And with that comforting thought, she closed her eyes, letting dreams of wonder and discovery carry her into a peaceful slumber. Story 89. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in beams of golden warmth, there lay a world seldom seen by human eyes. This was a realm where the natural and the magical intertwined, creating a dance of life that ebbed and flowed with the rhythms of the earth itself. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in a harmony that was both delicate and profound. As autumn began to paint the leaves in hues of amber and crimson, the forest buzzed with the quiet excitement of change. The air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and the sweet aroma of ripe berries, and the gentle rustle of the branches whispered secrets of the seasons to all who would listen. One such creature, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, ambled slowly along a path lined with moss and dappled sunlight. Thistle's shell was etched with the stories of many years, each line a testament to the wisdom he had gathered. He was known throughout the forest as a keeper of knowledge, a gentle presence who moved with the patience of time itself. Thistle's journey today took him to the Grove of Echoes, a sacred clearing where the ancient trees held council. The trunks were thick and gnarled, their bark a tapestry of wrinkles and knots, and their leaves formed a canopy that sang softly in the breeze. This was the heart of the forest, where the magic of the natural world was most potent. As Thistle approached, he greeted the trees with a nod. "Good day, venerable ones," he murmured, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. The trees responded with a rustling of leaves, acknowledging the presence of the wise tortoise. Thistle was not alone in the grove. Gathered around him were creatures of all kinds. A curious squirrel with fur like silver starlight, a family of industrious bees buzzing with purpose, and a pair of young foxes whose playful antics brought joy to all who watched. Together they formed a community bound by the mutual respect and understanding that had been nurtured through generations. Today, Thistle had come to share a tale, one that had been passed down through the ages, from tortoise to tortoise. As the creatures settled in, Thistle began his story, his voice weaving through the grove like a gentle stream. Long ago, before even the oldest tree was a sapling, the seasons did not flow as smoothly as they do now, Thistle began, his eyes reflecting the dappled light above. Each season vied for dominance, seeking to overshadow the others, and the world was thrown into chaos. The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder as Thistle's words painted vivid images in their minds. They could almost see the clash of winter's icy breath against summer's blazing sun, the tumultuous storms that spring and autumn hurled across the land. It was the great oak, oldest of all the trees, who brought the seasons together, Thistle continued, his voice a soothing balm. With wisdom and patience, the great oak taught them to respect one another, to share the earth in a dance of balance and grace. As Thistle spoke, the breeze through the grove seemed to echo his words, carrying them to the farthest reaches of the forest. The creatures felt a deep sense of peace settle over them, as if the very essence of the great oak's wisdom was wrapping them in its embrace. From that day forward, Thistle concluded, the seasons learned to listen to one another, to blend their strengths and weaknesses into a cycle of renewal and rest. And it is this harmony that sustains us, that allows the magic of the forest to thrive. The creatures nodded, understanding that the story was not just a tale of the past, but a reminder of their own roles in maintaining the balance of their world. They knew that they, too, were part of this cycle, each contributing in their own way to the symphony of life that surrounded them. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the grove, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts lighter with the wisdom they had shared. Thistle watched them go, his heart swelling with quiet contentment. He knew that the stories would continue to be told, that the lessons of the great oak would live on through the voices of those who dwelled in the forest. With a slow, deliberate step, Thistle turned to make his way back through the forest, the path before him glowing with the warm light of the setting sun. The air was cool against his skin, carrying with it the promise of a restful night and the whisper of dreams yet to be dreamt. In the quiet of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its gentle dance, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring bonds of friendship and harmony. And as Thistle disappeared into the shadows, the forest sighed with contentment, cradling its secrets in the embrace of the coming night. Story 90. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young sprite named Willow. She was a gentle, curious creature with mossy green skin and hair that shimmered like sunlight filtering through leaves. Though her world was filled with natural wonders, Willow often felt restless, yearning for something more. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was gathering berries, she noticed a strange glow emanating from a hollow tree trunk. Peering inside, she gasped at the sight of a tiny seed pulsing with an otherworldly radiance. Before she could turn away, the seed burst open, bathing Willow in golden sparkles that seeped into her skin. At first, Willow was delighted by the warm, tingling sensation, but as the days passed, she began to notice changes within herself. Her delicate wings grew stronger and her movements became surer, almost as if she were guided by a newfound inner wisdom. Yet with these wondrous gifts came a nagging sense of uncertainty. Who was she becoming? Seeking counsel, Willow turned to her dearest friends, Oakley the wise old tree sprite and Piper the fearless meadow fairy. Oakley reminded her that growth and transformation were natural cycles, to be embraced rather than feared. The seed you encountered was an ancient force of renewal, he explained gently. It has awoken knowledge buried deep within you, revealing your true potential. Piper, ever the daring adventurer, encouraged Willow to explore her new abilities. Together, they took to the skies, soaring over misty streams and wildflower meadows in a breathtaking aerial dance. With each loop and swirl, Willow's doubts melted away, giving way to a profound sense of freedom and belonging. Yet even as she reveled in her newfound strength, Willow realized her most meaningful transformation was still unfolding within her heart. The seed's magic had opened her to life's profound beauty, the miraculous birth of a butterfly, the ethereal whispers of the wind, the resilience of the tiniest seedlings breaking through the earth. Under the patient guidance of her friends, Willow learned to shed her fears and self-doubts like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. She embraced the ebb and flow of change, secure in the knowledge that her essence remained constant and true, even as her outward form shifted. From that day forward, Willow was a radiant force of nature, ever evolving yet grounded in the timeless wisdom of the forest. Her gossamer wings trailed stardust as she flitted amongst the trees, sharing her joyful spirit and reminding all who crossed her path to live with courage, wonder, and open hearts. Story 91. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her heart was as bright as the morning sun, and her spirit as adventurous as the wind that danced through the treetops. Lila had heard tales of the enchanted glade, a mysterious place deep within the forest where the ordinary world touched the hem of magic. It was said that those who ventured there returned with their hearts brimming with wonder and wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves tumbling like golden coins from the trees, Lila decided it was time to seek out the glade herself. She packed a small satchel with a fresh loaf of bread, a flask of warm honeyed milk, and a woolen shawl to guard against the chill. With a reassuring nod from her mother and the family's tabby cat weaving between her ankles as if to wish her well, Lila set off down the well-trodden path that led into the depths of the forest. The forest was alive with the soft hum of nature. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, Lila marveled at the symphony of birdsong that filled the air, each note a promise of the mysteries that lay ahead. She felt the cool breeze on her cheeks and breathed in the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and rich soil. Her journey through the forest led her to a brook that babbled merrily over smooth stones. Lila paused to rest by its banks, dipping her fingers into the crystal-clear water. As she sat, a tiny, bright-eyed creature emerged from behind a moss-covered rock. It was no larger than a sparrow, with delicate wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass in the sunlight. The creature introduced itself as Pippin, a sprite of the forest, and asked where she was headed. "I'm on my way to the enchanted glade," Lila replied with a smile, her eyes wide with excitement. Pippin fluttered his wings in delight. "Ah, the glade! Few venture there, but those who do often find what they didn't know they were seeking. Perhaps I can guide you part of the way?" With Pippin flitting ahead, Lila continued her journey, her path now winding deeper into the forest's heart. They passed under arches of twisted branches and through fields of wildflowers that nodded gently as they walked by. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and pine. As they neared the glade, the forest began to change. The trees stood taller and straighter, their bark gleaming like polished stone. A soft, ethereal glow bathed the path, as if the very light of the glade was seeping through the trees to greet them. Suddenly, they encountered a gentle challenge. A fallen tree lay across their path, its trunk too large for Lila to climb over on her own. Pippin fluttered about, inspecting the obstacle. "This is where friendship and ingenuity come into play," he chirped, his voice as light as the breeze. Lila thought for a moment, then smiled. From her satchel, she retrieved the woolen shawl. With Pippin's help, she tied one end to a sturdy branch and the other around a rock, creating a makeshift bridge over the tree. Carefully, she clambered over, with Pippin cheering her on. Once on the other side, she untied her shawl, tucking it back into her bag with a sense of accomplishment warming her heart. Finally, they reached the edge of the enchanted glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the grass was a rich emerald carpet and the air shimmered with the glow of 1,000 tiny lights dancing like fireflies. In the center stood a great oak tree, its branches stretching wide, cradling the sky. Beneath it, a small pool mirrored the heavens, capturing the light of the sun and stars alike. Lila felt a sense of peace and wonder envelop her. She sat beside the pool, watching as the lights twinkled and swirled, as if in a dance. Pippin settled beside her, his wings folding softly. In that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the glade. It wasn't just a place of beauty, but a sanctuary where one could find clarity and courage within themselves. The journey had revealed her strength and creativity, and she realized that exploration wasn't just about discovering the unknown, but also about uncovering the potential within. As the sun began to set, casting golden hues across the glade, Lila knew it was time to return home. She thanked Pippin for his guidance and friendship, promising to visit again. With her heart full of newfound wisdom and warmth, she retraced her steps through the forest, the path now familiar and friendly. When she arrived back at her village, the sky was painted with the soft colors of twilight. Her mother greeted her with a warm embrace, and Lila shared tales of her adventure, her eyes alight with wonder. That night, as she lay snug in her bed, Lila thought of the glade and all she had learned. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that courage and exploration were not just for distant lands, but for every day of her life. And in her dreams, the lights of the enchanted glade danced on, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within and all around her. Story 92. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush emerald forest, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was dotted with charming cottages, their thatched roofs mossy and weathered by time, and surrounded by winding cobblestone paths that gleamed under the gentle moonlight. In this magical place, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft murmur of the nearby brook, lived a young girl named Marigold. Marigold was known throughout Willowbrook for her curious mind and her kind heart. Her days were often spent exploring the sun-dappled woods, befriending the woodland creatures, and reading tales of faraway lands and ancient mysteries. She had a habit of carrying a small, leather-bound journal in which she scribbled her thoughts, observations, and wonderings about the world around her. One serene autumn evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Marigold noticed something peculiar. The village's ancient oak, a tree so grand that it was said to have been planted by the forest spirits themselves, had begun to shed its leaves in a strange pattern. Instead of the usual gradual fall, the leaves were dropping in clusters, forming a perfect circle around its base. Intrigued, Marigold decided to investigate this curious phenomenon. She wrapped a soft, woolen shawl around her shoulders to guard against the crisp evening air and set out towards the oak with her journal and a small lantern that glowed with a gentle, magical light. As she approached the tree, Marigold noticed a faint, shimmering aura surrounding the circle of fallen leaves. It was as if the air itself was tingling with anticipation. Sitting cross-legged on the soft earth, she began to sketch the pattern in her journal, pondering what could be causing such a strange occurrence. While Marigold was deep in thought, a gentle rustling nearby caught her attention. Turning her head, she spotted a small, luminescent creature peeking out from behind a cluster of ferns. It was a moonlit moth, iridescent wings shimmering with every color of the twilight sky. Moonlit moths were known to be wise and gentle creatures, often guiding lost travelers with their soft, glowing light. "Hello there." Marigold greeted softly, extending her hand in friendship. The moth fluttered closer, its delicate wings brushing against her fingertips. To Marigold's surprise, the creature began to trace the same pattern in the air with its wings that the leaves formed on the ground. Curiosity piqued, Marigold asked, "Are you trying to tell me something, little one?" The moth danced in the air, forming the shape of a key before settling on a nearby branch. Marigold's eyes widened with understanding. She realized that the pattern of fallen leaves wasn't just random. It was a message, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Determined to uncover the mystery, Marigold decided to seek the counsel of Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage. Elder Rowan lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden of herbs and wildflowers that buzzed with bees and butterflies. The air around his home always carried the comforting aroma of cedar and wild mint. The next morning, after a night filled with dreams of shimmering moths and whispering leaves, Marigold set off to visit Elder Rowan. She found him in his garden, tending to a patch of lavender, his long silver beard glinting in the morning sun. "Elder Rowan," Marigold began, "I've come across something strange at the ancient oak. The leaves are falling in a perfect circle, and a moonlit moth showed me a pattern. I think it might be a key." Elder Rowan listened intently, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah, the forest is full of secrets, my dear. It sounds like the spirits are trying to communicate. The pattern you described could indeed be a key, perhaps to something hidden or forgotten." He led Marigold to a shelf inside his cottage, lined with scrolls and ancient tomes. After a moment of searching, he pulled out a dusty, leather-bound book. Its pages were filled with intricate illustrations and descriptions of magical symbols and their meanings. Together, they pored over the book until they found an illustration that matched the pattern Marigold had drawn. It was a symbol of unity and protection, often used by the forest spirit to safeguard hidden treasures or sacred places. Marigold's heart raced with excitement. Could this mean there's something hidden beneath the oak? Possibly, Elder Rowan nodded thoughtfully. But remember, the forest spirits only reveal their secrets to those they deem worthy. You must approach with respect and an open heart. Thanking Elder Rowan for his guidance, Marigold hurried back to the ancient oak. The sun was high in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the canopy of leaves. She sat by the tree once more, closing her eyes and letting the gentle rustle of the leaves fill her mind. In that moment of quiet reflection, Marigold felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the tree itself was acknowledging her presence. She opened her eyes to find the moonlit moth hovering above the center of the circle, its wings casting a luminous glow on the ground. Trusting her instincts, Marigold carefully traced the symbol in the earth with her finger, mirroring the pattern of the leaves. As she completed the circle, a soft golden light began to emanate from the ground, revealing a hidden compartment beneath the roots of the tree. Inside lay a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of leaves and flowers. With reverence, Marigold opened the box to find a collection of delicate, shimmering crystals. Each one glowed with its own gentle light, casting a rainbow of colors around the clearing. The moonlit moth fluttered down to rest on the edge of the box, its wings glowing brighter than ever. Marigold understood that these crystals were a gift from the forest spirits, a token of their trust and appreciation for her kind heart and curious spirit. With a heart full of gratitude, Marigold carefully closed the box and placed it back in its resting place, covering it with earth and leaves. She knew that such treasures were not meant to be taken, but rather to be cherished and respected. As she walked back to the village, the moonlit moth dancing beside her, Marigold felt a deep sense of peace. She had uncovered a mystery, forged a bond with the magical world around her, and learned that true treasures were not always those that could be held, but those that could be shared and understood. From that day on, Marigold became known not only as a curious and kind-hearted girl, but also as a guardian of the village's secrets. And whenever the leaves began to fall in strange patterns, the villagers would look to her for guidance, knowing that with her wisdom and friendship, Willowbrook would always remain a place of wonder and magic. And so, under the gentle glow of the moonlit moths and the watchful eyes of the ancient oak, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a haven of peace and mystery, where every leaf, every breeze, and every whisper of the forest carried a story waiting to be discovered. Story 93. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of endless night, there lay a small, vibrant planet known as Lumina. It was a place of shimmering lakes and lush forests, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming starlight flowers. This tranquil world was home to beings called the Luminarians, gentle and ethereal creatures who thrived on light and harmony. One bright morning, as the first rays of the sun kissed the dew-kissed leaves, a Luminarian named Lyra set off on her daily journey to gather light stones from the crystal caverns. These stones, glowing with a soft, soothing luminescence, were essential for her people's well-being, providing both nourishment and warmth. Lyra was known among her kind for her warm heart and curious spirit, often wandering farther than most dared to explore. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, on a planet named Phyrexia, where towering metal structures and sprawling industrial complexes defined the landscape, a being named Zin prepared for a very different kind of journey. Zine was a Pharaon, a species of metallic-skinned, technologically advanced beings who valued logic and efficiency above all else. Their world was a symphony of machines, and they thrived on the energy harnessed from the planet's core. Zine, an engineer by trade, had been assigned a mission of great importance, to venture to Lumina and establish a trade agreement for their precious light stones, which were said to hold restorative properties. It was a mission that required not only technical skill, but also diplomatic finesse, something Zine was less familiar with, preferring the company of gears and circuits to that of unfamiliar beings. As fate would have it, Lyra and Zine's paths were destined to cross in the most unexpected of ways. On the day of Zine's arrival, a rare celestial event occurred, a solar flare that disrupted the gravitational stability of both planets, causing Zine's vessel to veer off course. With a shuddering crash, the ship landed in the heart of Lumina's crystal caverns, its gleaming hull embedded among the luminous stones. Lyra, who had been exploring nearby, felt the ground tremble and heard the metallic groans of the ship. Curiosity and concern mingled within her as she approached the wreckage, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. As she peered through the fractured hull, her eyes met those of Zin, who was struggling to free himself from a tangle of cables and debris. Though their worlds and ways were vastly different, a silent understanding passed between them. Lyra extended a hand, her fingers glowing softly in the cavern's dim light. Hesitant yet hopeful, Zin reached out, the cool metal of his hand meeting the warmth of hers. It was a gesture that bridged the chasm of their differences. Working together, Lyra and Zin managed to extricate him from the wreckage. Despite the initial awkwardness, they communicated through gestures and expressions, crafting a mutual language of kindness and intent. As they assessed the damage, Zin realized the ship's propulsion system was beyond repair without the necessary tools from Phyrexia. Seeing Zine's distress, Lyra's heart ached with empathy. She knew of a legend among her people, a hidden pool deep within the caverns, said to possess the power to mend what was broken. Though it was a place of mystery and danger, Lyra felt drawn to help her newfound companion. With a gentle nod, she offered to guide Zin to this mystical pool. Their journey was fraught with challenges. The caverns were a labyrinth of shimmering stone and shifting shadows, where echoes danced and whispered secrets. At times, Zin's logical mind struggled to comprehend the ever-changing paths, but Lyra's intuition and familiarity with the caves led them onward. In moments of uncertainty, Lyra would hum a luminarian melody, its soothing notes weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, calming Zin's restless thoughts. As they ventured deeper, they encountered obstacles that required both their strengths. In one cavern, a narrow chasm blocked their way, its depths shrouded in darkness. Zien, with his technological prowess, devised a makeshift bridge from the remains of his ship, while Lyra's delicate touch ensured its stability as they crossed. Amidst these trials, they began to understand each other's worlds. Zin marveled at the Luminarians' connection to nature, their ability to find beauty in simplicity. Lyra, in turn, was fascinated by Zien's intricate designs and the way he could transform raw materials into marvels of engineering. Their mutual admiration grew, forming a bond forged in the fires of adversity. Finally, they reached the heart of the caverns, the legendary pool. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, the water's surface reflecting the myriad colors of the crystal formations above. Kneeling by the pool's edge, Lyra and Zien each placed a hand in the cool water. A gentle ripple spread outward, and they watched in awe as the pool's magic began to mend the broken components of Zien's ship, and in turn, heal the invisible wounds within themselves. In that moment, they realized that their differences were not barriers but bridges. Their unique perspectives complemented each other, creating a harmony that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As they prepared to depart, Zien offered Lyra a small token, a metallic flower crafted from the ship's spare parts, a symbol of their friendship and the journey they had shared. With Lyra's guidance, Zien's repaired ship soared into the sky, its path no longer uncertain but guided by the light of newfound friendship. As Lumina receded into the distance, Zien felt a warmth within, a sense of belonging that had eluded him on his own planet. Back on Lumina, Lyra watched the gleaming vessel disappear among the stars. She held the metallic flower close, its cool touch a reminder of the bond they had forged. Though their paths had diverged, their hearts remained intertwined by the threads of understanding and compassion. And so, in the quiet sanctuary of her world, Lyra whispered a silent promise to the stars, a promise of friendship that would transcend the vastness of the galaxy, lighting the way for others who dared to reach out and touch the unknown. Story 94. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and an endless imagination. One crisp autumn day, while exploring the woods near her home, Lily stumbled upon an old, weathered book half buried in the fallen leaves. Intrigued, she brushed away the dirt and opened the cover, revealing yellowed pages filled with strange symbols and intricate illustrations. As Lily traced her fingers over the intricate patterns, the book began to glow with a warm golden light. Suddenly, the words on the pages came alive, swirling and dancing before her eyes. "Greetings, young one," a gentle voice echoed from the book. "You have awakened the ancient magic within these pages. This is no ordinary tome, but a gateway to wondrous realms beyond your wildest dreams." Lily's eyes widened with excitement as the book's pages fluttered, revealing vibrant landscapes and fantastical creatures. "But beware," the voice continued. "These enchanted realms hold both beauty and peril. To navigate them safely, you must seek the wisdom of three guardians: the wise owl, the gentle stag, and the playful otter." And so began Lily's extraordinary journey, as she held the magical book close and ventured forth into the unknown. Her first stop was the towering oak, home to the wise owl. As she approached the ancient tree, a majestic owl with piercing amber eyes swooped down to greet her. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted. "What brings you to my domain?" Lily explained her quest, and the wise owl nodded sagely. "To traverse the realms within the book, you must first learn the language of patience and understanding. Only then will the paths reveal themselves to you." Under the owl's guidance, Lily learned to quiet her mind and listen to the whispers of nature. She observed the rhythms of the forest, the way the leaves danced in the breeze, and the gentle flow of the stream. With each lesson, the symbols in the book became clearer, and new doors began to open. Next, Lily sought out the gentle stag, who dwelled in the misty meadows. The stag welcomed her with warm, kind eyes, and taught her the importance of compassion and empathy. "The realms you seek are filled with creatures great and small," the stag said. "To move among them safely, you must open your heart and see the world through their eyes." Together they explored the meadows, and Lily learned to communicate with the creatures that called it home. She understood the fears of the timid rabbit, the joys of the playful fox, and the concerns of the busy bees. With each encounter, her heart grew more open, and the magic within the book responded in kind. Finally, Lily came upon the playful otter, who frolicked in the sparkling streams. The otter greeted her with a mischievous grin and taught her the value of laughter and joy. "The realms you seek are not only filled with wonder, but also with delight," the otter chuckled. "To truly appreciate their magic, you must embrace your inner child and let your spirit soar." Together, they splashed and swam, chasing each other through the cool waters and playing games that filled the air with peals of laughter. With each giggle and smile, Lily's spirit lightened, and the book's magic pulsed with vibrant energy. Armed with the wisdom of the guardians, Lily opened the book once more, and this time its pages revealed a dazzling array of portals, each leading to a different enchanted realm. With a deep breath and a heart full of courage, Lily stepped through the first gateway, embarking on a series of wondrous adventures. She soared through vibrant skies on the wings of a friendly dragon, danced with the whimsical fairies in their secret glades, and even helped a mischievous leprechaun find his missing pot of gold. In each realm, Lily encountered challenges that tested her newfound wisdom, but with patience, compassion, and a joyful spirit, she overcame every obstacle, forging friendships with the magical beings she met along the way. And when her adventures were complete, Lily returned home, her heart overflowing with the incredible tales she had experienced. The magical book now held a special place on her bedside table, a constant reminder of the wonders that await those with open minds and open hearts. From that day on, whenever Lily felt lost or discouraged, she would open the book and let its magic fill her soul once more. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the guardians would lull her into peaceful dreams, reminding her that the true magic lies not in the realms beyond, but within the boundless depths of her own imagination. Story 95. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, there lay a secret that only the wisest of its inhabitants knew. The village was called Misty Hollow, and its beauty was renowned far and wide. The air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, while the gentle rustle of leaves sang a lullaby that soothed even the most restless of souls. In this idyllic setting, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curious mind and kind heart, and she had an insatiable thirst for adventure. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often regaled her with tales of magic and mystery. One particular tale spoke of an ancient mirror hidden deep within the whispering woods, a mirror that could reveal the true heart of any who gazed upon it. Lyra's imagination was captured by the thought of this magical mirror. The whispering woods, with their towering trees and hidden glades, always seemed to whisper secrets just beyond her reach. She felt a deep longing to uncover what lay hidden within their depths. Her grandmother warned her of the wood's enchantment, cautioning that not all who entered found their way back unchanged. One golden morning, when the dew clung to the grass like tiny diamonds, and the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra decided it was time to embark on her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of spring water, and her grandmother's old compass. With a heart full of hope and a mind brimming with possibilities, she set off towards the whispering woods. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew softer, filtered through the canopy of leaves above. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp earth. Birds chirped merrily overhead, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of nature that accompanied her steps. Lyra felt a sense of calm and wonder, as if the woods were embracing her in a gentle hug. Hours passed as she wandered through the woods, following trails that seemed to appear just when she needed them. She marveled at the beauty around her, flowers of every shade imaginable, streams that sparkled like liquid crystal, and the occasional deer that watched her with curious eyes before gracefully disappearing into the underbrush. Just as she began to wonder if the mirror was nothing more than a fable, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a soft, silvery light. In the center of the clearing stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens like a majestic guardian. At its base, half buried in the earth, was the mirror. The mirror was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. Its frame was crafted from vines and flowers that seemed to be alive, curling and uncurling with a gentle rhythm. The glass shimmered with an inner light, reflecting not just the outward appearance, but something deeper, something that resonated with the soul. Cautiously, Lyra approached the mirror. As she peered into its depths, she saw not just her own reflection, but a tapestry of memories and emotions. She saw herself as a child, playing by the lake with her friends, her laughter echoing through the air. She saw moments of kindness, times when she had offered a helping hand or a comforting word. And she saw her dreams, those whispered hopes that she held close to her heart. But the mirror also revealed her fears, insecurities that gnawed at her confidence, doubts that clouded her vision. Yet, rather than feeling overwhelmed, Lyra felt a sense of understanding. She realized that these fears were part of her journey, challenges that she could overcome with courage and the support of those who cared for her. As she continued to gaze into the mirror, she noticed something extraordinary. The reflection began to change, not just showing her past and present, but hinting at the future. She saw herself standing alongside new friends, their faces unfamiliar yet filled with warmth and understanding. Together, they faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, yet they triumphed through unity and compassion. In that moment, Lyra understood the mirror's true power. It wasn't just a reflection of physical appearance, but a window into the soul, revealing the potential for growth and transformation. It showed her that while the journey might be fraught with obstacles, it was also filled with opportunities for friendship and personal growth. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra stepped away from the mirror. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a clarity that guided her back through the whispering woods. As she retraced her steps, she noticed the world around her with fresh eyes, the vibrant colors, the harmonious sounds, the feeling of connection with the earth beneath her feet. When she finally emerged from the woods, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm golden glow over Misty Hollow. Her grandmother was waiting for her, a knowing smile on her face. Lyra ran into her arms, feeling the warmth and love that had always been her guiding light. Over the following days, Lyra shared her tale with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond their fears and embrace their dreams. She became a beacon of hope, encouraging others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. The village thrived, united by the bonds of friendship and the shared pursuit of happiness. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lyra's story became a cherished part of Misty Hollow's folklore. The Whispering Woods continued to guard their secrets, but the mirror remained, a silent witness to the courage and kindness that resided in the hearts of those who dared to seek it. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the world drifted into slumber, the tale of Lyra and the magical mirror lived on, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform and the capacity to create a world filled with love and understanding. Story 96. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a world hidden from human eyes. This realm was home to creatures both whimsical and wise, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. Among them was a family of woodland sprites, guardians of the forest's deepest secrets. Their diminutive forms flitted from tree to tree, tending to the verdant foliage with gentle touches and whispered incantations. The eldest sprite, Willow, had seen countless seasons come and go, her wizened eyes holding the wisdom of generations past. As the first buds of spring unfurled, Willow would gather her kin beneath the canopy of an ancient oak. There they would weave intricate melodies, coaxing the slumbering woodland to awaken from its winter slumber. The air would fill with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the gentle rustling of leaves as they danced in the warm breeze. In the heat of summer, when the forest basked in the golden glow of the sun, the sprites would join forces with the nymphs who dwelled within the crystal streams. Together, they ensured that the waters flowed freely, nourishing the thirsty roots and quenching the thirsts of the forest's inhabitants. As autumn's crimson hues painted the canopy, the sprites would collaborate with the gnomes who tended to the fungal kingdoms beneath the soil. With great reverence, they would gather the fallen leaves, returning them to the earth to replenish the cycle of life. In this way, the forest's bounty was never squandered, but rather celebrated and renewed. When winter's icy embrace descended upon the land, the sprites would retreat to their cozy hollows, spinning tales of seasons past to the wide-eyed younglings. Willow, ever the wise matriarch, would recount the ancient legends, stories of how the sprites came to guard the forest and the sacred pact they made with the trees, the rivers, and the very earth itself. One such tale spoke of a time when the balance was disrupted, when the greed of humankind threatened to scar the pristine wilderness. The sprites, aided by their woodland allies, wove a veil of enchantment, shielding the forest from prying eyes and protecting it from harm. From that day forth, they vowed to safeguard this verdant sanctuary, ensuring that its harmonious rhythm would continue for generations to come. As the firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the hollowed walls, the younglings would listen with rapt attention, their eyes shining with wonder. For in this hidden realm, magic was not a mere whisper, but a living, breathing force, a tapestry woven by the creatures who called the forest home. And so, the cycles of nature continued, guided by the gentle hands of the sprites and their woodland kin. The lush canopy swayed in the breeze, whispering secrets of ages past, while the gurgling streams sang melodies of hope for seasons yet to come. In this enchanted haven, the balance was preserved and the magic lived on, a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it most.